Welcome. I don't know if it's working. Welcome, everybody. I think. Welcome, maybe. Hopefully. Welcome, everybody, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championships with me, Speci. This is an unofficial watch party. This is not the official stream, but there's going to be timestamps below where once the video's up, like once it's published as a video, you can have timestamps to go to all the good stuff. We're basically 2 hours away from the tournament starting, and we're doing a little watch party here on both YouTube and Twitch. We've got 2 hours before the event begins, and there's quite a lot of things I wanted to talk about and go through. I actually just got back from the Content Creator Set Championships, which happened in London yesterday at Disney HQ, and I have got currently some of the gameplay from that tournament being uploaded from my laptop to my PC, so we're going to watch a little bit of that. We're also going to look at some of the exciting Lorcana news, which has been kind of coming out, perhaps signs of a digital client on the horizon, and just overall talking and chatting about what deck we think is going to win, which player we expect to win, and all that kind of stuff. So I hope everyone's good. This is the North American Championship 2025. It's at the Disneyland Hotel. Yesterday was the last chance qualifiers. And of course, people are competing for some big prize money cards. And moreover, the top 8 players will qualify for the 2025 Disney Lorcana World Championship. We already have 8 players from Europe who booked their place in the World Championship. And there's also going to be 2 players from Australia, as well as the 9 challenge champions. So the top 8 from Europe, the top 8 from North America, but then everyone that won a challenge, and there was 4 in Europe, which is up to 20, but then there was 6 in North America, which is 26, and then it's also the top 2 from Australia. The challenge is happening in Australia next month. I believe it's next month. So 28 players will be at Worlds, unless there's also a last chance qualifier for Worlds to get up to like maybe 32. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't got a clue. No intel is owned by me. Unfortunately, I'm not in America for this event. I would have loved to have gone, but I'm going to be watching it from the comfort of my own home with you guys. And we are going to be live all weekend long for this North American Championship. Again, the stream's going to start in about 2 hours, the official stream. So we've kind of got 2 hours to just hang out and chat. This is like the pre-lobby of the North American Championships. So the last chance qualified happened yesterday. I haven't actually seen kind of who's made it through the last chance qualifiers, if there's any particularly notable names. That's for sure, but we'll have a little gander, look at Reddit and stuff. But today it's going to be core constructed, 2-game matches, 7 rounds of Swiss. That's going to go by quite quickly. The really exciting thing about the American broadcast, I think the best thing the American broadcasts do compared with Europe is that there is 2 games often per round, which it means it's not like authentically live all of the time when we're watching. But what it means is that they're basically recording multiple games at once. So there's not as much downtime. So we're going to see probably like 14 games of Lorcana today, I would guess. Hey, Dinkan fan, what's up? Yeah, we got the waiting room over here. How's it going, Din? Hope you're good, mate. Hope everything's well. Oh, bro, you're there as well, aren't you? Oh, Dinkan fan representing Europe today. Good luck, mate. How is everything over there? How does it compare to Europe? I saw like a little video of the hall. It looked pretty similar. But yeah, Dinkan Pham, of course, played in the European Championship, but also qualified for the North American. So we've got at least one European representative over there. So the prizes, the participation is you get a invited to the ball, and you get Baymax sleeves. The top 32 get the Elsa's Art Palace alternative art, and it's very, very cool. And obviously, there's only like 64 of these in the world, so they're like more rare than a Mickey. So that's going to be worth a few quid. The foil extended art Cuzco. The Cuzco is probably my favorite card we've actually had from any of these. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And then the Baymax playmat as well as some displays. The top 8 gets a foil extended art Baymax, and more importantly, the World Championships invite. I mean, there's only 16 of these, so they're going to be worth a lot as well. And then top 4 get a Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, which are worth about 10 grand, roughly. And then you've got the finalist gets foil set of all the Enchanteds of Azure at Sea, and the winner gets a play set and the champion trophy, which is obviously the most important thing of all, in my opinion. So Dean says, receiving after receiving. Go on. Better than Europe? Nice. Okay, cool. Well, fingers crossed it stays that way. And there's also last chance qualifiers, which happened yesterday. And yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on at the event. So here's the Cuzco Temperamental. Like, look at that. What a prize to have. Absolutely beautiful. So I actually own a few Cuzcos, but not this kind. Are they made? I don't know where they are. No, I don't know where I put them. Maybe I know where they are. I think they might be in this deck box. I was doing a bit of tidying up earlier and there was loads of random cards in this deck box. I imagine that's where my Elsa is. I couldn't find my 4th Elsa yesterday. Well, I found her now. Maybe it's not in here. I don't think it's in here. I don't know where my Cuzcos are, but I got a couple and I bought a couple. Yeah, no idea. Not a clue. Oh, well. This Cuzco is beautiful. I obviously have the non-foil version, which you can get for... on the side events and stuff, but the foil version is even nicer. I just have the non-foil, but it is really nice. Like, so nice that I actually bought some. Greetings from Spain. Hi. You've got David, Izzy, Steve Warner, and Sean Fletcher, who I believe are all... let's read about them. Steve Warner is... co-designer of Lorcana. I've met him. He's really lovely. In fact, I've got his playmat over here. Look, it's over here somewhere. This is Steve Warner's playmat, guys. He left it in the hotel apparently in Paris, and I yoinked it. Is that rude of me? Thank you, Steve Warner, for the playmat. I really appreciate it, mate. I didn't have one of them, so I will say I got told I could. So whose playmats? Whose playmat's that? It's not my fault, all right. David Ezzi is one of the newest members of the Lorcana TCG team, a veteran of card game design. And David has contributed to several successful titles. Oh, awesome. Sean Fletcher is the senior game designer at Ravensburger. I think I might have met Sean. I don't think I have. Sean Fletch is a game designer who combines his deep passion for games and with his expertise in crafting memorable mechanics to bring imaginative gameplay experiences to life for players across a variety of games and fandoms. A dedicated board game enthusiast and self-proclaimed Disney trivia aficionado, Fletcher's knowledge of Disneyland is as thorough as his approach to game design, lending world to the magic world of Disney Lorcana. Awesome. So this is the Disney Lorcana North American Championships. Happy flipping days. Obviously, we had Paris in Disneyland Paris, which was so much fun. I got to go, I got to cast, I got to go to Disneyland. It was cool. I got sick, unfortunately. But while we now wait for the tournament to start, what are we going to be doing for the next flipping hour, you might be thinking? Well, I've got plans. First and foremost, we have this.
We should switch for...
This is already posted. I'm uploading currently from my laptop.
After the Continental.
Oh, look at that. We've got stuff to watch. We've got... Why is the quality here so bad, bruv? 360p? Do you know how long I was uploading this for? I guess it's still rendering. I was uploading this for so long. But we've got me versus Elmeister on a... this is an Amethyst Steel mirror match. This was not the tournament because I did not play Amethyst Steel. But we've got that to watch. Hopefully it's going to flip in, sort itself out. And then we've got my actual tournament run. Quality? Okay. We've got my actual tournament run, which starts me versus the champ here, which is Harlan. This is my set championships run. Did he actually roll the dice? Like, I just turned the camera. Harlan goes to me, yeah, I rolled the dice, mate. Oh, yeah, did you now? Yeah, I rolled the dice, bro. Definitely rolled them. He just placed them like that, I reckon. So. I'm kidding. So we've got that to watch as well. But in the meantime, I wanted to talk about this. I really, really did. I almost posted a video about it, but I didn't get around to it. But there is a post from Ravensburger. We're going to try and find the actual post. Someone link us, please, because this is a Reddit post about it. But there is a official online digital version of Lorcana coming potentially. I have no intel, zero intel, This is not an official statement. This is just, well, this is an official. There's a job thing on Indeed. Indeed.com Ravensburg. Let's try and find it. Let's go incognito mode. Because I might have an Indeed account, which I don't want to link. Indeed Ravensburger. Let's have a look at what jobs are going. All right. So there's an executive producer in Seattle. There's a SAP analyst, there's a marketing manager, and there's a Disney Lorcana TCG, and there's a web producer, and there's a Disney Lorcana TCG game developer, Japanese required. So of course we know that Lorcana's just come out in China, it's coming out in Japan later in the month, and they're hiring a game developer. Game developer teams are usually like the design team, is my belief. I doubt we'll get Lorcana on consoles. I have to be honest. It's quite expensive to develop a game for console. Now I say this as someone that started playing Gwent and my love for card games through the console. So I personally would love to see them on consoles too. I would be surprised. I think you can expect it to be on mobile. I'd be very, very shocked if it's not on mobile. But like doing a whole console port, it doesn't really make that much sense, I think. Mobile port, absolutely. I'd be completely shocked if it's not a mobile game. Mobile's really where it's at, right? So hybrid position located in Seattle, 3 days a week in office minimum. Disney Lorcana game developer reports to the Lorcana TCG game design manager, which I believe is Steve Warner. But Japanese is needed. So that's interesting. There's one job. Let's look at the others, shall we? Because obviously Ravensburger is a huge game, but this is specifically a Disney Lorcana role. This one is not. It's an executive producer. I don't really think we're too interested in that. It does mention Disney Lorcana and TCGs, so perhaps it's something we should look at. Looking for an experienced executive producer to direct the development of digital games. Oh, hello. By partnering with external game studios. In this role, you'll lead our digital gaming explorations and business plans. Define the game experience across third-party development partners, own schedules and roadmaps that coordinate internal and external development teams. Manage the development and revenue budgets, collaborate with internal product and marketing teams to ensure a seamless player experience, and ultimately ensure the successful launch and live operations of digital game extensions, creating a cohesive ecosystem with our tabletop games. I mean, if ever you needed more proof that a digital version of Disney Lorcana is in the works, what more do you need? What more do you need? Right? I mean, my opinion's always been that Lorcana will inevitably have a digital client with like the QR codes in the back of the packs being a bit, you know, in my opinion, as soon as I was like, okay. I mean, Pokemon obviously has packs where you get the QR code in the back. However, the longer, and I think what's interesting is like, you're like, okay, well, why didn't you just release with a digital client? That's what a lot of my viewers from my digital card games will say. Well, I think it's actually really important to develop the ecosystems of the physical game. It is a physical game first, and if you released a digital client and a physical version, you're not really going to have those ecosystems of people playing in person. You're not going to have like as many people coming to these big events in for the Disney Lorcana challenges if there's also online tournaments and stuff like that, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense. Like you need to get all of the communities going to their local game store. You get the community developed because people are meeting people in their local area. And then when the digital client comes out, it's like a bonus. It's not like you're suddenly going to not go to your local league night. It's more like, oh, cool. We can play at home, but then I can also go to my local league night and compete and that kind of thing, right? And also, if you just look at Disney Lorcana from the ground up, it is inherently a game which is very... I've always felt that it's almost like easier to follow Lorcana on a digital client compared to in person, right? Like the ink, like exerting your ink, fine. Super, like I've gotten used to it, but like it's always, for me, like it's clearer on a digital client in a way. And in a similar way, like the scoring system, like just it all lends itself to a digital client, right? It really, really does. And I think like the key thing that's really interesting here is it says, ultimately ensure the successful launch and live operations of digital game extensions. So in other words, it's like this to me is saying it's like an extension of our game, creating a cohesive ecosystem with our tabletop games. That's also really important, right? Because what you don't want for Disney Lorcana is you don't want a mobile or a online version of the game to come out and suddenly the physical game is, second best. You want paper first, and you want the online client to be an extension of the paper, right? Which also means some sort of overlap between them. I think the most obvious thing that will likely happen is the marketing card, which has always been at the back of packs for Disney Lorcana, is suddenly going to become a QR code to get a pack on the online client. Not necessarily the exact same pack that you got, right? Like, I don't think you're going to have a way of uploading your physical collection to an online client. I think you will have a separate collection online, and I actually think that's fun as well, because you get to try and collect the things in two different ways. But when you buy a pack in person, you get a pack online. That just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? But obviously Ravensburger has a ton of games. But like, is there really a big market for like an online version of Disney Villainous? I very much doubt it, right? A lot of Ravensburger games are very much family-friendly board games. I'm not really sure there's a big demand for a online version of that. Now, for me, the longer we've gone without news of a digital client, the more slightly worried I've become about it, because I think that a big problem that making a Disney Lorcana online version is actually the licensing rules. For example, if there's some game company which was given the licensing rules to make the Little Mermaid video game 10 years ago, does that mean that, the Ariel cards can't be included? However, the thing is with Disney Lorcana is really, 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 really invested upon by Disney, right? For example, if you compare Disney Lorcana's relationship to Disney with Star Wars Unlimited, let's say. Star Wars Unlimited is obviously Star Wars, which is owned by Disney. But I believe the license that Star Wars Unlimited have is not like, they can't be the only Star Wars card game, right? If I went around and I had a bunch of money and I wanted to go make a Star Wars card game, I could still do it in theory. Whereas the Disney situation with Disney Lorcana, I keep burping. It's like very much Disney are very, very hands-on with it, which is evidenced by the fact that, for example, Disney Lorcana is in the Disney stores. It's also evidenced by the fact that the Disney Lorcana Championships, such as this one that we've got this weekend, is at Disneyland, and the Worlds is at Disney World, right? And therefore, if Disney are all over it and very, very heavily involved, that issue of licensing is surely not going to be such a big issue, right? Which is very exciting, mate. I've said from day one, if Disney Lorcana creates a digital client, it is going to be the biggest card game in the world. It will be. I don't even think it's up for debate. Okay, obviously I'm being slightly hyperbolic here, but genuinely, the amount of content creators I know from other card games that would hop straight on Disney Lorcana as their full-time gig if it had a digital client is through the roof. People are absolutely desperate for a digital version of Disney Lorcana. It's an incredible game, which honestly, even for me at the moment, I struggle to maximize the amount I get out of Disney Lorcana because it doesn't have a digital client. If I want to go and play a fun deck, right, I have to take it out of my binder, I have to sleeve it up, right, and then I play it and I realize, oh, it sucks. Whereas if there's a digital client, suddenly I can play a Bruno Madrigal deck, I can build one, have fun with it for an hour, and then forget about it forever. I don't have to unsleeve all the cards and put them back into my binder and go to locals and get beat. And then suddenly, if you've got a digital client, you've got a place where you can do lots of testing and really be creative, and then you go to your locals and you show everyone your brand new awesome deck that you've been practicing with and you've been tinkering with for the last week and changing which cards are played in the deck and all that. And suddenly you've got a way more diverse metagame as well at your local scene. Like, ultimately, the thing that is key for a online version of Lorcana is that it makes the physical game better. And I think the crucial thing in that is that it never made sense to release a digital platform when the game came out, but it also makes no sense not to release a digital client at some point. I always felt it was inevitable, and it's so exciting that we're getting this. The thing is as well, the Lorcana card pool is not that big. It's about 1,200 cards, and most of them, most of that 1,200 cards are pretty bad. Let's be honest. Like, most of it's just pack filler. A lot of them don't have that many complex abilities. The overall state of Lorcana is there isn't loads of complex interactions and things like that. It really shouldn't be that hard to create a client of Disney Lorcana. I think the thing that's really important, and what this kind of job title is hinting towards, is it's about creating also live operations. By the way, is really, really actually a key word, because this means constantly updated, right? Are you going to have a battle pass for each set? Are you going to have a battle pass for each month? Are you going to have online tournaments, live ops, right? Successful launch and live operations of digital game extensions, creating a cohesive ecosystem with our tabletop. Oh, it's so exciting, guys. So when can we expect this? Well, the job has just been announced. Let's say they hire someone by the end of February, right? Well, let's just say by the end of the month, right? Maybe 2 years, 3 years, right? It can't be that far off. I don't think it should take that long. I'm sure, they already have a plan from years. If they're going to release a multiplayer version, I'm fairly sure they were always planning on. As soon as I saw Digital Lorcana, it's okay, well, obviously they're going to have a online client at some point. And I think the more I thought about it, you're not going to have one immediately. You're going to have one after 2 or 3 years. They could just buy the Pixelborn app and perfect it. They definitely could not. Not a chance. It will be something from the ground up. I just think that is just not something that Disney would be interested in doing. Anyway, let's look at some of the other stuff on here. Essential functions. Own the digital game P&Ls, guys. What's that? P&Ls? And interestingly, it doesn't say digital games here. It says digital game. Digital game. What Ravensburger product is there? Hey, Rob, great to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Any predictions for what deck's going to win this weekend? Any player predictions? Own the digital game. P&Ls, guys? What does P&Ls mean, do we think? Management of the production and live operation budgets, planning, tracking, optimization of spends and revenue modeling and forecasting, ensuring positive return of interest. Clearly and timely communicate digital game strategy and executional details across internal stakeholders and development partners. Own the digital game profit and losses. Interesting. Digital game. Not games. Game. Game, guys. Game. Collaborate with external developers on crafting and delivering commercially viable, best-in-class digital games that connect with our tabletop games. Now, that makes sense, right? Okay, Ravensburger have got a bunch of games. Realistically, there's not really anything that comes to mind for me right now that you would have a digital client for that's not Disney Lorcana. But what's stopping them doing more? Ravensburger is a massive company. It is huge. They make so many games, right? So, okay, they've got Disney Lorcana as their TCG. But what's stopping them at some point having another TCG? I don't know. If they've already made one TCG, there's no reason within 3 years they might be all right, guys, we've still got Disney Lorcana, but we're also making the I don't know, the other thing imaging a Bobber game. Hooray! I mean, I doubt it. Hey Ed, what's up? Villainous is a digital game. Yeah, Villainous is the one that comes to mind. I don't know though. I've only played it once. I can kind of see it. Collaborate with external developers on crafting and delivering commercially viable, best-in-class digital games. So, external developers, that's also a key point, right? Ravensburger are not they're not digital developers. So it would make sense that they work with an external studio that they give all the instructions to. When it's regionals, it's in about an hour and a half. This is like the pre-game lobby. This is the waiting room. Manage licensor relations, including approvals. Well, I know firsthand that Disney approvals is a thing. Everything that is within Disney Lorcana needs Disney approval. So, for me, this is just more evidence that it's for Disney Lorcana. Own and deliver internal presentations and reports for product plans, feature prioritization, schedules, and milestone progress, stage gate reviews, game performance metrics. So own and deliver internal presentations and reports. So you're giving reports internally, if you're getting this job, on budgets, player experience, on budgets, feature prioritization, schedules, and milestone progress, state gate reviews, game performance metrics. Sure. Identify, communicate, and mitigate risks to timelines, budgets, and player experience. Educate, train, and coach development partners on Ravensburger game-specific product strategies, creative direction, style guides, and consumer insights. So, development partners. Like Ravensburger aren't going to be making the digital client themselves on their own. They're going to be working with a external development partner, which I imagine they might have already selected. Maybe even flipping 2 years ago, right? Maybe even 2 years ago. So it's possible there's already some sort of digital client that has the core game mechanics already coded within it, but then it's going to be like all about, okay, I think the thing is I feel like coding the actual game is not that difficult. Now, let me rephrase that. For a big company like Ravensburger, who has a lot of money probably, and for Disney, who also, I think Disney have a bit of money too, like, it's not going to be that difficult for them to code Disney Lorcana as a digital game, right? Like, the mechanics are just not very complex. I mean, if we look at Gwent, which I was just playing, within Gwent, you've got, like, order abilities where you click the order and you damage a card and you can select which card you damage. Lorcana doesn't have that, right? Lorcana is a physical game where you just play a card and it does something. You select a target. That's all you really need. You need a one click and click. It's not that difficult, right? For a big, massive team. However, what is going to be complex is how do you have the game, like, what's the progression like on the game? What's the menus going to be like? How does the game relate to the paper game? How do we get people playing the online version involved in the physical versions and going to their local game stores? How is the monetization? How do pack openings work, right? How do people get their collection? That is the more complex part. They've already got the game, mate. They already have the flipping game, and it is designed incredibly well. Like, the gameplay and the deck building in Disney Lorcana is absolutely fantastic. So and it's quite simple. So I think actually the bigger task, and what's actually going to take a while on this, is working all those systems out, right? I don't think it's going to take them particularly long to code the game and have like a working game where you know, like just a client. That part's not the tricky part. It's working out how the ecosystems interact with one another. You basically want the digital game to bring more people to the physical game. That's the main thing. You're really looking for a digital client, right? The digital client brings more people to the physical game. The digital client makes content much easier to make for creators, right? Because currently, the bar for entry to make good Disney Lorcana content is really high, right? Like, I've myself invested thousands of pounds into equipment just to make Disney Lorcana content, and I need access to all of the cards physically, and I need to sleeve things, and I need to go to my game store, I need to set up. It's a lot of effort. I love it, but the barrier to entry is really, really high, which means you don't have that many people doing it. Whereas suddenly you release a digital client, there's way more interest in the game because it's really easily accessible for everybody, including people that have never been to a local game store in their life. Like, we are going through a massive boom in mobile card games in particular. Marvel Snap made so much money, and then we've got Pokemon Pocket also absolutely caking it in. But you know what, guys? These games suck. I'm sorry. They suck. I hate them both. I absolutely hate them both. Spoiler, disclaimer, I actually think Marvel Snap and Pokemon Pocket are very, very good games. But they're money-making games, right? The actual gameplay, the actual deck building, not for me. Especially on Pokemon Pocket. Whereas Marvel Snap, is incredibly well designed and incredibly impressive how much depth and how much strategy they've managed to get into a game with 12 cards and 6 rounds. Marvel Snap is honestly a complete and utter engineering feat. I think the developers did an incredible job. I just don't like the game. I did it first, but maybe my 1,000+ hours in it has left me to... It's just not for me. But Diz and Lorcana, 60 card decks, deep gameplay, woo! On mobile, woo! Links with an actual physical TCG. Oh my goodness, it's going to be huge. And it's Disney, guys. And Pixar's coming. We've got Pixar coming to Diz Lorcana. Are you kidding me? Pixar? Oh my goodness. This is going to be humongous. It really, really is. Drive collaboration across the Ravensburger marketing product and brand teams and external game developers to ensure a seamless and integrated fan experience. So, Ravensburger marketing product and brand, external game developers, again, to ensure a seamless and integrated fan experience. Research and synthesize trends in the digital gaming space and being the expert on our competitors. Arguably Marvel Snap, arguably Pokemon Pocket, arguably Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh! One Piece doesn't have a client. Flesh and Blood doesn't have a client. Pokemon's client, like their actual TCG client, very, very poor from what I've heard. But the Pokemon Pocket, like dumber version of it, is making absolutely tons of money. It is absolutely caking it in. So I would say that who are their competitors? I would say number 1 is Pokemon right now. Number 2, historically Magic. But then also, as soon as you're moving into the digital space, you've suddenly got Marvel Snap Second Dinner, because they're making another card game, I believe. And Pokemon Pocket, right? As your other big competitors, arguably. Be a steward of Ravensburger mission and model our values. Travel is expected approximately 10%, including international travel. If you're just tuning in, guys, the stream starts in an hour and a half. Like the actual event. I feel like there's not enough Lorcana on Twitch to make it interesting at the moment. Yeah, but that's because the barrier is so high to creating content. There isn't enough content. But that's because it's really difficult to make content. Even myself, I find it pretty exhausting to just try and make nothing but Lorcana content. Even when I have all the equipment, it is a lot of effort sleeving up a deck to make a deck guide. Right? You build a deck, you sleeve up the deck. It's a lot. It gets really messy. It's really difficult. However, just waking up, putting on your flipping tracksuit bottoms, pressing go live on OBS and slamming some games on a digital client for 10 hours. Now that is not very difficult. Right? And then you're going to have, trust me, too much Lorcana content. Like when this digital client comes out, mate, the Lorcana client, like you're going to go on Twitch, Disney Lorcana, and you're going to be scrolling down and scrolling down and scrolling down and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling because everybody and their nan is going to be trying to stream it. Everybody. And who can blame them? What's the knowledge, skills and abilities? 10 years of hands-on experience in game development, including full life cycle experience in developing and operating mobile and or PC games. Right? You can have a mobile version and you can have a PC version. Why do you need both? Why is it important to release with both? Right? Well, because for mobile, that's where most of your users are going to be. But for PC, it's very important to have at least a mobile port version on PC because that's where your content creators are going to be playing, and that is where therefore your viewers are going to be digesting content from. So I actually think a mobile port for PC is not enough. I would very much like to see a full PC version of the game that comes out at the same time as mobile. And obviously you just have an account link. Marvel Snap had a mobile port initially, and it was fine. And eventually they released like a full on Steam. The thing is as soon as you're releasing a mobile port on PC, that means that your content creators are in control of making how the game looks for the viewers, because you're not just going to have the mobile screen as the full thing. You're going to chop it up on OBS, and it just doesn't look as good. And I think that you want people to have when they're viewing and digesting Lorcana content, you want it to look good, mate. You want it to, not only that, you want it to look like what the players who are playing the game see. If you're chopping up the screen to fill out, the YouTube page, it's not going to look quite right. And the alternative is that a YouTuber just has the small screen, so you've only got like a third of the space being used up. That's a worse alternative. So I think it's really important to release a fully fledged PC client alongside a mobile version. They won't. I mean, you say they won't make a digital game. Are you reading? Are you seeing what we're reading? What do you think this is for? Do you think Disney Villainous is suddenly out of nowhere looking for someone that's got significant experience developing and or producing digital TCGs? Hello? Like, I mean, could you, it's literally in black and white right here, mate. Of course they're making a digital client. Of course they are. This is just undeniable proof that it's coming. I mean, I always thought it would, but there was always a possibility that there was licensing issues, but clearly they're making one. Maybe it's not for Disney Lorcana. Maybe it's for Ravensburger's new upcoming TCG. It's going to be called the Ravensburger TCG, and every single board game has a different card. No? Yeah, I didn't think so. Significant experience as a senior or executive producer with a game developer or publisher. Wide and deep understanding of the game industry, business models, and gameplay nuances, especially as it pertains to live service games broadly and TCG specifically. I mean, it's literally, unequivocally, undeniably, a digital client is coming to Disney Lorcana. With I put the asterisks on that, I have zero intel, and I'm completely basing this off all of the public knowledge and info. Experience managing AA game development budgets. AA? Why not? I guess it's not AAA. AAA is like flipping God of War or something. Practical experience in settling, guiding and evaluating production processes, proven success in leading cross-functional teams through influence and mutual trust, able to craft and deliver presentation on strategy and executional details, progress and results, as well as on industry trends and best practices, experience working internationally with colleagues, partners and players, passion for CDGs and affiliate for Disney. Oh my goodness. It sounds like we're getting a digital client, guys. Existing Disney Lorcana TCG knowledge or an eagerness to deeply learn. Strong collaborator who is comfortable having vigorous and positive debate, works to find win-win solutions, and ultimately pulls teams together with an inspiring vision and timely and clear communication. Test and learn innovator who combines best practices, data, insights, and intuition. Naturally curious, seeks to learn from others and listens to understand. Game design degree or other professional training is a plus. Hype! I'm hyped. Disney Lorcana online client coming to a mobile and PC near you. Happy days. When do we think it can be ready? I have no idea. I'm no expert in this. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, guys, please give the stream a like. I appreciate it. I do very much appreciate it. This is the watch party for the Disney Lorcana North American Championships. It starts in an hour and 20 minutes. Let's look at the other job descriptions that they've got and see if there's anything else in here which gives us some more intel. What is an SAP systems analyst? Bridging the gap between the technical SAP system and the business processes with R&A focused on SAPD and supply chain. SAP SD. This role will have in-depth knowledge of the business processes, how they're mirrored in SAP. SAP, guys? Anybody? Vane, I will definitely imagine that there's going to be an ecosystem in place where they want to avoid that feeling, Vane. They want, for what they're looking for a digital client is quite clear, right? Firstly, you want the digital client to enhance the Disney Lorcana experience for players that are currently invested in it and playing it, right? That's the first thing. You want it to enhance the current playing experience for people who are currently playing Disney Lorcana already. Okay? Moreover, to be fair, but that is one part of it. The second part is probably the bigger part. You want the digital client to bring in new players to your physical game. But these two is not, like, I think what Magic the Gathering has is it has a paper game and it has a digital game. And there's very little overlap between them, right? That's not what Disney Lorcana are going to do. Absolutely not. Like, we are in 2025. digital clients for physical games are much more like, I would imagine they've had this planned out from day one, right? I really, really would. Why the heck is there QR codes in the packs, mate? Come on. I always thought that. Digital, physical. The physical makes the digital better, and the digital makes the physical better. Bam. Profit. Happy days. Some sort of software. Okay, so honestly, this is a bit over my head. So marketing manager in North America. Seasoned marketing executive with 5 or more years of experience in the gaming, entertainment, or collectible industry. Marketing manager for North America. Develop and execute North American marketing strategy. Work closely with the global head of marketing. Marketing campaigns across all channels, including digital, social, print, and events. Own the North American go-to market strategy. Collaborate with product teams, ensuring that marketing plans align with product development. Analyze marketing trends. Cool. So some sort of like marketing manager in America, which is probably like also going to include social media stuff. And there's a web producer. Disney Lorcana digital marketing producer who reports to and works with the digital marketing manager to execute and manage DisneyLorcana.com projects, including updates, redesigns, and new digital experiences, while partnering the digital center on updates to the Disney Lorcana companion app. So we obviously know that the companion app exists already, and it has a really good deck builder, and there's already like all these digital assets, which I always thought was interesting. Like as soon as with the app, the fact they've got all these digital assets. But does this point towards like the companion app being the go-to? Because a companion app is different from an app, but maybe it could still be, right? The digital Lorcana reports to works with the digital marketing manager to execute and manage DisneyLorcana.com projects, including updates, redesigns, and new digital experiences, while partnering with the digital center on updates to the Disney Lorcana companion app. So the digital center. So this is saying that they're going to be doing updates to the website, but they're also going to be working on new digital experiences, partnering with the digital center on updates to the Disney Lorcana companion app. Might be a different app. There might be two apps. You would imagine it's all going to be in one, right? You wouldn't imagine there's any need to have two apps. Again, you want the physical game and the app to coincide and improve the other one, right? So having two separate apps kind of doesn't achieve that, I would wager. So you would imagine that the Disney Lorcana companion app is just going to become the online mobile client version of the game, perhaps. Not sure on that. This position partners with cross-functional teams such as marketing, game design, and PR to develop best-of-breed web pages and experiences that excites and delights every player segment, from the TCG player to the Disney fan. The digital marketing producer is responsible for managing the website and executing feature and publishing priorities defined by the digital... All right, cool. So, it looks like we're getting a digital client for Disney Lorcana. There you have it. But there's another thing I wanted to show you. We're going to look at the Reddit posts and see what Reddit has to say. But there's something I wanted to show you on the Disney Lorcana Twitter page from a while ago, because it also caught my eye. And I was doing a little bit of like scrolling through today, looking at some bits and bobs. If you've got a digital client, you need music. Well, Disney's got quite a lot of that, haven't they, mate? But what else do you need? You need moving cards, right? So the game I come from, Gwent, my original background, Gwent, one of the best things about Gwent is you have a standard card. Oop, only one eye, please. You have a standard card that looks like this. See this card? All right. That's pretty nice. But you know what's nicer? If I can spend in-game resources to turn it into that. You get me? Hello? Unbelievable. So you can be damn sure that every single Disney Lorcana card is going to have a moving version. You can be damn sure of it. And look. Wait for it. 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 Here we go. Look at this. Hello? The first sign of a digital premium card, because that's what they're called in Gwent, premium arts, where it's a moving picture of a card. There you go. It's Disney Lorcana, the digital client with moving card arts. It's happening. It just is, right? It is just happening. Now, the mobile app as well, which I'll just show you on my phone, the mobile app does have like a little bit of movement on the cards, I think, but not really, right? I think this is the only example we've seen of like a proper moving artwork. Like, are they really making this with the artist just for this little bit? I don't think so, mate. I don't think they would make a whole flipping moving artwork piece just for the Twitter post. You know? So, if you go onto the app, right, here's Ariel. It's not moving in any way, is it? There's nothing on that. It's not moving. So I don't think we do have moving cards. What maybe the exception would be is on a enchanted card on the app. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, by the way. But on the enchanted cards, when you move it, you can see there's like sheen on it. But that's not the same, is it? That is not the same. I mean, that's still cool. That's the closest we've got to digital assets on the app moving. But that, I mean, that just looks like something straight out of the video game. Hey, Humphrey, thank you so much for the raid. I am so excited for digital Disney Lorcana. I mean, this also begs the question, right? If we go look at all of the cards, if we actually like look at the way the cards are designed, for example, because this would have had to have been planned from day one, right? This could not be a new thing. If they're going to have digital, like, moving versions of each card, surely even a card like Lilo, when it's being designed by the artist, is being designed with the fact that this card is going to move in some sort of way. Right? Like, surely that's not something you do retroactively. Am I wrong in thinking that? And let me tell you, I would be absolutely, unequivocally shocked if there is not moving card arts in Disney Lorcana digital client. What's the point of a digital client if the cards aren't moving, mate? That is just a completely free bag because that gives you upgrade progression. Like, if you think about Disney Lorcana right now, if you've got a full collection, what do? You get some foil cards. All right. Okay. You get the moving cards on the digital client. Oh, yeah. That's something to work towards. That's something to keep sinking money into the game for. That's where your whales are. And if you look at Marvel Snap and Pokemon Pocket, which are arguably the Disney Lorcana mobile app's biggest competitors when it comes out, those games make a lot of money from the 1%. They sink the 1% of players in those games are probably 99% of the profits, right? You're wrong. You can retroactively animate a still image with enough work. Yeah, I'm sure you could, but is that like? I'm sure you could, but you really think that would be their approach? To be like, all right, we're probably gonna have a digital client down the year, and we're probably gonna have moving art on it, but let's not even consider that when we make our first set of cards. I really doubt it. Like, Ravensburg is a big old company. Disney are very on board with this game, right? And even without a digital client, it's already the 5th biggest TCG in the world. There's just no way that they were ever not planning on having a digital client, if you ask me. Unless the game releases and it doesn't do very well. Sure. But let's be honest, that was never going to happen. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Hey Magnus, what's up? Imagine all of these animated, mate. That is going to be absolutely popping off. All right, let's look at the subreddit thoughts. There was 2 Reddit posts about it. There was a couple different ones. Let's see what the Redditors are saying. Hopefully we get in a few years. Doubt this means anything comes soon. My only counterpoint to this is lots of TCGs have digital models they can draw from to speed up the design. Lorcana has very small card pool and simple mechanics. If you told me we'd have an initial release in 2026, I would be slightly skeptical but not totally dismissive. I think 2026 is the most likely. I'm going to go ahead and put my head on the line, stick my neck out and say I think this is coming out in 2026. Why 2026? Well, because we've got Pixar in 2025. Yeah, this is my subreddit, mate. As you can see, it's very very popular. When was the last post? Only 3 years ago. Very active. Yeah, 2027. Agree. It's not going to be later than that, mate. It's not going to take that long, bruv. We're in 2024. Do we really think it's going to take to 2028? Absolutely not. I think 2026, mate. I'd be surprised if it's not. I really, really do. I'd actually be surprised if it's 2027. I think that's very far away. How do you think they'd implement the mini games that they added since Ursula's return? That's actually an interesting point. Imagine Ursula's return co-op mode on a digital client. Damn. I don't think that would be remotely necessary. I mean, that's actually, if you look at like Ravensburger games that would benefit from a digital client, maybe like that kind of version, right? That would, it's kind of a different product in a way. Yeah, it might be 2028, but I don't think it's going to be any later than that. Ah! I spilled my can of Coke all over my poor Bell playmat. Guys, if you heard a scream, it wasn't me, alright? It was my next door neighbour. She's so noisy. She's very high-pitched. I would never scream like that. Yo, Cloud, thank you so much for the Prime. When does coverage start? It starts in 1 hour and 7 minutes. So you're not missing anything, don't worry. This is the pre-party. We're in the pre-game lobby right now. But I am going to be watching all of the champs. After we've looked at this, I've got my set championship. I played in the Scar set championships for Azerite C yesterday with other content creators. And we're going to watch some of my games back. So we've got cool stuff happening while we're waiting. Can't wait to buy the digital version of cards I already own. Sarcasm. Okay, the Reddit comments really aren't that interesting here. Perhaps the other one because it was shared first. We got less upvotes though somehow. Server error. Brilliant. Good job, Reddit. Yeah, I think it also made like, do you really want to like release Pixar in 2025 and you have a whole year of like nothing new? Doubt it. 2020, like it's like next year's the year of Pixar, and then the year afterwards is the year of the digital client. Maybe even get it before that. I would imagine 2026. I think that's a very reasonable guess. I wouldn't be completely shocked if it comes out next year. I don't think it's going to take that long. I think a bigger question is, would they be ready for it next year? Maybe. Like, imagine if Disney Lorcana digital client comes out, let's say January next year. Let's say it takes a year. Which, I mean, that's not a long time, but what do they have to do? They don't have to develop the game, guys. The game's already developed. They just have to develop the client. I don't think that takes that long. I don't know about you. I don't think that takes that long. I think it's a bigger question of when do they want to release it? I think if they wanted to release it in 6 months, they could do it. It took 6 years. Hearthstone is a game. You had to design the game and then design a client for the game. This is not the same thing. We already have the game. That is the hardest bit to develop. The game. The art. They are not designing a game. They are designing a digital way of playing the game and ecosystems which link the digital version with the paper version and improve each other. I think the bigger question is when do they want to release it, right? I don't expect it this year, that's for sure. But next year, probably a bit early. But imagine you've already got people playing, like, okay, let's imagine it comes out next year in January. And everyone's like, oh my God, digital Disney Lorcana in January 2025. Oh my God, 6 months later, Pixar comes out. Huh? Do you know how hyped that's going to be? that you've already got the digital version. You've already got all these new players. You've already got all these content creators switching to Disney Lorcana from other games. Because that is exactly what is going to happen when this game gets a digital client, by the way. Let me be very, very clear on that. Very, very clear on that. Your biggest card game content creators that you like watching in other games will play Disney Lorcana. They just will. And guess what? The game's absolutely fantastic. All right. And then 6 months later, after the apps come out, you suddenly have the release of Pixar then? I mean, I think that would create even more waves. But maybe you don't need a digital client at that point, right? Like Pixar being released is probably enough hype on its own. And maybe for the release of Pixar, Ravensburger actually want it to only be paper at that point, right? Maybe paper only at that point is actually what Ravensburger want, because that could get much more people into the paper version of the game. Anyway, I believe it when I see the official announcement. Okay, to be fair, this one didn't like link the thing, but I think like we've looked at it and it's pretty clear. All I ask for digital Lorcana is somehow tie physical packs in, even if it's how Pokemon does it. I just can't justify investing money all over again, and they will. Ravensburger are smart people. I wish the same thing. I can't do Magic the Gathering and Magic the Gathering Arena for the same reason. I'd love a way to use my physical collection digitally. I don't think you can have a 1-for-1. Better hire the Pixel one, dude. I don't think that's going to work, mate. I mean, I would love to see him hired. I would be well up for it. What a guy. I doubt it will happen, though, but... Poof, I would be well up for it, mate. That guy is talented. Very, very talented. All right, so that's my thoughts. I think there's a digital Disney Lorcana client coming. I think it's coming next year or 2026. It's coming 2027 latest. Surely. Next up, what are we doing before the Disney Lorcana North American Championships begins in an hour? Well, yesterday I was invited by Ravensburger to attend Disney headquarters in London for the Content Creator Set Championships. Now, I've got a very good record at these. I've never left one of these Content Creator Set Championships without a prize card. Look, Harlan claims he rolled.
No. If you say you did, I believe you. Please be 12. 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 I don't think it matters.
It wasn't 12, mate. It was not 12. So I posted a video on my channel earlier of the final of this tournament. So spoiler alert, I didn't win and I didn't make it to the final, but Harlan did. And spoiler alert, he won the whole thing. I mean, of course he did. But can I best him? I know it's 2025. I'm aware. I guess it is 2025. 2028 is so far away, though. All right, so it's me versus Harlan. So coming into this tournament, I had two decks I wanted to play. I had two decks I wanted to play, right? Uh-oh. That's not Amethyst Steel, guys. What? Guys, that's not Amethyst Steel.
So you're going first, I assume, my friend.
So, I'm not playing Amethyst Steel, guys. I'm playing Blue-Green or Sapphire Emerald. Let's look at my hand. All right. I almost played Amethyst Steel, but I just wanted to have fun, man. It's Content Creator Set Champs. It's good content in it. So look at my hand. I got Bend to My Will. Bend to My Will is a card which discards your opponent's entire hand. This card is absurd. It's so good. What I will say, I had 0 reps on this deck. I didn't practice with it at all. I played it a lot of it last set, and I spent a long time thinking about the list. But I very nearly played Purple Steel. If I wanted to try and win the whole thing, I would have played Purple Steel. There were 16 players. The top 8 gets prize cards. Show starts in an hour. So I was pretty... I already don't like this mulligan. I'm going second, so getting rid of how far I go and you're welcome, kind of fine. But I'm not super convinced. This is my first ever mulligan with the deck. Like, I know a lot more about how the deck works now compared to when the game actually was played, right? But I will say I have a lot of reps on this deck in a previous set. Definitely prefer the more aggressive. In fact, maybe what we'll do Do you know what? Maybe we'll do. Maybe we'll watch me versus Elmeister after this. We'll watch this first one first. Baymax into the inkwell. Mickey Mouse comes down. Do you know what we could do? Maybe rather than watch this, because these are long games, bruv. Do you know what we'll do? I got a better idea, because we've only got an hour. There's another video, because I recorded some bonus stuff. Let me just make sure I'm not showing anything I'm not supposed to. One moment. That's not loading. That's not good. 10th of Jan. I'm uploading some of it right now from my laptop to my PC or to the drive, and it's just seeming to be struggling a bit right now. Let me give the page a refresh.
We should switch this to red.
Players in EU.
Okay, better idea. This is me versus Earlmeister. This was not in the set championships. It was at the set championships, but it was after. I had all my equipment. I had a bunch of content creators there. I was like, do you know what? Perfect opportunity to record some games. I've been struggling with Disney Lorcana content a little bit in the last month, simply because I've learnt my lesson from previous card games I've played that it's very easy to overdo it and force it and get burnt out. The last thing I want to do with Disney Lorcana is get bored of playing it. I love the game. But for the last 7 or 8 months, I kind of slept, woke up, did Disney Lorcana. I've taken a bit of time off recently. But this is the perfect opportunity of the kind of Disney Lorcana content I want to make. Across the table, because we don't have a digital client yet. I think when the digital client comes out, it's going to be great to make content from home. But right now we don't, and I think doing the webcam games and stuff like that is something I don't love. So yeah, I was there, and I was like, "Hello, Earlmeister. Would you fancy an Amethyst Steel battle?" We actually played in the set champs, by the way. He got a 7. We were unsure if we do best of 3 or best of 2. We decided on best of 3. Game is out for 12 months. He slept on it for 9 of those. Huh? What do you mean? So Earl got a 10. He goes first. Now Earl's playing the more slow version of Amethyst Steel, which you'll never see me playing ever. Not a chance.
I personally think.
Mine's much more aggressive. So obviously me losing the die roll is a bit alarming.
I would wager, but maybe not. Maybe I'm faster.
But let's see if I can pull it off. So let's first look at my mulligan. I mulligan very, very differently to how most people would expect. So my opening hand is a 1-cost Diablo, which I'm never going to mulligan that away. And then it's Pete, Genie, the White Rose, Smee, and the White Rose. So I would imagine that everyone's going to expect me to keep the Smee and mulligan maybe the rest. No. I will not do that. I don't remember, but I can just tell you I'm not keeping that Smee. I would never keep Smee here. I just keep the Diablo and get rid of the rest, mate. Pretty much every single time. Yep. I'm not keeping Smee. Are you kidding me? Why would I care? See? I'm even talking I ain't keeping Smee. No way. My deck plays 16 1-cost characters, and the current version that I was playing at this event also has 3 Fire the Cannons and 3 Befuddles. 22 1-drops. I don't want to play a card on turn 2. I want to play 2 cards on turn 2. I want to do the Shin Miri special, the Shin Miri line of dreams. 2 1-cost characters is the best opening possible. That's why I don't like this slow version of... That's also why I don't play Calhoun in my deck, right? Don't get me wrong, Calhoun, amazing card. It combines very, very well with Elsa. And Calhoun, I think, in any other steel deck, I would play. But when you've got the quality of 1-drops that Amethyst has, you won't catch me playing Calhoun. I also want my uninkable count to be quite low, because I like this very, very aggressive mulligan. I draw another Smee anyway, which I'm not too unhappy about. I have 4 copies of pretty much every card in my deck. I only have 3 Elsas, controversial. I almost cut a Smee, but I cut an Elsa. Yeah, I can share my deck list shortly. That's the kind of hand I like. I like lots of 1-drops in my hand. I would like to see a Befuddle or Fire the Cannons. And he inks Olaf. I think... he's a joker, man. He plays Olaf and plays... I'd been moaning to him about how bad Olaf is. Why is he playing Olaf? I said to him already.
Olaf?
What? Olaf?
Play an Olaf.
Okay. Olaf's actually quite good.
Flipping Olaf, man. What is that card? That is... I mean, Kendall's been playing it. No, I'm not. Who's a very good player. Much better than me, but I don't understand. I ink Mr. Smee. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by that as well. Like, especially you got all these 1-drops. Why don't you ink a 1-drop? Because they're broken. They're absolutely busted cards. I don't want to ink a flipping... Smee. Ink a 1-drop. I'll just ink Smee. Smee doesn't draw me cards. Whereas like the Chernobogs, the Magic Brooms, the Diablo basically read gain 1 lore and replace self and thin your deck. Like, they're the cards I want, mate. Like, this Olaf is so bad compared to Chernobog's Follows and Diablo. Like, I cannot stress enough. This Olaf is absolutely awful. Not because it's that bad, but because of the card that you could be playing on turn 1, like a Magic Broom, a Chernobog, or a Diablo. It is so much worse, and you're going to see that. So I go Diablo. And then I'm not sure exactly what I've got to ink. There's a bunch of 1-drops. I've got an Elsa. I'm only playing 3 Elsas as well. Hey, Rachel, good to see you. I'm only playing 3 Elsas in my deck. So I think if I was playing 4 Elsas, I'd probably ink an Elsa here. But I know how important the Elsas are. Here you go. I got a Genie, a Fire the Cannons. So my choices is either Diablo, Broom, or Elsa. And look at my face. I don't like inking a Diablo. Like, you know, I've got... You know I'm unhappy about inking Diablo. Like, I thought long and hard about that ink decision because you have to be really sure when you ink one of these 1-drops. They are the most over-inked cards in the game by far. And Elsa goes into the inkwell, and I think Earl makes a pretty big misplay here. A big part of with this quest. I think this is this challenge. I mean, I kind of get it. The problem is that he has walked into a Fox. I was able to quest with my Diablo because if he goes Fox, he can take out my Diablo, but I still draw. Whereas he's walked into my Fox here. Like, I'm really happy to see this Olaf exerted if I have a Fox. And I believe I might top deck one. Olaf is to survive Fire the Cannon so you can bounce it. Sure, but it's just so much worse than the other 1-drops. Another Diablo ink. I think I just top deck the Fox and I massively punish this Olaf. Like, it is so bad. So here I have like an interesting decision. I'm always questing with both at this stage.
Foxy.
Like, this Olaf is so bad compared to this Diablo. It's absurd how much worse it is.
I mean, I guess.
It's a whole card less in hand.
So the logic.
So I think Earl made a pretty big misplay here. Like, my Diablo just traded up like 10 times on the Olaf. Like, giving me this opportunity to trade up on my Fox turn, I think it's like the first thing you need to do in Amethyst Mirrors is you need to win the Fox battle. I gave him no Fox value, right? The only thing he could Fox of mine was the Diablo, which replaces itself, which is why the Diablo was my turn 1 play, because it quests on turn 2 and it wasn't a Magic Broom or Chernobogs. I don't want to pop the Diablo. I just want to leave it there. I want to be able to quest with it. So that's why I played Diablo on 1, because then I quest with it on 2, and he can take it out, but I just don't care. It replaces itself. And then I go for the Broom and the other Diablo on 3. But here I've got like an interesting decision on which do I go for. So with the Fox, if I bounce the Diablo back, I'm drawing off the Broom, right? And then if I go for the Broom, I'm probably trying to play the Broom, quest with it again, and then draw with it.
I'm drawing.
Which seems it's like Dragon Shield Starry Night. I mean, like, I just think the Olaf's very, very poor. So I end up actually putting the Broom back. And I think this is a good decision. And I'm glad I paused for thought. My logic is that I'm going to be able to play this Magic Broom again soon, quest with it once, and then draw with it. Whereas like the Diablo, I don't want to really replay it ready. Like, having a ready Diablo does very little for me, right? A ready Diablo is basically doing nothing. And I think like a lot of people just pop Brooms way too much. But so far you can see like the Olaf basically is so much worse than Diablo. That's why I'm in a winning position so far. Like, I'm going second. My job as the player going second is to try and become the aggressor. And I've already achieved that, right? I'm ahead in lore. And, okay, I don't have more board presence. But Earl challenged my Diablo with his Olaf instead of questing. And I traded up. I also have 1 extra card in hand because I'm the player going second. Like, I'm already incredibly happy about how this game's gone. And despite being the player going second, I'm putting Earl in a position where I am the aggressor. And he's taking challenges. Like, instead of questing for 2 with Smee, he is taking out my Diablo. So this is a pretty good play. Strength to deal with my Fox. The thing is, right, this strength is one card less in hand. This was basically just a fire the cannons, but instead of fire the cannons, he also lost one law. So now the Fox comes through, and I think Earl says like he misplays here slightly. We were talking a lot. And Earl, basically, what he was supposed to do was something slightly different. He was supposed to challenge with the Fox, quest with the Smee. And because we were talking a bunch, like during these plays, we were like quite relaxed. It wasn't like an official tournament. I thought it was better to like just give him the extra 2 law here, right? Like we were talking loads, I was kind of distracting him. So basically we say he quests with Smee, he sings strength, and then he challenges with Fox, which is like the play he would have made if we weren't chatting, right? We were chatting about Olaf, basically. So I'm super fine just giving him that. It's not a tournament. So on 4, I find the Genie. Now, the thing that Earl got a bit unlucky about, arguably, I don't know exactly what they mulliganed on, is that they didn't play Genie on 4. When you're going first, you really want to play Genie on 4, because then my Genie on 4 feels pretty bad, right? Yo, Earl, what's up, man? Good to see you. Flipping Olaf. I'm an Olaf hater. I'm the president of the Olaf Hater Club. Hope you're good, mate. So I think I was a bit unlucky that they weren't able to go for the Genie on 4, because me, now being the player going second, I'm really happy with the start. I've got an abundance of cards in hand thanks to the Diablos. I put the Magic Broom back in my hand as well, ready to gain another law and just recycle. And overall, I'm just super happy with where we're at. Like, the strength was good on my Fox, but it was also 1 card less in hand, right? So now the Madamim onto the Fox is not exactly ideal. Like, I think Earl's not exactly got the best hand here. Like, he would have liked to have gone Genie on 4, which would have opened his hand up a bit more. Or like a Rabbit on 4, for example. But he didn't have that. So I think Earl's got quite unlucky here in that sense. And I'm just really liking my position. I got the Genie through and bam, another Genie. Happy days. And guess what? You remember that Magic Broom from earlier? Well, I've still got that Magic Broom in hand, ready to quest against once more, and then I can draw off of it, right? But look, I've also gained the Maleficent in hand. Like, look how many cards I have in hand. The Fox bounced something back. The Diablos have drawn me cards, but I've got 5 law. This is the power of the Brooms and the Chernobyls, and this is why in my mulligan I didn't even keep the Smee, and why I've been inking the Smee, because I value these Brooms, these Chernobyls, and these Diablos pretty much more than any other card in my deck. I genuinely believe that these are the best cards in the deck. The Brooms, the Diablo, the Chernobyl. So here, like, we were talking and saying, like, he was kind of saying, like, my Olaf's better than Maleficent. And I was like, okay, well, let's see here. So I haven't actually inked. I'm just saying I'm going to play it. Obviously, we're just playing, like, it's not a serious tournament. So I inked the Smee. I play the Maleficent. And this is like another example of why I like Maleficent. It's just applying lots of pressure. I have 1 ink spare, and I've suddenly got a card which is questing for 2. So it's 5-5. Despite me being the player going second, I am the aggressor. I have achieved what I need to do in the first few turns of the game, which is turn it into a game where I'm able to quest and Earl is forced to take challenges. That is basically what you're trying to do as an aggro deck when you're going second. But the Elsa comes through and puts in work here. It cleans up my Maleficent. But let's be fair, any 1-drop was getting taken out by Elsa here, right? Like, the Maleficent, super fine. I'd actually rather the Maleficent take that hit compared to a Magic Broom or a Chernobog's Followers. Because if Elsa hits the Magic Broom or the Chernobog's Followers, I lose 1 card draw, potentially. Whereas, like, the Maleficent was just a Maleficent and nothing else. I double quest with Genie. It's 9 law for me and 6 law for Earl. That's true, Olaf. That is true. Yeah, if it was Olaf, Elsa had no chance. Fire the cannons for Smee. Very, very efficient trade. Of course, 1 card less in hand for me. But, you know, Strength of a Raging Fire did something similar for Earl earlier. Bam! Captain Cranky Head. I'm playing 4. I refuse to play less than 4 Gantus. But also, like, this comes down to a, like, deck building philosophy. Like, I want my deck to zoom. I've kind of built it with a clear goal in mind, which is I want to apply a lot of pressure. And my goal is, when going second, not to necessarily fight for board control and the late game win. It's more to just try and, like, get an early lead in terms of board presence with things like Befuddle and Fire the Cannons, and then really try and ramp up the pressure with Gantu. So that's why I'm playing 4 Gantus. It quests for 4, mate. That's all you really need to know. I do think that Gantu is certainly not necessarily optimal. I think Befuddle and Gantu, most people wouldn't be playing, and maybe even not the Maleficents, and they would go for something slower. I would definitely never not play Maleficents. I would always play Maleficent. I think Gantu and Befuddle could easily be more tech and control orientated cards, and that might actually be a better idea. Things like Crabs, things like Bells, I wasn't playing any of. I personally prefer Gantu to Bell. And bear in mind, I played Bell back in the day, right? I played Bell in a set 4 content creator set champs before pretty much anyone else had played her. I haven't played in a month Amethyst Steel, so I think it was also another reason I didn't massively want to play Amethyst Steel is I feel like I might do the deck a bit of a disservice because I'm not really quite like the meta a month ago. I was like super confident. I had like a super clean list. It was super early on in the set. At this point, I had a bit of a controversial list with the Gantus, and also it's best of 3s in the tournament. I didn't really want to like lose die rolls and lose the game, which kind of feels like how it is a little bit, right? And then look at that. That magic broom, by the way, I think that is the same magic broom I bounced back to my hand on turn 3. It's just been chilling there, waiting. I've never inked it. Yeah, exactly. The Gantu makes sense for me in my deck because I've built it in a way where like the Gantu is really achieving my goals, which is to apply a lot of pressure. So I managed to take out Earl. I think he got really unlucky with his draws. He didn't find a single genie or a single rabbit, which is why I was able to out-resource him. But it wasn't a close game particularly. I mean, it wasn't that far off. He was catching up. I do think that Olaf really let him down in this game compared to like the 1-drops which draw cards. Like a magic broom instead of this Olaf, for example, right? If this Olaf was a magic broom on turn 2, on his turn 3, he challenges my Diablo with Olaf, like he did, and then he can draw with the broom, right? Whereas what ended up happening was the Diablo, Olaf takes out Diablo, and then I take out his Olaf with my Fox. So I think what I was interested in is actually seeing the mulligan of Earl as well, to see if it was maybe something in the mulligan which could have helped him. Of course he plays look at that face, he loves it. That was a good little screenshot. He wins the die roll and he's a very, very happy boy, and who can blame him? I lost it. Sad. So I'm pretty interested to see the mulligan from Earl. This is taking ages to rewind. I haven't actually got the file downloaded on this PC. It's in my Google Drive, which is why it's taking so long on the rewinds. If it was like obviously downloaded on my PC already, it would not be such a faff. This is taking ages. I think we've already mulliganed. So I'm really interested to see the mulligan here. Yeah, this is from the content creator. No, this was actually not. This was a bonus game. I did not play Purple Steel. I played Emerald Sapphire. And Earl absolutely cooked me in the actual tournament. This was like a bonus game that Earl was super up for when I suggested. We were both kind of waiting around. Unfortunately, you can't quite see Earl's mulligan clearly. Yeah, not sure. Wow, Rachel, that is mean. That is mean. If you guys are just joining us, the North American Championship starts in 40 minutes. This is kind of like our pre-match lobby for it. And I'm just showing some highlights from my recording sessions. My recording session yesterday at the Content Creator Set Champs. This was not in the Set Championships. I did not play Purple Steel. I played Emerald Amethyst or Green Purple. You got some good Japanese food? Mate, that's nice. I squeezed in a little stream last night, so I had a productive evening. What was my record? I did not snag a scar, sadly. I had the same record as people that did. I think the people from 5th to 11th were all 2-2. I was 2-2, and sadly, no scar. But honestly, I have no regrets at my deck choice. It was so much fun. Let's actually try and zoom in on my mulligan, because obviously I'm used to my setup. I'm always quite good at like trying to show the mulligan off. I've got better at it. Because the mulligan's quite difficult to capture IRL. What you'll see, because I'm going second again. What you'll see I do when I mulligan is I basically mulligan anything that isn't a 1-drop. It is lagging. So I've got a weird hand here, and I actually remember I missed mulligan here. I get this wrong. This mulligan was actually a really bad mulligan. Which for someone that's got so many reps with this deck is quite poor from me, but I think I lose this game in a mulligan. Spoiler alert, I lose game 2. But my hand is not good, but why is it so laggy, bro? This is annoying me, man. I pay good money for this. So I had like befuddle. In fact, I'm actually thinking of keeping it. My hand was like Smee, befuddle, fire the cannons or something. I had like 2 fire the cannons, 2 befuddles in my hand. And I'm thinking at the moment here of keeping befuddle, fire the cannons, and Maleficent. And I believe I get rid of the befuddle. That's the game losing play. Right there, I lose the game. Game losing decision, that. I just lost the game with that play. Horrible decision. Really, really poor. Like, you're playing befuddle against someone with Calhoun, and you're going to mulligan it, bruv? Really? And Smee? And you're going to mulligan it? Really? Oh, come on, man. That is such a troll decision. Oh, well. You live and learn. My concern was that I only had the 1-drop Maleficent, and I really wanted to find more Maleficents. But, like, even if I find Snake, right? Yo, Bake, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, I get the mulligan wrong. Earl misses his turn 1, and I go Maleficent. And you're about to see why the heck I needed that befuddle so badly, right? You're about to see it. He goes Calhoun. Oh my goodness. Imagine a 1-drop plus befuddle here. So in my defense, if I had the second 1-drop in hand already, I would have kept befuddle and fired the cannons. But I was worried that I wasn't going to find another 1-drop. And so I wanted to take that extra mulligan by getting rid of the befuddle. But if I have befuddle in hand here, I am doing what my deck is looking to do, which is, despite... I'm also on 2 lore here, right? Despite being the player going second, I'm trying to get the game state into a position where I am the aggressor. That is what my deck is trying to achieve. And that's why I believe that my version of Purple Steel is the best version of Purple Steel, because it's so good going second. Despite being an aggro deck, I'm looking to play befuddle or fire the cannons on this turn and go really, really turn the burner on. But instead, I don't have befuddle. I go for Snake on 2. That's not great, is it, mate? That's pretty slow. Whereas, if I had the befuddle, I could have maybe gone Chernobog's Followers befuddle and still have Maleficent down on the board. My goodness. So this is from the Content Creator Champs, but this is basically a bonus. This is a bonus video. Earl and I played each other afterwards. Of course, Crab does nothing here. Calhoun's probably not going to quest, I would wager. The best, thank you so much. It's like a bonus. It was like a grudge match, if you will, because Earl and I are both big Amethyst Steel fans. And Earl's got a good record against me. He usually beats me. He beat me in Scotland in an actual tournament. He beat me actually when we played each other recently in Disneyland Paris. We had a game and he beat me. He beat me in the Content Creator Set Champs. Spoiler alert. I lost my first 2 games. I lost to Harlan and Earl. And then I won my last 2, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough for the score. I finished 10th. Tied with 5th, basically, but the tiebreakers weren't too kind to me. It was a bit brutal. The 2 people I lost to were like top 5, so... But you're going to love the video. It's really good. I'm really, really excited. I played Bend to My Will, which discards opponent's entire hand. So here you see why befuddle would have been quite good. I go double fire the cannons. That is pretty bad, mate. I don't know about that, Chief. I'm not even sure I was supposed to do that, but it just comes back to my poor mulligan, right? It just comes back to my poor mulligan. Like this entire game comes back to my lack of befuddle. If I had befuddle, I was in a pretty damn good position. Now he has the genie on 4. He didn't get as unlucky as the last game, and the start's gone much worse for me. I didn't get like Fox trading up. Yeah, it's not looking that good. Oh, the mid-range version is definitely better in most matchups. The problem is you just lose to Ruby Sapphire. If you don't play Maleficence, you literally just lose to Ruby Sapphire. Like, you literally just lose. Whereas if you play Maleficence, it is very likely you're going to win 2-0. That's a big difference. You go from an 0-2 matchup to a 2-0 matchup in arguably the most represented deck in the highest level. That's why you will not see me without Maleficence. Being able to 2-0, especially like 2-game format, is the way that most of these tournaments work. And so you turn like a game where you're getting 0 points into a game, you get 7 points. Like, that's why the aggro version is better, in my opinion. Like, don't get me wrong. What's better in this particular matchup is going to be Earl's deck. He has more control. He has more late game control. So I'm unfavored in this one. And I think he got pretty unlucky in game 1 to miss the genies and stuff. But I'm ahead in lore again, right? I've continued to be the aggressor, but I was just too slow. I'm not far enough ahead. I don't have enough resources in hand. It just wasn't good enough for me. And it comes back to that mulligan. This is why I play Befuddle and I mulliganed it away. The Befuddle would have really, really flipped this game on its head. It wasn't like the Befuddle doesn't suddenly win me the game, but the Befuddle would have been a big, big difference for sure. Earl's not qualified for a challenge, I believe. I think he's got like a couple of top 128s. He's a good player. Like I say, I've lost to him a lot. Genie goes through. What's that the best exactly? Red blue. There was 24 out of 64. Wow. This is also why I just couldn't personally put red blue in the A tier. I think it's just so easy to beat. And you really don't make your deck that much worse in order to do it. I just don't understand how people let red blue be so good. It's really not very good. It's very, very easy to build your deck to 2-0 red blue in an Amethyst meta when you have goats and merfolks and foxes and stuff. Like, I just don't understand how you could play a deck which loses to red blue when you could just 2-0 it and it's so popular. To be fair in this tournament, it's actually another reason I wasn't that keen on playing Amethyst Steel. I basically expected one player in the 16 to be on red blue. So is it like really, like, I'm not really sure my aggro version of Amethyst Steel was a good metacal for this particular tournament. Because I basically could predict exactly what everyone's playing. And a lot of it was Amethyst. And I also feel like in a best of 3 Amethyst, like a lot of it's going to come down to the die roll. And I didn't really fancy just bringing like a deck that you guys have seen a lot of anyway. But suddenly you can see the game's kind of flipped on its head. Earl's got all the control in the world. Huge board. And he's slowly catching up. Only 1 card in hand for Earl, but I don't have an abundance of cards in hand either. It comes down to like double fire the cannons for a single Calhoun, which I maybe wasn't even supposed to go for, but I think moreover it comes back to my decision to mulligan away the Befuddle. I think also Earl made the correct decision not to quest with the Calhoun in the earlier game. I think it would have been a huge error for him to do so. He considered doing it on turn 2, but decided against it because I just would have been able to take it out of my snake and I would have been very happy with that trade. He's very happy at this moment because off the top, bam, it's Zeus. And this is where, like, this stage in the game, for my deck to win, I already need to be, you know, pretty far ahead. And I just didn't have enough in the early game. But yeah, like, genuinely, because I am kind of far behind the Amethyst meta, like I haven't played for a month, Amethyst is much more popular than it was before. Like, I'm not sure that my version that I'm currently playing here with no crabs, no bells, is that wise. Not sure, Super Saiyan. Is Chris Coy allowed to play? I believe not. I believe they might have been disqualified, but I could be wrong. I believe they might be disqualified. I could be wrong. So I decided to take out the genie here, or like challenge the genie with the Elsa. If I take out Smee, then genie could take out my Elsa while sticking around on the board. The tournament starts in 30 minutes. Happy days. You have to have crabs, maybe. I mean, that's what everyone tells me, but I decided, you know what? I'm just going to not play crabs. My version of this deck that I built had a clear goal in mind, and my mind was, I want to quest. If I put a crab in my deck, I am challenging. I want to quest. I don't know if it's correct, but this is the version of the deck I wanted to play, and this is the version of the deck that I would play if no one was telling me I have to play crabs. So I did it. I didn't actually play this deck in the tournament, mind you, but this was just the deck I had for this day. This is the version of the deck I would have played in the tournament. What was on? It was not a live stream. You're watching a recording. It was the Content Creator Set Championships. I posted a video to my YouTube of the final. This is basically just a bonus game that we played. And I thought it was a good one to show in the pre-game lobby because it's just the best of 3. I have a couple of Elsas. That doesn't work against Calhoun's. What doesn't work against Calhoun's? I have Befuddle. I have 3 Befuddles. Why am I playing Elsa to control the board? He's at 14 lore. It has Rush. I probably have like my other card in hand is probably like Chernobog's Followers or something. And like this comes back to, okay, you're not playing Bell and Crab, and maybe that's a mistake. They're like the 2 main cards I wanted to play, but I just wanted to do my own thing, man. I just wanted to play the version of the deck I wanted to play without like listening to rules like you have to play this card. I think there was a lot. Like, I was kind of expecting Earl to just move the Smee into the library there and let it banish itself. I don't really agree with the Fox play, but I can't stop him anyway. GG. I think it like just moves Smee into library. It's just 1 card extra in hand for free. I guess the Smee is also going to hand, but you can bounce something else back with the Fox, right? I think probably just moving Smee into library was a better decision there. But I guess he was like really applying the pressure. It was fine. I guess like he probably would have made a different play if it was tighter. But now we go to the game where I get to go first. Hooray! I did play Emerald Sapphire. This is a bonus game. This was a game after the tournament, just for content. Like, we're both in the same room. We were both waiting around. I was like, oh, I want to play. He was like, hell yeah, I want to play. We just wanted to play some Lorcana. All right, look at my hand. What am I going to get rid of? The Fox is the biggest question mark. I get rid of Smee every single time. I never keep Smee in this deck. Never, ever, 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 ever. I would never, ever keep Smee. Unless I have, like, the perfect hand. So I just get rid of Smee. Happy days. I'd rather it be in the deck. I don't want to ink it, really. It's like a top deck later, right? Like, I want to find Smee after I play Doc. I don't want to, like, put Smee into my inkwell. It just hasn't started. It starts in 30 minutes. Yes, on Dreamborn, I think. Whoop, almost. Right, this is my kind of hand. I just have 1 drops and a Fox. That's such an OP hand. Like, there's almost no way I can lose from here when I go first. Against basically any deck in the game, I would say. Like, honestly, you just shouldn't lose with a hand this good. The Fire the Cannons is the thing that's missing. I would say. I am also being quite hyperbolic. Because you definitely could. Things like Tinkerbell, grab your swords. I think Diablo. I play Magic Broom. Why Broom over Chernobog's Followers on 1? Because of Olaf. That's why I did it. Because of Olaf. Maleficent. Quest. What do I ink? That's a decision. I could befuddle the Chernobogs back, but that's kind of cringe. I just play the Chernobogs. I save the befuddle. Now, why am I not popping the Chernobog? Why am I not popping the Magic Broom, guys? So many people suck at Magic Brooms. No. Why would I? All right? So many people would pop Broom here, and it would be such a bad decision. Why am I not popping the Broom? Because I quest, my opponent challenges, we trade. I gain 1 lore, they gain nothing. If I banish my Broom, right? If I banish my Broom, I have 1 card less on board. I have a less wide board. This is absolutely essential not to draw with this Broom. I am super happy with him challenging my Broom. And he probably will, and it's probably the correct decision. So in other words, I gain 1 lore. Instead of 1 card in hand, he has instead of having 1 card in hand, he has 1 less card on board and 1 less card in hand. Right? I'm the aggressor. I have to be the aggressor. He goes Calhoun. And this is where I learnt my lesson from the last game. Because guess what? I didn't ink my befuddle. Because I'm not a fool. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I threw the last game in the mulligan. It still would have been a tough game for me. I think I'm unfavoured in this matchup. And the fact that I was able to win going first in game 1, I think was beyond huge. Double quest up to 4. Maleficent popping off already. And befuddle. Insane. That's why I'm playing 3 Befuddles and 4 Gantus, right? I've built my deck knowing what I'm trying to do, which is I'm not trying to like challenge with bells and or crabs. I'm just trying to be aggressive. It's a bit of a shame that I don't make use of that last ink. I did ink a Diablo instead of a Fox at one point, but it is what it is. I think I've got a couple of inkables in hand. In comes the Broom. In comes the Calhoun. I think at this moment in time we got told that you can play Japanese Lorcana cards. Japanese and Chinese Lorcana cards were allowed to be used in England and everywhere. How bad is the Precision Strike Steel mid-range? It's awful. You're going to get 2-0'd. If you don't play Maleficent, you're going to lose. To anyone, any half-decent player that doesn't brick, you are going to lose. Especially going second, you got no chance. Going first, I would wager against a very good red-blue player, you've got about a 1% chance. Maybe that's slightly hyperbolic. I don't know. You need Maleficents. You really do. You really, really do. Like, this Calhoun is not good in that matchup at all either, right? But here's what's really nice. Now I banish my Broom. Look, why am I banishing my Broom now? Because it was going to get taken out. Like, it's all about picking the moments to draw with Brooms and Churnabogs. That is the key to success with this deck. Now what I'm considering is I'm thinking, do I even ink? I'm only at 3 ink on the other side. Yeah, okay. It would be a little bit ridiculous to stay at that for now. And I had a choice between the Goat or the White Rose getting inked, so I inked the White Rose. Rabbit comes in. I obviously don't have Genie. Genie is like the turn 4 play I want to make when I go first, but I don't have access to it. Hey Jude, what's up, man? Hope you're well, my friend. So Broom. Currently Earl is trailing. Obviously, I'm just applying a lot of pressure as the player going first. Not sure I agree with the Calhoun quest there. Because honestly, I'm kind of down to take that Calhoun out. That Calhoun is a pain in the butt. Like, I don't take many trades, but if you're going to offer me a trade like that, I'll take it. So I do decide to quest with the Maleficent. And the reason I decide to do so is because he's threatening Elsa. If Elsa wasn't a card, or he was at less ink, I would not have quested with the Maleficent and I would have left it ready. But because I'm playing against an Amethyst deck, Elsa can rush in and take out Maleficent. If I was playing against a different ink colour which can't exert my Maleficent, I'm leaving it there. And I'm trying to quest and then bounce it back in the same turn to re-ready. Calhoun comes back. It's very similar to the deck I was playing with more, and it's slightly more aggressive. It's a bit more refined, but also, like, arguably worse. It's definitely better. Then the Fox comes through. But, like, I don't think... You wouldn't catch Moyen playing the version of the deck I'm playing. Pretty unfortunate top deck at this moment, because it's Gantu, and I'm only at 4 ink. If I was at 5, I would have been super happy. I'd just go Gantu and hold these 2 for the next turn. But then I go Doc, Maleficent. I have 2 ink to spare. Diablo Fire the Cannons is pretty damn good. But it's at this stage in the game where I now have no cards left in hand. When you get to the Doc stage, it's just about drawing more Docs, drawing more Genies. But also any card which bounces is another Doc, which includes Befuddle. This is why I really like Befuddle in this deck as well. If I top deck Befuddle right now, I can quest with Doc, Befuddle my Doc and replay him. That's pretty good. That is pretty damn good. Zeus or Maleficent, the power of the 1-drop! The power of Maleficent! Double quest. Big top deck. Very, very good top deck. I would say it's lucky, but it's the first Genie I've seen this game, so I don't know if it's that lucky. I think it was quite likely I was going to find one eventually, right? I could have found the Genie from the dock as well, right? But it was good. It was good turn to draw everything. I definitely am quite relieved that I found the Genie at this moment in time, because he's just used the Zeus on Maleficent as well. The broadcast is soon. 20 minutes. We're going to be watching it right here. Unofficially. Like, it's an unofficial restream. You can, of course, watch the official stream, but if you want to hang out here, we're going to be watching all weekend long. Another Genie! I mean, that now I would call that lucky. I think 1 Genie was kind of expected, and 2 Genies is a bit lucky. And there's the Smees that I've been mulliganing away. Remember, this Smee could have been in my Inkwell instead, but I mulliganed it away. And now it's a good top deck at this stage in the game. This is when I want Smee. Just a card which quest for 2 with 3 willpower. That is very hard to stop questing. That's why I'm playing Smee, not because I want to play it on turn 2. And he can't stop me. It wasn't close. It wasn't even slightly close, actually. Like, I've got goats and white roses in my deck and stuff like that, and foxes and snake, which bounce and re-ready. GG to Earl. Definitely game 1 was close. I think he got pretty unlucky with his... This is the thing with Amethyst Mirrors, right? When you go first, you have such a big advantage. The big game was the game 1. And he got quite unlucky to miss his genies. But yeah, I got the 2-1 win despite being on the draw, which I was really, really happy with the more aggressive version. So let me show you the version of the deck I played. The broadcast starts in 20 minutes. Big shout out to Elmeister. What a guy. Very, very wholesome fella. Always happy that he was like, hell yeah, I'm down to play. Which I think is pretty cool. I like playing Lorcana against other creators and being able to do it. Get to play, like, I really wanted to play that deck for some content. So the fact I got to play that is pretty awesome. Let me show you my deck. I think it's this one exactly. It's slightly different. I played... Yeah, it's slightly different. Let me actually edit to what I played. So basically, the things I was deliberating over, I had this... I'll show you what I had in my deck builder. And then I had to just decide to cut some cards. I had this. Yeah, I had this. So this is what I had in my deck builder. Wait. This is the tab, so I can reach out in the other. This is what I had in my deck builder. Basically 4 of everything with 3 Befuddles. I would actually quite like to play 4 Befuddles. I can honestly see a world it's 4 Befuddles. Befuddle on Snake is not even that bad either. Befuddle on Snake to rebounce a goat. Like, honestly, 4 Befuddles could be fine. So let's say it's actually like, I had this 64. Now, the extra cards I was kind of wanting to play some copies of is Crab and Bell. They're the only 2 I was really interested in. And I was very interested in. What I was definitely not even slightly interested in was this card. I was never ever playing any copies of this. If I was ever playing one, it would be one. But I have almost no interest in doing so. If I was, it would be 1 copy because I'm not keeping it in my mulligan. And why would I keep an uninkable 2-cost card? Why would I play a 2-cost uninkable card if I'm going to mulligan it away every game? Because trust me, I would mulligan the heck out of that. So this was my like 66 cards, if you will, that I wanted to play. Not 66. There's like 64 cards I wanted to play with like the Bell and the Crabs also being cards which I ended up cutting entirely but were very much considerations. Why did I decide to cut Crab and Bell? Because I decided I just wanted to be aggressive as anything, mate. I just decided, you know what? I think Bell maybe should be in the deck still. I think I could squeeze in a couple Bells. I think she's really good because she has an impact when she enters the board. But the thing with the Crab, as soon as you put Crab in the deck, like, actually, interestingly, at one point, Earl expected me to have Crab and was like, I don't want to give your Crab value. So I gained value from Crab by not even playing it. Pog. Like, why am I playing Pete? Because Pete's a card I've criticized in this deck before. Well, with Snake, it's a lot better. So, Snake is uncuttable. Moyen and I cut the Snake in the list for the NA versus EU, and it was a mistake. So the deck in the NA versus EU is based on the deck that I built in Seattle, which Moyen helped me a lot because he was my testing partner. So the thing is, the Snake massively overperforms. Snake is broken. Why is Snake broken? Well, you can bounce Doc. You're already playing Maleficence because you need to beat Ruby Sapphire 2-0, or you'd quite like to beat Ruby Sapphire 2-0 rather than lose 2-0. I certainly would. I would never leave home without Maleficent. There's not a chance I would ever play this deck without it. No way, Jose. Not me. I also like speedy decks, right? Let me be clear. You can play this deck as a slower mid-range version, but you are going to lose to Ruby Sapphire. And for me, I want to play a deck that can beat everything. I don't want to go into a tournament where I'm like, oh my god, fuck you, red-blue, I'm going to lose. I want a deck where I go into every single game and I know I can win. And this deck can do that, for sure. Without doubt. So Maleficent's there for Ruby Sapphire. Snake is good with Maleficent as well, right? It's good with Doc, so it's a good top deck when you're in that like late game stage. It's even quite good with Genie, right? You saw in the previous game, I was like down to 0 cards in hand. Well, suddenly a Snake off the top is great onto Genie, it's great onto Doc. It's good on Maleficent. It's good on Smee, right? You go Smee, Quest, Snake, replay Smee. And it's like readied again. It's so good. Like, Snake is non-negotiable times 4. It's an aggro deck. Basically, you have to play Snake. And Moyen and I made that mistake to cut it. It was the one thing I think we really got wrong in the deck list which we submitted, which was that Snake was a casualty to the deck when it really, really, really has to be a card that you play 4 copies of. And I'm sure he would agree with that. I've not spoken to him about it, but like in Seattle, he was testing with me, and we both agreed that Snake massively overperformed in all the testing. It was incredible. So Snake's in there, and suddenly Pete I don't hate. So Pete was in, one copy of Pete was in the version of the deck we played in NAEU, and I kind of hated the Pete. Like, Moya wanted to play 4, and I was like, we should cut Pete. However, when you play Snake, Pete is actually quite good, because you can go Pete on 4 or 3. Let's say you go Pete on 3, Pete on 4. Let's just play Pete on 4, right? You play a Pete on 4. You've got a wide board. Your opponent plays Ursula Deceiver of All, and you play Pete, right? Suddenly, next turn, I can either challenge with Pete for control or just quest for 1, and then Snake Pete on 5. And that is actually really, really strong. You can't do that with a Fox. That costs 6 ink. So if you go Pete on 4, you would need another Pete to repeat. But suddenly with the Snake, you can Pete on 4 and 5. Which is a huge deal, right? If you play Pete in the early game and you don't have a repeat the next turn, your opponent, you only delay their special card by a turn, and that's not enough. So suddenly, against Emerald Steel, you have Pete on 4, Pete on 5 with the Snake, and against Amber Steel Songs, you have Pete on 4, Pete on 5. Maybe Pete on 6, because then you Fox the Pete, right? So the Pete, like the Snake makes the Pete actually worth playing, and it makes the Maleficence much better, and makes the Dot better. It's just really good. So as soon as I was like, yeah, I'm playing Snake, I was like, okay, I'm also playing Pete's. And that's where basically the deck has changed compared to the NA versus EU. So then it's like, okay, we're at 66 cards. I kind of already told you guys, I decided for this tournament, I wasn't going to play any crabs. I think you probably should play 1. I think a weakness of my deck building is that I like to play like 4 copies of all the really good things. Because I find it like, so many people would cut Gantu, but I just look at this card and I'm like, how could I possibly play any less than 4 copies of this card? It's so good. I want to just top deck this card, right? I'm mulligan it away, and what card do I want to draw in the late game? This. So why would I play any less than 4 copies of it? It's so broken. This is going to win me so many games. It's insane how good this card is. By the way, Gantu won the tournament in Sapphire Steel aggro. And I would say this deck is definitely better than that one. Without a shadow of a doubt, actually. Don't get me wrong. Harlan's deck is absolutely cooking. Absolutely cooking. But I would say this deck is better. Like, would I rather play Amethyst or Sapphire for an aggro deck? You know, that's kind of the kind of thing. It's actually very similar cards. He plays Smee, he plays Gantu, he plays Pete, he plays Doc, he plays Baboom, not Fire the Cannons. But then I just get all this Amethyst stuff. Like, I think it's just quite clear that this is just a very similar deck to what Harlan played to win. But I would just rather pair it with Amethyst, right? Okay, so I decided I'm not going to play Crab at all, and I decided I'm not going to play Bell at all. But then I'm still at 64. So the first thing is I decided I can drop a Befuddle. And then I decided I'm not expecting much Emerald Steel, so I can drop a Fire the Cannons. And now I'm at 62. I also actually have warmed to the 3 docs. So Moya made the decision to submit 3 docs in the NA versus EU, and I absolutely hate it. I was like, Doc is like the best card. Why would we do that? Tournament's 10 minutes away, guys. Don't worry. Tournament starts in 10 minutes. You're not missing anything. And it's probably going to be a starting soon screen that is in 10 minutes, right? But the thing is with Doc is, in like the previous metagame in Seattle, which was set 5, cutting a Doc was completely unthinkable. But now there's Genie. And you're going to play Genie before you play Doc, which means you might not be docking until like turn 6. And there's a very, very good chance that you end up with 2 docs in hand. And you really don't want that. That feels really, really, really bad. You really don't want to do that. That is so bad. Because you end up inking something like a Chernobog or a Broom. Because you have this really bad second doc in hand. So I actually really like 3 docs now. I've really warmed to the idea with the Genies. If you're playing, like, I think Harlan was also on 3 docs in his version of Sapphire Steel. And I spoke to him, I was like, mate, I would definitely play 4 docs in your deck. But 3 is nice with the Genie. But I would definitely not play 3 in Haaland's deck. I think it's the main thing I didn't like about his deck. They only had 3 docks. I get it. Having 2 docks in hand does feel terrible. But I'm actually really warm to the idea of 3 docks. So then this card that I had to cut was the last really, really tricky thing. I am really, really tricky to decide on this. A lot of people might just submit this at 61 cards, and that would be a huge mistake. You're literally better cutting any single card in this deck, pretty much, maybe apart from Genie, than playing 61 cards, right? Like, you could basically just pick any card you want, even a goat, probably. Probably not Genie, because it is so powerful and it draws. But you could basically cut any card you wanted, and I would still say it's probably better to just do that than play 61. What cards are the non-negotiables to cut? Because that's what a lot of people get wrong when they're deck building. They cut the wrong cards. They'll be like, oh, I'll just play 3 Magic Brooms. No! That is like no! It's like the best card in the deck, mate. You never touch the Chernobyls. You never cut the Magic Brooms. That's rule number 1. You always play 4 of each. They are the best cards in the deck. You never go near them. It's not even a consideration. If you do, like, whenever a Magic Broom gets cut, especially in alternative universe, bangs their head against the table. All right? Diablo, I'm also not interested in cutting. I would never even consider it. Maleficent. Yes, serious consideration to play 3 Maleficents. I thought about it a lot. Why not play 1 Belle? I think 1 Belle would be a really good option. I probably should have. I just wanted to play all the other cards. Like, I'm finding it really difficult to even cut any of this. I want to play all of these cards. So if I'm fitting in tech cards like Belle, I think Belle probably should be in the deck. Don't get me wrong, I think she should. Probably 2 Belles. But I just decided I want to play Gantu more than her. So I think Belle would be a great addition ×1, ×2, crabs as well. I think you can't really go wrong with 1 crab. And I think I recognize that it's arguably a weakness of my deck building, that I really like playing 4 copies of everything. Because these are the best cards. These cards are better than Belle and better than crab. But as the card pool gets bigger, it's important to have maybe like a few one-offs, especially when you're playing Madam in Foxes and Snakes. You're bouncing it and you can replay the same card multiple times. I will never play 61. You just won't see it. I'm not going to play 61. No Arcasia's Island reveals? No, but you can probably expect some stuff this weekend because we had reveals at the European Championships and it's later than we would expect. So I'd be very surprised if we don't get some cool news today and tomorrow. So, Maleficent is one of the cards I considered cutting. It's uninkable. But the more I thought about it, the more I hated it. I just think this card's really good. I play snakes, I play foxes, which makes this really good. My whole kind of game plan I've built in mind is being aggressive. So I actually thought about cutting Maleficent, and then I thought, do you know what I would rather cut than cut a Maleficent? I'd rather cut a Smee. I've never cut a Smee from my deck, by the way, guys. Never. But I thought about it, I was like, no, I'd rather cut Smee than Maleficent, I'm pretty sure. I thought about Maleficent a lot, but I've kept my uninkable count low. And the big reason is, if you think back to my mulligan against Earlmeister in this game we saw, the one I got wrong, I only had one drop character in my hand, which made me like be a bit worried and mulligan the Befuddle. And it's so crucial with this deck that your turn 2 is a 1-drop and your turn 2 is 2 1-drops, right? So I mulligan Smee away. Like, when you think about that, suddenly, okay, what other deck do you mulligan Smee away? No other deck. So suddenly, again, one pitfall that you can get into deck building is like you have to do something. Like, you have to play 4 Smees. You don't. Even you don't have to play 4 Magic Brooms and Chernobyls. You don't. So then I thought, mate, if there's ever a deck, I've never even thought about cutting Smee before, but I was struggling a lot. So maybe I cut Smee. And I think I went to bed thinking I might actually play 3 Smees. And then I woke up and I thought, what the heck am I doing? 3 Smees? That's just ridiculous. That's the kind of deck list which if I was to see on a tournament and I saw, I would roast it. And I would say, 3 Smees? They've lost their mind. Right? So I changed my mind. And I think there's actually quite a clear card which goes down to 4 copies of. Someone's mentioned it. I think Pete you play 4 of. I think Pete is just a card you play 4 of or no of, probably. I like Pete with the snake. The thing I like about Pete is it gives me really good coverage into historically my worst two matchups, which is Amber Steel Songs and Emerald Steel. I have Snake because I have Pete. I have Snake because I have Maleficent. Yo, oh, get in! Thank you so much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everyone's good. We are getting ready for the Lorcana challenge. It's 5 minutes away. We're going to be watching it on this stream. Of course, you can watch the official stream as well. But don't worry, we're hopping on straight over the action. We're talking Amethyst Steel. We just watched myself versus Earl. And I'm looking at my deck list currently. So I wasn't interested in cutting Pete. I think Pete is actually a consideration to drop down to 3. But I like 4. I think if I'm playing Pete, I want 4 Petes, because the more Petes you play, the better the rest get, right? I play Pete on 3, I play Pete on 4, I bounce a Pete, I play Pete on 5, right? The more Petes, the better, kind of, right? Like the fourth Pete makes the other 3 Petes better. And I think that's also kind of the case with Maleficent and all these 1-drops. This last Maleficent is so good. Like, this last Maleficent is the best Maleficent of them all, because all the other 1-drops get better when I have these other 1-drops. Does that make sense? I think that's quite a weird concept. But this last Maleficent that I get to add to the deck is actually the best of them all, because I think that the Maleficent becomes better when you have all these other 1-drops, because you're going turn 2 double 1-drop. And we've got Befuddle and Fire the Cannons. So in a way, this last Maleficent is the best of them all. Kind of. That's a weird concept. I'm not sure that actually makes any sense, but it kind of does make a bit of sense. So what else could go? Well, I know a lot of you are saying Captain Crankyhead, but this is where perhaps my stubbornness got the better of me, but perhaps it's not stubbornness. Perhaps it's I built this deck from the ground up, right? This deck's kind of my baby. Like I say, I played something very similar in Seattle. Unfortunately, Yen Sid was in the deck, which really tells you that the deck just wasn't as good last set. There was no Genie. There was Befuddles and Fire the Cannons. Like, basically this is my deck I played in Seattle, with the addition of the Diablo, insane in this deck, with the addition of the White Rose, insane in this deck, with the addition of the Genie, insane, and the Gantu, right? It's literally card for card my Seattle deck, taking away the worst cards from it and adding in the better ones. And this comes back to having a clear deck building philosophy. What am I trying to achieve with my deck? I am trying to quest and win the game. So why on earth would I not play a card which quests for 4? The start is in like 2 minutes. So I played 4 Gantus. I literally refused on principle to play anything less than 4 Gantus, because this card is that good to me, and it is achieving exactly what I want to do in the deck. This is the best card in my deck when I have 5 ink. Right? It is the best card in my deck when I have 5 ink. I am trying to apply the pressure. I'm playing 3 Befuddles and I'm playing 4 Gantus. These are my tech cards in many ways. My Gantu and my Befuddles are my tech cards. I said, okay, I could play Bells, I could play Crabs, or I could play Befuddles and Gantus. So I played them. And so I cut an Elsa. Which I hate. I don't want to cut an Elsa. But I decided it's going to be on Disney Lorcana's Twitch channel. I can link you to the official stream. We're going to be watching it though here, if you're interested, hanging out. So I cut an Elsa, and this was my final list, which I'm pretty happy with. Again, I think you could cut Befuddle, you could cut Gantu, and you could play Belle and Crab and have a more control-y list, still with the Maleficents. Mr. Big's a really cool card. Mr. Big's a really cool card. So this was my final list that I played. I didn't actually play in the tournament. I played Green-Blue, which is a whole other story. But that's going to be a video. If you guys want to see my green-blue deck in action, that's going to be going up probably on like Monday, probably like Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or so. But yeah, don't forget, set champs are happening between January, I think 18th, is it? January 18th? Yeah. So this time next week, the set champs start. January 18th to Feb the 4th or something? February weekend. Feb the 3rd. Let me check. But basically, the set champs are starting next weekend, and they're going to be every weekend for 2 or 3 weeks. Right, the official stream is not live, but I am looking for it. Don't panic, I'm looking for it right now. As soon as it's up, we're going to be watching it. I will link you to the official stream, which you're more than welcome to go ahead and obviously watch the official stream. Really excited for the tournament. Wish I could be there, to be honest. I really, really do. I was really hoping I would get invited to cast this event, but unfortunately wasn't to be. Considered going and playing in the last chance qualifier, but I already went to Seattle like 3 months ago and paid with it out of my own pocket, I felt it was quite difficult to justify another trip to Disney, to America for Disney Lorcana that I'm paying for out of my pocket. I just can't really afford it. Like I could have gone, but I decided it was probably better to just stay at home and watch it from home. All right, we're on the starting soon screen. Happy days. So, if you would like to watch the official stream, you are more than welcome to leave and go watch it because it is now live. All right? Let's type in the chat. Hype! I'm really excited. So the official stream is on the Disney Lorcana Twitch, and you can find it here. Big shout out to everyone that's working really hard. All of the judges, all of the casters, the production team, everyone working at Ravensburger, PPG, because a lot goes into these events. So big shout out to everyone there. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to go for a quick wee, and then we're going to get comfortable. I'll be right back. Huh? The stream's down. What? Beep beep. Should I knock? Ask to collaborate? I'm kidding. It's streaming on the official Disney Lorcana Twitch channel. Here. Nice one, Magnus. Have a lovely evening, my friend. You take care, boss. Let's go! Hype! It's time. So, yeah, this is my list. I think, like, honestly, I could see a world it's 4 befuddles. Because it comes down to the same reason. Like, maybe it's 4 befuddles and 3 Gantus, honestly. Like, if you think about the... Oh, let's go not Joe Biden. Thank you so much for the sub. I wish it was Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. Cheers, Sleepy Joe. Sorry, not Sleepy Joe. That's such a funny nickname, man. For Sleepy Joe. Oh, Rachel, thank you so much for 5 months. I really appreciate all your support. Gotta keep 4 Gantus. Real recognizes real. Let's go. Respect. You can't leave home without 4 Gantus. It was just a principle. But yeah, I think like the way I built the deck, I think I could actually see a pretty strong argument for the 4th befuddle. It's just so difficult to fit it, right? J Smurf, thank you so much for the Prime. Oh my goodness, guys, all the support's crazy. If you guys are watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. If you guys want no ads for the tournament, it is worth mentioning if you subscribe on Twitch, you get 0 ads, and it helps support me keep making cool Disney Lorcana content. Ninjas with the Prime, mate, thank you. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link your Twitch to your Amazon Prime, and you get a free sub each month. That's going to mean I get a little bit of free money, and you get to watch with 0 ads. So I'd appreciate any support. We just got 3 primers and Rachel, 4 subs out of nowhere. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm not going to put headphones on because I'm not chilling with anybody. Oh!
And welcome to the Disney Lorcana North American
Can you hear it?
Championships. I'm Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca.
Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, and our team is
turning it up.
thrilled to bring you coverage of this weekend's event.
Rebecca's awesome. I got to hang out with her in
Games,
Seattle.
Interviews, and maybe a little bit extra for you as well.
Her son's my boy.
It has 6 Disney Lorcana challenges.
Not my actual boy,
across
like
the
my boy.
continent.
He's my guy.
It has all
be
led
clear.
to this, and we are getting ready to crown our
That was a
North
silly
American
phrase.
champion. Stay tuned all weekend.
That was really
and we're gonna
dumb.
go on down to the booth.
I'm sorry. I said it and I realized how it sounded. I had to...
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Let's go, Liam,
and
talent.
thank you all watching for joining us here this morning for the first ever Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
Yeah,
I'm so
boy.
excited to be here. I'm joined in the booth by Tannen Grace. Tannen, how are you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. I know that all of us, including the competitors and
Mr.
the
Meat.
casters as well, had quite an adventure getting here this
Oh
weekend.
my
There's
God,
a
so
lot
many
going on in
subs.
California, but we've got a lot of Disney Lorcana to play here this weekend. I'm very excited that we're getting to do this event.
Right, let
and we're
me
gonna be
sort
crowning a
my
champion here this
microphone
weekend.
noise gate out because I kind of want to listen to it on my TV, but my mic's picking the
all day
TV up.
yesterday during the LCQs, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And the energy here is just
sounding
infectious.
echoey, or can you not
Everybody
tell?
is excited to see this event, to play in this event, and I've been on edge as well, just waiting to get here, and I can't believe it's here.
Yeah, I think I've said this before, that this is my favorite community ever in a TCG. I've played a lot of them. This is easily the nicest and most welcome community I've ever been a part of. Like, if you just walk around the room, people like offer you food, drinks, cards, pickup games, whatever you need. Everyone is happy to be here.
Filters, that's what I
It's
need. I need a noise
infectious,
gate, don't I?
And I think we're going to see some quality Lorcana here today as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're going to
Check
talk
one, check
about the
two.
journey in
Big
a little
Mike,
bit,
hold tight,
but,
you.
We have the best of the best here this weekend playing
There you go.
the best decks.
Let me know if the noise gate's a bit funny, but
I do like what you mentioned too about walking around in the community, because as we've gone on this,
Oh my
journey
goodness,
through
thank you
this
so much
first
for the
season here,
subs.
we see a lot of the same people at
Oh
every
my
challenge, and it
days.
almost
Mr. Meat with the
feels
Prime,
every one
thank
of
you,
these
mate.
challenges
And
like
Nest with the
it's a
Prime, thank you so
family
much. And
coming
Rachel's
together.
gifted 5 subs.
Speaking of family, we have a
And
great
Dinnett's
group
primed
here
as
bringing you
well.
this broadcast this weekend. Let's talk about who's helping us out.
Right, here we go. We
Yeah,
got
absolutely. So you
Brandon
see,
and
we've got
Brendan.
Brandon is always the.
I think they made it.
As I like to call it. Brandon and Brendan. That's a mouthful. You try to say their names
Brandon and
together.
Brendan.
Rebecca's going to be in the booth at some point in time this week. And she's going to be doing a lot of the interviews and the side stuff. She's got the coolest job, actually. She gets
I
to do all
know.
the. She gets to do all the interviews. She gets to get the behind the scenes look. She gets some cool information and like some spoilers sometimes as well.
You get
And
to
then-
meet all the cool people.
I know. By the way, I love your new headshot.
Oh my
You're, like, out
goodness,
the
10
wilderness,
gifted
Liam, 'cause
subs.
You just look so adventurous.
Oh.
I'm so jealous. I need to get a new one and up my game.
Thank you,
apparently.
Rachel.
I like
Oh
your
my
headshot.
days.
You're
I
in the
appreciate
void.
it.
In the void.
Oh, you're too kind. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's
but we
15
can't- everybody's
gifted
really
subs
excited.
from
We've been
Rachel.
working hard behind the
Mate,
scenes to get ready
that's
for this,
absurd.
and
Thank you
it's a
so
fantastic team
much.
here,
I really greatly
of
appreciate
a
it.
group we've gotten to know each other throughout this season.
What a
and, it's going to be a
legend.
fantastic broadcast. So stay with us all weekend.
Marty with the Prime, thank you so
Times right
much.
there at the top of
King
the
Jam with the
screen
Prime
for
and
you to
So
tell
Unclear.
you
Thank you so much for the
exactly when we're gonna
Prime.
be live all weekend long, and
Oh
we're
my
going to be
days.
as
Psycho
live as
Matrix
possible
with
this
the
weekend
Prime.
as well, which I'm really excited to be doing because we do have the viewing
Jeez.
area that we kind of debuted in Las Vegas. It's here again. There's a
Slow
giant
dog with the
RSA
word, guys. You are going crazy. Hype train level 6. I don't think I've ever had a hype train go to level 6. I am now. Apparently, I'm like 6 subs away from 200.
So I'm
Pog.
actually excited that if a big
Let's go.
play
Thanks,
happens,
Slow
you
Dog.
might even hear a little bit of the roar of the crowd as they're
Yeah, I
watching
know
here.
Brendan
So you're
had some
gonna get the kind of
problems with their
stadium feel as
flight,
well.
so
I feel like
hopefully
we're
they
at
did make it. There's a
really
chance they
nice
might be
sporting
working
event.
remotely.
and I can see
Obviously, a
them on
lot going on in
People start jumping up and down. It's gonna be
LA with
infectious.
fires, and it's in Anaheim. Muggers
So
Madness
we
with the
talked a little
Prime.
bit
Oh
about,
my
the
days.
caster team, we're now at this point DLC veterans. We've been traveling the country,
Guys.
going to all these events, but we're
Thank you
not
so
the only
much.
one.
That's crazy. I
I'm
honestly don't
really
think
excited to
I've
take a
had so
look
many
at
subs
some
in
of
such a
the-
short
the
period of
people you're
time.
gonna see
Thank
here
you.
Today, we're going to show you the other DLC winners and talk about the journey of how we got here
Let's go.
to this very weekend.
Oh
As
yeah.
you can see here, these are some of our winners of our first.
My
couple
boy
legends. You
Ed.
see Josh right there. He was the winner of the first DLC in North America. He got beat by like 7 or 8 hours by the European winner. You can see Brian Cortade there in Chicago. Little foreshadowing.
Oh my
We got maybe
God,
round
10
one here.
gifted
And
from
Edmund
Rachel
Chu
Moore.
brought home in
25 gifted
Can we
subs,
talk about this
Rachel.
photo? I say photos here for 1 minute. How
Oh
awesome
my
is this?
God.
Yeah, this is,
Hype
this is
train
super
level
cool.
6
I love
complete.
this
What?
fight. Everybody was so excited to get their trophies here to show
That's a
them off.
record, I think.
You know,
That's absurd. Thank you so
I really want
much.
to talk a second about the
I'm
journey because
really, really
you know,
lost
the very
words.
best Disney
Holy
films,
moly.
which were the inspiration for this game, bring us on a journey from start to finish.
Holy
And
moly.
we
Should I
really
get
went
my
on a
hair cut
journey
like
this
Brian,
season,
guys?
Starting way back, as you mentioned in Atlanta, with the very
Rachel
first
might be
DLC
Santa Claus.
winner.
I think he
And
might
it
be
was
right.
Very early meta.
Wow.
Josh came in. It was almost like a story with this rogue deck that
Yeah, Josh
nobody
had the- oh
seen,
my- oh,
taking
okay.
Amber,
All right, Rachel, enough's enough.
Amethyst, all the way
Stop.
to the top.
You have to
and
stop
had us
now.
in the finals trying to figure out what
You have
some
to
of his
stop.
cards did because it was just
Thank you
it was
so
just
much.
fantastic. Then on to Chicago with
Oh,
Brian Cortade.
mate,
He
that's
had
absurd.
Steel,
I really,
Emerald,
really appreciate it.
Emerald
Thank you so,
Steel,
so much. Wow.
Fantastic deck. We saw it rise to the ranks. It
Crazy.
was the right meta call for that tournament.
Holy moly,
and then
Batman.
a completely different deck with Edmund Chu bringing an old reliable
Yeah,
Ruby
Ed is,
Amethyst, which has been
I obviously
around
met
since set
Ed in,
one to win Fort
in
Worth.
California when I was at the Battle of the
Three
Bay.
fantastic
He was on the
players,
stream
and
with me
I'm
and he won the
guessing we're gonna see
tournament.
Some of them on stream this weekend.
So Ed's definitely someone that I'm rooting for. I really like Ed a lot.
as well for the first
Oh,
three
yes.
wins, which is really
Brian,
cool, showing off
also known as the
diverse
Rat, is someone I've
metagame
played
that
against quite a
Lorcana's
bit. And
had,
Josh had the
especially through all the
awesome
different sets that have come out.
Mufasa deck deck.
You know, and some of these
Zestapil
decks
with the
have had some really
Prime.
good staying
Hulk
power.
Smash with
We've
the Prime.
seen them
You guys are
here
going
today as well, just with
crazy.
New updated
You
cards.
guys are going
We've got
crazy. And
multiple
Rachel is
sets of
absolutely
assets
popping off on main stage as
Speaking
well.
about staying power,
My goodness, we
our
are
next
now
slide has
over
a
200
fun story.
subs.
There's
Wow,
a
thank
particular
you.
squirrel that didn't stay around
These are really
very
cool.
long in the meta. It was dominant.
Zan,
as
I've
we
also
saw
hung out with a fair
early on
bit.
with Brian Cortade leveraging
And
Bucky,
Luke,
to win
I
in
met in
Chicago.
Seattle, but
There
Zan I
was
got
some
to hang
changes
out with a
made
little
to
bit
that
more. He was
card,
also
which
in
set up a
Paris.
really interesting tournament in
I was supposed to
Toronto,
play against
where
Zan,
we
but I
had
was
the
busy
meta
playing
with
against
Bucky
Frank
removed.
Carsten and
Diego Saz
ended
made
up
a
not actually getting around to playing
fantastic
against Zan in
meta
Paris,
call, bringing in a
unfortunately.
lemon lime or an amber emerald deck to take that tournament. Fantastic call, great deck, great player.
These are very
and that was
cool. Liking the
Toronto. It was
production.
super fun.
Yeah, really cool, innovative deck that was a fan favorite going into that one. And then we
Thank
kinda
you so
came
much,
full
everyone, for
circle
all the
with
subs,
next one
and
in Las
especially
Vegas.
Rachel.
They
That's
said,
so
playing
kind
that
of
Emerald
everybody.
Steel deck, that green,
Greatly
that
appreciated. Thank you
green
again,
steel
Hulk
deck yet
Smash,
again. Yeah,
Zestapil.
no Bucky this time, but we saw the power of Diablo in the tournament. We saw Zan kind of just cut his way through that field.
I'm
One of the most
gifted.
impressive displays.
How
of
many is
Lorcana
that? I
play
lost
I've ever
count,
seen.
Rachel.
It's a great
I've-
chance to talk
I've
about
actually
meta calls,
lost
too,
count.
because what we saw in Las Vegas, it was a
I've
brand new meta that
genuinely
tournament. It hadn't been around terribly
lost count.
long.
Apparently, I'm
and
about to
so
beat
all
my
of the
last
players are trying to
record
figure out which deck gives me the
on the
best
hype
edge
train.
through this
Apparently,
best
I'm
of
about
two
to.
format,
Apparently,
and then
I
to
hit
the
this
best of three in
before,
the
but apparently,
finals
I'm
to
about to
win.
break it.
And a lot
Oh
of
my
players
days!
chose Emerald Steel as the one that gave
98%
them
on the
best
hype train.
chance,
Who's got the last
into that
primer?
particular field, into
Come on,
that
we can't let
particular
Rachel
set.
do it all
was
herself.
clearly the right one because it showed very well. And
One
then it
prime away
won
from the record, I
in Las
think.
Vegas. Not only there, but then in Seattle.
Who's got the last
it won
prime,
again as
guys?
well, with Luke Goodwin taking that down.
Yeah, impressive
Which
display
one of
from
ya?
him as well. I wasn't able to attend that event, but I was
It's
going
Peng!
back and looking at the results on my phone while I could. Watch some of the highlights.
Thank you so
Luke,
much.
very impressive.
It just said
player,
record
and
broken. Let's
probably
go.
my favorite shot of all the trophy players.
Thank
Giving
you
it
so
that
much,
little
Rachel. Thank you
smooth,
so much,
that little
chat,
kiss.
for being
You
so
can tell he
wholesome and
really adored
supportive.
the trophy.
I think there's a
So
little
awesome.
smirk there underneath that.
I've
that mustache
obviously
that
not
you
been
can't
streaming
quite
much
see.
Lorcana
But all
recently,
these players
but
are fantastic, and
I'm
can't wait to
really,
see
really
them here this
grateful
weekend.
that you guys are all
So I have a
here.
feeling we'll see at least
And
a
even though I
few
was
of these
sad
guys
that I
making it
wasn't
through
able to
day
go
one
to North
and putting
America
up
for
some
this.
pretty good results here. This
Yeah.
is the cream of the crop. Some of the best players we have here.
Gifted.
Yeah, so it's really fun looking at this slide and talking about this field because we do have in
Oh
in the
my
challenges this weekend,
goodness.
out of all the challenges,
Level
where
9
my
hype
folks,
train,
most
bruv.
of them are 2,000 players. A couple were
That's
1,000 players.
crazy.
So the top
The Rivian Witcher,
16
Metal
out of every
Dayton,
single
Ivan,
challenge made it here for a total of 96
Nero,
from
and
the
Lucas
challenges.
getting them. Welcome,
And
everybody.
so
No
if
ads
do
for
the
you.
math on that,
Hooray.
that's like less than 1% of
Right.
of the field, each one of these challenges.
Oh my
I'm
days.
not a math scientist, but that sounds about right.
Thank
Right.
you.
So you do have like the cream
Thank
of the
you,
crop
thank you,
here.
thank you, thank you,
And
thank
we're
you.
going to see some fantastic Lorcana this weekend.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to some Lorcana action.
All right.
All right, guys. What deck do you think is going to win in the chat? Get your predictions in.
So we talked about 96 from the challengers, but we also had
we do a poll?
a last chance
Let's do a poll.
qualifier here.
Rachel, do you fancy being a mod and doing a poll? You can say no.
Where we had
Yo,
32 pods
Game on
yesterday on the first
Games.
day of the
Oh, I knew it
finals
was Ed
here.
before you even said it, bro.
Players had to
Oh, I
win
knew.
out.
Who wants
of
to be
those
a mod and
pods
do a
in
poll for me?
5-round single elimination best of 3.
Who wants to be a
in order
mod?
to get a chance to
I need
play in
some
the finals
Disney
today.
Lorcana
So in
mods, to
addition
be
the
fair.
96
All my
that we
mods
talked
are
about in the previous
Gwenters.
challenges, you have 32 who made it in yesterday.
Who would like
for a
to
total
be a
of
mod and
128
run a poll
field
for your
here
boy?
starting today.
Yeah, so 32 of those players did get to go through those rounds today, 5-0ing into this event, and I actually stood around. I know you were
Maybe
here
I can
as
do it
well. We were
myself.
kind of burning those
Flash
matches
poll.
and watching them, and they were some high-pressure matches,
Flash
and
poll.
the reaction from some of these players when they got in, just elation,
All right.
joy.
What wins?
I definitely saw some non-dry eyes in some of these players
Red,
that
blue.
finally made it in, and just some of the camaraderie
I'm
that
doing
had come from it too. Like we couldn't
red,
walk through
purple.
part
I'm
of the
doing
area
col-
'cause there
color
were
names
so
'cause
many
it's
people
quicker.
watching and clogging up the area, trying to see who's
purple,
going to make it in with these last
green.
32 spots.
Yeah,
Purple.
it was fantastic. So that happened
Steel.
yesterday, and today we're into day 1 of the
Other.
championship. Let's take a look at the event structure.
Yeah, as you can see,
Oh,
day
I
one
didn't
is
put
gonna be
Amber Steel
7
in there.
rounds of 2-game matches. They're going to have a 45-minute time limit.
I'm just going to do purple
now,
plus
the ranking
something.
Points are based
Purple
on the
plus
number of game
something.
wins.
That's
These
one
are gonna
option
be
because
important.
they're all kind of similar.
You know, we
aren't they?
talked
Let's
about
be
this.
honest.
This format is going to be a little strange. If you win, say, like if you 2-0 your first 3 matches, you're practically
Amber
guaranteed
Steel.
day 2. But we're going to get to the point that it's actually important that you play out some of your matches and get some of those points later in those rounds.
We'll
You
do
might
an
see a lot of
other.
these players
And what's the other
fully
top
playing
deck?
out all the
Emerald
rounds today.
Steel.
Yeah, absolutely. As you highlighted, seeding going into day 2 is incredibly important for a variety of different reasons, and so there's really good incentive to play.
There's only
this out
allowed
and finish
5,
as high
so
as
I
you
put
can
Amethyst
today.
decks all together.
Again, for a variety of reasons.
Obviously, that's
So
going to be in the
after,
lead.
the
but
7 rounds today,
still.
where you win 3 points for each each game won. You get a bonus point if you win both games in a
We'll do
particular
another poll
match.
on what
We're gonna
Amethyst
move on
deck
to
do you
day
think is the
2,
best.
Where the
How
top
about
16
that?
players will move
Once
on
this
to an
one's done, we'll do
untimed
another
single
poll on which
elimination
Amethyst
tournament,
deck is the best.
with the top
That'd be good,
seeds,
Ed.
the higher seed getting the
Wonder if we
choice
see
of play
Ruby
draw.
Amethyst slot back
Yeah, so
into first.
there's the first point that
Yeah.
you're making there. About that
I
top seed
am very
getting
much
that player
predicting
draw.
it's going to
That's
be
so
Amethyst Steel
important
to
as
win.
We've seen the power of the play in this
I also
format
think Emerald
is
Steel's got a shout. I think
huge.
Emerald
And I
Steel
wanna
is
talk about
probably a
this.
lot better than people
I think
realize.
that this is going to be
Once the meta forgets about Emerald
match
Steel,
a
it
lot
can't
of
be
these
that
players
far
have
lurking from
ever
the corner with
played
Diablo
in
shift.
their lives, because that top
I very
16
much
match
predict it's going to be
not
a
only
win for
is gonna-
Amethyst
if
Steel.
you
I think
win
it's the
it, you
best
get a
deck in the
Mickey.
format by.
You're going to be qualifying for the
I wouldn't
World
say by a
Championship.
distance, but I think it's the clear
That's
best
true.
deck in the
That's
format.
huge. So you brought up prizes.
Yo,
Let's take a look
Gopros
at the
Ven with
prizing
the
for day
flipping
2.
prime as well, mate. Welcome. Gopros Ven.
We take a
Oh,
look
mate,
at-
I
so
want
the players
some of
already
these.
participation
I
prize here as well,
love the
invited
Elsa's
to the
Ice Palace
ball.
in particular. I think
Absolutely
that's such a
gorgeous
cool
card. I've
card.
seen a few of these in person here this weekend.
I know a lot of people
wanna
from
get my
Europe
hands on
sold
one of
them.
these.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
if I
have to
would
talk
have,
to
mate.
some
I
of
would have
these,
kept that.
Lorcana devs that are here, see if I can maybe, talk one of them into slipping me an invite to the ball. But I know you're a big fan of Elsa, and that Elsa's Ice Palace. Whew, card is absolutely gorgeous.
It's a
These
pretty
are
cool
just
card
beautiful
as well.
cards. The team has knocked it out of the park again, and you can't see
I have to say my
but the
favourite's
swirls
the
on that card
Cusco.
indicate the foiling
I
treatment that's applied to
love
these
the
cards.
Cusco, you know.
This is the first event, well, this and the Europe Championship, where we've seen these cards debut.
Yeah,
So this is
the
first
meta's
chance in North
wide
America
open.
to
I
get your
would
hands
love
on
to
these
see
exclusive
Emerald
promos.
Sapphire
You
pop
see
up.
the
I think
top
Emerald
32
Sapphire's
there
got
getting
big
that Elsa's
potential, and
Ice
someone
Palace
that put in the
you mentioned.
legwork of
Even if,
prepping that
you
deck, I
don't
think
make
could
day
absolutely
two with the top
cook.
16, you can still
Based
walk
off my
away with
games
one of these
yesterday, it's
beautiful
really good into Ruby
Absolutely
Sapphire.
beautiful stuff.
Bend to my
Let's
will
take a look at what these players get, though.
is
if
so
they move
good,
on
mate.
into
That card is
day
absurd. The
You
big
see
problem
this
that deck
top
has is
16
like,
players
how
gonna
can you
get that
avoid not
awesome,
losing?
Awesome Cusco.
Cusco.
Emerald Sapphire,
One of my
I have
favorite cards.
I'm glad that you're
played in
willing
the
to
set
sing.
champs
I will not be
yesterday,
singing over broadcast,
and
that's for
posting a
everyone
video
at
this
home.
week.
You're welcome.
I've also got another set champs on the weekend, and I think I might play Emerald Sapphire again.
Which does have some foiling
But
treatment
obviously
applied.
now
It's
I've actually got
fantastic.
some reps of
And
the
then
deck.
top
I'll probably
eight
be able
gets
to
this
build it a bit
foiled
more
Baymax,
cleanly.
and an invite
Thank you
to
so
the
much, Rachel,
Disney
again.
Lorcana
That's so
Challenge
cool.
World Championship, the first
Everyone
one
else for
ever,
subbing. Game?
which
I
is
thought
super
Game Hall
exciting.
Games Prime.
Yeah,
Sorry,
one of
mate.
my absolute
Sorry,
favorite
Ed.
Disney movies, Baymax,
I saw
Big Hero
you
6.
sub.
Huge fan. Love these characters.
Please don't.
Love these
I actually
playmats.
don't want your sub, I
been trying to
promise.
collect some specific
Hype chest.
cards
Okay, I'm
from
opening
this
the
set
hype
as
chest.
well,
What's
I'm
in
a
the
big
hype
fan
chest?
Of these, so I might have to see if
I
I can
got-
get my hands on one
I
of
got
these.
Goblin-
Maybe not the top 8 version,
Goblin
but maybe
Jam.
something along the lines of these.
I know.
Guys, what did you get from your hype
then top eight,
hype
you've
train?
got
I
your
got the
invite to what are you
Goblin
playing
Jam.
for in that
My new
match?
favorite
Let's
emote,
find
the
out.
Goblin Jam. Choo choo. Did everyone get it? That's a banger. I'm not gonna lie.
We've seen these awarded at other challenges by Serialized. I mean, look at the
Emerald
bottom.
Sapphire is what
There's
I'll be
only
running for the first set
500
champ. Let's go.
that
Well, you're going to
exist.
enjoy my
One
video
of the
then,
coolest
Safe.
things about this card, not
As
only is
I
it
played
gorgeous,
Emerald
but the
Sapphire
serialization
myself.
means you're able to
I had
trace
0
that
reps on the
particular
deck
card
going
back
in.
to whoever won it.
And,
And so when
I was
you
pretty
win
happy
this
with it.
card,
I was
that
pretty happy
number
with
will
it.
forever be associated with you.
I kind of got cooked, but I queued aggro game 1 and went second. In game 2, I also went second and very, 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 very nearly pulled off the win of all time against Dalmeister. And unfortunately, I think in the game I went first against Del, it's the game that I really played very, very poorly.
Some really cool ones
Very,
as
very
well.
poorly.
And it is
I just
nice that
like the
it
game
kind
was
of
over before I
doesn't
knew
put your
it.
name
I was
on
like,
the
oh, I've got
card,
time
but
when I'm
it's,
going
you know,
first.
your
I didn't
stamp
have
on the
time.
card forever. That's the
I
one
got
that
absolutely well and truly
Absolutely, and they're beautiful.
unequivocally
And so there's
cooked.
other prizes available on day 2 for those that finish super high. The finalist, if you're a finalist, you get a complete foil set of Azurite Sea, including all of the
see who's in the
enchanted
chat?
cards. And then the champion gets 4 complete foil sets
1,000
of
people.
Azurite
Should I
Sea, a
knock?
play set of every card in Azurite Sea, including the
Knock,
enchanted,
knock, let
which
me in.
is just bonkers.
You know, we might have to talk about our compensation for these events. Maybe we should be getting
Let's do another hype.
4 complete sets of foils of the sets, including the enchanted cards.
I would be
Choo
content just
choo,
to
knock
see
knock.
them.
Please let me
I
in.
didn't talk to my agent.
All right,
Because
let's look at the
art-
poll
this
so
set is
far.
Beautiful. This is one of my favorites so
Unsurprisingly,
far,
Purple
and the
Plus something
enchanted
is in the
card wheel.
lead. Guys, vote in the poll on
Fantastic.
Twitch.
So,
I should do
don't
one
know,
for the
what a
YouTubers as
prize,
well, shouldn't I?
What a thing to compete for. And not shown here, but we're staring at
I
it
do a poll?
across the way, is this champion trophy, the first one, the only one that exists right now, that the winner will walk away with, get to hoist in that award ceremony here tomorrow, which you can all watch live. And I'm looking at it right now, Tan.
I don't know how to do a poll on
Yeah, I
YouTube.
can't keep my eyes
Oh.
off of it. Honestly, it's going to be hard to draw my eyes away
Oh,
from it to
I
watch
worked
these
out.
matches and talk about them. You know, we talked about the viewing area that's just over our left
All right,
shoulder
YouTubers, you've
here,
got a poll
right
as well.
in
Sorry
front
that
of
you
us.
only just
And
got
all
it.
these players are going to be sitting here watching in between rounds
What?
of it.
Oh,
The
it's not typing. Maybe you don't have a poll.
I don't know if we can get a camera shot of this,
YouTube
but the trophy
stuff.
itself is sitting right in front of it. We've been seeing players, viewers, fans all weekend long have been coming up to it, taking video, taking photos. We might take a photo with it ourselves. I'm afraid to touch it. I don't want to damage the thing. I'm kind of a klutz, so I might need to stay away from it. But it is a gorgeous trophy, and it is quite a bit of bragging rights to be the first ever winner of a tournament in a game that I see a lot
What
of
have I
longevity
forgotten?
for.
Oh, I agree. This game's gonna be around
okay,
for,
you're only
for
allowed
many,
4
many
options
years.
on the YouTube poll.
So to be the first champion is really cool. Your name
Absolutely.
in history.
All right,
So,
vote ahead.
let's
What
talk a bit
wins
about
do you guys
the
think on
game,
YouTube?
though. So we've
Get your
talked about what
predictions
people
in.
are playing for,
So,
how we got here. We've looked at the previous winners.
Here's the results of the
This
poll.
weekend
Purple
is
something
going to
is the
be
winner
intense.
with
You have
42%.
96
Amber
players who've been
Steel, the
preparing,
second favorite,
for
27.
months, to come
Blue
here.
Red,
You have the
other.
last chance qualifiers who qualified
If you voted
yesterday
other,
and tried
what
to
was
get
your
their
other
heads
deck?
right,
And Emerald Steel
for
on
today.
6%.
And what these players are doing is looking
Awesome.
at this. It's not a brand new meta. We've got.
I think Ruby.
European
I think Ruby
Championship
Amethyst
played
is
these
actually
cards.
quite weak
We've had some other
compared
tournaments
to the
in
other
North
decks.
America
I
where we've
don't
got
rate
to
it.
see
I actually
what
just don't rate
decks
it.
are doing well, what decks are not doing well. But all of these players are coming in here trying to
Overrated.
game this tournament by picking
I
the
always
deck,
think that, though, don't
they
I? I say
think
that every
gives them
set.
The
that-
best chance against
I've called it the wet noodle
field
deck in the
that they
past.
expect to show
Ruby
up.
Amethyst is a
So
bit of
all
a
these
wet
players have been
noodle.
preparing for months.
I
They
think
brought
it is still.
their
I
best
really
deck
don't think it's
here,
that good.
and in a minute we're going to show you what people chose to bring in.
Yeah,
It's
before
so
we do
bad
that, though, I
into
wanna hit on a couple
Amethyst
of
Steel.
points
Like,
that
you
you
play
said.
Flame Rider, I'm like,
I've been a
okay,
TCG competitor
take my
most of
father
life.
cannons.
You know, 40 years old.
GG.
I've probably spent at least 20 years in the competitive TCG field.
So
When you
easy
play
to
in
beat with
tournaments
Amethyst
like
Steel.
this, it's a little bit
It
different.
is just the
I wanna
worst
kinda,
Amethyst
like,
Steel.
bring it home to the human aspect of it, because you
That's
mentioned
quite
that, and I
true.
think that's really important. This is some of the worst sleep you'll ever
Blue
get
Steel is probably a good
before
pick,
an event. I
actually.
know a lot
Honestly, one of the players
stay
I'm
agonizing
rooting
over
for in this
blast
tournament is
cards
Sky.
added
And
in.
Sky is
What tech
qualified,
cards do I
and
wanna
we know
do?
he
You
only
know,
plays
what's my
Blue Steel.
60th card? What's my
I would love to
59th
see Sky
card?
on stream,
Little things
and
like that. Should I play this
I'm
deck?
sure
Should
he's
I
probably
play
playing
that?
Blue
We saw
Steel.
some of the best
He's definitely someone I'm
players in
rooting for.
Lorcana that are usually so sure
Blue
of
Steel's a good
themselves.
pick.
Yesterday, like, I've got
I think
4
Blue
decks
Steel's
with
a
me.
very, very
I've
good
got
deck.
3 decks with me. I'm trying to figure it out. And then I also want to talk about the fact that metagames get kind of skewed the smaller
Does anyone
the
know
tournament is. So let's talk
the
about
most
this.
common
The
top
fact
players at
that this
Challenge? Are they
tournament is
generally
not a DLC,
experienced?
right? We're not
Most of
seeing
them.
2,000 players. We're not seeing
A lot of
1,200
them
players
are.
like we've seen. It's not a super large open field that we've seen in the past where you're like, I'm just going to play what I think is the best deck and gives me the best chance to
Yo,
win
6
as
games
many
of the prime.
games
Thank
as
you. Enjoy the
possible.
no ads.
When the format gets a little bit smaller,
Enjoy
and the
no
room
ads,
is
mate.
smaller,
That's OP.
you have less people playing.
Right,
the
the
tournament.
YouTube poll.
You can try
The
to
results are
predict
in.
the tournament more. Predict the tournament better.
So
You can,
far.
look, I think
Purple
it's going
something
to
has
be a higher percentage
53% of the
this, a higher
votes.
percentage of
Amber
this, and a
Steel
higher
with
percentage of these
13.
decks. So what's my best
Red Blue
chance
with
of playing against these?
29% of the
If you
vote,
think
and
you can
Emerald Steel with
correctly
5% of the
60,
vote.
70% of
The next poll
metagame,
we'll
and your deck
do,
is good against
we'll
those,
do
you
which
might
purple
have a
deck is the
leg up on
best.
competition.
Necessity with the
But I
prime
do
as well.
think
Thank
that
you, mate.
will see
My goodness,
players
you guys are
who can
awesome.
Choose a deck that they might not have chosen for a DLC for specifically this event. Because
Best
they
blue
knew the
Facilist
decks
currently
that their
is
opponents
also
were gonna
Amber Steel.
bring.
Probably
I
true,
know that
yeah.
I have made some wild
I love Steel, but I
choices
always
in
worry
Curtis
about
before, and
it
I've
into
gotten
Ruby
really
Sapphire
right,
ramp.
and I've gotten it
really
really wrong
wrong.
before.
And getting stuck with fire the
So-
cannons. Yeah.
Well, let's take a look
But
at
I mean,
the
that's why I
metagame
play
and see, what
Maleficence,
people chose
right,
to
as
bring in.
well.
And I'm going to say that this is a little
Hype.
bit of a surprise here. Maybe
Oh
not
my
the
days.
top represented deck being a surprise.
Amethyst
but the
Steel.
number
Popular.
of decks
Emerald
here that
Steel,
are being
not
represented.
popular.
What are you thinking here? 32%.
Amber
40
Amethyst is an
people
awesome pick.
Are playing Ruby Sapphire here this weekend.
Oh, bro. Ruby Sapphire is
honestly,
so
I'm actually kinda
overrated,
surprised.
man.
That
Ruby Sapphire is
representation,
the most overrated
the
deck in the
amount
game,
of
and
decks,
it's not
of
close.
those colors in
It
the
is
field,
so
mirrors
average.
close to what we
It's
saw in
so
Europe.
easy to beat.
We've had a lot of things develop between
It's
now
so
and
easy
then.
to beat.
I kind of thought people would see that and they would adjust. They would go
Bro,
heavy
Amethyst
into
Steel
Ruby
is so
Amethyst
good,
to kind
man.
of
Like,
counter that deck,
whoa.
and then maybe we'd see another step further where people tried to counter Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah,
but it
Amber
seems like
Emerald,
people have gone full circle
3 people is
here,
cool to see. Amber
and
Amethyst
gone
Hyper
back to
Aggro, I
Ruby
think,
Sapphire.
is one of
It's
the
a
most
deck
underrated
that's
decks.
been popular for a long
I think
time.
like the
A lot of people
biggest.
are comfortable with it.
So this meta report spread is
People
super interesting. Amethyst Sapphire on 10 people is also fascinating. Really cool to see Blur Pool with 10 people. The Amber Amethyst decks you would imagine a hyper aggro, but I also think that there's a real deck which plays Lantern. It's similar to Amethyst Sapphire. So Ruby Sapphire the most popular. I think it's overrated. I think it's going to get cooked. Because I think that, like, if you're playing any other deck, you're like, okay, my deck needs to beat Ruby Sapphire. I think, like, this is why you have to play Maleficence, right, as well. I think you can quite clearly see why I play 4 Maleficence if I was trying to compete at a high-level tournament. This is day 1. Wait, this is day 1, guys. This is not the tournament. This is the... Oh, my God, this is the last chance qualifiers, guys. Okay, that changes everything. This is the last chance qualifiers. That makes a lot more sense. This was really surprising to me. Seeing the... this one in particular, Amethyst... This is the last chance qualifiers, mate. That makes more sense why there's flipping 10 Amethyst Sapphire players as well, frankly. This is not the tournament. This is the day one metagame, 126 players competing. This is not today.
I think you're going to see Diamond at all time.
This is not today. This is day one. Day one was yesterday, right? LCQ had 1,000 players. What? 126 players competing today. What? That's so much more than Europe.
Very fast. you know, championed by Brennan.
I guess there was
Candio, showing
more-
off this deck quite a bit.
Wow,
and
this
really
is
kind of being on the
today.
forefront of it. This is.
I'm surprised they're sharing
I've
this
heard people
now,
talk about that
be
they feel
honest.
comfortable
This
play
is
or draw
today?
on almost any matchup across
Wow.
the board, and that is something that I really look forward to in the strength of a deck in Lorcana.
Okay, my
let's-
mistake.
I want to talk about that for a second because one thing that you've highlighted.
Wow, that
something
is
very
a really,
important here is
really
when you look
very
at these color
surprising
pairings,
graph there.
Within some of these groupings,
Bro,
there are
Ruby
decks that are
Sapphire.
very differently existing within this banner.
Terrible
so
deck.
Amber Steel is a
So
perfect
overrated.
example. Where you have the traditional Steel Song builds popularized by players like Frank Karsten.
Really nice to see the
that have
variety.
been around
So
since set 1.
1,
But
2,
you
3,
also
4,
have
5.
this very
There's 6 color
aggressive
combinations
Amber
which aren't
Steel deck that
represented.
Brennan
There's no
Candio
red green.
highlighted,
There's no blue green.
That exists within this banner here. So
There's
and it's
no
a different
blue
deck
yellow.
than the Steel Song deck in many, many ways. So yeah, within
What are the
that
other
Amber
three?
Steel banner, I'm interested to see how many of each version that we have.
Blue something.
I
Like
think
blue
that's gonna
often
be
doesn't
super telling
pair that
because you
well
have
with
the
stuff,
versions that are
right?
more song heavy and have a whole new world and things like
Blue,
that.
yellow,
and that makes
blue,
your matchup
green.
into red blue actually worse. So if you're playing the version that's more the Brennan Candio version, I actually think you made a better choice here this weekend because of the
Yeah,
meta
no
being so
Mufasa
heavy
shock.
on Ruby Sapphire.
And people
That
no
is true.
red
That
steel
deck is
either.
fast, and if there's one thing that Ruby
There's no
Sapphire
Ruby
don't
Steel.
like, it's
There's
fast
no
decks.
Ruby
Daisy can do
amber.
some work in that
There's
matchup.
no
Let's talk about a couple
sapphire
other, interesting
amber.
notes
There's
here.
no
One
sapphire
is Blurple. The
emerald,
color pairing
and there's no
affectionately referred to as
emerald
Blurple, which is
ruby.
the amethyst
And there's one other-
sapphire decks. Those decks have been lurking around the margins of the meta for a while. Finally broke in a little bit in this set. We've seen it do well in a few different tournaments. And I'm surprised
Amethyst
to see this
Amethyst
represented
with
here in this
everything
field.
is there,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And like
Ruby's
you know,
only
usually
got
we
two
see
different
Ruby
decks:
Sapphire
Ruby
at the top,
Sapphire, Ruby Emerald.
Amethyst
So there's
right
no Ruby
behind
Steel,
that,
no
and
Ruby
Amber
Emerald, and no
Steel third, but
Ruby.
with the proliferation
Five
of
missing?
the
Okay, cool.
Amethyst decks being
There's no
so
Ruby
good and
Steel, no
spreading
Ruby
out, we've seen
Emerald,
purple be so
and no
good
Ruby.
that it kind of means that purple
Ruby
is the
Steel,
second
Ruby
most
Emerald,
represented deck here
Ruby
over Amber Steel, but it's just spread out over
Amber.
5 different decks.
There's
Yeah,
3
and
Ruby
my
decks
last
missing.
observation from the slide, because I know we're eager to get into gameplay, is Amethyst Emerald. If you looked at this, was a deck that everybody thought would
Amethyst
be
Emerald has
super
not
good into
got
this
that
meta.
many,
I
but
still think it's a good
I'm
deck.
happy to
It was
see that
well
Amethyst Steel
represented
has
in Europe
more
with
than Amethyst Emerald.
27%, or sorry, 21% of the field. Bringing in Amethyst Emerald is the second most represented
Really
deck.
on Amber
Here
Emerald
it's
is
dropped
interesting.
all the
I
way
also
down to
think Amber Emerald is
6%,
underrated.
A deck that people are choosing not to bring into this, apparently.
Yeah, Emerald
Yeah,
Steel
so
though
it
is
does
I think
sound
just
like
a
I
lot
think we
worse
have
this
some of the
set.
players
Like
ready,
it
so
just
sounds
it just
we're
doesn't
ready
do
to
that well
start.
into the meta,
Game
right?
one here.
Amethyst is a lot more
I
speedy
am
now
ready to play some
than it used to be.
Lorcana.
Me too.
And it
This is exciting.
isn't super clear cut now. Oh, let's
And as you see,
go!
those are
Brian
players
Cortado,
who
the
got
rat.
Brian Cortado on the left, Jordan Moore on the right, and this is a special matchup.
The cameras are kind of the
this
wrong way
weekend.
around, mate.
You know, I talked earlier about storylines and stories, and this may be a redemption story for one of our players here.
The cameras are the wrong
For
way
those who've
around.
been following the challenges
Right?
along, Brian Cortade is our winner from DLC Chicago. And who did he play in the finals, Cannon?
That would be Jordan Moore.
Of course, in that tournament, Brian Cortade was on Emerald Steel. Jordan
Where's a
Moore
good place for my
was
camera?
on Emerald Amethyst. We'll see if they choose to bring those colors in here.
And I love that we're seeing like smiles from the players. I think that would happen no matter what. Everybody's very happy to be here. We've mentioned that, but these players kind of have like an intimate knowledge of the two.
Like you
know,
like
they've
this is
kind
something
of,
that
like,
I do
been
on my
in battle
production,
with
right?
each
As
other
well.
before.
You're supposed to
they've
have
stared across the field of battle
center.
of Lorcana
Yeah, that
of
could
each other
work
before.
right
And
here.
there's got to be that extra little like, hey, am I going to get the better of you the second time in a row if you're Brian?
I'll definitely
Cortade?
make myself
or
smaller.
for Jordan Moore, there's a little bit extra for him if he wins this match. He kind of gets to get that redemption story.
That'll do, won't
I
it?
love putting it that way.
Absolutely. You know,
Like you
if you're-
want
if you're a fan of
the players
Disney
looking at
films,
each
you
other
love
like
storylines
they
and
actually are.
Francis
Like
This is the
it's
sequel,
quite
to the
weird that they're
game.
looking the other way. I
Absolutely,
don't
this is the sequel. I didn't think
understand
about it
why-
that way,
why
so.
that's the case.
Well, let's see. So players are
It's
going
quite
through
confusing
their
perspective,
their
isn't
hand
it?
alter process here, drawing their 7 cards. You know, in Lorcana, for those who've been around the game, you know that the hand altering phase is so important. There's a very generous.
It's
hand
really
alter
confusing
system here where you
perspective,
draw your
looking at
first
it, like
7
they're not
cards, you
facing
pick,
each other.
which cards you want to keep, send the ones you want to send back to the bottom.
Basically,
of
what
your deck,
you-
and draw that many new cards. And what this allows you to do is
it's
it makes
annoying
decks
me.
a
It's
lot
actually
more
really triggering me.
consistent because you see a lot more of the
I
cards.
think
in
it's
your
because
deck
I
off
do
the top.
production
You can
myself
find
now, and I'm
the one or
like-
the 2 drops that you need, and we're getting a
Like,
look now at Brian's
if this
hand
was
to see what
if
he's
it
playing.
like it literally looked like this on my stream the other day, I was like, oh, I can't have it looking like that.
The Amber Steel.
So it's saying, thank you so
deck that we were
much.
talking about quite a bit here in the prior deck, very close to what Brennan Candio is playing. And I love that
So,
you mentioned that the
Brian
the
here on
reshape system is so impactful here.
How is it?
Doing the math
How
on
is
this and
it?
talking about
Crop on
this. You know, I'm
OBS
showing
and
him opening
flip.
hands of his deck and what he would change. What
How's
he
the
would send
audio,
back.
by the way,
If you're
guys?
opening
Should I turn
hands,
casters
doesn't
down a
have
bit, up a
sometimes
bit?
he's like, yeah, you just
I've
send
turned them
back
down
the full 7
slightly,
because you
because I
wanna
think
get
they're
a
probably
one
the
drop
same.
that bad. I'm like, oh, you don't want to keep
I
up
am.
the good 2 to ensure. And he goes,
I kind
oh,
of need
you just
turn
look,
my
if you just get rid of the full 7, it's
my
like
own
93.5%
volume of them
that
up
you're
my
gonna
end,
hit a
'cause
one
I'm listening
drop
to them
in
at
the
my
stack.
TV.
So, like you
I don't
said,
know where
very
headphones.
powerful, very impactful as well. And did Brian
Yeah.
just keep 7?
I'm not sure. So one of two
So
things
the
is happening.
Rats
Either
often, or Brian is
the
often
draw,
associated with
so
playing
he's
Emerald
waiting for
Steel, but he's
Jordan
not playing
to
it,
log in before,
which I think tells you what you
telling
need to
his
know.
opponent how many he's going to send away. And so that's exactly what happened. Brian there, knowing what he wanted to do, waiting for Jordan to make the call. So Jordan is probably on the play here. And then Brian waiting.
Passes down to more, or is it?
Brian,
Are they okay now?
with, some great cards in his opening hand. We do see the Cinderella, Let the Storm Rage On line.
And I'll
which is a great
obviously
one
mute
to
them if I'm
play in
talking
any
loads.
Amber Steel deck. So he has those available.
Big shout out to all the
Jordan, I think,
casters
had
and
a
everyone
great
working
look in his
hard.
hand, other than seeing a goat, which I know
I
is
think this
probably
judge was my
probably
judge
back.
when I played on stream.
But the play draw here right off the bat is going to be so important for this aggro Amber Steel deck.
Yeah, I love that you highlighted Cinderella, one of the most important.
Turn the
ones in
casters down.
Brian's deck,
Should I
and one of the
still turn them a
most,
bit more?
highest delta between
Not sure on
cards
the
here.
hand there. I would
With
actually
Sapphire,
be
you can
not
go
surprised
for
if he brought
the
something
third one
else.
and get that lore count up as high as possible, but against other quick character decks.
Right, I've turned down a bit. Let me know if that's better.
Immediately, alarm bells are going off for you.
All right, so it's 2-game format.
Out of this deck for Brian Cortade.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to take a look at what he kept. We just see a Lilo there.
Brian's on Amber Steel.
We have the Dwarven Mines there, and on the other side we see Jordan playing Emerald Amethyst, which is the
Emerald
deck that he played in
Amethyst.
Chicago.
So Amber
it's
Steel versus Emerald Amethyst. You would imagine it's Emerald Steel
and we have the fist bump, and it looks like we're ready
with
to
a
go.
slight advantage, but the Ursula is the biggest thing for Emerald in this matchup, right?
When that card gets
So-
be drawing an extra card, so a nice little source of lore gain and some extra cards for Jordan here on turn 1.
Eat into the ink. You'd imagine it's still Cindy on 1. So now, like, for Jordan, the question is, do they go for Ursula 2? You kind of have to. The good thing for Brian is, like, the right amount of songs to have in hand here for Brian is you either want no songs or 2 songs. And he's got 2, which is really good. Like, 2 is actually better than none, right? The last thing you really want there is no songs. 1 song, sorry. But that's the right amount of songs to have. The good thing for Jordan, I think both players have done very well so far. Jordan's got the Diablo as the 1-drop, which is like the perfect response to Cinderella. And you see again the power of Diablo. Like a lot of like the Ruby Amethyst decks, for example, don't play the 1-drop Diablo. But you can just see it's just so good here. Like it's so strong. I just would never leave home personally without. Like if I was playing Ruby Amethyst, I would find a way to play 4 Diablos and 4 Brooms and 4 China Bogs. I really, really would. Thank you so much, Apex Andy, for the Prime. But it's also a reason I'm not that interested in Ruby Amethyst. Because like you end up cutting the top end. It's like, okay, why are you really playing Ruby Amethyst if you are? I think Ruby Amethyst, I almost put it into the B tier, but I think I'm happy with where I put it. I think that I will be completely shocked if Ruby Sapphire wins this event, even with the representation it has. I just think it's a clear poor meta choice. I just don't rate the deck. But you know, maybe in the very, very best players' hands, maybe they've worked out how to beat the aggro decks. But like, how you going to beat a Merfolk on 1? How are you going to beat Maleficent on 1? And I think that most of the Amethyst decks should be doing that. How are you going to beat Flynn Rider on 2? Right.
Your opponent into spots where they.
But I like how both players have played so far. Like Brian with the double song in hand, and then because he kept it as well. He kept his hand, and then Jordan also opening with Diablo. Depends how many Amber Steel decks Red Blue hits. Yeah, but like it's not even that good into Amber Steel anymore, right? Like, why do you think the Amber Steel players are playing like this like quicker version, right? It's because Whole New World is so bad into Red Blue, and now you just have Doc instead, and you have Lilos. It's really not as good into it anymore. Like Lilo and also like going first, Amber Steel is I don't know if it's favored. Also Dwarf's Mine. Like, I would argue maybe, I don't know at the highest level, but maybe Amber Steel, when it goes first, is actually favored into Red Blue. Like, you're going to build it in a way which it can beat Red Blue, or at least go 1-1 with Red Blue, right? Like, otherwise, why are you playing the deck? And that's my problem with Ruby Sapphire. It's just so obvious. Like, if I build a deck, I'm like, okay, how can I beat Ruby Sapphire and beat other stuff as well? That's kind of the way I would approach it. I would never play a deck if it loses to Ruby Sapphire. I would just have zero interest.
Look over at Jordan's hand. I don't know if I see anything to interact here. So
Build of Ruby Amethyst is on 10 1-drops. I think 10 1-drops is a good number, yes. I would definitely not play less than 10. Because also you have like Snake, right? I think 11 is a good number, maybe 12. I would try and play 12.
I mean, a turn 3 Fox would be
I really would.
here,
But yeah, I can definitely see it.
hand, allowing him to play it again, and then giving him a challenger for that
Like
Cinderella.
8 1-drops is
I don't
not
know
enough
that
in
we
Ruby
had the Fox.
Amethyst,
Let's
especially
see
in
if
this
we
meta
have an
game.
answer for this exerted Cinderella.
one card that
Like the only 2-drop that you can play without a 1-drop is Flynn, right? Because you can't play the Snake.
I think you're going to see the power.
But the Piglet's good from Brian as well. It's applying a lot of pressure. Yeah, basically they need to flip the table around, right? Like, so the players are facing each other. Yeah. Or just change. Maybe it's the players sat in the wrong seats or something. If the players were sat in the wrong, if the players just sat in the other seats, it would it fix the issue? It wouldn't. It's like the table is one of the shots are inverted. I'm really confused. I don't even understand how it works like that.
Is that a cursed Merfolk? It is. So he's going to try to get
Banzai Merfolk on turn 3 is really aggressive.
Adding 4 possible Lord next turn. Jordan has
Really, really good. Very, very speedy.
From Brian Cortate as well.
Oh, this is fantastic. So in this matchup, traditionally, the Amber aggro deck is going to be... You're thinking it as the aggressive deck, but Amethyst...
Cameras on the other side of the table would definitely fix it, yeah, but that might not be so easy. I mean, you could also just flip the side the camera's on, right? Like, so the Disney corner, the Disney would be like, you basically flip it 180. So like if the camera like flips 180 degrees, that would, then you could just have Jordan on the left, Brian on the right, for example.
These Amethyst Emerald decks are running, but Jordan here with Banzai in is indicating that this is a little, he has aggressive lines that are not, that are available to him, which are not necessarily available to all Amethyst Emerald builds. So great play here, and Jordan's indicating, hey, I'm going to go off to the races and force you, Brian, to respond to me as I try to push my lore total.
Really great point. You know, we keep talking about the Steel Song deck as like the aggressor, but when you look over at Jordan's list, he's got so many 1s and 2s that quest for 2 more that he actually might just be the aggressor in this matchup. This deck can...
Kit's going to be nice. Kit plus bounce could be really, really powerful for Jordan.
Brian Cortate went ahead and played a Lawrence on 3, one of the best 3 drops in his deck. It's just a 4/4.
I almost did something as bad. It's true. I messed up, right? Yeah.
You will see this quite
Well, I had like the play. I did in fact, right? The players were like on the wrong side or something. Wasn't it kind of similar? I had them like facing the wrong way, or I think I just had the wrong player on the wrong.
Want to be with this Amber Steel deck. Once you start getting into turn 5 against any Amethyst deck, you have
Good thing you were there. It's true.
Removal options which are presented. One of them is Elsa, which can come into play, exert
Not
one of your
false.
characters, and allow Jordan to start taking control of the board. There's also Bell, Accomplished Mystic, which starts becoming available, which allows you to shift around damage.
That's what's great about my camera, my little OP webcam.
Your lore total with this aggro
It'll be
deck,
very easy
the more
fix.
of a back foot you're going to be on. But yeah, Brian, unfortunately...
Well, I can tell they flipped it this way because it's easier to see the players' hands.
To build his board before going questing.
Really, really great point there. I think there's a big 5-drop at each side too. If we go back
Would
to
it
the
impact
side,
where you can see players? It shouldn't impact it.
Usually, we don't know that for sure, but usually these builds have 5-drop Kita in it, and if you were to play that, it would shrink the entire board. Usually, power
It shouldn't
would
impact
be
it.
on any character left over, or almost any character left over between these 2 decks, and that allows him to kind of just quest out one turn, pass back over to his opponent, and quest out again. And if the boards are big installed this way, if you're
I mean, it's going to be a speedy game. Both guys are playing aggressive decks, so you should definitely take your time. Big stakes, right? Super high stakes. You need an insane record. I guess it's still top 16 for day 2, even though there's like 200, 100 players. You need a crazy record. It's only 7 rounds of Swiss as well. That is not many for this many players. I also thought 7 rounds of Swiss was not many for the 96 in Euros, and this has got like an extra 30. You need an insane record in this to make it through to day 2. Is it still top 32? Is it top 16 rather, or is it top 32, the cut? Does anyone know? I didn't actually realize there was more players at this event, but it makes sense because there was 2 more challenge events in North America.
All the way up to 7 here for Jordan. Early game, big lead for him here.
Top 16 with only 7 rounds and this many players. I'm not too thrilled about that. I think there should be more rounds. Well, and my feedback here actually comes from people like Frank Carsten, for example. Frank Carsten was a bit upset, not upset, but like disappointed that there was only 7 rounds in European champs. And I agree. We're gonna have more rounds. 7 rounds.
We'll talk about Doc again. You know, Merfolk is going to force you to.
I think the 2-game format is great. I really like it. But you need to play a lot of rounds, right? Because you're playing less Lorcana in each round.
That's been really popular this set.
Yeah, I think you should have like 12 rounds. It's European it's North American Championships, right? I don't think that it should be only 7 rounds anyway, but particularly when it's 2-game format and you've got even more players.
Let's see, the 1 damage might go over to the Cursed Merfolk that would remove it, and since it's not a challenge, No card has to be
Well, no,
destroyed.
but it's not 6-1 because 6-1 it would be a best of 3. This is 2-game format.
The worst cards
So
to
Lawrence moves into Seven Dwarfs Mine. Seven Dwarfs
Yeah,
Mine's
that's
very
true. So
good.
You can bring him back. You can bring him back later. A little escape artist escapes from your discard pile.
I think a reason it's actually also good in Amber Steel is because Happy
and then he's going to challenge
is
into that hyena.
not a great one drop in some other decks, but in this deck it's not bad.
He's going to get rid of one of those docks because I think he picked up a second copy.
Bro's got the
Setting up for
chefs.
Possibly another very powerful dock or Dwarven Mine turn next turn.
Well, look at this. What a swing here. And it's kind of
Bro's got the
power
chef.
of Dwarven Mine allows you to clean something up.
9 best of 3. Yeah, like 7 rounds best of like 2-game format.
Yeah, we've gone from a wide board.
That
here to
is,
something a little bit
I
more
mean, I think that's like, I'm really surprised actually.
Gone for Brian Cortez.
Isn't that just like objectively not enough?
Hit Cloud Kicker, and then a Merlin
That's just
Goat
bad player
is gonna
experience, I think.
kill
Like, that's just going to really be very, very frustrating. Like, you can have an insane record and not make it through with that.
one of those
Like, whoever finishes 17th,
as well, so this goat might be
it's going to be so hard done by,
Well, so-
right?
And the goat's a great card to play here. Usually,
Even, like, the
we
top
don't like to play
32,
goat this early
honestly.
in this matchup, in this deck, there's a lot of other things you'd like to do in turn 4.
It's like I'm saying, I thought 7 rounds was not really enough in Euros,
You'd love to play in turn 4. But what goat's being used for here,
but this is like got 30 extra players or so.
About that mine and its ability to
It's
continue
even more.
his characters, and so getting a 4-strength character on the board.
I don't
allows us to deal with
mind get
quite
rid
a
of
lot things.
Banzai. Did it move in a? It probably moved in a knight. So Doc is a knight. Happy's a knight.
That kit, leaving just the goat and the Ursa left over on Jordan's side, but that big 5-drop that you had talked about, Elsa, has made its way into Jordan's hand. Looks like we've got a
It's also like in fairness, this is also like the first set of championships. So like hopefully this like we can provide feedback, and I would just wager that the player experience after today there's going to be a lot of quite frustrated players.
Valuing the information there, perhaps picking this
Yeah,
up.
like imagine you coming from the LCQs, you pay quite a lot of money obviously to get there. Also the LCQ you have to pay to play,
Ideally, you would have liked to draw an inkable there,
and then you go
into
like
your
insane
ink
record
card,
in
playing
this, and you still don't make it.
Oh, that was
I mean, I feel it's inevitable that some people it's going to happen. Doc and Happy in the Seven Dwarfs Mine, you love to see it, but yeah.
Not to use its ability. It is a May ability. So
Rapunzel, that is not a bad option, potentially. Not a clean option for Rapunzel right now for Brian. But I think this is why the Seven Dwarfs Mine is good in this color combination. It's because Happy is actually a good one-drop comparative to your other options. You've got Cinderella and Daisy. And if you're not playing like Robin Hood or Shifts. But for example, Seven Dwarfs Mine, someone asked me earlier in Amethyst Steel. You have so many good one-drops. It's just not worth it. I actually tested Seven Dwarfs Mine a lot in Seattle and cut it. I had no interest in playing Happy when I have purple one-drops.
Well, that is a very powerful card in these matchups.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a tough spot here for the Amber Steel deck. You know, Jordan, due to racing out ahead to 11 lore, which is what these these Emerald
Yeah,
Amethyst
but
decks
Jordan's got the
do.
board.
So
Like,
for
I mean,
Brian,
sorry,
you
Brian's
have
got
to-
like the
and so
board. There's not
Brian
many
has
cards in
to
hand.
go
If
back to that board under
if Brian
control.
gets this Rapunzel
And
through,
forcing him to
he's
go
in not a
research
terrible
that
spot. But
rather
Elsa
than
is going to be
advancing
a
his
bit of a
total.
menace.
Here we have another fantastic.
Happy,
card
like
there.
another reason Happy's quite good at the moment is because it can deal with Elsa, right? Like Happy plus a crab or something like that. But I don't know that there's an obvious combo for it in this one.
Side of the board, or a character on your opponent's side of the board. It also has rush and evasive.
So Daisy is probably going to challenge the snake here
Now we're seeing Brian
to set up Rapunzel.
though, having one of these really powerful turns.
Rapunzel plus Doc is really cool.
Rapunzel in his hand. He has the Daisy Duck set up. If he wants to, he could maybe run it into the
The Minor's being missed, is it really?
And drop the full 3 cards here from the
It's a must, right? So
Elsa is still looming. It's an evasive
not an
threat.
optional,
He's
so it
gonna deal
shouldn't
with it.
be.
Looks like we're going to be starting out with exactly that play here. 1 damage on the snake, 3 damage on the Daisy. But we're gonna be
Rapunzel,
drawing 3
Rapunzel,
cards here.
let down your
The
hair.
full value Rapunzels always feel so
It
powerful.
does, doesn't it?
I always feel like I can't lose whenever I make these plays.
And Rapunzel, a fantastic.
What's
card.
that card to the left? Is that a
Around
John Silver?
one, it was one of the
I was
best
talking to
cards
Harlan
in
about
the
this card because Harlan was playing it. I don't really rate it that much, but it's
played
interesting to see that it's making the cut here as well.
Yep, ink from Brian here going to allow him to move one
Chef.
of the knights over, finish off.
The chef of the chef. This is where the mine's good, right? Like when you're just kind of a little bit low on resources, you're happy playing Doc and Happy. Like I think the mine in this deck is great. I don't really like it in purple steel, for example.
That mine responsible not only for all of Brian's lore so far, I think, but I think distributing at least 4 damage now. We see the power of that mine. It's just a threat that sits on the board and continues to pester you. Until
Yeah, it
you
looks
deal
like
with
it's been fixed.
Another
It could be
lore
retroactively fixed,
from
right?
Jordan.
And now we're
Gain
getting
another lore and
The
pass it
GOAT.
over.
That's
You're
why
getting
he's the
dangerous close
GOAT.
to the end game
Golden
here.
and no cards in hand, but he's done well, right? Like you've got probably White Rose in the deck and Bounce as well.
Up to 17. And one thing
John
that a
Silver
lot of the,
could actually
Amethyst
pop off here,
packages
though.
are
I think John
allowed
Silver's
to
like,
go,
they can't,
which give you lore when
they
enter
have to
play, but you
challenge
also
next
have
turn. Or
Bright
maybe it's they
available
can't
to give you lore
challenge.
when they enter play. So as soon as these Amethyst packages get up to
Which John
16,
Silver is
17,
that,
18
mate?
lore,
I think it's
you're
like the
top
3
deck
cost John
away
Silver,
from
right?
losing
That is the one it
game, even
is.
if you manage to gain control of the board.
Absolutely great point. Brack over
It's not the legendary, is it? I think it's the 3 cost. I'm surprised. I was speaking to Harlan and I said I don't really rate the card. But he said he likes it a lot. Can't challenge. If it's a can't quest, it would be great here, but
the challenge down the Elsa. I guess you could put some damage on the Ursula and maybe take that out.
It's just a tough position to be in. There's not a lot of great options available. You know, Brian does have a card there.
I know, there's
it's a
some
little interesting.
options.
There's a John Silver there.
There
I
is some
believe that's a free
options.
drop, and when it comes into
I
play,
could see him singing
it says that one of your opponent's
Storm
characters
with
can't,
Rapunzel.
challenge during their next turn.
You
It's
move
not
Daisy
the
into
sort
the
of
mine,
game, though.
for
It's a real,
example. That deals with
defensive
Elsa.
card
That's a
for
pretty
side
good
to
start.
board, and
Alternative, you could do it on the goat as well, right? Like
not a lot of good
the
options here.
Storm plus the mine is pretty damn nice.
Exactly there. The challenging is not really what Brian's.
And I'd be surprised if he goes for
far behind.
not singing with Rapunzel. Like he kind of just needs an abundance of ink this turn, right? I think the big question is, does he go for the goat or does he go for the Elsa?
Next turn. So Brian really thinking about how can I possibly slow this down as much as possible.
There's no cards in hand for Jordan. I'd probably go for the Elsa. You kind of just have to deal with the evasive with your song, I think.
See another card to look for some outs, so that's one thing.
But he's also probably just thinking like, what's... I think he has to go for Elsa, right? And just accept that goat bounce is going to be really annoying. But he can still probably take out the goat next turn, whereas the Elsa,
Finish that off.
if he doesn't find another song, he's going to be in big trouble. He agrees.
Second Dwarven Mine, which is
Mine is a pretty nice find at this stage, honestly, because you can move Chef, from mine to mine.
It'll allow you to distribute another damage, but it's just not enough. But what it does allow you to do is play this. Let's talk about this fun game here. One of the things about locations is once you move a character to a location from the field, it can't leave the location back to nowhere. And so once a knight makes it onto a location, if you only have one in play, it's stuck there, as we see Doc is. But if you get a second location in play, then you can start to move your knight back and forth between the locations, activating
Interesting.
each one once each turn. So that's a total of
Daisy
4
into
damage you can
Ursula. What's?
distribute,
I guess he just doesn't want a
knight.
quest of Daisy
So
to give an extra character.
great
That makes
combo to have
sense.
on board here. It might
There
be
we go.
Yeah, so it looks like he's gonna put one.
Damn, the double mine is popping off, man.
That allows Doc to move
Holy
forward.
moly, go on, Brian. I want Brian to win this. Up against it.
To the second.
Nothing against Jordan. It's just like
Once he can move
I've actually not really got to see this deck in action too much. The diggy hole, as DeCandio calls it.
mine, because that would be the first time this turn someone's moved there. If
Any word on challenges? Only in Asia so far.
more damage left over, see if he wants to do
The
it.
Asian ones have been
actually move
announced,
the
but
knight back,
that's like a set
to do
one
another
tournaments, right?
However he wants to do it.
And there's a Melbourne.
So he's gonna move the Daisy.
Australian one.
I don't think there's a
We'll probably get
difference
more
between
announcements of
them,
stuff this
as long as
weekend.
Doc doesn't get
But Daisy to Elsa, that is the double mine's popping off. That's also why you sing with Rapunzel, right? Because if he didn't sing with Rapunzel, he just wouldn't be able to spend much. That's quest of Chef. He's not worried about goat challenging it, so why not? Big top deck moment.
Yeah, so here
Go-Go's such a
mine
threat.
is actually,
Yeah, that's
a
true.
very impactful draw, allowing you to clear a little bit more
But-
out here. Jordan, is he top decking here? I don't see.
Yeah, I think he is.
He is. So here we go. So I mean, inevitability again is here. That goat's going to quest. If again when it's removed,
Big
it'll
top deck
represent
moment. What is
another
it?
board. And-
Another
oh my
goat.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. That Jordan. Oh man, that's one of those
So-
top decks that you get, and you're like, woo.
GG.
Does that actually lock the game up? Does that
There's quite a few top decks there though. Go,
I mean, at this
bounce,
point,
go.
what's being removed is,
There's a lot.
2 lore, next
I'll
turn,
give you
plus
more
2.
top decks than not. Not quite, but you know, after like 2 or 3 cards, you'd expect to find something like that. I don't think it's particularly lucky.
Maybe quest for 2. There's actually a chance that
I mean, it's definitely not unlucky.
the fact that he can attack down this goat, let you gain the lore off that, but then with the 2 mines, be able to move characters around so much that you'd never be able.
You
to
need
quest
something which is like giving reckless,
I
but
mean,
even
look at
that.
the lore on the board. There's 7 lore represented with what
Yeah,
Brian's
it's
showing.
next.
And
Go next,
he has
bruv.
a grip of cards here to drop a few more characters. So he really is.
You gotta
2
go
turns
next
away
there,
from
bruv.
winning. There are a few draws that Jordan could have picked up that wouldn't have been impactful, which would have allowed Brian to steal this game. Getting that goat off the top deck though is literally it's drawing the game. You draw that card and you're like, I've got it.
Yeah, I think like
GG Nori. Go next.
Elsa being a 2/5 might have been the only cards that would have.
Good performance from Brian though. Like they did really well. They hang in there. I mean, both players played very well. I liked the turn 3. Oh. Foster's got muted on that screen.
These moments where
I like the Merfolk plus Banzai combo there on 3. It was really aggressive. 4 lore on turn 3. You couldn't do that with a 3-cost character. That's like the power of like playing 2 characters at once when in an aggro deck, right? You just get more lore, more bang for your buck. 3 ink, 4 lore. Phew. Really, really good. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you're lucky to find the GOAT there, but I think like it's easy to make a bigger deal like, oh, go off the top at the right moment, but like Snake, Box, Go, White Rose, GOAT,
multiple things going on here. So first, we're going to get
Rabbit wouldn't even be bad in that spot, right?
So you're going to get to see this deck unleashed, and in the right draw,
There's a lot of good top decks there that were pretty much winning the game. There's like not even many bad top decks there, I would say. I guess there probably was. Like China Box Followers, Brooms would have been bad. It was definitely a good time to top deck a GOAT.
Control line right from the start.
But yeah, for Brian, that's really, really bad because it's only 7 rounds. Like, this is why the 2-game format with only 7 rounds for me isn't enough. Right? Like, for Brian, he needs so many wins, and that was just like one of his losses. It's not like a best of 3 where you have like another opportunity to come back after you got a bit unlucky. Like, that is so brutal to Brian's chances of making top 16, right? So brutal. That's such a bad start, and it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. But with a 2-game format, it's kind of not, but because there's only 7 rounds, it is. You know what I mean? I think that's just a good example of why I don't think 7 rounds is enough for Continentals of 2-game format.
Yeah, great point. We talk about play draw disparity here, and that line you talked about.
Oh, there's going to be so many 1-1s. There's going to be so many 1-1s, but
it's good.
You've only got 16 players out of 126 over 7 rounds. There's going to be a lot of 2-0s as well, right? There's going to be a lot of 1-1s, a lot. But ultimately, you know, the top 16 players are just going to have got like that little bit of extra luck to get those 2-0s, and it has such a big impact on it in terms of like it would obviously make a big difference even in if you had 12 rounds. But over the 12 rounds, you're more likely, you know, you're like, there's more games played, isn't it? So I just think over 7 rounds, it rewards. There's too much variance in games of Lorcana 2-game format that 14 games of Lorcana to decide upcut and Continentals for me. It's not enough. I would like to see significantly more. Significantly more.
Brian's going to close out this game.
I think it should be more like 20, right? At least. It should be like 10 rounds. Yeah, like 10 rounds. Which deck do you think gets hit the most by the fact you can't afford to 1-1? Maybe Red Blue?
This is going to be an aggressive line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Brian's going to play this out. Is he going to play the 2-drop on 2 and then maybe a 2-drop?
Maybe hyper aggro?
Daisy on turn 3 to utilize his ink as much as possible, or does he want to just be super aggressive with his daisies?
I don't know. Probably like the more polarized decks, right? Like either side of the, you know, you got aggro down here, you got aggro down here, you got control here, and then you got the middle of the pack. It's probably like the more polarized you go either side, right? Is probably the concern. So like a deck like Ruby, like Sapphire Emerald, for example, it's really bad going second. So a deck like that, like basically Sapphire decks in general, maybe. But Sapphire Steel obviously has that element of being able to clear quickly. Probably helps the Amethyst decks. Yeah. I think particularly, not so much Ruby. I think Amethyst, this is why I think Amethyst Steel's the best deck in the format. I think Amethyst Steel is the one that can win going second the most often. Via the Cannons, Befuddle on 2, plus a 1-drop. That's why I would just not play Amethyst. I would always play Amethyst Steel here. I think it's just the best deck to win going second consistently. Whereas like Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Amethyst is definitely good as well, because obviously you can get to the B prep. I think Amber Steel is quite good on both sides of the coin. I would just say like the more polarized the deck is in terms of like control or aggro, they're probably the ones that see less
And
Yeah.
frankly, Friends has started to work its way out of favor in a lot of these
Yeah,
builds.
not even 4-ubs if they're even playing it. Yeah.
Exactly, and so you're going to hit characters most of the time in
Heat into
these,
the ink.
Amethyst Emerald decks.
Quick old start from Brian, isn't it? He's about to quest for flipping 3 with the piglet.
Giving Brian an option for 3. Ink this turn. A lot of options.
Yeah, exactly, Ducky. You definitely have the bet. Like, if you can survive the early game, you've got the big red button.
Knights in play to possibly set up that dwarven,
And
the 7 dwarven.
Ursula 2 isn't as common anymore, right?
A character here in
Ursula
order
2
to
isn't
set up
as
a
popular, which I
three-war
think
quest with the
makes
piglet.
Ruby
We're gonna
Amethyst
go
a
in
little
and
bit safer.
that quest, so we're gonna
The thing is like Ruby Amethyst won European Championship, so it's gone up a lot in everybody's estimations.
and I bet
But
we're
if you
gonna
watch that
see
final
here-
back, it was really Emerald Amethyst's game to lose. It really was. Hello, hello, great to see you, mate. Hope you're well.
It's very, very
Hope you're enjoying the event.
To be taken down this turn. In fact, I don't know if they could possibly do it even with a snake.
I hope it's not as well, I know you got. I was about to say about the weather, but you got the fires. Probably shouldn't be moaning about the cold in the UK. When that's going.
Problem here. I'm sorry, a fox. I apologize.
Everything's good, mate.
Yeah, it's an interesting play here. What the problem?
Olaf.
here for Jordan is you suggest you're gonna have to do a lot
You
of
wouldn't catch me
resources
playing
to get
Olaf.
rid of
Just play the
this.
one drop Diablo, mate.
So it's gonna sit there.
I don't understand. How can you play an Olaf when a one drop Diablo exists? I tweeted at Kendall saying this because Kendall had Olaf in his list. I was like, Olaf? We had a whole big talk about it earlier with Earl as well because Earl was playing Olaf yesterday and I kept mocking him about his poor old Olaf. No fires here, glad to hear it.
And that one might have been able to be interacted with something like Kit, Cloud Kicker or something here. But instead, he's going to put this Dwarf's Mine in play that is going to be a problem for multiple turns down the line. Doesn't have to put any more resources in it. Doesn't have to do anything
If you're there on Cinderella, you need a one drop, then get your snake out. Yeah, but also like Cinderella singing like Diablo is inherently really good against Cindy, right?
Fallen out of favor a little bit. Jordan is running it. I actually
It's like the best one drop response.
a lot, so I'm glad to see him running it.
But yes, that does make sense. It's going to make your turn 2 awkward. I would also just play 12 one drops. And you've got the opportunity. Okay, they let the Storm Rage on Diablo, and then I play 2 more one drops on 2. I wouldn't be too unhappy with that. But yeah, I would never go near Olaf.
of 7 Dwarfs Mine in game 1. It wasn't able to win the game for Brian, but we saw the beginnings.
I think the card's terrible. Like playing Olaf when you've got Amethyst is like playing. What's a good comparison? It's like I was gonna say it's like playing Rafiki when you got Fox, but maybe not quite. But Rafiki's uninkable, so. That's interesting. I mean that makes sense. I can see the logic of Olaf. That actually is a good explanation. I really was. I had no idea why it's in there, but that does make sense that it's there because of the snake against songs. Thank you. But still, it's so bad.
Getting your opponent in a fox loop where they're bouncing these rush characters, challenging with a fox. Bouncing the
like Diablo's really good against Cindy. It's like the best one drop in the game against Cindy, right? I guess you could say the 1/3s are better.
It looks like Brian's gonna go with another one
Kind of.
here. It's gonna be
Kind of not really that much better though. I guess in the context of Ruby Amethyst, that doesn't play many 2 drops. It is.
And I gotta believe it's gonna be one of the daisies, not the happy.
Olaf plus Crab equals broken. Okay, but do you know what's even better?
Let's see. It looks like
Diablo plus Crab.
A little bit more. Looks like a Smee is gonna get advanced
Much
there.
better, in fact. It's not even close.
This is the aggressive line. Even if we take care of the daisy, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. If the location's not taken care of, that's 6, which would go to 14.
Does Jordan Stack play Friends? No idea. The deck lists are closed. We haven't seen it though.
And now we have
1/3 still dies to strength, yeah, but like they would have to go double 1 drop on 2 for that to be relevant, which is actually possible, right? Like these Diggy Gold decks could definitely go double 1 drop turn 2. Probably should be. Probably should be. Maybe not should be, but they definitely could. Probably should be. Yeah, Olaf's trash, man. I hate Olaf. Playing Olaf when you got flipping Diablo as an option, I just can't get behind that. Like, if that's what you need to do, it kind of summarizes my thought that I just think Ruby Amethyst is just one of the weaker pairings for Amethyst. I would say Amber Amethyst is worse, and that's it, actually. Ooh, hot take.
roles have been reversed.
Hot take. I'd probably play Amber Amethyst before I play Ruby Amethyst. Honestly.
A lot of people do that, but Jordan here able to
Doing that with that whole new world, they're going to be behind on cards? Sure.
using Merlin Crab to make
But like an aggro approach, right? You go like double Daisy or something. Bam, bam. Extra Cindy. You are right, though. You wouldn't exactly want to do that. Like, if they're actually doing that to strength your Olaf, you're quite happy with it, right?
And so we see him really get a handle on the board here.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
kinds of things with these crabs.
I'm definitely biased on this because I'm always like the biggest fan of the Diablo brooms and Chernobogs, and whenever I see these Ruby Amethysts, I'm like, surely there's a way of just fitting the Diablos in.
How do you like the idea
I definitely think it's better to play Olafs than only play 8 1-drops.
the purple decks?
The higher cost character. I'm sorry, say again.
How do you like the idea of like making sure you take care of the cheap stuff? Is that more important? So they only, if they do have to pick something up for say another fox or a snake or something like that, they have to.
But like, to be fair, like the 1-drop Diablo is also good into
A huge consideration because you want to
good into Cindy, right? It's like the best 1-drop into Cindy inherently. It's just with the context that Ruby Amethyst doesn't have many 1-drops or 2-drops, that you're going to be relying on playing Snake on 2 quite often. And in that context, Olaf is better, arguably, against Amber Steel, particularly when you're going second. But that's just not enough reason, I think. Maybe it is.
Brian's going to be trying to drop.
Don't know the last time he inked to Margot.
On the board to kind of close out that last 2 or 3 lore. And Jordan, the only removal.
But I would never like inking a Chernobogs.
Are likely
Double kit's interesting.
to bounce stuff back, which he has in his hand, or Elsa, the 5th spirit, and so.
Ooh, Fishhook's a spicy inclusion.
That is something that Jordan was happy to have because a lot of
Fishhook's a pretty good card, isn't it?
lower power, except for cards like Smee.
I may want to bounce Olaf or Mickey with Snake over a Diablo draw. And strength is better with more characters on the field.
You see Brian taking his time here.
Yeah, but you don't need to bounce a Snake.
Does he want to quest? It looks like one of those two things.
If you're bouncing, the reason you're saying you'd rather bounce Olaf or Mickey with Snake over a Diablo is because the Diablo is a better card than Olaf or Mickey. That's kind of the point.
Multiple play with foxes that can happen. We're going to be coming back to the booth here for a second. Multiple plays with foxes that can happen. Multiple plays with Elsas. I mean, how many cards?
Or a judge call.
Like I think 9 or 10. He's drawn a card.
Usually you move away from the table when there's a judge call.
Multiple kits as well. So maybe Brian's thinking, I've got to get as much lore as I can.
But that's kind of the point, right? Like the reason you'd rather bounce back an Olaf compared with the Diablo is because the Diablo could get you a draw because the card is better. Like in a vacuum, Diablo doesn't feel as good on turn 1. It does into a Cindy. I actually think Diablo is the best turn 1 play. I prioritize Diablo on turn 1 over Chernobogs and Brooms most of the time. It obviously depends on the context somewhat, but most of the time I actually play my Diablos on turn 1 over Chernobogs and Brooms. But yeah, it is also true that Ruby Amethyst, because it has a slower early game compared to like Amethyst Steel, and yeah, mainly Amethyst Steel, it doesn't have that much of a worse opening game than Emerald Amethyst, right? Like maybe I guess Emerald Amethyst has Banzai on 2, so it does have a weaker early game in terms of raw stats. So if ever there's a purple deck which shouldn't play Diablo, it is, to be fair, Ruby Amethyst. I would still play it, and I would probably play 4, maybe 3. But I'm also not a Ruby Amethyst gamer, and this is also why I wouldn't play Ruby Amethyst. If I'm not playing 4 Diablos, play Daisy turn 1. You probably don't want Broom. Yes, no, that's true. Yeah, because that also happened against me yesterday when like I knew that Earl was playing Olaf. I played Magic Broom on my turn 1 for the exact same reason. And then sometimes you'd want Chernobogs, right? If you're, especially as a Ruby Amethyst player, because if you're going second, like the 2 strength on the Chernobogs, you might be quite happy to take a trade with.
So Brian, unfortunately, that game not only having to be in the control role because of how Jordan raced.
But like, if your opponent opens Cinderella, the best response in the game in a vacuum is Diablo. By far. Like, it's actually not even close, right? I guess you could argue Fire the Cannons. I'd say Diablo is better than Fire the Cannons. You'd rather Fire the Cannons on 2.
Or some of the power of some of the new cards that have been added in this, and not just from.
But in the context of Ruby Amethyst, where you have not many 2-drops, Broom, Befuddle. No, Befuddle's worse because it goes back to hand. Fire the Cannons would just be better. You never want to Befuddle on turn 1 with no threats. The kind of point of Befuddle is that you would play it on turn 2 when you're like also developing a threat. You never just want to Befuddle when you have the The point of Befuddle is to like overload their removal. Like you can't play Befuddle when you don't already have threats on the board. Like what Befuddle does is it gets you like an extra turn of questing of the threats you already have developed. But you would, that's why I don't also, if my opponent opens Cindy and I have either Diablo or Fire the Cannons, I would always play the Diablo. And then try and Fire the Cannons it on turn 2. Because they're not going to feel good about using a song on your 1-drop Diablo. Because there's also some mind games going on there, right? Like, okay, I played Diablo instead of Olaf. Okay, they might, are they really going to storm your Diablo to play around Snake? I mean, maybe they will, but are they really going to? That's going to not be very good for them a lot of the time. And then you play Flynn Rider and they're like, oh, I just used my Storm.
No, this is great. So what we're seeing now,
It's a really interesting discussion.
We talked earlier about Amber Steel. And
I definitely underestimated the power of the
version in this meta, and right away
the Olaf in that context, but I still think it's not worth it. Because I actually don't actually think it's, the more you break it down, I don't actually think it's, like, I think if I played, if you go Cindy on turn 1 and I respond Diablo, especially if I try and ink a purple card, let's say like it's blind, I ink a purple card, there's no way you're ever singing Storm onto that. Maybe if you were to ink a red card, you might. I still, like, I think the average player wouldn't, but maybe at the very highest level, sure. And I guess if you're Kendall, you don't have that extra benefit of hiding your ink because you play the same deck over and over, which I think is a huge mistake, by the way, from a competitive standpoint. I think that puts you at a huge disadvantage, that going into every game, your opponent knows what you're playing. Maybe Kendall should throw a curveball and not play Ruby Amethyst this tournament. I would support that. I think that would actually put him at an advantage. He turns his disadvantage into an advantage.
Sometimes Cinderella on one.
Like, I hated when it was set 3 meta and everyone, because I was playing Emerald Steel and everyone knew it. So they had the advantage in the mulligan and I had no idea. Like, that was so bad for me. It's really easy to underestimate what a big disadvantage that is. It's why I just don't like this idea of just playing one deck all the time. I think it's really bad. You don't want your opponent to have a clue what you're playing going into the mulligan, or you want them to be second guessing themselves at least. But that is interesting that therefore you could argue the biggest brain play would be to be known as the Ruby Amethyst guy, but then mulligan for Ruby Amethyst and then you hit them with Amber Emerald or something like that, right? Fasters?
Yep. Sorry for the pause there for a second. We're just getting a note from our director. It sounds like what we're going to be doing is we're going back down to the feature match area. We're going to jump to the other match that we have, and then we will circle back to the match and try to finish it out and get you the conclusion of that Brian Cortade match that we had here prior. All those Amethyst decks, by the way, we haven't seen a Genie just yet.
Bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Stuff happens. It's really nice that we can just fall back to the other game.
And it's going to be so impactful. I guarantee you this week.
Stop playing Lorcana. I'm wondering would be a good budget deck. Anything Amethyst, Mr. Pringles, is good to go for. Amethyst has a lot of cheap cards. At the moment, Genie is the expensive card in Amethyst. But you could still build a good, very good budget Amethyst deck without the Genie. The Genie's the expensive part, everything else is cheap. If you're happy spending a bit of money, the Genie would be a good investment. Probably. Wonder why they've done that? Yeah, I'm not sure. Diego Saz, who's won a Lorcana challenge before. Go on, Clara. Great to see a woman qualified for the North American champs. We sadly didn't have any women in the European Championships. Go on, Clara. Team Clara.
It was a Chernobog deck.
It was. Yeah. It was Amber Emerald deck. So we have 2 players here who are known for bringing in more.
Might have been a judge call or something, Rachel.
Clara,
not sure.
Is usually a very good deck builder, and I'm interested to see what she's brought in here today.
Yeah, she's also not only a fan favorite, but she's.
Ooh, Bufasa! But we saw there was no Ruby Amber. Bufasa! Is it going to be Amber Emerald Mufasa? That is such a Chad deck if so. Diego on Emerald Amethyst. Amber Amethyst Bufasa. Funnily enough, I cooked up a deck like this myself quite a bit. I never even playtested it, but I had a deck like this cooked up for Seattle. I wonder if she's playing Lantern. I think Lantern's broken. Nice! Come on, Clara. Oh, I'm excited to see this.
Clara Sear bringing in something very different.
Come on, Clara.
She's bringing in a Amethyst Amber deck here. Now, this deck is typically seen as a hyper aggro deck. It has high lore, low cost characters. So whenever you see this,
no Shin Miri line.
this is hyper aggro, unless you're
But Fodder would have been great there.
completely off meta build into
Not that great, but it could have been nice.
But here, it looks like this Amethyst core that Claire is running with. We had the Merlin Crab, we had the
Garden Bear
Fox,
Necessities.
Bell
I do think that Amber Emerald could cause some upsets this week, and I think it's a really good deck.
we see in many other
Its worst matchup is Emerald
meta.
Steel, which is going out of
What she's done
fashion.
here is pair Amber, a color that we don't usually see paired with that
Also,
Amethyst
Emerald Steel's not as
core.
popular, which means that
And,
Diablo doesn't have so much of a target on its
in there.
back.
So we're gonna
I
see
wouldn't be
what
that
this
surprised. I think it could be a really good meta
It's a really
call.
interesting choice into this meta, and probably pretty unique.
Yeah, it looks
Go
like
on, Clara.
He's going to hit the discard bin for Diego, and we're going to see the third Diablo of the game get played here. And that's the big Diablo that we
I
haven't
can't
seen
imagine
for
she's
a
got
little
that
bit.
many answers to
Looks like
Diablo in her
it's a
deck.
little bit, but that card is still very
Peter Pan
powerful.
Shadow Finder.
As you saw, it drew an extra card for Diego here against Clara.
Lucifer. Peter Pan Shadow Finder.
Give a card over to
Peter Pan Shadow Finder.
Lore is getting up high.
Come on, Clara.
Already
Come on, Clara. Give me the Peter Pan of dreams. Oh my god, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, sad.
Crab.
Yeah, it looks like just
That's a
grab.
really
No
slow
value in here, no way to
turn
score.
number one,
Yeah, so
number
you
two,
mentioned
and
Diablo.
three.
Diablo is a card that got a lot worse this meta. There's a lot of cards that came out which deal very efficiently with.
But this is
Diablo.
like an example of why Diablo is probably a good pick for this weekend.
Most people are running Elsa the Fifth Spirit, which will allow you to.
There's just
exert
not
Diablo
as
and
many
challenge into it
targets on
immediately,
Diablo's
with
back,
a rush
right?
evasive character.
PJ.
We also have the Dwarves Train, which we saw able to do 2 damage.
Oh, what a card PJ is, mate.
Diablo, also Bell Accomplished
happy.
Mystic.
Yeah.
Even happy is evasive on your turn, and then Bell Accomplished Mystic allows you to shift 2 damage around. So Diablo got a lot worse, but to your point,
Diablo on Diablo action.
Going to draw Diago's second card here.
Yeah, it's one of the matchups where I think it's going to shine a little bit more until we get into those turn 4 and turn 5. So does Clara have a genie here? Does she have an Elsa for turn 5 that can help pick this off? Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest here. 3 more for Clara.
Come on, Clara.
Out of Diego's deck.
Ooh,
That's
nice.
That's the second miss out of the 3 tries.
Come on, Clara.
Bummer.
This 4 drop
Genie?
is it a genie? It does look like genie. That's going to draw Diego an extra card along with Clara, but now the Diablo is in check. Now we do see that Prince John on Diego.
Hidden Cove would be popping off here, mate.
Be able to start to leverage that. Does he have any of the discards?
Hidden Cove would put in some serious work.
One thing
Doesn't Sisu just roll Amber Emerald? No, because you discard their hand before they get to Sisu. You can't get to 8 ink against a deck that has You Have Forgotten Me and Sudden Chills and stuff.
Scary. Look, he might not be able to quest for as much as Clara does, but with cards like this Sudden Chill, this starts to get really scary. That's a Chernobog from Clara. We mentioned this.
Yeah. The green guys are broken, man. The Muses is an insane card, isn't it? Muses is absolutely absurd. Yeah. GG.
At controlling board states
Elsa time.
Diego's, where he set up card
It's not quite
draw,
GG,
Diablo
but like,
card
my
draw
god, that
for
is
John.
brutal. The
So
genie
John has
drew
plenty of
Diego a
cards in
card
hand, to
and then
trigger
gets
the
bounced
Muses.
back.
The
It
Muses,
was
of course, will send any
just
character
about
response to their
Diego.
players' game
Almost a
quick.
missed trigger there.
Your own characters to get
I don't know, man. I would be a bit sorry about that. I'd say you took too long. If Clara played a little bit more quickly there, if Clara played a little bit more quickly there, do you think that maybe that was the key? Like, "Ooh, quick ink, I inked.
Even with the
Unlucky,
luck
bruv.
she's got, I think
Diego
Diego
almost missed that.
Find a way to get back into this with those Muses.
Oh, let's go, Clara. We love it.
But that is huge for her. Now that lower total getting
Under the sea, ironically.
up with that and see if he has a big turn follow up this here as well.
So unfortunate. Daisy Duck is such a problematic card. Not only do you get it on the board early, but 4 willpower is a lot to deal with. 3 is a lot easier. It's funny how in
I think
Lorcana,
Clara's
4 is a critical
might
breakpoint.
just be alright here. Kida into the ink.
Downside to Daisy is your opponent gets to draw a
Oh,
card every turn.
Lucifer. That's brutal, mate.
Diego's missed 3 times now off that.
Brutal. Draw 2 for Diego.
Getting played for Diego here.
Lucifer's an interesting card as well. It's Judy Hopps. The Judy Hopps is like ready a character of yours.
Extra cards
Something like that at the end of your turn.
Prince John. Does he have something to sing here off those extra cards?
Lucifer, you can bounce back with the Muses and replay.
Here just as a tempo play to get back in here. He's only got 1 lore.
Can't imagine he's playing many, 1 or 2.
Impactful, 'cause like I said, this
But
is
you,
huge.
4 you have forgotten me. But I like the addition of Lucifer in there to just, you know,
A couple points on the board here.
be able to ink your You Have Forgotten Me's and some Lucifer in some spots. Rapunzel, let down your flipping hair. That's pretty good, mate.
Yeah, the Muses, I talked about how good they were. Unfortunately, on Clara's side of the board, several.
It's just
low-cost
all about the
players,
questing for
characters
Clara
who
here.
don't necessarily want to bounce.
Yes!
Can come down and
This Daisy Duck is the MVP.
efficiently, or Rapunzel with an enter play trigger, and Diego missing again on that Daisy Duck.
Yeah, that's big for Clara. Not only is it not putting extra cards in Diego's hand that are characters,
Daisy Duck
putting those
is
songs to the
popping
bottom,
off
so he's
on
able
main
to trigger the
stage.
Muses.
Yeah, several under the sea sent under the sea, as it were.
Ah, nice one.
Ah, nice. That's what I was thinking too. Great minds.
A piglet here behind as well, showing it probably almost as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, enough lore to be able to win next turn. So Diego's going to have to make.
You need some songs, mate. Strike a good match. Strike a good match is unironically quite good in this deck. This is also why you really, in my opinion, need to play 4 copies of Painting the Roses Red. You just need these songs which draw cards for you. In my Emerald Sapphire deck I probably played a few too many songs. Heffalumps and Woozles would be great here. I think that card's very, very strong. I would probably play 4. I'm saying I'll play 4 of everything. I would definitely play 4 Heffalumps and Woozles in this deck. It's like the perfect card here, right? More so than Strike. It's Strike a good match, which actually does something.
It could run friends, but here not only is Rapunzel
Heffalumps and Woozles basically denies 5 lore and draws you a card. Or 2. That's pretty absurd.
It keeps all of the best things from Amethyst that all the other decks are running.
Honor, discard, Bufasa, draw, or the PJ.
Absolutely. Looks like an Ana is the play from Diego here, making Clara. I think discard.
No, this meta's. This is not.
So extra cards again.
This is different. These 2 decks we're playing are not meta at all at the moment. Bruno being sung by Lucifer. These are 2 of the most underrepresented. This is not meta. These 2 decks we're seeing. I've not seen anyone really play these decks this set. It's not an issue because you can bounce it back with muses, right? Elsa's really not a problem at all.
That's going to deny her 3 lore next turn. But right now, I only see 4. She's at 15, so that's 1 short of that 20.
Very, very.
Could Diego bounce back their Lucifer? It's probably looking to bounce back their Lucifer and replay it next turn to discard the hand again. Something like that. Like you combo some songs together where you bounce back 2 characters and your Lucifer, and then you play the Lucifer to discard both. Something like that is something to look out for. Obviously, you could just bounce back 1 character and bounce back your Anna and discard 1 as well.
Yeah, Diego having a powerful turn here, but still up against it from Clara here.
Yeah, I mean, there are answers in Diego's deck. There's plenty of answers. Eventually when you get to turn 5, you can pair.
Ooh, yeah, singing Painted the Roses Red. That makes That's what I'm telling you. This card is cracked, mate.
We'll see how it's leveraged here.
That's absurd.
Bounce the Daisy to make sure the least amount of lore is in play from Clara here.
Just any song which draws you a card with the muses is so good. And Painting the Roses is particularly good because it allows you to get 3 strength characters up with the muses, right?
2 lore left over here at 15. How is she going to rebuild this board?
Very nicely done by Diego. I don't think Clara has any consideration to challenge. If she does, she's probably going to get cooked. But she could. I mean, Lucifer Prince John are great trades. She has an abundance of cards in hand. This is a really interesting spot for her. There's a world she could afford to challenge here. You have to imagine she's probably just going to quest and go wide as possible here. Like, how many songs can Diego reasonably have in his hand is probably what she's considering here. Not that many. You've seen a lot of songs and actions go to the bottom already.
When I bounce these cards back to your hand, when am I going to trigger my discard effects? So I make sure
these decks tend to play around 16 songs, and he just played 2 the last turn. I would predict that Diego probably has no songs in hand. Maybe 1. We haven't seen Ariel from Diego yet either, right? Why wouldn't you challenge? Because if you quest, you're at 17. Like, Clara needs to win, like, pretty quickly. The context is that she's at 15 lore.
What happens if Under the Sea happens to you? Can you win through this?
So, if she decides her best chance to win is just by playing cards and questing and winning next turn, she quests. If she decides that Diego's going to be able to deny her getting to 20 continuously, she's probably going to challenge. Like, I would imagine she probably ends up questing here, but I think questing is actually the more logical play on average. But if, like, you really math things out, she might decide that actually it's good trades. Because also, like, she's going to be concerned about Lucifer being bounced back to the hand and drawing. But yeah, I think questing is correct here.
maybe I need a challenge as Prince John. So
Like the Prince John and the Lucifer are tempting options to get rid of, but oh, okay, and there, yeah, the questing makes even more sense with a goat in hand, right?
Here comes the
Daisy's gonna come back, and Piglet.
Well, hand is empty, and that goat is very important here.
yeah, huge play for Clara there to ink.
I
Piglet at the
think-
end to make sure that there are no cards left over.
I think inking could be a mistake there. I know there's a Prince John on the other side of the board, but they can muses. There's Ariel. They can muses and discard anyway. I'm not convinced that you're supposed to ink in that position. You don't really. If Prince John's gonna draw, it doesn't really matter that much at this stage, right? I think you're better off like that. Ink does literally nothing for you. The one extra card in hand for Diego potentially doesn't do that much. Whereas now what Diego can do is they can sing a song, for example, and then re-trigger Anna.
So it's such a threatening card.
I mean, I can see the logic. I'm not that sure it's correct, though. It's definitely a really tricky call. I think the more logical, the more intuitive play is to ink the Piglet. But there's certainly an argument that it's better to just hold it in hand. Painting the Roses Road sung by PJ.
Sing Paint the Roses right here off the Prince John. Gonna shrink, I think, the crab and the goat. Gonna draw a card here, and then now, does he want to bounce something?
Well, we will send something back. The question is what?
Bounce everything back and discard that goat. Yeah.
Clarifying for us, just in case we miss it there. Crab and goat.
Yeah.
Have been shrunk a little bit by this. It does look like it's gonna.
That Daisy is the obvious target. It's the highest lore character on board.
Needs another Paint the Roses. I think I saw one in
Let's
hand.
see. Yeah, the problem is that goat. If you bounce remove it, you have to find a way to challenge and remove it and send it to the discard pile to prevent it from recurring.
Whoop.
Ariel here is going to look for a song. Under the sea here, if we've managed to reduce the strength,
He's probably playing a ton of songs. Painting the Roses. Oh boy.
Fantastic card to draw.
Oh boy.
Could get a lure off that goat, but it would clearly
Oh boy.
allow Diego to start questing out and try to
Painting the
close
Roses
this
is
game out
popping off.
before Clara
Looks like
draws
we've seen
a
3 of them.
goat or a white
You'd
rose.
expect he's playing 4, which I think is the right number.
So it was perfectly placed for the cameras to miss it. So, ton of cards in Diego's hand. I think he has like 7, 8, 9 cards in his hand.
I mean, the goat's currently at 3 strength from the first painting, so a second painting would also provide the opportunity to hit that. The problem is if he bounces the goat back to hand, he has to also remove the Elsa and the Merlin.
Through the end of the sea, you need strength reduction on both the
Does
goat
Hyper
and the
Aggro run any
then
roses? Nope.
You'd have to have that line that up perfectly.
It's only really played in this deck because it combines with Ariel and the Muses.
Going to shrink the crab and the goat
Like,
yet again.
a lot of the time people play this. Oh, he's not got the song he needed.
Digging for something to try to get out of this. Is he going to be able to get out of this?
Oh, my God.
Under the sea.
There it is.
Oh, my
That's
God.
the line that he needed to give him a chance.
Oh.
He was the only one available, and here it is.
My
Going
God.
to the lure as it goes to the bottom of the deck. Clara gets to sequence those. I think to the bottom of the player's deck in any order. So Diego gets to sequence those. Clara verifying. The
Oh,
order
my
that Diego
days.
wants them in.
So
And
also,
then,
like, comes back to, was the Piglet... Should the Piglet have been inked?
Or try to get a character to stick, but Diego managing to clear the board.
Right?
Yeah, and
That's an important question to ask.
the Muses went ahead
And I feel like it
Ariel
probably
play
shouldn't
for
have been
Diego here.
inked.
Gonna go ahead and play the Diablo. See the last card in Clara's hand. I think he already knew that, but Ariel
Go, 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 go. Ah!
Goodness.
Yes! Yes!
Goodness.
Get wrecked!
Oh my goodness.
Yes! Yes! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! The GOAT!
I mean, look at the picture here, like there, because of what Diego has on the board, and there's not a lot of ward characters that Clara could have played that were
Happy with that.
viable, but there's plenty of Painting the Roses red left. There's options Diego has to keep Clara from getting a character to stick, so the goat or the white rose are what was needed, and Diego had a lot of lore on board.
Right.
Diego could
Rather
have
fun
closed
though,
that
like Diego
out
had so
in,
many
like, 1 or
songs.
2
Probably
turns.
2 turns. Yeah, yeah.
And so Clara, you know, if the goat is not within the top 2 or 3 cards, like that's it. What a top deck to split that 1-1. What a start we're off to here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. And it's just going to be all day, these types of games. So.
I needed to regather myself. That was shocking. That's a nice breakfast for everybody at home.
And sorry, one more. The under the sea at that moment too, like perfect. So anyway, okay. So that was round one. I think we have some notes about what we missed there in the previous game.
It seems that Jordan won while we were fixing the cameras and the problem that we had here in round one. So what's going to happen is we have him for an interview. We're going to go to that right now, and then we're going to come right back to the booth after that.
So that's a 2-0 for Jordan in that round.
Yep. Yeah. So let's go ahead.
Lumineers, I am here with Jordan, fresh off of his round 1 2-0 win.
Oh, Jordan 2-0'd. We didn't see it yet.
The DLC champion.
Spoiler.
How did it feel taking that win first round of the day?
It was really good.
Go against the rat.
Last time I actually played competitive Lorcana was the finals.
That's a
of the
big
college
enchanted Aladdin.
Brian.
That's right.
So, kind of get my revenge. I mean, he has his world's invite from that, but it's good to start 2-0. I think it's hard to 2-0 in this competitive environment. Everyone you're going to be playing against is really good. Takes good draws, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, how did you feel about the matchup? You're on Emerald Amethyst going into that Amber Steel deck. How were you feeling?
So there's 2 different Amber Steel decks. I feel better into that one. If I can stop them from being aggressive when I'm on the draw, I can usually.
Yo, Jeebus, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Cheers, lad.
It's not my favorite matchup to play, but it's one that I knew was going to be pretty.
By the way, the sound level on this is a bit quieter than the other one. It's not on my end.
Sure. And what was your choice in choosing Emerald Amethyst in the
The Cinderella, guys. Look, the Cinderella and the Ursula deck boxes. They're nice. I got the Scar one. Yes.
Drop Ursula was revealed. Not only she gets to take a song for free, which I think the
Hashtag gifted these bad boys.
but you get to look at your opponent's hand, and then kind of play out.
These are nice, man. These are 2 very poggers deck boxes. Thank you, Ravensburger, mate.
I think the purple cards are the best cards in the game, so
Yep.
kind of natural in pairing it with the green cards I like and the purple cards I think are good.
Oh, they're 2 bangers.
And I was mentioning to you
The next 2 deck boxes are sick as well.
I loved your shirt.
Like-
Yeah.
And it sounds like you are a life
Some of the deck boxes we've got, like the Alice one and the Sisu, are just a bit. Eh.
This weekend
But
was
these
your
ones,
first time
bangers.
visiting Disneyland.
Great bangers.
First time in Disneyland. It was awesome. It was a really good experience. Very similar to the Florida.
Thank you so much, Jeebus, for the prime. I appreciate it, mate.
Hopefully we're there. Hopefully I'm
Is
there
that-
in March.
What
Of the
was your
poo one,
favorite
yeah, it's a banger.
I have to know.
So my favorite.
I like my
ride
new
is
Mickey
on-
Mouse playmat as well.
Which is closed
But
right
which is
now.
closed right now, and I didn't.
They didn't
know
own this
until
one.
I got there.
But
Um,
Steve
so
Warner
they kind of-
left it in the hotel lobby, and
Oh yeah, that's.
I got told I could yoink
Well,
it
thanks for chatting
by
with
his
me.
colleague.
Best of luck to you the rest
I said
of the
champs.
week.
Good question. I actually don't know. Not sure. Probably one each weekend is
I
my
tell you
aim.
what, if you love
I'm definitely
Disney,
got one
you
next
love good
weekend.
stories, and
I
we
guess I'll
have, in
probably do
my
like
opinion,
3.
the first great storyline of the day.
Maybe more.
Which is
I kinda need to plan actually on Monday.
We lost to in Chicago with a deck, with the same deck, and what a fantastic story! What a fantastic round 1.
Yeah, I'd like a Scar mat too. You're right. I need to go and get one. You're right. I didn't get a Mirabelle play mat, but I only played him once.
Absolutely.
Set champs for that, and it was the content one. Top seed after Swiss, but lost my top 8 with Ruby Emerald.
But he's like, my favorite ride's Haunted Mansion. I'm like, I could understand that. When I was a kid, I was too scared to ride it, and as I got older, I liked it a lot more. But great stuff here, round 1. We've got a ton of great Lorcana for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
Watching you since the Gwen days. I've been loving Lorcana content. Recent dive back to Gwen. Let's go, Jeebus. That's awesome. Appreciate you, mate. I can't imagine there's too much overlap of people that like the Gwen and the Lorcana, so that's awesome to hear. There's at least someone. Appreciate it, mate. I am gonna go and get a drink, and yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be a couple minutes, and we'll do some chatter. Because probably this is the best time to actually do stuff in the be right back screens. All right. You know what? It might be time to sit down at my desk. I haven't sat down at my desk in 2 weeks, mate. I've been full-time standing. But my feet kind of hurt. Oh, good choice. Never sit down here. I haven't... Like, I literally had like Christmas presents still on my chair. Let's go. Every time you play Gwent, it makes me want to... It's a great game, man. It's a great flipping game. Very, very good game. We build some decks while we've got the Be Right Back screen on. I think we should. Especially with Lorcana, bro. I did a whole weekend of Lorcana last weekend. I've had a bit of a break though. The good thing is I'm trying to avoid burnout. I'm trying not to force anything. What I've realized with Lorcana is trying to make Lorcana gameplay content from home is not that fun. And if you're not having fun, why are you doing it? You know? Oh my god, sitting down at this desk has just changed my whole life. Oh my god. I see why people sit down at desks now. Like, genuinely, I've streamed for like 70 hours in the last few weeks. First time I've sat down. Yeah, keep the fun, exactly. Thing is as well, right, I took a break. And then when I cast in Sweden last weekend, and when I'm watching this, I'm really excited for it. And when I played. Whereas if I'm just playing for the sake of making content, and not because I actually want to play, that's not going to end well, bro. Trust me. Nah, I appreciate it, man. It was a good joke. I rate it. The best thing is, when I left Gwent, for Marvel Snap, I got called a traitor. So it's quite ironic that I've gone back to Gwent for a bit. Releasing that straight in the Queen banner, it'll fall off in a minute. It fell off earlier in the stream when I was streaming Gwent. It's going to fall off. So it'll straighten itself. I need to stick it down better. Alright, so let's build Emerald Sapphire. So for this set champs, the set champs that are coming up, I want to try and win with some weird stuff. I want to try and win with Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Emerald probably. These are like my two favorite decks because they're weird. You know? Like no one plays them and I like that. I like playing stuff no one else plays. Well, Emerald Sapphire, I have a lot of strong opinions on now. So you play this. Basically the idea of Emerald Sapphire is you do this. You go like ramp. Obviously you play Tipo and Sail. And I'm pretty sure you play 4-1 jumps as well. That's why I decided. I have a feeling Cheacher might be the way. I have a pretty good feeling about Cheacher. After watching Harvey's game, like I cast the finals. If you guys are interested, I casted the finals of the Content Creator Set Champs and posted it on my YouTube this morning. It was a Blue Steel Mirror, but two different Blue Steel decks. Alphos versus Harlan. I cast it. And watching Harvey's game, I couldn't help but think Cheacher is probably broken in my deck. I probably am supposed to play her. So, you go Tipo on 2. The best curve, right, for this deck. You go Porpoisicle on 1. And you also play Ice Blocks in this deck. I think you probably play 4 Ice Blocks. I was on 3. But you could make a definite case for 4. So, you go Porpoisicle on 1. On 2, you go Tipo. Yeah? On 3, you play the Muses. You sing 1 jump ahead with Tipo. You trigger the Muses to bounce back Tipo to your hand. Why do you do that? Well, it's an extra card in hand, which means more ink. Then, the next turn, so you're at 5 ink. You sing How Far I'll Go with the Muses. You probably ink the Tipo. And then, suddenly, you're at like 8 ink already. Or 7. Is it 7 or 8? You go Tipo to 3. Then you play the Muses to 4. On turn 3. And you sing 1 jump. And then you ink. So you're at 6 ink on turn 4. You're at 6 ink. Right, I'm confused. You go T on 2, so you're at 3. On turn 3, you ink to 4. You play the muses. You sing 1 jump ahead. You go to 5. So on turn 4, you ink to 6. You sing How Far I'll Go to 7. But only 7 for the next turn. So then on 5, you can either play usually Clarabelle, Voice Crack as your last card. But maybe if you've done all of that, like you've sang the How Far I'll Go, you've sang the 1 jump, you could actually get to Tamatoa as well that turn, right? Yeah, you play 4 How Far I'll Goes. I think this card's really important. Singing this card with the muses is so strong. But I definitely, I don't know if I nailed the list. I actually played 0 Let It Goes, which I'm not sure is correct. The thing with Let It Go is what do you actually sing with Let It Go? That's a problem. My thought process was I'd rather play lots of ice blocks so that I can consistently bounce back 3 strength characters with muses, and I just played a ton of songs. My list was not very good though, I think. It was close. My list that I built was a list with 0 testing. This is me now building the deck again, having tested it. Problem with Seldom All They Seem, what you kind of need, it could work, but what you usually need, because I've tested this in the past, like sets ago, what you tend to need is cards which actually draw. Maybe in this deck you could get away with it, but I think you'd rather just play flipping ice blocks.
Round 1. She walked away with a game 2
Let's go,
win.
Clara.
How are you feeling right now, Clara?
My heart is pounding so fast right now.
It's a big day. Of course, you qualified for the championships in Vegas. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Well, I tried to remind myself that I want to bring my own.
This is what we need more of in Lorcana. 2 women popping off.
And I want to.
Let's
give
go.
impression
Love to see it. We really, really do.
Everybody watching, those are the only things I can control.
Yes, yeah. There's so much out of your control. But one thing that you did have in your control was your deck choice. Now you're playing an Amber Amethyst deck. What was your decision making with the current meta in that deck choice?
Always, what I say is I want my opponent not to be able to read me. However, Amethyst being part of my deck, half of my deck is kind of known to everybody.
Sure, yep.
But I do believe there was a strong reliability with the cards I put in my deck, especially with the card draw, with the damage removal, damage moving around, and especially with fast start, putting pressure.
Yeah. Now, Diego won game 1.
Yeah.
As you were going into game 2, what was your thought process on how to jump into that second game?
At the beginning, I was like, oh, I'm so screwed. It's Amber Emerald. I never practiced with this deck against this. And I was like, Under the Sea is just like a blowout.
Yeah.
Let's just pray. And Daisy brought me.
The audio is quite quiet on this one. I've turned my TV up
He's
full.
the MVP of the game.
I'm kind of struggling to hear it a tiny bit.
Yes. Well, thank you for
Also, because
chatting
I'm
with me,
crunching on
Clara. Good
popcorn.
luck the
First
rest
thing
of
I've
this
eaten today.
weekend. We wish you
Poggers.
the best, and we're gonna go back to the team.
Right, thanks, Mufasa. You came back, OTK. Ooh.
Welcome back,
Here we go.
Lumineers, to the day 1 of the
it's
North
Brandon and
American
Brandon.
Championship. I cannot be more excited for this event. My name is Brandon Bolin. I'm here with Brendan Patrick. We're the other North American casting team with you this weekend.
Brendan and Brandon.
This is a phenomenal venue.
I'm glad to see Brendan
It is
got there,
beautiful out
'cause
here.
I know he
I'm
had
so
a flight
excited to see all
cancelled.
these players have been working basically since May, back in April, to earn their spot here. I mean, we literally have the best Disney Lorcana players in the region all here fighting for their spot, having earned their spot to this tournament. I couldn't be more excited. Brendan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, this is the coolest card game venue I've ever been to in my life.
Yeah, it's very
not
cool.
very close,
I mean,
to be
obviously
honest.
it's not the
I'm
same,
really
but-
interested on the metagame shakeout because this is a invite-only tournament, but it's also very low player count invite-only tournament. So trying to predict the metagame of something like that is a very interesting task. And I think what we had play out was I mean, you could say you expected it, but I
Now they have
consumed
to
the
stream a
Warlord
Brendan
content,
DeCandio
and I
game.
heard this is the best deck. This is going to be the most played
Brendan
deck.
and
You and I were
Brendan.
talking about it before,
Brendan.
and I had an
What's
inkling,
what's
okay,
Brendan
maybe it's gonna be
DeCandio's
Ruby
opponent going to
Sapphire,
be
but
called?
coming in at 32% almost again off the back of the European
That's so
Championships.
dumb, Ducky. I
Very
love it.
surprising. My question for you, Brendan, is you play Ruby Sapphire this tournament. What were you
I
hoping
actually
the
really
metagame
want to see
be?
that.
I don't know, man. Like coming off of the EU Championship, Ruby Sapphire took a
Brandon
huge
and Brandon
portion of that going
casting
into day
Brennan.
one, converted really poorly, honestly, going into day 2.
I mean, it could
And
happen.
then, like the
could
3
happen.
Ruby Amethyst players that made it past day 1 ended up making it to the top 4. If it was me, like I would have been expecting a Ruby Amethyst meta. Talking to other players that are here today, I think there was sort of a similar sentiment there, and I have to imagine that sort of was. I don't know. Maybe people were thinking that Amber Steel was going to be a deck people were bringing in. To
I
try
can't
and
believe
counter
so
the
many people
Ruby
bring
Amethyst
Ruby
matchup.
Sapphire.
And so to counter those people
Unbelievable.
that were trying to counter the Ruby Amethyst players, you're going to play Ruby Sapphire to try to beat those.
Maybe it's
people.
gonna prove me
So
wrong.
I was just as shocked as you were. I'll be completely transparent. I thought Ruby Amethyst was going to be the top deck coming into this day 1, and it's sort of reversed in that way.
Could have been. So I think looks can actually be a bit deceiving as well. If you look at that sort of metagame breakdown, you see Amber Steel, and you're like, that's why I brought Ruby Sapphire. But those Amber Steel lists, they're not what they used to be. So they're more aggressive now. They're running the Dwarven Mine. And I actually think that Ruby Sapphire is maybe not favored into Amber Steel anymore. Obviously, there's a split in terms of archetype.
I think it depends
so
on coin
we look
flip,
at Ruby
right?
Sapphire as our 32% of our metagame, and it seems to be unfavored into the next 2 most played decks.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting for these Ruby Sapphire players. But speaking of which, we do have this next round to go into, in which we have Ruby Sapphire
Ruby Sapphire's
players. So Brendan,
B-tier
I'm excited
deck.
to
I
get
called
into
it.
this round too. I think we should
Hopefully,
get to it.
hopefully that's gonna age well.
Okay,
Jonathan
Jonathan
Martinez,
Martinez versus David Nunes here.
Look at those Baymax sleeves. How long are they gonna last?
He placed second in Toronto, playing Amethyst Steel, I believe, and based on the mulligan, it looks
So
like
you get
he's on
Baymax sleeves
that
for
as well.
participation.
I believe Jonathan is also on Ruby Sapphire. So interesting list here. Amethyst Steel really sort of
Amethyst Steel?
really gaining popularity this set.
Let me ask you a question, right? So we have Ruby Amethyst as sort of our top, I would say, Amethyst deck, and that's not really up for dispute. Why would you play Amethyst Steel? What does it offer you that Ruby Amethyst doesn't?
So we were talking earlier
Why would you
about
play Ruby
what do you
the
look-
question is, why
what
would you play
meta
Ruby
are you
Amethyst,
hoping for
mate?
if you're a Ruby Sapphire player? And I think the meta that is given
It has
is
2
a more
drops.
aggressive one. The Amber Steel
He's got
mindset is a lot more
fire
aggressive.
the cannons,
Ruby
bro.
Amethyst can be a bit more aggressive
Strength's
as
good.
well. I think Amethyst
Calhoun.
Steel gives you those
No,
steel
it's just
removal
me in there.
options that
There's
are
a
little bit
rabbit in there,
easier
so it's a bit of a
to
slower.
counter those
No
more
sign of
aggressive decks that
Maleficent
come out with
yet.
super explosive openings like daisies and stuff versus Ruby Amethyst, which can be a little bit slower.
Yeah, and I feel like Amethyst Steel actually used to be the more aggressive version of an Amethyst deck versus Ruby Amethyst. That paradigm sort of shifted when the Flynn Sisu line came.
No double one
But
drop
you're-
on
you're
turn
absolutely
2.
right. Having access to
Not a
that
very good
steel removal
start.
can
Not a
help you
bad
in those
start. Like
more
1 into 2,
aggressive-oriented
but like
matchups. But we do see an aggressive start here with
it's not that good of a
Diablo
start.
into Mr. Smee. So
If
3
if I
quests,
was playing
rival on
here,
the
I would be
board, so
unhappy with
Jonathan
this start.
responds. Jonathan
But
with
obviously, I
that
play a way more aggressive
amazing
deck.
new card. It's going to go into the Inkwell.
Are we
They
gonna
sail into the Azurite Sea.
I would also have a fire the
Sales so
cannons
you can
or
play
befuddle for
Super
Tipo, which
important
keeps
thing for
the
Ruby,
Diablo
Ruby
going for a
Sapphire
turn, which
here
is kind
to
of
get that turn
kinda
2
good.
ramp, getting another card into your Inkwell so that you can ramp towards those more expensive cards like
That's a
Sisu and
bad
Pirate
hand,
Sibling,
mate. This is not
board
going
wipes
well.
essentially to gain control.
This is not
also allowing
going
you to
well.
potentially play
That's
a higher
really
up on
bad.
turn
This-
3, higher Fly
This is a loss, I think, for David. Is
but
my
one interesting
prediction.
thing about these Amethyst
He's
2
about to get
matchups
2-0'd.
that I find is they can be a bit aggressive, but a lot of their characters have like 3 strength.
I wonder
or 4
what went
strength,
wrong with the
especially as you
mulligan
get
here to be
into
left
these
in this
2, 3, 4
position.
cost
I guess it was
characters,
blind,
make
so
some
he
of the
didn't know
Ruby
what he was up
removal
against.
a little
But
bit less good.
that is really
Yeah, so we
bad.
started out the cast talking down on Ruby Sapphire a bit, but what I will say is that this is definitely one of the best decks in the game. It's also got quite a bit of upgrades in the new set.
Whoa, that's
It's
not
so much
good,
more
mate.
consistent on that ramp.
That's
on turn
so
2,
bad.
But I think it's the sort of the change in its win
Nah, this
condition
game's
away
over.
from
This
Lucky
game's
Dime
actually
has made
over.
this deck so
David
much
went
better and
first,
so much more
by the way,
consistent.
and I already think
Very
this game's
eager to see
over.
if Jonathan even has any lucky dimes
Let's
in hand. I
see.
see the Maui half shark in hand. I know a lot of people are leaning more towards
Yo,
that,
B-Wins,
playing
thank you so
some
much for the
pirate-
prime.
Pirates lives. We see it be prepared in hand. Just Maui being able to bring those actions back from the discard can be a super powerful thing.
That's not a very good turn 4 for Jonathan, but I still think he's going to win from
this
here.
metagame. So eager to see if we
Really
find
bad
that,
start
but
for Jonathan
does
as
look
well,
like
right?
Jonathan is
But
gonna
nowhere
aim.
near
We're
as
gonna
bad for
trade,
as it
or
is
sorry,
for
we're gonna
David.
challenge this Diablo.
David,
with our
does he have a
TiVo.
genie at
It looks
least?
like we played how
I'm
far
not so
I'll
sure
go
that
for
they
the
do.
turn, allowing Jonathan to look at the top 2 cards of
Not even a
his
genie,
deck, put
wow.
one into his Inkwell, and then the
You
other
can't even go
into
like
his hand, before passing the
Smee
turn back to
double
David.
Yeah,
Churner
so
here.
Jonathan does find the popsicle critically before that we did have our turn to ramp, but we're missing some of the other pieces, right? We didn't have the item as well as didn't have the
So
hero
David's
from
deck is
that
probably
draw
going to
engine.
absolutely
So
farm. Like it's going to be
Jonathan,
really
while
good in
having
purple
that
mirrors,
critical
but it's just
turn
going to get
ramp,
2-0'd
didn't really
very
have an
often
ideal
by
start
red
so
blue.
far. David, starting to pull a little bit ahead, but
I mean,
that's
I
what
have
this Ruby Sapphire deck does.
I think how far
Tends to
going
fall
for is actually
behind
good.
in the early
Sure,
game,
like
and
against an
pulls
amethyst deck,
ahead
you would
later
use
with
like
these
an
sort of
amethyst deck you would much
high-value,
rather Tala on for.
high-cost cards.
But
I'm
yeah,
sure
it's not
David
too bad.
is
I agree.
understanding of this as
You'd
well.
rather
I think
Tala probably.
David has to know
Maybe you're
that
right
he
though. You
can't-
get the extra
can't
ramp
win the
right.
attrition game, right? Especially
into
as
the
the
B
Amethyst
prep.
Steel player.
I
One
can
of the
kinda
things
see
I
it.
love the most about an Amethyst Steel deck is you can play more aggressive, or you can play a little bit more towards your mid game, where with bouncing your Mims.
Such a
and
bad matchup.
Merlins,
Only if
like
you
he's
don't play
going
Maleficent.
rabbit,
If you
we've
play
seen him
Maleficent,
play.
it's a
But
it's a
against the Ruby
2-0.
Sapphire deck,
I'm not
I think
even
you have to
kidding.
go as fast as you can.
That's how big of an impact
trying to end the
Maleficent
game
has.
quickly. We do see
Like
Jonathan
Ruby Sapphire
playing
is the
Medusa
best
there to
matchup
banish
for
the
my
rabbit,
my
allowing
version of
David to
Amethyst
draw a
Steel,
card, and then
which
we're
is
also
exactly
going
why I
to
play it the
banish
way I
the
do.
Smee with that
Because you
last
turn the
bit of
0-2
damage
into a
needed to be done
2-0,
by Tipo there before
and it's the
passing the
most
turn, and now
represented deck in
Jonathan has
the meta
board.
game. In
Yep,
this
quickly
tournament,
with
at
a
least.
4/4 Madame Medusa sitting here on board. Hard for David to deal with, but David has a full grip in
Game
hand,
is so
has
over,
access to
mate.
Amethyst for a lot of card draw as well. We know
I
Jonathan
even
has
think
the
like
top
turn
stone
3
hand,
for
so we'll be
David.
able
Like
to
what
draw.
would even be
Doesn't
that good?
quickly,
Crab
doesn't have
Fox
that
is
hero
slow.
quite yet, so could potentially
Like his
run out of
best
grass.
turn 3 would be
While
something
you
like
can
a
never
Smee plus a
attrition out
1-drop,
Ruby
right?
Sapphire in the long game.
Not even
Sometimes
like
in the
a
early to
3-drop
mid-game,
instead
they
of
can
Friends would have
stumble,
saved him here.
can
I think he was still
not find
losing.
that draw engine. And sometimes
I haven't
you can see
seen White
Amethyst
Rose
decks
from David
actually
in hand
attrition them
either
out.
yet.
It's sort of a hybrid mid-range attrition game plan, but you can outcard advantage them with things like that rabbit, the bounce package, and things like Friends on the other side.
It's one of the things that I appreciate most about an Amethyst Steel deck specifically is a
Yeah,
lot of
you-
these
you
more
literally,
aggressive
like, the
decks,
Maleficent
like Amber
literally
Steel, for instance, you
makes
can play out your
all
hand
the
really
difference
quickly, but if you
against
don't
red
have a
blue.
way, if you don't, if you
Literally
either
just
don't
playing
win
4
the game
Maleficents
early
and
or
not
have a
changing the
way
rest
to
of the deck
recover through
turns it
cards
from
like
0-2
Doc
to
or
2-0.
Rapunzel to draw you more cards.
Especially
you
if you play
kinda
Snake.
just run out of gas, like you said. But Amethyst, of course, has a plethora of cards available.
The thing is
to
like
them.
these
You
greedier
not only
versions are
draw
going to be
them
good in the
cards and
Amethyst
sort of
mirrors, but
replace
like to be
themselves,
honest,
right?
my
The
I think
Diablo that was
my
played replaced
my
itself. The
aggressive deck
Rabbit
is
that was
also good in
played
Amethyst mirrors
got more
because I
than
like
just
go
replaced itself.
under.
Drew
I
two
go under
cards
them.
by
Like,
the
you're not
end
going
of
to
that.
really
So
beat me
it
when I go
makes it really
first, and I
easy
think
for
that the
David
Fire the
to
Cannons Buffalo
continue to
gives
put
me
pressure on
some
sort of as
chances to win going
as the game
second.
moves on.
Kind of answers potentially David has in hand. We
I do
see
find it really
access
interesting
to
that like for
Turn
me,
Box followers is
I'm obviously
this way to
biased,
potentially
but
draw
like
more cards.
I
This
feel
is
like
5 cost Elsa
the
there as
way to
well.
play Amethyst Steel has been very well documented and is out
We're
there,
gonna
and
see our
people
first
just play
goat
like
of the game. One of the
in
most
my
powerful
opinion,
cards in any of these
significantly
Amethyst lists. We've
worse
already seen its power
versions.
on display so far today. Turn Box followers as
I
well.
just don't
followed
understand
up,
how
so
you could
4-drop,
like
1-drop.
try and play this deck in this
Back
tournament
onto the
and
board
not
here
play
for David.
Maleficent. I
love
really
this
don't
play
get
by
it.
David here because it sort of gets around.
It's like
the Lady
it's quite
Tremaine
easy to
line.
read
Lady
that like
Tremaine's
Ruby
a
Sapphire is
sort
going to
of-
be
were a
mega
little less
popular.
popular in the past couple metas, but I've
I
seen
went
them
Zero
being played a
Maleficent has
little
been
bit more in
stomping.
some
It's
of
great,
these
yeah.
Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire
Yeah,
lists as
Mickey's
well.
good.
So having
Mickey's
that
good.
Box followers there gives you an opportunity to banish something other than your
I just don't
Roman
think you're
Goat,
going to beat
probably
a
wanting to
top
bounce
Ruby
to hand,
Sapphire
but
play with it.
Jonathan is going to play that.
To be fair,
popsicle,
like
drawing a
if
card,
like
and we
at least
do
adding an
see
extra
the
1-drop
Maui
gives
Half
like
Shark
you a slightly
being
better
played
early
for the
curve because you
first
can go
time.
wide.
That's going to allow Jonathan.
But yeah,
if
Mickey's
the
really bad
Maui Shark
against
can
Ruby
challenge and
Sapphire,
banish
right?
a character
Because it's
to
going
pull
to
an
stick on the
action
board
card
and
from
get
his
cleared.
discard
Whereas with
and
like a
replay it.
Chernobog, a Broom,
Yeah, which is
or a Diablo, it's drawing you a
super
card
powerful
at the
engine.
right
This
moment.
is a new card, of course, that has made its way into all of these. Ruby
Mickey's a great
Sapphire
card
decks.
though.
Often
Mickey
it's
is a very,
3
very
of,
good card. I wouldn't
sometimes
play
it's
an
a 4 of
Amethyst
as
though.
well. Just
And Mickey
such a
is good in in
shift
Haaland's deck
terms
where
of
he's
how this
playing
deck was built.
Sapphire Steel because you have
Another
like a
thing
real
that I
lack
love
of
about
good one
Maui
drops.
Half-Shark is that he is
And Mickey
evasive,
there is
and
great. I
I'm
just
sure
wouldn't
we
play
will
an
see
Amethyst.
the
better
phenomenal
options.
cosmic power.
I really think
Genie
Maleficent
later in
is
these
genuine.
Amethyst lists,
I'm
sort of
starting to think
taking over,
Maleficent might be the most
Amethyst
underrated
Inc.
card in the game.
entirely this
I think
set.
people really
Yet to
underestimate
yet,
how
but
damn
Maui
good that
can be
card
a
is
great
with the bounce
counter to
package.
Genie.
Like, if
being in play,
you know, people
being
play
a
Cursed
two-quester,
Merfolk in Emerald
evasive character can be
Amethyst,
difficult.
but
Yeah, I
for
feel
some
like
reason
the
people have an
theme of
issue with
set
Maleficent
six
in
is almost centered around
Amethyst
Evasis, mostly
Seal.
because
Like,
Genie
yeah,
is so
okay.
powerful, but we see
But honestly,
responses
I would
in
even be
mid-game
tempted to
with
play
things
flipping
like
Maleficent in
Mount
red
Shark as well.
blue.
I mean,
Red,
these Amethyst decks are, these
red
Amethyst
purple.
derivatives that are
Not
running
quite,
as
but
basic
almost.
characters. This has been happening since set 1.
Oh my gosh, we see a second Maui Half-Shark
Could
being
play
played.
something in
That's
Sing
gonna
Strength?
be
Yes.
sort of brutal. Jonathan doesn't
The game would be a lot
particularly have
closer,
a lot of actions in the discard
sure,
to make use of,
but I think that
Jonathan
David
is
was still
gripping
going to
a pretty
really
expensive
struggle
hand here. I
with
think there's
like even a
Sisu,
3
maybe
drop.
another Maui half
I just
shark
don't
hand
think
next to a Be Prepared.
Diablo on 1,
Certainly
Smee on
don't wanna be
2,
prepared this
3
board
drop
if we can avoid it, but
it is quick enough
does
against
give us
Red
the
Blue.
ability to potentially start questing with these Maui
We're talking about the
sharks
biding
again,
her
and
time, the
being
1 drop
evasive
which quest for
makes them pretty
2.
safe, especially
People
with this
underestimate,
Tinkerbell
I think,
Giant
just
Fairy
in
being
general how
play.
powerful that
By
card
David,
is
you don't
with
wanna give your
the
opponent
bounce
the
package,
opportunity
right?
to challenge
Like,
with
okay,
that
imagine
Tinkerbell
this.
to deal 2
Let's say I'm going
damage to your other
second. I
characters
play
if she
Maleficent
can
on 1, and
banish
on 2 I
a
play
character in a
Snake to bounce it
challenge.
back.
Eager to see how
Right.
David responds to this.
Yeah, Jonathan hasn't
Turn
drawn too
3,
many cards, but
I
I
go
feel like
triple
David
1
is just
drop,
in a really
like
rough
Maleficent
spot on
and 2 other
board
1
just because of
drops.
these 7/5 stat lines. Like, how
Turn
do
4,
you
I
deal
quest
with
with the
that
Maleficent,
as an Amethyst deck?
and I
I
would
mean,
go
of course you're playing
Fox
Steel, so you have
and
access
replay
to things
Maleficent.
like, you know, potentially then
My
along
Maleficent
came
suddenly
Zeus,
quested for
you see
6.
The strength of a Raging
By
Fire,
turn
they're
5.
able to take out that Maui with the
That's
single
pretty
damage
good.
counter on it.
That's pretty damn
But
good. All right, okay, I've
very
invested a Fox and a
menacing
Snake on it,
stat
but that's
line to
also
deal with
stats
for
on the board.
7/5, especially when there's a popsicle on board to potentially heal it
That's
up.
crazy good, man.
Yeah, you can't leave damage
Like
on
your
it.
job when you're going second
Wouldn't be surprised if there was
as a
some
more
Lorcana
aggressive
Zeus
deck
in
is,
the
is
deck.
to
I don't
reverse
see
the
any in
coin flip
David's
in a way,
hand.
right? You have to become the aggressor
Unfortunately,
and
we
be
don't
the
have any
and
basic
force your
characters
opponent to
either,
start
otherwise that
making
crab might be
suboptimal
helpful. If we
trades
can
and
get up to
challenges
an
when they win a
ink count where we can
quest.
play both
And
this crab
Maleficent
and the
achieves that.
Elsa. Elsa is evasive, could exert the Maui half shark if Jonathan decides
I think that's
to
just a
keep it
concept
readied
which is quite
and banish it with the pump
misunderstood in general. Like,
Merlin Crab
what are
will
you
give the
actually trying to
Elsa
achieve when you're
rush
going
in.
second in Lorcana? And I've
Imagine
kind of come to the
having to go through
realization
that
what you're
much
trying to
work
do
just
is you're
to
trying to
deal
like
with
reverse the coin
this
flip.
card that is just a part of a win condition, right?
Kind
It's
of.
not even supposed to be that powerful in and of itself, and you're sort of almost 2-for-1ing yourself to try to get rid of it. We see our first popsicle banished, and another
Doesn't
one
matter.
here
This game was
played
literally
off the
over
back
by
of
turn
that.
3 because David didn't find a curve.
Hiram has it the
And he
board. It
doesn't
feels
play
like Jonathan
Maleficent.
is starting to run away with this game. You know, has assembled board dominance and has now gotten access to the card draw engine as well.
I actually
David's
like honestly
sort of in
don't
a
even
locked
want
state
Purple
right
Steel
now,
to
I
win this
think,
game
where
because I just
You
want
don't
it
really
to
want
get
to
2-0
quest
to
with any
prove
new
my
characters,
point.
primarily because you don't want this half shark to challenge
Seeing
anything.
Purple Steel
Even though
without
there's not many
Maleficent really
actions in
surprises me every
Jonathan's
time.
discard, there is that How Far I'll Go, which you.
Having said
which
that,
is
like
a
the
great
two
song for
decks
Maui
which
to
made the
sing,
top cut
if
in
you want to get, you don't want to
in,
spend the ink on that card, but let Jonathan dig
Heroes
deeper
won't
into
play
his deck.
Maleficent.
Find
One of
those
them had
higher
like the 6-drop
clavishons. There are
Hades.
few pieces that he's missing to really take control of this deck.
Yeah, and we
for
talk
this
about
game.
the difference between the Amethyst Steel and Ruby Amethyst. I mean,
Yeah, I think like
late
the
game Ruby
Maleficent,
Sapphire is going to be
like people play Curse
particularly hard
Merfolk in
for Amethyst Steel
Emerald,
to deal with
in
because
Emerald
they really
Amethyst,
can't
right?
do anything about Tamatoa. They can't even.
Why do you play
know,
Curse Merfolk? Because you can bounce it back with Snake and Fox and replay it and it's ready, and then eventually, okay, your opponent's going to discard a card. Like, I'm not trying to say that Maleficent is better than Curse
Yeah, you don't
Merfolk.
even
Obviously,
need a card
Curse
like
Merfolk
Lucky
is
Dime, which has
better.
been so powerful
But it's not
in the
that
past
much
couple sets
better.
because of that reason. You know,
In the
David
grand
can
scheme
go
of things.
as wide as he wants to, but Jonathan,
It is
as we
better.
continue to see him develop this board, it just gets wider.
But
and
like
wider
still,
with
it serves a
more and
like
more
the
threats. We saw
Maleficent
higher
serves a
clavishon
very
being
important
played, so now
purpose, which is
Jonathan
to
has
2-0
one
red
of the
blue.
strongest card draw engines in the game. Hiram being able to banish a card. Or sorry, banish an item
Yeah,
card.
Hiram
when he
is
enters play,
nuts.
Draw 2 cards off.
It's also
of it,
why I
and
just
any
don't like
quest,
the
he can
sound
do
of
the
playing
same
like
thing.
Zeus's and stuff,
See
right?
David
Like Zeus when you can't
exerting
even
and
move
banishing that
Lavish
Turtle
Ham.
Sorry, questing with the Turtle
I spoke to Zan because I was watching his podcast and he said that like
card, just trying to find answers.
he thinks Ruby Amethyst is the
Doing
best
some calculations.
Amethyst deck in the mirrors, and
Trying to
Zan's
figure out
obviously a
what he
lot
needs
ahead
to
of
do
the
to get
meta
back
than
into
I haven't
this
played
game.
in a
Only
month.
up to
But
8 lore.
I
That's
really
certainly
think
not
like
where I wanna
the
be
Amethyst
in
Steel
this
with like
position
befuddles and
because
fire
we've got one way
cannons
to go to
is
20.
super undervalued.
like we're gonna
How
exert
good
the
that can be in
Hiram here
Amethyst mirrors because
with
you just get the
Elsa.
early game
Crab
lead.
comes down. Elsa into the shark. It's crazy that
Excuse
You
me.
just have to get rid of that shark because it's so.
I'm enjoying this, so this is
scary
fun
with
to
that
just
how
chill.
far I'll go
Hope you guys
sitting in
enjoyed. I
the
appreciate you
discard, being
chilling
able to
here.
Get that back.
But we see
Please
the
ignore my
power
biased
of Elsa,
commentary.
the fifth spirit here, being able to come in, break this lock that Jonathan had David in, essentially exerting the Maui half shark, allowing
just having some
the
fun with it,
Elsa
innit?
to challenge and banish it, and then now letting
Broomsy's
Tinkerbell
pretty weak into red
challenge
blue.
and deal
The
damage
the
to
thing
the
is
other
with
cards
the
like
broom
Iron
is that you
Clavishon
just you draw with the
I
broom
think
just
the Merlin
before the
Goat was
ball
the
clear
one that
comes through.
challenged into it,
So you
so
quest.
be
So you can
prepared
quest the
here,
broom. You probably get like 2 or
Yeah.
3 quests
Yeah,
from it,
this
and then just before they board clear, you draw. So if you play Broom well, it's basically guaranteed lore, and it replaces itself, which is actually really, really good. Like, you have to put, if you compare Broom to Mickey Mouse, for example, Bridget, right? With the Mickey Mouse, you get the same amount of lore as you do with the Broom, but it eventually gets B-prepped. Whereas the Broom, if you play your cards right, you gain the same amount of lore, but then it replaces itself, which gives you a chance to draw into things like goats and this sort of stuff, right?
Oh, that's going to be brutal. Jonathan's going to play a Sisu empowered sibling. It's going to banish all characters on David's side of the board with 2 or less strength.
I said this game was very over very early on. Honestly, I think the game was over in the deck builder.
So David having no cards
Oh,
in hand.
aren't I? I'm sorry, David.
With 3 cards in hand.
David will have a great time against the other Amethyst decks with his Tinkerbells, with his Zeus's. I haven't actually seen Zeus, but he's just going to get 2-0'd by Ruby Sapphire. I mean, I did call it.
card after card after card, pushing.
I know he
to
missed the
20.
turn 3, but I just don't think that
Jonathan
made
did
a huge
also
difference. It
draw
made a bit
here
of a
on Flaversham
difference.
on the
It
previous
definitely
turn,
did make a
which
bit of a
must have been
difference.
one of the better draws he could have had.
He still
Getting
played
access to more
friends
card
on
draw.
turn 3. It's
That
not like
being
he
said,
played
David
completely
is putting
nothing.
pressure
but-
on, and Jonathan needs to answer quickly. It's really
Bit of
funny to me,
tops.
Brandon, when
True.
people say that Ruby Amethyst or
Yeah, Curse My
something
Folk. No,
Amethyst
Curse My
is-
Folk
it's a
is a lot
fair
better.
deck.
Don't
It
get me
does
wrong,
fair
Fortune
things.
for Life. Curse My
There's
Folk is a
nothing
lot
fair
better.
about
But
drawing
you don't
into
have
the
Curse
card.
My Folk and Amethyst
Yeah, I
Steel.
mean, David multiple
Right.
times has been on such a low hand, almost. I mean, 0 cards many times, and it's just you just top deck the rabbit or top deck the genie, whatever you need to. And even when
No,
you
honestly,
are top
Curse My
decking
Folk is a
cards
lot
and
better,
aren't
but it still
drawing cards immediately,
serves the same
half the
purpose. Like,
cards
you
that
need
are
a
in
Curse
play
My
will
Folk
draw you
because
cards
you
as soon as they're
2-0
banished, but
Ruby
very
Sapphire
quickly,
with
the
it, and
tides
without
have
it,
turned
you
here. We
don't.
see Jonathan after
And
having
it's same with
played that
Maleficent.
Sisu
Like, actually,
this turn
the
is,
reality of what you do with
played the
Curse My
Sisu
Folk
to
and why
banish
it's
the
good
genie,
enough
making sure that
in
he doesn't start
purple,
questing away, getting too far ahead, and also had that
purple
higher
green
follow it up,
is
bringing
because
us
you have
back
the
to
bounce
another
package.
powerful
Like
draw
the
engine
one
here.
drop
They were gonna
characters which
trade
quest for
with the
2 are
Sisu with the
so
goat to
strong
get
with
that off
Snake
the
and
board.
Fox.
Gaining a lore when the goat leaves play, ensuring that Jonathan can't get closer to 20 with that 3 lore. That
It's worth. I
Sisu-
think the
he can
Tinkerbells
use
are really
Sisu
good.
to
I actually
quest
was playing them
Has
when I was
access to
testing in
Diablo,
Paris,
Magic
but
Room.
I cut it.
This is actually a very, very tight game.
Yeah, I cut Tinkerbell stuff. I think it's really
think
good.
this
I
is
also
where we see
thought
the power of
in my
Amethyst,
in the
right?
list
Like,
I
you're
played
just able to be
yesterday, I
super consistent, continue to
almost
refill
played
your hand, you
yesterday.
have access
I
to
actually
so
wanted to
many
play
cards
some of
that
the 3-cost Tink fast
eventually
flyer
get you
without the
more.
big
It has
one.
just been
So
turn after
dumb.
turn after turn.
I thought it was an
Jonathan has
idea
had
I
to
had. I was
wipe
like, what if I
David's
just play the
board, and every
3-cost
single
Tink
turn
without
after
the big
that,
one?
He just comes back and there's 2
'Cause
or
they're
3
scared
more
of the
characters
shift.
in play. We see this.
I just couldn't fit
evasive Tinkerbell
everything.
being played.
Am I
It's a
fading away?
card
No,
that
I've been
you
playing a
have
lot
to
more
answer.
recently.
It
There's a lot
has
of content
2
coming
lore,
out on the channel.
3 willpower, evasive.
I just had a bit of a
Evasive
break
Sisu we
over,
have isn't gonna do much against
bit of a
it
break
unless we
over
can
Christmas, really.
bump it up with this Vitalosphere potentially.
I do
give it some
cast
extra
more than I
strength and
play, but
challenge
I
it,
think that's also
even if
because
David's able
casting
to
is
only
better
get
for local
2 lore
communities.
out of
When I
these
go to
cards, every
events,
character that he plays
if I
with
go
2
and
lore
play
on
at an
it
event
can get
compared to
that.
go and cast, I
It's
think
not
it's
gonna be
better
very
for the
long before
community
he
that I
can
get
just
to
close out the game at
highlight
20 before Jonathan
the
can
actual
fully
local
recover.
community playing.
Yeah,
Right?
really important brawl there. I think Jonathan is close to
I play a
pivoting
lot.
this game.
I haven't played as much in the last month, but I think that's not a bad thing. I played so much last set. I got a bit burnt out. Hey, Calfire, thanks so much for the prime. I really appreciate it, mate.
Potentially off the top
I do want to play more though, for sure. I'm planning on playing a lot of set champs. I don't really want to cast any set champs this time around. Like last set, I cast quite a few set champs, but this time I would want to play in set champs.
You can't only play the role of the controlling.
I also just don't
player in
like
this game.
doing
If you're Jonathan, you
Lorcana
also need to
webcam
pivot and put
streams. I'm
pressure on
kind of a bit
because
bored of the
David's
webcam
just
stream
threatening
stuff, I
that
guess.
bottom, yeah. Ooh, that is probably not the one you wanted to find.
No, especially with Diablo
How's
and
your back?
Magic
Thanks, mate.
Room here. Both
I got
not
loads of stuff
having very
coming
much
out.
willpower to work with. This
I'm really
well
excited.
accomplished Mystic,
I got a lot of cool
usually
ideas
a very
for
powerful
content.
card in these Amethyst mirror matches, being able to move
GG,
damage
unlucky.
around from these evasive
Genie,
characters,
thanks for
challenging
coming
each other.
I mean,
Unfortunately,
honestly,
isn't
I'm
gonna
kind
be
of
too
impressed
useful
that
here. We're
David
not gonna
got
be able to,
as close as he did
move
when he
any
missed turn
damage off of
3.
our own characters. We are going to banish the Magic Broom and draw a card when Bell Accomplished Mystic is played. See if we can.
No,
find
that's exactly it.
another
Like, I mean,
out, something we can
I've been
do.
doing content full time
think
for
we
nearly
did
4
that.
years now. And the
Finds a
previous
four-cost
2 games I
Genie is
made
not able
content
to play it
for,
off the back of that
I
bell.
really fell out of love with.
We're going to see the
And
power
I
of
want
Ruby
to make sure that
Sapphire
I
here
don't
as
do
he
the
closes
same
out
thing
the
with
game,
Disney
8 to
Lorcana. That's
13.
part of it.
Ruby Sapphire definitely.
I'm just
in
trying to find the
control.
balance a bit more, which I think I've been
Also
doing.
back in a position where we don't really want to quest with anything if we're David.
Oh, yeah, the
Give
online
Jonathan that
client. I'm
option
so
to
excited,
Bring back
man.
actions with Maui half
Let me
shard.
tell you, the
David might have
online
to find a way to
client
get rid of
means that this is
or
going to be the
just find a
biggest
way
card
to
game in the world.
Win in one turn. Be particularly difficult from this position.
And it's not going to be close.
Interested to see if Jonathan can find something.
Think
that
Furby
quests
Gaming,
a
thank you so
little
much
bit
for Prime,
more than
mate.
One here to
Cheers,
start
bro.
adding a bit more pressure
Thanks,
to the
mate.
board.
I think I got food. So
I do see a Pirate's Life in hand as well, which is a particularly important card
man's
against
cooking
these
up a storm.
matchups
We're
where
watching
your
this.
opponent's the aggressor.
I'll go now
which
because
is
I know
most
this
of
game's
them
over. I'll
if
go
you're
grab my
playing
food.
Ruby Sapphire.
watch
But
game two.
basically,
Be right
these
back.
Amethyst decks can be super scary as they get closer and closer to 20 because of things like the White Rose and Merlin and Goat, being able to finish the game out without really a way to stop it at all. We can get a couple Pirate's Life being sung, especially with the Maui, and we see it being done here. David has to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore. That's a 4 lore difference. And then Maui Shark can bring that back. Anytime he's able to challenge a character, can bring that card back. You can play it again, build a 4 lore deficit again. And I think this is how Jonathan is going to be able to catch up without actually committing very high lore questing characters onto the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like the Pirate's Life is really what cemented the lead here, able to take David down to lore as well to keep him off of Goat range, which he honestly wasn't even very close to. But it really cements this win here for Jonathan. Now he's got to go through the motions. Not much David can do on his end. Those 2 genies are threatening 5 lore if Jonathan can't do anything about this.
Jonathan can find a Pirate's Life here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Would that be exact up to 20? can find a way to gain lore this turn, Jonathan can take this game immediately. Looks like he's digging for something with these visions of the future, digging 5 cards deep. Can choose one of them and put them into his hand.
Go for the 5th card there as well.
Okay, looks like we're just questing out here.
So players are taking a look through each other's discards just to get information. Important as you head into game 2 here.
Yeah, very important. We saw the power of Ruby Sapphire there, being able to finally take control of the game. You know, it's just that one of the scariest things with these Amethyst decks is letting them get too far ahead too quickly, because if you can't stop it, they can end the game before it sort of started as your Ruby Sapphire. Jonathan was missing out on a Hiram there for a little while. I think being able to find that, able to help him dig further to those answers that he needed. It was impressive, though, to watch David continue to just keep his hand full, draw cards. It's what Amethyst does.
Yeah, and we saw the impact of Bell, a tech card for sure, but also a bit inflexible in that situation. Does find the Bell off the top. Unfortunately, draws in the Genie after and is actually not able to play that, sort of keeping him behind in that game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if David can take it back on game 2. Let's get into it.
All right, so what do you think you're looking for in the opening hand here if you're on the Ruby Sapphire end?
I think Ruby Sapphire, you're looking for any way to interact. Well, first of all, priority number 1 is ramp on turn 2. You want to find a Tipo, you want to find a Steal the Azurite Sea. It'd be great if you can find a turn 1 item like an Ice Block or a Popsicle, but I think your number 1 priority has to be that ramp, because if you don't, then David has an opportunity to play something like a triple 1-drop opener, right? 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2. And it doesn't take very long for that deck to get close to 20, like we talked about before, and get to a point where David could finish the game before Jonathan can actually start. After that, I'd be looking for early ways to interact.
It's like
things
Christmas.
like Brawl, things like Sisu, Daring Visitor.
Thanks everyone for being here.
Just ways that I can
chicken,
keep David from getting to 20 and sort of push
3
myself to the
potatoes
late game.
and broccoli.
Yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed because I
hot
don't
sauce.
remember the hypergeometric math off the top of my head. Assuming that Jonathan is playing 60 cards, having 8
I come
copies
back,
of turn 2
the
ramp, it
first
has to be
thing,
almost guaranteed at
flipping
this
Brandon,
point. Looking at that many
Brandon.
cards.
I get the
You
names
have
confused
options to
now.
Look at so many cards in the
I
sort
don't know
of
the
sculpting phase of
hypergeometric
Lorcana.
math
I
off the top
imagine
of my
with
head,
8
and I'm
copies
kind of
of turn 2
embarrassed.
ramp that
Never changed,
you're
my friend.
pretty much going to find it every single time.
I
love
think
it.
Jonathan is putting away 5 cards, maybe 4 there. It looks like he's only keeping 2. But I only
Ooh,
see
okay,
4
okay.
cards.
David has
Might be
Benja.
one on
Fair
stack on
play.
top of each other. Anyway,
That's a
putting back
spicy
lot of
inclusion.
cards.
The thing with
Looking
Benja
stuff,
these
we see
days,
double Popsicle, 2 Tipos.
what are
so
you
he has-
benjering? You're not
Oh,
like
wow, yeah.
Ruby,
Yeah, he
Ruby
has-
Sapphire
does have
when it
too
played
much.
Too much ramp
Fishbone.
at this point.
I loved
But
Benja in these
Jonathan is
decks.
going to start off with a Tipo,
I played Benja
going
last
into
set.
the Inkwell, and a
But when there's a
Popsicle, drawing
Fishbone,
card,
I don't think
passing it on
Benja's
to
ever
David.
worth it, to be honest.
Another Popsicle in hand as well. And that.
So I played
does have
Benja in my
access to
Seattle
the,
deck.
The 3-cost uninkable Sisu as
But
well.
that's
We saw how
because
impactful that could
Ruby
be against
Sapphire
something like a Genie on the opposing side, leading with the
Fishbone.
Diablo here for David.
I'm eager to see if we play the
How many
Tipo
items
out
are there in the
here
current
to
meta?
try to stop the character, or if we play the Sale of Azurite Sea so that we can play the Popsicle on this turn. Because you play Tipo, you can just
Yeah,
put
I
a card
recorded
from your
earlier
hand
on the
to your
stream my
Inkwell, but it
thoughts on,
enters inserted, versus Sale
my
of the Azurite
thoughts
Sea,
on the
you put a
online
card
client
from your
news,
hand
and
to
I'll
your
post it as a
Inkwell, and you
video
can use
probably
it
on
this
Monday.
turn. As we're able to see
Maybe
here,
tomorrow, probably
Jonathan's able to
Monday.
get that second Popsicle out,
Maybe too
continue
busy
to put
tomorrow.
cards into his hand.
Maybe
Getting rid
Tuesday.
of
I got lots of stuff
All
coming
of
in
that
anyway.
turn 2 ramp that he was looking for.
Yeah, really interesting line actually.
No Shinmiri special. Shinmiri specials.
It's just going to be a
Definitely
turn box
gonna be
flawless
good.
for David. That cannot be the turn 2 that you were really
Thing is,
looking
the
for
last
there.
game
No, I
was
think
when
you're really looking-
David was
if you're
going
gonna play
first,
one
right?
drop on turn 2, I
Like,
think you wanna
1-1
play
with
2 of
Ruby
them,
Sapphire is
especially
very
in this
doable with this
matchup.
setup.
So really
I think the
unfortunate for
average is
David
gonna be
here not having that
0-2,
play
and
to
you're
go really
almost
wide.
never
Jonathan
gonna
playing the
2-0.
Grandma Tala, being able to look at the top 2
Pretty much
cards of the
impossible.
deck, choose one and put the other at the bottom, putting another body on board, a pretty good body, a 3/3.
Whereas with Maleficent,
is going to allow Jonathan
average
to
is gonna be
challenge
a,
to pretty much anything
2-0.
that David is questing with and playing. See if David decides to quest with the Chernobyls. He does quest with the Diablo.
Well,
drawing a
obviously,
card, or sorry, not drawing
I'm
a card,
saying all
gaining
this,
lore,
but
and
the
then passing it on
Maleficent is going to be
Benja,
significantly
how
worse in
common is
Amethyst
Benja
mirrors,
in
right?
the Steel Amethyst
What
list?
set are we in,
It is
Brendan?
a- it is a trade-off.
To be fair, I mean, you show up to a tournament that's 32% Ruby Sapphire. I think that you put the right tech card in your deck.
Yeah,
not
definitely
really, though.
trying to play around those lucky dimes that they find, and of course,
Benja was
all
great
of the
last
other
set in
items
this
like
deck
Ice Block that we
because
see, Popsicles,
Ruby Sapphire
etc.
played
It
Fishbone
really,
Quill.
disrupt a Ruby
It doesn't
Sapphire
anymore.
player.
I don't think
that is
I don't
really
think you can
using
really
Hiram as their
justify
primary
Benja.
draw engine. If you can disrupt that, then you
To
can
be
make
honest.
buy enough time to win the game before they get going.
Yeah, I feel like
Marvel
David
Snap is a good
accurately
example of what they
predicted
shouldn't.
The metagame.
They were making money. No, they
bring
weren't.
in not only
I
bring in
recorded a
the
lot of
steel deck,
thoughts on
but to
it.
also have a
I have
copy
a lot
of
of strong
Benjamin the deck
opinions because
shows
obviously I've been
he
around
was
the card game space
prepared
for quite a while now.
this kind of Ruby
Having
Sapphire
been a Marvel Snap
representation.
creator
Ruby
and had
Sapphire
a-
has diversified
I've
away
met a
from
lot of the devs on
Lucky
Marvel Snap
Dime
and that
all
sort
in
of
as sort of
stuff.
the win condition.
It wouldn't
But,
go that route.
we still see one-ofs of Lucky Dimes and sometimes two-ofs in a lot of these
When it's
lists.
due, are you going to try and get a
David
beta
finding
test
that
build?
Genie as well on turn 4, allowing
I'd
to
love
draw a
to.
card, evasive, 2 lore. Of course, we have the evasive Sisu
I'll keep my fingers
in play,
crossed.
but he's quite a bit of strength away from banishing the Genie. I don't even think a Vitalosphere would actually banish it if we had one in play, because it only gives +2 strength.
Yeah,
So might be an issue. But we do find the Maui Shark coming into play. That is going to stop the Genie from doing anything. And we're able to combo it here with the Pirate's Life
Wow.
and the Sing Together mechanic,
GG.
being able to use Sisu, Daring Visitor, and Grimatala to sing the 6-cost song, gaining Jonathan 2 lore, forcing David to lose 2 lore.
So now,
Yeah,
what do
honestly,
you do if you're
with the
David?
Pirate's
Like,
Life
it
stuff as
feels
well, you
like
might
you
not
can't
even-
quest. You have
It's
to
not
get
like
rid
a
of the
definite
Maui Shark
2-0
first, because if you don't, that
going
Maui's going
second
to get
as like the Maleficent setup.
get those cards back from the discard and just accrue more value. Such a threatening 6-drop that also happens to have evasive and just.
I do like
deals
that.
with
Like,
the
I think
other,
if you're going for a
most
slower
powerful
build
cards in the
for
format, it feels like.
Amethyst
it's
Steel, I do
definitely a
think the
card that has been
Tinkerbells are
giving
the way to
David
go.
some trouble
So.
from last game, this game as well. We
I
don't
definitely
have
don't hate
any
David's
cards
deck.
like Along Came
This is
Zeus
not how I
that
would
we
play
could use
personally.
to quickly deal with this Maui half
The
shark.
Benja I
think we're
kinda
gonna have
hate.
to resort to
Which is funny because I've
just
been a big
playing as
Benja
this
fan
forward,
before.
hope
Like I
that we
said, I
can
played
find some
Benja
of the
last
steel
set in
removal
this
by
deck in
drawing a couple
Seattle. I
cards.
think I played
What are
4
your thoughts
copies or
about the
3.
second ability on Maui Half Shark? Because I already feel like 6 cost, 7/5, inkable, evasive, recur things out of the,
But, like,
the
hitting an
discard.
item against
very, very
red
good
blue,
card. But now, also when you play an
that's
action
not
game one
Fishbone.
long,
you just immediately gain a lure. Yeah,
He's not
it
doing
puts-
enough.
I mean, we are watching
Justified
how powerful
inclusion
that
in the deck when you're already losing to red blue because you're not playing
ability
Maleficent.
is, right? Because Jonathan can sort of keep some of his characters ready. He can sort of be in a position where he can always respond to David while also progressing his win condition. He can continue to play cards like Vision of the Future. He can
I
play
love
cards like
chicken,
Sail the
mate.
Azurite Sea. Or if he has
broccoli
cards like
and
Pirate
hot
Life,
sauce,
you know,
and I
he
guess I
can
like potatoes
continue to
too.
utilize
Not
these
bad
cards to put him in better positions without
I'll
honestly
have my
risking
buff.
all
They
that
also
much
said on the
and
drop
continue to gain
application
lore
as
the
well.
whole time.
see the Chernobog's library sort of combo here, drawing 2 cards, does find Along Came Zeus off the top, which is going to be a potentially good
definitely will have
answer to this
mobile.
Maui.
That's where all
half
the
shark.
audience is
I
at,
think
mate.
so. We have the Genie in
That's where
play that
all the
can
card
sing it
games
as
are at.
well.
Mobile
Very
audience. That's where
quickly
all the
deal
money's
5
at as
damage
well.
to Maui, get it off
Make
the
no
board,
mistake,
gives us
it
the
will
opportunity to start
100%
actually exerting our characters
have
without being too scared. We are going to move this Magic Broom to the library as well. Interested to see.
That was a weird
if we'll
position.
banish it,
I've never seen
get a
anyone
quest
put a
with the
library down like
broom.
that, have you?
I have to imagine we will, just considering how much value we're going to get out of that. Drawing 2 additional cards. We're seeing the power of the library engine
curious.
here. I feel like that then Along Came Zeus, which is such a good draw here for David.
Thanks everyone for being here.
Now
I'm just
being able to
munching on my
answer
food a
this
bit.
Maui Half Shark. Go ahead and sing. Get rid of that. So much back and forth in these games.
Yeah, really great for David. They are able to find the Along Came Zeus. Also
Yeah,
have
this
the
is not-
strength
it's
of Rage and
unfortunately just
Fire, I
not
was going
back
to
and
say,
forth
but it
because
looks
the
like
game's
we're going to
over.
go ahead and use that to banish the Sisu. We don't want Jonathan to shift onto this Sisu the next turn, but Sisu, Daring Visitor, of course, is also evasive.
Like,
causes a
to be able to
couple
win this
problems,
game, you
but
already need to
What do
be
you
at
think
like
the best
13 lore in
card
this
Jonathan
position.
could
right?
have here is I think it might
Like,
be
Jonathan doesn't
Tamatoa.
even have to like
Yeah, Tamato
panic
is
and
pretty
like
good
be
here.
prep
It's
his
gonna
own
allow
stuff
us
there.
to
He can just
bring back
chill.
a Popsicle from the
Develop
discard,
a
reuse that
Tamatoa.
Popsicle later,
Whereas
draw
like
a
if you're
card.
threatening
I mean,
actually to
Jonathan
get
would've
to
had
20,
almost no
suddenly
cards in
Jonathan
hand
has to
without
make
that
like some
Tamatoa.
really suboptimal
Such
plays.
an
But right now
important card to
Jonathan's
have here.
just
Still
chilling. He's doing his own
potentially
thing. He
behind.
doesn't
I
care.
mean, like we said in the past, David does not have a great way to deal with this card specifically, not having access to things like Be Prepared or Lady Tremaine. Not that Tremaine would impact this board too much. But something
And
that
what
steals
exerted
sort of
locations
particularly
can't be challenged.
5/8.
Hog.
Yeah, a very large card. Difficult to get rid of for any
That'd probably be a bit
cards
too
in Steel.
confusing.
Also, David just hasn't gotten a lot of lore. Like at this point in the game, I would want David to be a lot further along towards his win condition because there's so much back and forth. You know that the more cards that Jonathan draws, essentially any Ruby card that he draws.
Yeah, that
is
is the
gonna
trade-off,
banish
right? If you
something
play
on your board.
this version of
Jonathan, I
Amethyst
mean, the
Steel,
library might
you're going to
help
have
him tick up along a
favored
little bit,
Amethyst
gaining that
matchups,
extra
but you're
lore
probably going to get
at the start
2-0
of your
by Ruby
turn.
Sapphire.
And we
You
have
can
the
have best you
evasive
hope for is a
Genie,
1-1.
right? Like Tamatoa is an evasive, so theoretically Genie can quest for 2 if it survives. But I think that's the issue: is it going to survive until the next turn?
Interestingly, I think that if Tamatoa had not been the play for Jonathan, David would have been in a position to actually attrition Jonathan out throughout this mid game. due to having access to the library and those, just the rest of the cards in Amethyst to draw.
Nah, he won't be
Of course,
fine.
has access to friends on the other side as well. Probably
No
would have been
chance.
at like
If he
6,
wins from
7
here, it's a
cards in
miracle.
hand to Jonathan's 1 or 0 at
Something's
that
gone
point.
seriously wrong for
But,
Jonathan if that is the
now
case.
it's coming down to a bit of a race because this Tamatoa is just going to generate so much value. Still, we see David on the gas pedal here, getting up to 9.
Honestly,
lore.
library is pretty good here.
Moving the genie to the library as well, ensuring that.
Obviously, I also wouldn't cast like this if I was doing an official cast, by the way. Let me be clear.
Well. I think
This is me just relaxed, chilling, watching it, giving me
I
my
think we
genuine
only have
opinion.
8
This is
though,
not an
so
official
are we
stream.
going to gamble?
Obviously,
on
I love
the
Lorcana. If I was
popsicle?
actually
That-
casting,
It feels like the big
I wouldn't be like,
pretty
"It's
impactful
over
here, though.
already, mate."
It's actually going to stop potentially 5 lore. Oh, so
We are going to play the
we don't need to
popsicle.
find the Inkable here, and we do
It's-
find
it's-
in the form
it's
of
kinda
Maui
over
Half
though,
Shark.
isn't it?
Potentially a card we would have wanted to play as well. You know, an option to potentially play that.
excuse me.
But that, with access to the
Oh,
ice
hiccups.
block here,
Could also quest with Tamatoa this turn if we banish a popsicle and then bring it back
true.
using that.
The
genie.
icebox popping off.
I didn't see that line, but I see it now.
yep, that does make it guaranteed, right? So it wasn't much of a gamble, and that probably will be the correct play, just considering how much value this Maui Half Shark can get. And there we go. We do see that ice block activated, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 here for Jonathan Martinez off the back of that 8-cost Sisu.
David will get to draw a card from the genie being banished at the library, and a card from the Diablo being banished as well. So there's something I'm so impressed with in this Amethyst Steel deck is it feels like no matter how many times Jonathan's able to deal with their board, he just constantly has cards in his hand that he can continue to follow
David's
up
making
with.
a game of it, honestly. Fair play.
I really like seeing those Maui Foxes for David as well. We could potentially start bouncing this goat back and forth, trying to push ourselves closer to 20. Although I believe Jonathan does have a Pirate's Life in the discard, and we know we have that Maui Half Shark in hand as well. Great thing about the bounce package, though, is you never really have to leave anything exerted to utilize it. So
True.
Yeah, these 2 Foxes, I think, are looking fantastic at this moment. See what David can do here.
Brendan's
Might
built.
sing friends
Wait,
with
Brandon or
goats.
Brendan? Brandon.
Yeah, I
Wait,
imagine that is
Brendan
going
or
to be
Brandon?
the play here.
Brendan.
More card
Brendan.
selection. Oh,
Oh,
You
okay.
feel like
we're
a
gonna
flipping
challenge
truck,
the
mate.
Tamatoa
That guy's
here, putting 4
absolutely
damage on the Tamatoa,
wham.
banishing the goat, drawing a card from the library.
I don't remember who it was that
Does
said it,
find
but someone said he's
Strength
built like a
Fire,
ninja
that's gotta be
turtle.
the worst draw on the deck.
Yeah, not a great draw. I mean, we have 2 Foxes
he
in
kind
play.
of is.
Can't play those unless there's another character.
He's not the
on
tallest,
board.
but he's got a lot of muscle.
Gonna
That
ink
fella.
our friends on the other. No,
It's
sorry,
alright, he's gonna play
play
it.
the friends on the other side to draw more cards.
It's fun to
I've
wrap it
actually
in.
known him for a while because he played Marvel Snap, so I met him at a Marvel Snap event.
Drink available. Believe that Jonathan
almost
has
3 years
not,
ago,
or sorry,
2.5 years
David has
ago.
not inked yet. We're going to ink that Elsa. Play the Magic Broom, and then here's the Monoman Fox as well. Going to get rid of that Tamatoa.
There's quite a
We
few of
see
us
how
Marvel
many-
Snap
How many
refugees.
hurdles David has to
Lorcana
jump through to
community.
get rid of something like a Tamatoa?
With me,
Still have a Sisu on board as well. There's
Moyen.
Hiram Flaversham
Kawa.
off the draw. Gonna
Brendan.
let Jonathan banish
Howling
Popsicle,
Mines.
get that draw engine
that's
and
everyone.
play if we want to use that this turn. It looks like we
I'm
are.
sure there's like other people that
Yeah,
play Snap, but like, that's like the
absolutely.
Marvel Snap people I knew from. Oh, Alphos as well.
Oh my
Remember
goodness,
Alphos?
2
Sorry, Alphos.
Maui Half Sharks
Yeah,
in
Alphos was
hand
a
and a
Marvel
vision
Snapper
of
as
the
well.
future.
Like I met all those
Gives us
guys at
plenty of access to the rest of our deck and our discard,
Marvel
essentially.
Snap event that Kawa
You
hosted.
don't even need to dig through the deck because we
Actually
have
met-
2 of some of the best cards in
I
the
met
game
more
in
in a
our hand
different
right
one,
now in
so.
form of 2 Maui Half Sharks.
And this is definitely
No
a
idea,
board where if
Ducky.
I'm David, I'm looking at it and just my
Not a
anxiety's
clue,
going
mate.
a little
I don't even
high
know when Worlds
at
is. I'm
that
hoping to
point.
find
How am
out
I going to deal with
at
all
the
of these
weekend.
big threats?
You sure?
Sisu questing for 3.
I really could do with finding out like
Now
the
we have
dates for
Shark
the events because
evasive,
I'm
can pull
planning a
back those
stags at the moment.
actions,
I'm really
gain
hoping
lore
it's
when you
not the
play
same flipping
actions,
weekend.
Hiram drawing cards.
Or wedding
deck.
as well at some point this year. I'm gonna be so gutted if it's the challenges on
Yeah,
the same
David
weekend.
does still have the Strength of Raging Fire in hand. Did ink the Elsa on the previous turn.
Let's go, Jess.
Soon we'll see Merlin Rabbit played out here. Just to get
Let's
more
go, Snow.
selection. And there it is.
Find a Calhoun off the draw. Not particularly useful right now with all of the high willpower characters and difficult to challenge.
I'm actually gonna
characters.
stream some
Usually a
Snap
pretty
again
good
soon,
card
though.
on the draw or to come back.
I'm gonna do
Because of her ability to
the
gain
speed
lore,
run.
she
I had the
challenges
world
having
record
this.
for speed run for ages, but it finally got beaten.
Gonna play that
quite a long
Magic
time
Broom
ago
and
now. I got
bounce
beaten
it
like
with
6
the
months ago.
Fox. Move the Fox
Basically,
to
where
the
you make a new
library so
account
we
and
can
go from 0 to
challenge and
100.
banish the
I really like
Sisu,
doing that on Marvel
drawing
Snap.
a card when the Fox is
My problem with
banished
Marvel
because of
Snap
the
was the card
library.
acquisition like in the late.
Rid
in
of
the
one
late
of these
stages.
threats.
But the core
Yeah, David
gameplay,
is able to
I think,
sort
like,
of make
honestly,
this
it's a
board
bit of
look
an
a bit more
engineering
manageable.
feat
That
how
being
well
said,
designed
I
that
do
game
think
is
the
from
Maui
like a
half sharks
gameplay
are
and deck building
very,
point
very
of view.
threatening for him at this
12
point.
card deck,
Has
12
to
card
find
deck,
something to deal
6
with
rounds,
those.
and it has as much depth as
David
it
is
does,
having
I
to
think
kind
is
of
a
do
minor miracle.
gymnastics here so that he doesn't leave any characters available for Maui to
It's just
challenge
not for me,
into.
though.
Also
I
dealing
realize
with
that the game is
just the
just not for
characters
me
on board
eventually.
because David has slowly but surely been getting
fine.
closer to
Had a
20
great
with this
time with it for
library
a bit.
being on board. It's gained lore over the course of multiple turns at this point.
I think access that Maleficent as well is going to be pretty good here for Jonathan. It feels like, David at every
Why do you
point
think so many
has
former
to
Snap
two
players
for one
switched over
himself,
to
take
Lorcana?
a
I
sort
mean,
of
because
tempo
most of us are
negative
friends,
play,
really.
just to try to stay in this game and keep control
Kawa
of the
and I were
board.
both,
And Jonathan's starting to
like,
showcase
Kawa and I
the power of
were
Ruby
both
Sapphire.
pretty into Lorcana early on.
I mean,
Went
if
to
we
some
just look at
events
his
and we
hand, he
played,
has
like,
so many answers between
like,
Brawl.
I introduced
Maleficent,
Moyen
also
to
McDuck
Lorcana
Manor,
at,
I think, in there as
at
well.
Gamescom.
We see the McDuck Manor ever interplay.
I also
It's gonna be
introduced
particularly
Alphos to
difficult for David.
Lorcana at one
So
point when I
McDuck
was
Manor,
visiting
you think that's
Brighton.
a tech card for the Amethyst deck specifically?
Could be. I find that players are
No,
playing
just because we're
less
friends,
like,
I think.
Crabs.
yeah, like
Yeah.
crabs.
Also than anything.
In these
Also, it's
Amethyst
just like,
decks, which
it's
makes locations
a game that
inherently a little
came
bit
out
better,
around the time
especially
when
ones with 9 willpower.
we started losing interest in
difficult
Snap,
to
right?
deal with.
I don't think there's like similarities between the games at all.
Yeah, and we finally see this library being challenged here.
It's
Start
more just
working on
like
it with
most
that
of us
8
like
willpower, it's
content
gonna
creators like
survive.
looking for the next
One
big game
remaining
that we really enjoy,
willpower
right? Like
after
that's just something
the,
you're looking for as a content creator.
Hiram.
Especially if you stop
No,
enjoying the game
yeah,
you're
just the
making
Maui
content for,
challenge
you
it.
look for a new game, right?
Hiram did banish that ice block last turn. See another Merlin Rabbit here off the top. Does get a genie.
Most Marvel Snap creators are playing like
The
Pokemon
Genie
Pocket
played,
now, for
drawing a
example, because
card.
it's new.
It's funny to see the evolution of Amethyst decks where you used to have this package of cards in your deck that would draw an additional card. Now it feels like actually every single card in the deck does that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I keep looking at David's hand. I'm so used to these Ruby Sapphire matchups where once they finally take control, once we're multiple turns into this game,
David's
if they
made
haven't
such a game
lost
of it.
already.
Fair play.
Usually the opponent,
The library put in
their
a lot of
hand is
work.
pretty thin or their board's pretty thin. But every single time we come back to
Oh,
David, it
he's
feels
bad in
like
this
he just
matchup as
has
well.
enough cards in hand to stay in the game.
Yeah, he has 3 cards in hand, which is effectively 6 cards in hand because they all draw additional cards. I do think at this point that Jonathan is firmly ahead in this game and is in a pretty safe spot, especially with the backup of a Maleficent Dragon in hand. It's going to clear this library on this turn as well.
Yeah, we don't have anything like a Sisu to get rid of this rabbit and genie specifically, but like you said, we do have this dragon that can get rid of one of them. If we are going to go for the genie, being the slightly more threatening
good. I
for
could have
lore
eaten about
purposes,
twice
being
as much
aggressive,
chicken, though.
gaining
Maybe
2
3
lore.
times
I
more.
don't feel like card advantage is as threatening as it would be at a different part of the game here for, on David's side, where, David gaining lore and potentially using something like a goat, bounce goat to pull ahead is actually the real threat of Jonathan being able to potentially lose this game. David's ability to
I'm
draw
gonna be
additional
hungry by the end of the
cards,
stream.
especially like 1 or 2 here and there, I don't think it's David's way back into this
which is
game.
good. I'm gonna be hungry.
Yeah,
Need more
especially
protein in my life.
again with these Maui half sharks being on board, it just makes things so tricky. And honestly, I feel like if there's any deck that can sort of combat that.
Are those Baymaxi
particular
challenges?
ways
Yeah, their
Amethyst,
participation.
Their ability to bounce their cards back to their hands
For this
making
event.
it so you can still do something with your cards on
So
board
Jonathan
without
is going for it,
giving
mate.
your opponent the option to challenge. We see
A
David
lot of people,
doing
like, a lot
here,
of the players in
West
Europe sold
Rabbit.
theirs.
If I'm Jonathan, I'm super happy to see David.
I doubt they'll be
bounce a
announced
rabbit
because
at this
they're a
point.
prize
Yeah.
for this
'Cause you're
event.
utilizing one of the cards
But
in
maybe.
your bounce package to
They're
actually
foil
send
as
the
well,
rabbit
right?
back. When you already have 5 cards in hand, you're in a great spot if you see this, Jonathan, because what you really don't want to see is him be able to get up to something like 15, 16, 17 lore and then use those bounce cards to bounce goats.
What do we think the EU dates will be?
Something interesting too here on Jonathan's side of the board. We have enough.
I think it'll be in
lore next
Birmingham.
turn to get up to 18. I think if we completely quest out.
I'm not sure
2
if Scotland
Mauis
will
on
get an
board
event.
means that if we have a single action,
The thing with
in our
Birmingham
hand,
is
we can play
Birmingham
that
is just
action,
central in the
immediately
UK,
gain the
right?
2 lore and win
Like,
on
you
the
can
next
just get there
turn,
from every
so
part of the
Once
UK.
again, the
If you go
second
Scotland-
Texas Maui coming into play.
Do see
It's
the
a long
game
journey
shoes
for
can't be
everyone.
sung by anything.
It's not
We're
in
just gonna
Scotland,
pay
right?
the 4 ink to get rid of one of those Mauis.
So we're at 13.
I think it will just be in
14, 15,
Birmingham.
16, 17.
Like Fanfinity do
55
the
Pirates
do
Life, that would be
the
game
EU
here
tournaments,
on the side of
and
Jonathan.
what I've seen from the other card games that they do is they use the same venues a lot.
Strength of the Fire
Bologna,
finally
Lille.
getting inked, and we see Crab Magic.
Please send the
Queen come
casters down a
here
little,
for
sure.
David.
Thanks.
David threatening 4 on the following turn. Could go up to 18.
I think I had them
which is
turned up from the
effectively
interview and it was
game,
quiet and I
but
forgot to send them back down. Sorry.
in hand.
Thanks for the heads up.
Oh, both players kind of threatening a win here.
Yeah, things are actually pretty close.
I'm
Jonathan
honestly
also
very, very
with
impressed that
white
David
rings.
is
We haven't seen any of
still in
those
this game,
for
man.
David's
He's
deck
making me eat my words.
yet.
Having said
Actually
that,
very close considering that Jonathan
having said
doesn't
that,
really have an
something's
answer to
clearly
it.
gone very, very wrong for
to
Jonathan.
manage
That that's the
anything on
case, right?
board.
I think Flavish. Has there been a single item for Hiram?
Straight on the board for David here would push us to 18.
Expertly navigated by David. I thought this game was not this close a couple turns ago.
We have seen at least one goat, maybe two in the game so far, so might be a little bit difficult to find that final lure.
Yeah, my
here
mistake on
for
that. I hear you guys.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna have enough ink to.
When I'm
both
talking more,
aim
I'll try and
for
mute as well.
a game win and
Because
actually
they're
play
coming out of my
against these
TV,
cards.
it's kind of a bit background noisy for me. More than if I had it on headphones, I would hear the actual mix that you guys are hearing.
I think most
But
likely
I don't want to
Crep's
put headphones
gonna
on.
I'm not gonna have the luxury of trying to find them. The McDuck man.
Something's definitely gone very, very wrong for
certainly
Jonathan,
with the
right?
Characters on board, threatened game. If Dave is not able
You
to
got
win
like
on the
3
final
draws.
turn,
Okay,
or on the
fair.
following turn, but Jonathan doesn't want to put David in a position to win on the following turn.
Making me eat my words, but still.
Play this other Maui half shark.
1, 2, 3, 4. The good news is it's not over.
And did we end up gonna be one off
Or
here with the hideaway?
nothing.
Yeah, we're keeping the hideaway, I think, so that we can.
Do you have a self
play it not
hideaway?
this turn, but the following turn.
Pog. Can you do that?
Using that second ability on Maui to first gain
Is
some
the
lore.
is the hideaway a must target or a may target?
I think it's a.
Put.
I think it's a must target.
Yeah, so there has to be a
Yeah,
has to
but,
be a target.
but
Oh,
you
it's
can't-
item
Is it
elimination.
opponent sync well? I think it's just no. It
Players.
chosen item or location. So with the McDuck Manor in play, we can choose our own McDuck Manor to put into our inkwell and utilize that card.
Yeah, I think that the McDuck Manor. Okay, so he's not going to quest out with these two.
Yeah, don't want to give that Calhoun the ability to gain an extra lore.
Absolutely. Smart plays here.
I feel like he's gone very wrong for
Snake off the top
Jonathan.
For David here, that's not going
He's probably still going to win. It's close though.
The rabbit though to dig.
Yeah, we still have the rabbit.
Yeah, probably Birmingham in UK. I mean, I would be well up for an event in Scotland. I'd be surprised though.
Imagine we'll see
Lille,
rabbit
Bologna.
come into play here.
Maybe Germany could be different. I mean, that part of Germany has like so many cities all close together. Like Bochum is basically the same place as Dusseldorf, which is basically the same place as Cologne, which is basically the same place as Dortmund, which is basically that part of Germany's crazy, bro. It's so unique.
We have 7.
You've got like 5 major cities all within like 20-minute drive from each other, right? You drive 20 minutes, you got a new city. It's basically the same city. It's like in 100 years, that is just going to be like the biggest flipping.
Yeah, you absolutely have
It's gonna be like one giant city, mate. Gonna try and hit any of the Asian dates. I don't currently have any plans to. I kind of need to save up and spend my money on moving out and getting my own place rather than going to Asia for a Lorcana trip. It could be sick though. I would be well up for it. Like maybe I should look into it a bit more and try and go to compete in one of them, right? Because then I could make a whole video on like first chapter. But I didn't really play like seriously in first chapter. I do have a deck cooked up from first chapter, which I feel is really underrated, which is the hyper aggro deck. It plays just in time bodyguards. I mean, I probably could cook up some good first chapter decks, but
5-19.
I don't currently plan on. But I would love to. I just think I'm kind of trying to be a bit more sensible with my money than I have been in the past. I want to get my own place, man.
David.
I think David's gonna see that line here.
Yeah.
I'm 28. I'm going to be 29 this year, innit? So I kind of need to spend my money on getting my own
Any
place.
mistake here from either player potentially cost them the game. So we are going to start with this Madam M Fox challenging into the McDuck Manor. We're going to play the snake to bounce the fox.
No goats, but also doesn't play White Rose, it seems, right? So.
What are we bouncing?
If I was Jonathan, I'd be like, nah, mate, card laid is a card played.
The 2 fox challenges on their own aren't going to do it. We need to do 9 damage to the McDuck Manor. The fox, of course, only challenges for 4. Even if we replay this fox this turn, we still have to swing something at the McDuck Manor.
So you bouncing the crab here? Or you bouncing the rabbit?
I don't know if it does it even matter, because if we have Maui Shark in
I
play,
got old Jamaica ginger beer,
leave
mate.
anything exerted at the end of our turn, I guess then the Maui's not questing.
Carbonated
so
water,
that's one
sugar,
restore.
ginger,
But we could get
and
Pirate's
lots of
Life
other
back
weird
to our
stuff.
discard.
I give it a solid
One
4
less
out of
score
10.
wouldn't matter, right? The pirate's life would just be enough.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, they're looking at each other. I just realized.
A lot
Let's
of that sort
go.
of Partway through this, that's why. We saw
Oh,
the
thank God.
hesitation.
Yeah, you don't even notice when they're looking at each other because that's how it should be. Get
Protect
him.
the snake.
So you can bounce.
Yeah.
But then I think he realized, okay, I'm one off in terms of removing the McDuck Manor. Okay, so it looks like David's play was to sort of attack in the McDuck manner. Maybe thought this Monomon would clear it, bounce it back with the snake, have no exerted characters to stop the Maui from.
Hey Benji, what's up, man?
Life, but maybe did the math wrong on that. That's why we.
Gwent's a great game, but Disney Lorcana is cooking, bruv.
Trying to look at his hand,
I love Lorcana. And Lorcana's got an actual competitive scene. Gwen don't have that anymore, bro. Gwen's had its time, man.
Yeah, boost the fox here, so now we can get rid of the McDuck manor.
Gwen's had its day. Gwen's still a great game. I love playing it, but you can't beat a competitive circuit with high stakes.
I think separating what cards were played this turn. We know we can't quest with those.
So play out the rest of the hands. Back over to Jonathan.
All Jonathan needs is an action that he can play.
Get him, old man,
Yeah, how
second
about a
phase
Pirate's
chicken.
That's exactly what we're going to find. The Maui's going to challenge the Fox, bring back Pirate's Life, and Jonathan is going to take round 2 of the Disney Lorcana North America.
I'm going to go get the other bit of chicken, mate.
Yeah, and, notably as well, Jonathan with another 2-0. We saw him with 7 points, so going into 14 points after round 2, that's a great spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking about the Ruby Sapphire deck, how good or bad it might be into this field of what's typically aggressive decks. I think Amethyst Steel counts as one of those, you know, can be pretty aggressive in their Genie lines. And Jonathan's able to make a win out of it, another 2-0.
I think I would rather play into Amethyst Steel than Ruby Amethyst, most likely. I think that Jonathan probably got the more favorable pairing out in terms of the Amethyst decks that showed up to the tournament. That being said, those were very close games, and I think that David was liable to win both of them.
Yeah.
So it is a tough matchup. Like Ruby Sapphire, while being 32% of the metagame, is not this end-all, be-all dominant deck. Like it's going to have, it looks like it exists in a hostile metagame this weekend. But even with the, you know, some of the matchups that it's not super favored into, very, very tight games.
Yeah, I totally agree. But we do have another round after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Alrighty then. Got another bit of chicken and a single potato. What more does a man need? They're bringing the physical version out? Oh, for Gwent? Yeah, it's Witcher 3 version. But also, Disney Lorcana is pretty much now confirmed to be having a... excuse me. My old man's a chef, mate. He chefed it up. And he didn't want his second bit of chicken, so I'm obviously going to have 3 bits. I think he did want it. He's just being nice. Hopefully he didn't hear me moaning about not having enough chicken. That'll be a bit awkward. So welcome everyone. We're building Emerald Sapphire in the breaks. I played this deck in the Content Creator Set Champs yesterday and did like reasonably well. But I want to try and make it better. Oh. This card's insane. This card's so good, mate. So, what's interesting about this deck, right? Last set, the way I built it was... Again, most of the time when I'm looking at a deck, I'm like, alright, can my deck beat red-blue? And if it can't, why am I playing it? Kind of. So last set, I wanted to be able to beat red-blue with it. Because red-blue's everywhere, isn't it? Alright. This music's getting muted. I'll just pull this up so I can still see when it goes next. You guys aren't missing anything, don't worry. I just wanted to mute the music, but then if I don't have it on my monitor, I might miss the start if I don't have the music on in it. So, previously, this deck, I used to play Hidden Ink Caster. And that is a fun card, man. It's really, really fun. Hidden Ink Caster is the card which makes all your inkables, all your uninkables inkable. And I used to play like 30 uninkables of like Genie and Hades and Under the Seas and all that stuff. It was really, really fun. But the better way is to play Muses now. Oh, it's back. Did I have it like that the whole time?
Great player, and you know, it was a good game, especially the game 2. That was kind of
They're louder now than they were before.
but no, feel good so
There you
far.
go.
Yeah.
That's quite
That Maui shark came down during the first game.
Yeah.
And I was watching, and man, how do you
So
feel
the sound
Maui
on
Shark
logo's just changed.
is
So
Maui Shark to that deck?
what?
Yeah, especially against an aggro deck. Like I want to get it down.
Mate, why is it so quiet? What is happening to the sound, bruv?
Stop them from questing, which is kind of
It's not just me,
especially towards
right?
the late game. So yeah, very instrumental to me.
Yeah, it's not just me.
Yeah, and were you playing this deck yesterday?
This is not my
in
end, mate. This is the
LCQ?
stream's
How
end.
you qualified
It is
for this.
literally that quiet.
Congratulations on
Thank you.
that.
Thank
You
you.
I'll
got
stop
to go
talking.
5-0.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was that experience like?
It was fun. Like, so me and my
I touched
testing
nothing.
groups,
It's not my end.
Like, we try to figure out what's the good list, and you know, my friend Mike was able to give me like a solid 62 list, and throughout the LCQ it was just solid. Like, it was just
62?
really smooth, and I've been enjoying it.
62.
Yeah, good job for
Yeah.
Red Purple. Yeah.
Well, I hope that deck keeps being smooth sailing for
Yeah.
you, sailing the Azurite Sea,
Yeah.
as we would say. And you were telling me that you
Nice.
came to this game from another card game because you are a huge Disney fan.
Yep.
You are local here, and you are a Magic Key holder. What is some of your favorite things about Disney parks, or a favorite memory that you have?
So fun fact, I don't like roller coasters.
Okay.
But the first time my girlfriend got me on Incredicoaster, it was incredible. Yeah. And I love it. It's my favorite right now.
don't know
Still
where
trying
my
to get on
fucking-
Guardians, but
in
no,
my pocket?
I love the roller coaster. I
reason.
love the vibes. Just it really is like the happiest place on earth.
It really is. And it's so exciting to have this Disney Lorcana event here right
Oh,
next
yeah.
door to the park. Are you
Yeah.
going to make it there this weekend?
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see if I get in tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good here.
And you were telling me that your girlfriend also plays Disney Lorcana
She does,
together.
yeah,
How's
she's
that
up.
been for the two of you?
It's good. She loves the mid-range decks. Yeah, she's a purple-red player. So we just love red. I guess we love destroying things, banishing things.
Respect.
So
Yeah, you got that giant Maui right behind you. There
there
you
it
go.
is. Yeah, exactly. We love it. Yeah, we've been playing together since that one. So yeah, we love it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for chatting with me, and good luck on the rest of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Rebecca's a legend, by the way. I really enjoyed hanging out with her.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Liam. I'm here with Tannen. Tannen, we're through two very exciting rounds in this North American Championship. We're the first one ever with some great storylines already playing out. What do you think so far?
Great Lorcana getting played everywhere. I think
Yeah.
that's really awesome. I was floored by how good our first round was, not only from the play side, but the entertainment side as well. Round 2 was great as well. The casters did an amazing job bringing that home. I don't know if you saw this. After we got lunch, you and I were in the viewing area, just being fans. You know,
Yes,
just
yes,
sitting there with
nerding
everybody
out.
else. Yeah, just absolutely loved it. So I know I've been having a great time. I don't think we need to ask you. It's obvious you're having the time of your life. So
Yeah, and to paint the picture again, the viewing area is right there, the trophy's right there. There's all sorts of energy in the room. It's a lot of fun. So hello to everybody in the viewing area. Well, with that, I think we're getting pretty close to our third round game here, ready to bring that up. It should be an exciting match.
Absolutely. We're going to be having Cody versus Justin here in our third round. And this is a really cool dichotomy of how they qualified for this event. Cody is going to be one of our LCQ players, one of the last chance qualifier players. That means that he came to this event with no qualification to play in it, but took the chance
when we
at
be honest
playing
with
one of the
friends on one
LCQs,
drops,
got
I
one
would
of those
not play
tickets,
less than 10.
and
I would
five-voted
actually
his
play
way
11.
through.
Yeah,
So
wait, Robs.
he's already warmed up. He's already ready to go and fought his
8
way
is
into
not
this.
enough.
And then the other side, he's got somebody that is quite the veteran from the DLCs this year. You were talking to me about that. He played in almost all of the ones.
No,
in
don't. It's please not Brendan DeCanio. We need Brendan and Brandon to cast Brendan.
Then finally getting his qualification on the last one in Seattle, where I believe he placed 9th.
Yeah, I think the players might be ready, so we can head on down the feature match area as soon as they are ready to go. We'll get into that action. And it does sound like they are ready, so let's go ahead and head on down to that feature match.
All right, so here we have Justin Schaff on the
Justin
left,
and
Cody
Cody.
Gilbert
I
on the
don't
right. Cody is our player who
think
came
I've
in
met
from the
either of these
LCQ,
guys.
and Justin is the one who played in most of these challenges.
Yeah, Cody's got a little bit of a co-pilot here, a little Ratatouille situation. He's going to be getting the strings pulled, I think, for his game here. And it looks like we're going to be getting Diggy Hole here again on Justin Schaff's side. I see a 7 dwarf
Crazy that
mod,
the
and then
deck
I think
names
you
actually
believe-
stick.
I think you know that the deck that Cody's
Diggy
playing was
Diggy
it
Hole,
Blurple?
huh? I guess I need to start
believe,
naming my
it is
decks.
Blurple. It's Blurple is the affectionate name for blue purple, which is
love
Amethyst
it.
Sapphire here in
Yeah.
Lorcana. But
What are you going to play?
Blurple
11
is
one
just
drops.
fun to
Probably some
say.
top end.
I can't ever not say it.
It's
We
such
do
a,
Probably some
it's such
top
a
end.
Disney name, right?
Right?
It just sounds very Disney-ish.
like a character from
Right.
Strange World or something.
I don't know though. This is also a part of the reason I don't like the look of Ruby Amethyst. It's because I don't like the idea of playing not many one drops when your snake is a 2-drop, like is unplayable. Or Blurple. Blurpool.
Came out this set, which kind of unleashed this deck, and it's actually been more popular today.
This is an
than I
exciting one.
expected.
This is a deck that I expected to be pretty highly played this weekend, but I think the red-blue kind of helping suppress that numbers a little bit. If you wanted to play anything in these colors, this was the deck that I think was going to grab you. I think that was the big thing this weekend is, were you going to play this deck in Diggity Hole? Were you going to play some form of Amethyst deck? Did you want to play Genie? I think was that the question. Or did you want to play red-blue? Because I think the format has pretty much devolved to that for me. There are some decks on the fringes that are good, that are playable, but of the most played decks, those are the three things that you see the players choosing from.
That's true.
Yeah, 3 Elsa. I wouldn't go to 2 Elsa. I think already playing 3 is kind of outrageous, right?
Decks, whether it's Steel Song or the aggressive
You
variant.
kind of just want 4 Elsas.
You do have
really,
the Amethyst decks, and a lot of them are very, very similar. They're clones of each other. With
it's hard to fit
splashed
everything
in.
for sure.
You
just like I think playing anything less than 10 1-drops. I really would try and get to 11, maybe even 12.
That is something that you
I think you just have to cut stuff. Like the thing is like most of the 1-drops in Amethyst aren't really 1-drops anyway.
Most of the Blurple decks play about 80 to 90% characters. He's going to draw some cards of it. But
which, like, I know this comment I just made makes no sense without context, and let me add it. Like, Chernobogs and Brooms, while they are 1-drops, shouldn't really be evaluated in the same way as any other 1-drop, because they're good in the late game. They just replace themselves, right? So it's not like they're bad in the late game, especially the Magic Broom. The Magic Broom's mega busted in the late game. You can just dump it for 1 ink and immediately cycle it. Basically pay 1 ink to thin your deck. It's obviously not good, but it's not bad either.
Most of these Amethyst
decks,
1-drop
Fox, exactly.
The core is just so strong and so consistent that they're consistent across many of these decks. The question is, what do you...
The big problem with playing less than like a big amount of 1-drops in Ruby Amethyst is that Flynn Rider is your only 2-drop you can play if you miss a turn 1, right? So if you miss your 1-drops and you miss Flynn, you lose the game.
Justin knows that the longer this game goes on,
and you don't want to have like too much of a forced mulligan with Ruby Amethyst either, right? Like,
on the board as early as possible, trying to close this game.
Let me know if the audio's all right in the casters. Should I turn them up a bit more? Or is that good?
Higher class characters.
Speaking of high lore early, that Daisy Duck.
Oh, Ursula's return quest.
Genie added to Cody's hand and a draw for the turn, so maybe we're gonna have
Piglet
into a Genie draw, which is really good for Cody. Piglet turn 2 from Justin.
The green blue I was toying. Oh no, that was a no comment.
Turn 3 from Justin, so really ideal start from Justin. Let's see if Cody has one of his ideal starts here as well. We did see that T-Boat. That's what's going to
Elsa Spirit of the Winter. Yes, actually is quite playable. You might see it, in fact, in this very deck, Echo. If ever there's a deck for it, it is this Sapphire Amethyst deck. So what's Sapphire Amethyst? Like, when you're playing Amethyst, you're usually playing like close to 50 Amethyst cards, right? I see an argument for cutting the number of Flynns down. Yeah. I'm not a big Kuzco fan personally. I think like you need the Flynn for the Ruby Sapphire match up, right? I think if you cut Flynn's, you're gonna start struggling to Ruby Sapphire more. I would wager. I don't know. I'm far from a Ruby Amethyst expert. I think it's another reason I just don't like the deck is there's just not much flexibility in terms of output. Why not quest him into Chernobogs? Might be looking to quest and bounce it and replay.
Characters getting deployed here this turn. I see a lot of Piglets here as well. Does he want to play this one to the board?
He's probably just like the thing is he's threatening Fox. Actually, a really good question. I didn't even notice it, but if Chernobog's quest it was taken out by Daisy, so okay he could quest with Chernobogs and draw, but like okay he can still do that now. Doesn't matter if he does it now or last turn, right? Yeah, might want to kill Piglet. Exactly. I really like the play from Cody. Yep. Yeah, it was definitely a good call. So yeah, again, if you play Amethyst, you basically my actual way of looking at the last set in Seattle, it's interesting. It's actually the reason I decided to play Amethyst Steel. I was like, right, I can play like 50 Amethyst cards. Let's say I just play 56 Amethyst cards, and I could just pick 1 card from every other ink. What would that card be? And my answer for Steel was Doc, which is why I ended up a big part of the reason. My answer for Steel was Doc. My answer for Sapphire was Tipo. My answer for Amber was actually Lantern, believe it or not, which is basically the same as Tipo, but slightly better in theory, just less consistent. The reason I think I say Lantern is better than Tipo is because on turn 2, here Cody goes Tipo, whereas if you play The Tipo take out Daisy, and Cherno will take out the Piglet. That answers your question. The Cherno box can now take out Piglet, right? Whereas if it quested, it would have been taken out by Daisy, so you could have quested and drawn. So really good question there from Super Saiyan. That's why. Really good play from Cody. A lot of people misuse Cherno box. But yeah, like with a Lantern, you can actually use the Lantern the same turn, right? So if you go like Chernobogs on 1, Lantern on 2, you could also play a Chernobogs on 2, right? So your turn 2 is a Chernobogs plus a ramp, which is actually better than a Tipo by quite a large margin. It's actually way better than a Tipo. It's actually so much better than Tipo. Like I do actually think Amber Amethyst with Lantern is probably really underrated. Maybe that's a deck I should try and play at a set champs this month. So yeah, it was Doc. Again, if I have a 56 card Amethyst deck and I just pick 1 card to play 4 copies of in every other color, it was Doc, Tipo, Lantern. So there's still Emerald and Ruby. Ruby, it was like Flynn Rider plus Sisu. It's kind of a package, but Flynn Rider mainly. And Emerald was Ursula 2-drop, I think. Oh, it was quite an interesting thought experiment because like, and then I did the same for like, okay, if I can only play 8 cards of each, what would it be? Which I think is, yeah.
One of these piglets with the
I was testing Amber Amethyst of Lantern. Yeah, I think it could be a real deck.
If you go and do what a lot of Amethyst decks wants to do,
Be cool to see your mix. Cool. I'll try and just play a different deck each set champs. I might play Emerald Sapphire again because I just want to try and give the deck more justice though. I want to try and play that deck again. It was really fun. I don't know how many set champs I've actually got coming up. I probably that's a job for Monday as I need to plan my month a bit. I know I have at least one this weekend. I think there's actually an event somewhere not a million miles away on the Sunday that I could try and go to. It's like winner first chapter box or something. I would be kind of down for, but it is a solid like 2.5, 3 hours away. Yeah, it's reusable. Yeah, but Tipo is also reusable because Tipo is like a permanent ink game, right? But the Lantern is basically Tipo, but it's 1 card more in hand. But you could replace that 1 extra card in hand with a 1-drop. Which is really good, right? You go Tipo plus a 1-drop. And the box replaces itself. That's insane opening.
The forces have been decimated here for Justin. A lot of banishing going on for his characters.
Kit or Ursula 2, yeah.
This Amber
I see it.
Steel aggro deck. It wants to go fast. Unfortunately, it can burn out early once your opponent is able to gain a little bit of control of the board.
Because yeah, I knew I was going to play Amethyst because I just was like, right, Amethyst has the highest density of really good cards. I also knew I just wanted to play my own thing, man. I just didn't want to follow any flipping norms. There's only DLC I got to play in. Unfortunately, it was probably my least favorite meta of Lorcana history. I have to say. It was also right at the end of the set. It was just full-on Diablo meta, wasn't it?
Really going to be a challenge to crawl back for Justin here, I think.
Absolutely. It looks like he's going to start that clawback with a Lawrence. It's going to be
yeah, playing at a league is kind of, unfortunately, I don't have anything really nearby. That's the problem. It's a full day, right? If I go to play at locals and stream, that's my full day gone, which is, yeah. Why not Sail instead of Tipo? Yeah, no, Sail is definitely... Sail is better than Tipo. When I was talking about this, to be fair, this was set 5, so Sail didn't exist. You're, like, absolutely ring. Sail is now replacing Tipo as a better option, right? For sure. And yeah, that's actually a really good point, Ring. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that you can go Sail plus 1-drop. Absolutely same argument. Yes, Sail is better than Tipo in this deck. That's actually a really good point. I hadn't even thought about that. That makes, yeah, I mean, that makes purple much more appealing to me. The fact that you can go Sail plus 1-drop is a huge deal, actually. Much better than Tipo. I think It Calls Me. I think It Calls Me is a really good card, actually. It counters Lilo. It's a card I've been thinking about a lot. You know where It Calls Me is best? There's a color combination I think It Calls Me will pop off in one day. Maybe that day could already be here. What do you guys think I'm thinking of? It Calls Me in what color combination? Also worth mentioning, It Calls Me is good for Jafar. You pay 1 ink to gain 1 lore with Jafar. That's no joke. You can also put Porpsicles back in the deck after Tamatoa's to deny Tamatoa, right? Hope Worlds include set 7. Yeah, hopefully. I imagine it will. When is set 7? We haven't actually got a release date. I think it's early March, maybe. Maybe we have got a release date. I think it's like early March, late Feb, though. I think it's like a little bit... This set's a little bit longer than usual because of the Christmas break.
mindful here if that Cinderella
When did this set come out?
already. But Bellicom
December?
card that allows
I
you to
think
get
early
around,
December.
that mechanic and also around resist for what it's worth. But
Green purple with the muses. Exactly, yeah.
that
Yep,
ready
exactly what I was thinking.
being able to
There's also
see
like Maleficent
the
stuff in
card
that
here
color
allows you to
combination,
use
right?
tab, draw a card, and keep
Not
it
that I think that card's amazing, but you could build some sort of deck with that, which I actually have done with a Metaphy student.
And I think it has a lot to do with the proliferation of Genie. You know, you have your Genie, you can attack into theirs, so you can
But yeah, like green purple with the muses, maybe like a green Jafar deck. Jafar's got to be good at some point, man. There's also the Reign of Jafar's coming up soon, right? So you would imagine that Jafar deck's going to get buffed. I would actually be interested in playing some Jafar as well. Like, this is the thing about online client, bro. It's so much easier to just play lots of fun decks and make cool content. At the moment, it's just a lot. Like, if I want to play a deck, I have to go all the way to locals, which is really far for me, with all my equipment. And then I would have to play the deck. But then often at locals, you can't change the deck once you're playing it. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's hard, man. I can't just slam games to learn how to build a deck. Online client's going to be so good, man. Lilo can be a nuisance for a purple. Interesting. Is it Diggy Diggy Hole on the left? Yeah, I mean, there might be some differences. It's so funny that name stuck. I need to start naming my decks, bruv. Azurite C came out on November 15th for local game stores. So maybe it's like late Feb for game stores. I don't know. Have I tried the new Hades? I have not. But it's a pretty good card. It's just uninkable, innit? But there was someone that played it in that got top 8 in Euros in Amethyst Steel.
Deal with ready characters. Really wants to force that game state. Cody here finally dropping. That's the first Genie that you and I.
Yeah, It Calls Me isn't really a 1-drop though, right? It's a 1-cost card. It's different. It's not like you're gonna play It Calls Me on turn 2 and be happy about it, really, are you? Or even on 1.
Genie gets to draw an extra card here as well. Puts that Tipo into the Inko and follows it up with another Diablo here as well. So as you can see, what I was talking about earlier, not only are these cards powerful.
Yeah, I'm near London. I'm outside of London.
Themselves as well. And here's the attack that I thought was going to happen here.
The tube journey's not that convenient, so I usually like get off a station and then walk like 40 minutes. And it's also like a walk to the station this side and back, so that's like 40 minutes. It's just like usually it's like 2 hours of travel there and back minimum, often more, which adds up. It's like 4 hours a day spent traveling, right?
Generally, I mean, it depends on the role that deck is in.
And it also costs money.
If it's shifted from the
trains are not cheap.
And the react role into the beatdown or the aggressive role. In this scenario, this deck is forced to be in the control role because of his opponent, Cody's opponent, and so but it is very effective as a control deck. What I will say is it's not as effective at control as some of the other purple clones
Harpsichord card
in the meta. Purple Steel has a lot of songs like Along Came Zeus, Let Stormer John, Strength of Raging Fire.
Yeah, I think It Calls Me is a serious card, especially with Jafar, mate. With Jafar and with the muses. I think the other thing that's interesting about Jafar is the lamp. I really want to play some Jafar. Maybe I'll try and play Jafar, man. Also, Pete's good for Jafar. But I think like Lantern. The problem with Jafar is you want to play Diablo, you want to play China Box, you want to play Broom. And then you put Jafars in, you put a whole new world. You run out of cards very quick. I think like Jafar's probably better in green right now than steel would be my instinct. I could see a green Jafar with the muses working. I think the muses is an insane card. So strong. Especially in Genie meta. Exactly, Rachel. I have to be I can't dox myself, you know, I have to be secretive. It's Alex. Wait, weren't you at home streaming Gwen earlier? How are you now in NA? I'm not in NA. I'm watching the NA Championships, mate, from home. I'm watching, not playing. It's like a watch party. It's like a Gwen Open. More like a Gwen challenge, actually.
There's no direct damage, as it were, and so
Get some Isis, yeah, I've seen it. I think if I was playing Jafar though, I think I would try. Like, I've actually still got a green Jafar deck sleeved up that I played at a locals last set. I've still got it sleeved up. I saw it earlier. Still sleeved. The Muses, mate. The Muses is a very, very good card. The Muses, It Calls Me, Lantern. Woo! I could cook. No, the lamp, rather. Yeah, that wasn't just a foil let it go. That's the Disney Lorcana challenge let it go. Let's go. That's worth a few quid.
Looks like a prime target for this Calhoun to challenge into, since it is really the only target for it to challenge into anyway.
No, this isn't an altered. This is a Lorcana challenge prize card. This is the card you get for 1 to 8. You could, in theory, play an altered card. I think the ruling is as long as it's not, as in like an altered card, as in like something's painted on. As long as it doesn't cover any of the text. I believe that's the rule. Like you can have signed cards. 800 euros. Jeez. Hey, Cougar, what's up, bro? That'd be good.
Gotta wonder what it is if he's not gonna play it there. There's maybe a few misses. We've seen some 5, 6, and 7 drops make their way into this deck as 1-ofs or 2-ofs at times. Could be maybe a big Cinderella. We've seen that show up in spots or two. So wonder what it is left over from Justin there.
There are some options available. It is probably a 5-drop.
17 lore for Justin. But Cody is clawing their way into this one. Who went first this game, guys? Because I think I was... I've not been paying as much attention as I should. I've been talking with chat more. Hey, Pascal, what's up? How you good, mate? Pascal, did you know that there's a Disney Lorcana card they named after you? That's crazy, man.
Shell that they want to include. The core is very much the same, but there's certain options you can mix in and mix out. This deck actually borrows very, very, very few
that was a bad one.
From Sapphire. And so it generally, these decks go very, very heavy Amethyst, gets them all.
Yeah, that's the way these Amethyst decks work, right? Just pick your 56 Amethyst cards. I actually think that is a genuine possible thought experiment. If you were to play 56 Amethyst cards, and you could play any other card in the game, what card would that be? All right, let's have that thought experiment, chat. You've got 56 Amethyst cards, and you can play 4 copies of one other card in the game. What would it be? Because isn't the answer to that question potentially, not definitely, but potentially the answer to that question is the best thing to pair Amethyst with? Along came Zeus. I don't agree with that.
We need an Elsa.
It's not a bad shout. I don't personally agree. Some people might agree. I think Zan Syed would actually agree with an Along Came Zeus, to be honest. Be prepared. That's a reasonable answer. Fire the cannons. Reasonable answer. Zeus is also a very reasonable answer. I don't personally agree. Mainly because I don't play Zeus in my Amethyst Steel deck, right? Brawl. Brawl's kind of reasonable. I think Brawl's actually a really good shout. I would say Brawl over... I think Brawl's probably my answer for Ruby as well right now, because Brawl deals with Genie. I think Brawl's a really good answer. I agree with Brawl. I wouldn't have said Brawl last set. I said... Oh, I wouldn't say Flynn. I think I did. I think it said... I spoke to Moyne about it. It was like the answer was Flynn Sisu last set, like kind of as a pair. I agree Brawl for Ruby. Sail, I agree for Sapphire as well. Like, I think that's super reasonable answers. Like if you're a Blurple player, the answer's Sail, right? Interestingly, like Lantern is not far off Sail. I actually came to the conclusion last set that Lantern might be the best single card to pair with Amethyst in the game. But there was so little else in Amber that convinced me that it was the way to go. Mr. Big, that is a card, man. I think Mr. Big could cook, bro. I respect that. Mr. Big, like, look at this board. Nothing could challenge Mr. Big apart from Doc and Daisy. Crazy. All new world. With Amethyst, though, Amethyst has so much card draw, right? I think Brawl is the right answer. Captain Crankyhead, now we're talking. Gantu, yeah, Gantu. I would say Doc for Steel. I would say... And to be fair, Doc's not like that insane with Amethyst because you already have a lot of card draw, but Doc is very good. Rabbit's just too slow for my taste in Amethyst. Daisy's a good answer as well, potentially.
If this is a bounce character, you see Justin, he's like, think about it. Can I get away with not questioning?
Yeah, it's interesting.
All right, he looks like he's going to go ahead and go.
The next question is, okay, if you could play 52 cards of Amethyst and 8 cards from other inks, like just 4 copies of 2 cards, what would it be? So like Flynn Sisu, for example, or would it be like Brawl plus Maui, or would it be like Brawl and B-Prep? Emerald Ursula is also a really good answer, I agree. Oh, Spirit of the Winter! Someone wanted to see it. There she is. Missing an opportunity not to have the Enchanted, though. I like that the Storm Rage on. Storm Rage on's great, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not so much with Amethyst compared to like it's better with Emerald. Oh, it's a scoop. The Elsa scoop, mate. Oh, that was good. That was really good, mate.
I don't know. I mean, what can you say? I mean, pointing out again, we've seen Daisy Duck. So
I like
last
that.
match we had this scenario where Daisy Duck, pulled a character off the top and it unlocked the one card that the player needed to win the game. Same thing happens here. Daisy Duck quest pulls the Churnerbox followers off the top. There may have been some other card draw.
Top deck might have been.
Could have banished the rabbit, but then drawing the.
But you probably play like 3, maybe 2. Same Silex.
Ready characters.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying with the Daisy Duck.
Same.
Like, do you quest the Daisy Duck because like you might get them a card
I did the European one to be fair. I can't complain too much.
But then it's like, what if the top card is
Hopefully I'll be at Worlds, man. I'll be gutted if I'm not. I'll be absolutely gutted. Might just be Force Me. Force Me is a reasonable answer as well, yeah. Hard to disagree with that. Smee is that good, mate. It's very hard to disagree with that, Funzus. And if you look at Amethyst as an ink color, right, an interesting way of looking at this question that we talked about is you have to like look at what is the weaknesses. The 1-drops are not the weaknesses, right? So you don't really care about Daisy Duck that much. The turn 2 for Amethyst isn't very good though, right? So Ruby gives you Flynn, Steel gives you Smee, Amber doesn't give you that much. It gives you Lantern, to be fair. It gives you Lantern. Amber gives you Lantern, which I mean, many people just don't even think about Lantern as a card. Sapphire gives you Sail. What else? I don't really like Simba. I'd rather go double 1-drop. That's the other thing that, to be fair about Daisy, I'm being harsh on Daisy because actually a thing that Amethyst does really well on turn 2 is instead of playing a 2-drop, it plays double 1-drop. So that's also why I really like Steel, because you go fire the cannons and you have Befuddle, and then you've got a ton of really, really good openers. Pete's a fair answer. Captain Crankyhead on the highlight. Is someone playing Captain Crankyhead here?
They were all playing this deck this weekend. There's like 3 or 4 of them. I think they had actually gone to playing 1 or 2 Gantus in their deck for this week. I'm not 100% on that. I know that
Gantu!
back and forth on it.
That's broken,
I don't
man.
want to give away too much tech for some of the other players, but I know the ones in the LCQs were trying out 1 copy of Gantu.
Well, and it's a great card to note because it does have 4 lore. It's one of the few cards in the game that has 4 lore. So
Strength in numbers is overrated. I prefer my own strength. Great flavor text. Flavor text in Lorcana is really good. I really like it. Like a lot of the flavor text that actually relates to the cards is very, very cool. Like the flipping Iago one from this. How do you pronounce Iago? I need to watch Aladdin again. Iago, is that how you pronounce it? It's like, can't get rid of me that easy. Oh, Finders Keepers. That's a real card, man. That's such a sick enchanted, man. That is so cool. I have so much respect for Finders Keepers. This card's got to be underrated, isn't it? Iago, like I-A-G-O. Ego? How do I pronounce it? I don't know. I think it's Iago. I don't know. Sailing, Teapot. Really? Woo! Sail, draws, and I guess T-Post. Yeah, okay. I guess if you're not playing a 1-drop, T-Post is the same, right? Sail replaces itself and you can ink another card. Whereas T-Post just inks the card with no... Yeah, okay, sure. Iago, that's it. Iago. Thank you. Yeah, Iago's just like, you can't get rid of me that easy. And it's like a card which, when it's banished, goes back to hand. I kept doing... Yesterday, T-Post flavor text is, Mom, I think I'm still growing. Oh, God, guys, that's actually so what I should do. When we have another break, I'll show you the game I played against Kim in the set champs I was at yesterday. Because I was being so annoying, mate. Tipo kept getting played and I kept going, Mom, I think I'm still growing. And then she inked it and I said it, and then she played it and I said it.
It is something they can take care of Smee if that's something Cody's concerned about. And perhaps not a lot of other turn 4 options here.
I was having a lot of fun. It was a good sport too. I may have accidentally played Bend to My Will and discarded a whole hand both games. Oops. Bend to My Will is so good against Ruby Sapphire, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The Smee that he's deploying here as well, so there's a chance he's going to be playing multiple characters for the next...
Bend to My Will is actually absurdly good. It's such a strong card. Like, you bounce stuff back with Muses. Like, against Earl, I sang You're Welcome with Clarabelle. bounced his genie back with muses, like got rid of his something or other with You're Welcome, and then went bend to my will, discarded his whole hand. And he only got out of it because he's top deck goat. And then against Kim, I sang You're Welcome with Clarabelle to remove the half shark, bounce something back to hand with muses, I think, as well, and then bend to my will. It was so gross. How many people? 16. Most of them are very good players, though. There's like a few people that are more like casual players. So the fact that I finished 10th is not very good, but in my defense, 5th to 11th all went 2 and 2. There's only 4 rounds in it. And like the first 2 games I queued against Harlan, who won the thing, and he was playing aggro and won the coin flip. Like I don't think I could have beaten him. And then so basically my one game that mattered that I lost was against Earl, and top deck goat saved him. After I discarded his hand, is what it is. And then the game 2 was the game I played very poorly. But I went to have fun. I played Sapphire Emerald, right? I was with 0 testing. I was just trying to have fun, do something a bit different. I have no regrets. I had a lot of fun. Please sing a bit of You're Welcome. What can I say except DMCA, mate? Because you were Incos deck, I've been trying to make it a thing ever since. Let's go. Blue-green's really fun. I don't think Incos is the way to go anymore, though. Like, the thing is, like, you can actually beat Ruby Sapphire because of Bend to My Will now. Like, Bend to My Will is so good against that deck. I don't think you need the Mega Greed. I think Muses has just got to be the way. I watched someone play Blue-green in the last chance qualifiers in Euros, and they got to the final.
This is a challenging situation to be in. I do think
It's a bit slow in it. That's the problem.
It would have to force a couple characters in there.
I just played bare songs, though. I played Heffalumps and Woozles. That card's great. It was a really, really good card for that deck. I played Strike a Good Match instead of Vision, which is probably my regret. I cut Vision for Strike a Good Match because I wanted more songs, but I don't think it worked out for me. It does kind of make sense. But I think with that deck, you kind of really need the right card at the right moment. So you really need Bend to My Will when you need it. And you might be better off, rather than having a song, you might just be better off going Vision to find the song that you particularly need. Right, like the Your Welcomes and your How Far I'll Goes when you got Muses down. Okay, Strike a Good Match is a song, so it triggers Muses, but it's like low impact song in it. Right, it's like so much worse than Vision. What's the viewership like for the stream? Is it also live on Facebook? 2,400, that's nice. That's good. That's good numbers. That is solid. There's also a French stream, I believe, as well.
Elsa's going to sing it here as well. The evasive character singing, very powerful play here. Since nothing on Justin's side is going to be able to... There's no happy.
Yo, Papa Smurf, thanks so much for the Prime. Cheers, mate. Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime sub. You can connect your Twitch account and get a free sub. I get a bit of change. And you get no ads. If you sub, you have 0 ads on Twitch. That's pretty epic. Thanks, Papa Smurf. Had it floating around. Let's go. I appreciate you. Cheers, mate. Very kind.
How good it was in the other game.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're seeing right now that makes Amethyst so strong as a color. It's the card draw, frankly, is one of the things that sets it apart. Because when you get into the mid game here, as you're
does the count include YouTube? No, the 2,400 is not my stream. That is definitely not my stream. My Twitch stream has 173. This is the main stream. The count, what you're watching, just to confirm, JLD, is me watching the official stream. They don't have a YouTube stream. It's just on Twitch and maybe Facebook. And the numbers that they have of 2,400 is just the Twitch stream. I doubt the Facebook, if they're still doing it on Facebook, is not very, very large. Hey, FPS, what's up, man? I'm good. How are you? Someone on Twitter said the total number of people watching around the world across all platforms and other streams is around 5,500. It's not bad. It's definitely an improvement to what we've had in the past. It's not like if you get a digital client, oh my goodness, it'll be a lot more.
Once we get to deploy that Elsa Spirit of Winter,
put it that way.
Really lock things down. Justin needs to put some lore pressure on here, and so once Cody's able to exert 2 characters, they don't exert at the start of the next.
It's definitely the most we've had, I think, for an event. I don't know, like the Euros numbers, I'm not completely sure on because obviously I was casting. I had like a little look after the event, but
towards the Elsas, and then shut the game down once it has those big characters available.
It does look like we're gonna start the lore train up.
I think Blurple's probably very good, by the way.
2 off the Smee. It does
Yeah,
look
of course, Jay. LD. Nice to see you, mate. Hope you're well.
bodyguard mode here, so Smee is able to be challenged.
What time is it?
Seen the crab come out of Cody's hands.
9 p.m. here in the UK.
Tipo, we hope.
Can't believe I've been live for 7 hours already. It doesn't seem like it. Been fun. We did like 2 hours of Gwent, then I did like 2 hours of pre-game Amble. So we've been watching for only 3 hours.
Able to be challenged, then that opens up some really efficient challenges once that.
All here hoping for some news. I would imagine around round 5, after round 5, is when announcements were, I think, in Euros. I think after, no, it was actually after round 6.
Get to play Akita, just quest out for a full turn, and then that might be able to like start to slam the door shut.
Yeah, I think this is like I mean, I can just tell you from my YouTube analytics, half of my audience is from North America, from the USA, and Canada also makes up a decent amount of that. So like over half of my audience on YouTube is North American. So even though it's late in Europe and like you're gonna lose some Europeans, the European streams, for example, start when the Americans are asleep, right? But that's why, like, with the European finals work quite well time-wise, because the Americans are awake and it's like good time for Europeans. Like the European finals are probably on at like 11 a.m. North American time, I would imagine. Considering Magic pulls an average of 2,500 per event, it's actually not so bad. Yeah. I mean, we're early on in it.
Peeked over a little bit. Like, what were you saying? What's going on? Remy pulling the strings. All right, like we've always
If you were there, Amethyst Seal for sure, no doubt. Best deck in the game. Yeah, no doubt Amethyst Steel. Having said that, I think I would have done a lot better in Paris than I would this event. I think like Paris being early on in the meta, that's my kind of Greece and Poland. Dzień dobry. How was that? Was that good?
Do you have a great stat line, a 2-4, that critical 4 willpower, the quest for 2.
Dziękuję bardzo. Lecimy, nie śpimy. But I didn't expect that one.
That's so good is when you put him on the board, he's almost a must answer for your opponent. They have to
That means no sleep, let's fly.
Let's say, for example, you're playing against Ruby Amethyst and they brawl that character. Well, now your opponent is down a card, they're down a brawl, and yes, you're down
4-1 in favor of Justin right now.
So net, you're still doing well. Genie is such a powerful card. You're going to see it all day long here.
What do you take? Blue-green?
Or this match, at least.
I was playing for fun. Play Purple Seal for my first set champs ever. End of the month. Let's go. Good luck, Jess. Just have fun in it.
On the side of Cody here, because that evasive is just so powerful, and again, Justin with no evasive characters back on his side. So back over to Justin.
What should have been in California and Continentals in Florida? Yeah, but you can't have worlds at Disneyland and not Disney World. That's the real thing, Paul, mate. Never mind the location. You gotta have worlds at Disney World. That is so cool, man. Just have fun, Jess, innit? That's the main thing. How does Blurple beat Red Blue? Good question. I don't know. I don't know that it does necessarily. I don't know.
Yeah, one thing it's worth noting here.
It could play Maleficent 1-drop if you really, that would be my answer. But the thing is, Maleficent 1-drop makes no sense in this deck because you go Tipo or Sail on 2. To be fair, you can go Sail on 2 and Maleficent on 2 also, but yeah. It doesn't, it's a rough matchup. Yeah.
Really good point. There is the shift line.
You just won't catch me playing a deck which loses to Red Blue, bruv. You just won't. And I think that is vindicated by the fact that it's the top deck in the meta at this tournament. You just wouldn't see me do it. Especially not on an event like this where you know there's going to be so many people playing Red Blue. That's a pretty wide board though, isn't it, from the odd Blurple man? Go on, Cody. Yeah, McDuck. That's actually a good point. McDuck is a good answer. Yeah, I can see it. McDuck man, it probably could cook them. And then like an Elsa on Half Sharks.
I do think Justin's plan here is likely drawing for that Kita. We do have enough cards to ink and then play the Kita.
Hades, yeah, I can see it. It's pronounced Iago. Yeah, okay.
Cody only has to quest
Iago. Iago.
So even if Justin draws his
Blood was a cool deck, man. I'm happy to see it doing well. Like I said, I do definitely think Amber, last set, I think Amber Amethyst is basically a better Blurple. Just because Lantern's better than Tipo. But now that you've got Tipo and Sale, that you're consistently ramping onto. Why is Blue Steel the best? Blue Steel's good. I mean, Blue Steel won the local content creator set champs of the weekend. It's not necessarily the best, but Blue Steel is Blue Steel's a good deck.
It's just too much. There's so much willpower on the board. Instead of drawing into Let the Storm Rage On, singing that with Cinderella, drawing another card. I think we're cycling for the Kita most likely.
Yeah, Castle's a good card for sure, William. Castle. I mean, Castle was in the version of Amethyst Steel I was playing with like Moyen after like the day after the deck got submitted, right? Because it's like pretty good into Red, Blue, and Emerald Steel. But it's pretty bad into Foxes with Mirrors and Crabs. Like all the purple decks are playing Crabs, so not great. The extra 2 willpower on McDuck Mana is a pretty big deal compared to the Castle, right? If you're just pushing for lore. Which one did I say was best? I said the best deck is Amethyst Steel. But that's me being a bit biased. I personally think it's the best because it can beat everything if you build it the right way. I also believe that Amethyst Steel is the best Amethyst deck in Amethyst matchups. But Zan Syed on his podcast I was listening to a couple nights ago reckons Ruby Amethyst is the best in Amethyst matchups, which to that I say hello to my Fire the Cannons. Fire the Cannons is so broken against Ruby Amethyst. I guess unless they play Olaf. Yeah. Olaf's kind of good against that, but then you're playing an Olaf, so joke's on you. I'm such an Olaf hater, mate. Is he going? Nah, there's lots of decks to beat everything. Purple Seal's always been a little bit like that, though. Purple Seal's always been the deck which you can build in a way which can beat everything, right? That's why I've always quite liked it. And like Ruby Amethyst can beat everything. Most Amethyst decks can beat everything. I mean, Amber Steel can beat everything as well. Ruby Sapphire can beat everything apart from Hyper Aggro. Like, most of the best decks can beat everything. But I think that Amethyst Steel doesn't have a particularly bad matchup with the way I've built the deck. I will preface it, but I really haven't tested it that much. I haven't played much in a month. But like, I've teched it to... My worst matchups previously were Amber Steel and Emerald Steel. And the Amber Steel decks have gone in a direction which improves the matchup because they don't have Grab Your Swords anymore. And the Emerald Steel... Oh, there we go! There we go, mate! The Enchanted Elsa, that's more like it. So they're playing at least 2 of the big Elsas, which makes sense. This is a big reason to play blue as well, right? You get into Elsa, you go... Ramp on 2... Elsa, Genie on 3, Elsa on 4. You can then even shift Elsa on 5. That's a big reason it's so good. It's because you can shift onto the other Elsa, right? Which improves your lore game by 2. And I think that you could look at Lantern, mate. You could look at Lantern in Amber Amethyst. But then if you miss the Lantern, you're stuck with Elsa in hand. You know, that's the problem. That's why it's probably not as good. If I'm new and only have set 6, what's your best advice for getting a meta deck? I would probably, like Travis, it depends what you're looking for, right? My best advice would be to use Card Market, who sponsor this stream. Thanks, Card Market, if you're based in Europe. But probably buy singles, go to your locals. Like, build slowly. You don't have to, like, get an instant meta deck, right? Like, see if there's people at your locals that have got, like, some spare common and uncommon cards that they don't mind giving you. But, like, if you're looking for an ink color which gives you a bunch of different decks, Amethyst. Pick up the core Amethyst cards. You can basically put them with any color, and you've got a deck. But yeah, the best bet is to buy singles of the deck you like the most. And if you're in Europe, you should use Card Market, who sponsor this stream. I didn't say thanks to Card Market for a while, but thanks, Card Market. Wait, I have a Card Market logo for this plug. Thanks, Card Market. Card Market sponsors this stream. Look at that. Pretty cool.
Or do you put this Pluto out and protect those 2 characters, forcing your opponent to trade?
eBay, yeah, like Facebook Marketplace as well. You just got to be more careful with those kinds of things, right?
One of the hardest decisions he's going to have to make was him drawing a 4-drop here. A 3-drop, a 2-drop, or 1-drop would have been perfect for Justin.
Whereas with Card Market, you're covered. It's got the Speci seal of approval. If you're in North America, TCG player, is the go-to for singles. I also have an affiliate link for TCG Player. Never forget. So if you're buying stuff off TCG Player, please do consider using my affiliate link. Cheers. It's in all my YouTube descriptions. Purple beats the other Amethyst decks. I agree, Sapping. Yep. I do actually very much agree with that. The Genie return earlier and the Elsa return earlier is a big old deal.
And I kind of wonder if like you just have to Pluto here because of the point you made where if you don't
I definitely don't disagree. Having said that, I think Amethyst Steel Blood was a really interesting matchup. I actually lost to Elmeister in that matchup in Paris, but it's the only time I played it, and it was very close. I felt like he got a bit. I felt like it was my game, and he somehow won. So yeah, I don't know.
Hades, another chapter 1 card. Both Hades and Elsa illustrated by Matthew Robert Davies. I'll highlight. Fantastic Lorcana.
Let's go, Matthew. Matthew's a lovely chap. I've met him a couple times. I got a playset of signed Ursula Deceiver of Alls from Matthew.
He's going to be able to clean up, if not all of it, most of the board here. Either all the characters are going plus the mine, or the mine plus most of the characters. We'll see. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take out that Calhoun.
Flex. I'll be honest, I paid for them. Is it still a flex if I paid for them?
It's going to get an extra card here for Cody as well.
I mean, I had the Ursulas. I just paid for him to sign
I
them.
think this play was as scripted out as it could be. Both of these attacks go into the dock, so Dock is gone, taking away a knight.
Pluto's with the lantern. Pog! Super Saiyan through. Pluto's a cool card, man. Like the Amber 1-drop. You know, Lantern Pluto. Bam! Elsa on 3. Oh!
Followers, last play from Cody here. He's got a huge board with a ton of lore. Is it Dock? Oh,
And
it's
it is
a
Rapunzel.
Oh,
A beautiful Rapunzel, but a Rapunzel nonetheless.
A little late on that one now. He does get to move this over.
Agree, Brooks.
Is going to do a damage somewhere. He can pick off this Elsa.
Diggy diggy hole. I'm not sure on the score. I've not been paying that much attention to the lore counter at the bottom. What do you guys think of the lore counter at the bottom compared to just having numbers? The casters' mics have cut out, by the way. It's not my end.
Well, here we are on Cody's side of the board. I think he's going to be able to close out the game here. I mean, nothing left to be done except close it out.
What do you guys think about the lore counter at the bottom?
Go through what I like to call garbage time here. We talk about this in athletics a lot when the game is over, but you just got to go through the motions.
I think I like it too.
A goat getting out of here, pulling up that lore a little bit.
I don't know. I'm unsure if I like it or not. I kind of change my mind from day to day. I like that it visually represents how close someone is to 20. But at the same time, that space is taking away from the size of the board. You know what I mean? If you take away that space, you can make the board camera bigger. And it's the same at the top. Like, if you actually look at the space on the screen, like for me, the bar at the top, I would like to see the bar at the top extend all the way up to the top and all the way to the bottom and make the board bigger. I like the way it visually displays the difference between 0 and 20, but I think that there's too much space on the screen, which is not the board. Like, I think you want the board being top to bottom. Maybe I'm wrong on that, because I'm definitely no expert when it comes to UI design. It's pretty counterintuitive when you start playing the game. Well, if you're not playing the game before, you see that like you're getting to 20. Maybe that's a good thing about it. It's interesting. I don't know if I like it still. I rather wanted the numbers. Yeah. Yeah. I think I would probably rather have the numbers as well, because it would mean that there's more real estate space for the board to be bigger. Like, if you actually think about how much space on the broadcast is the board, it's not much, is it? It's really not much. Can you explain what's strong about the Diggy Diggy Hole iteration? It's better into Ruby Sapphire. Amber Steel's worst matchup historically is Ruby Sapphire, Carl, and Ruby Sapphire is very, 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 very popular. So you have a bit more aggressive power, because you're not relying on Area Whole New World. It's mainly just metacalls. Like, it's in a vacuum weaker than normal Amber Steel. All right, we're trying to build a Emerald Sapphire still. Excuse me. Sorry, not sorry. We've got 4 Ice Block, 4 Pops. How far I go? 1 jump. You're welcome. Bend to my will. Sail. Clarabelle. Muses. Flaversham. Still play the Flaversham, man. I'm pretty sure. So what's a really interesting card in this deck? Obviously Fishbone Quill, but there's also Bell. So I was on 4 Fishbones and 2 Bells. But I'm wondering, here's the thing, right? Bell, I actually think Bell might be way better than Fishbone in this deck. I have a hunch. Like, Bell might be the card of dreams in this deck. I kind of wanted to play 4, but I only actually own 2. So it kind of made my decision for me. The reason I like Bell in this deck, right? So previously, with a deck like this, you would have no consistent, last set, T-Po on 2 maybe, but not that consistently. So you'd still want Fishbone, right? And maybe you just want to play all of these. Maybe you still want Fishbone and you still want Bell because you can go turbo ramp with this deck. But it's also why I'm looking at Cheacher being an interesting addition to the deck. I feel like Cheacher might be the way, But then if it's Cheacher, you definitely want Fishbone still, right? Like if you go Cheacher, it's definitely Fishbone. But like Cheacher for card draw, you can do some serious stuff with that, man. Honestly, this deck is so fascinating to build. I think Cheacher's probably the way though. Where's your Under the Sea? I played 0 copies of Under the Sea. I mean, I got cooked, so maybe it's bad. But my thought was the Muses does it. You probably do need some Under the Sea, not gonna lie. Best way to sell, probably TCG player. Or yeah, like locals. These decks are weird to build, man. But like, alright, so forget the Cheater, I'll put it as a 1 at the moment, right? Let's say you go T-Po. Let's say you go T-Po or Sail on 2. Right? You could go Fishbone on 3. Or you could go Bell on 3. And Bell is good on 3 because she is a Fishbone. Bell is Fishbone Quill, right? During your turn, you may put an additional card from your hand into your Inkwell. It's just only on Inkables. She's a Fishbone on Inkables. That's pretty damn cool. But I guess the question is that really that good? Because actually a lot of the time you might want to be using your Fishbone on something like the Cheater or the Ice Block that's stuck in your hand or the 1 jump, right? Quite interesting. Also, like the 4 1 jump aheads are definitely not necessary. I just think you want to, like, you really want to go T-Po into Muses into singing 1 jump. Like that gives you early game control and ramp at the same time. So I think the 1 jumps are really good. Yeah, I think Blue Fast is good. I would only recommend ever if you're playing Blue Fast playing 1 copy. I think Mufasa is a card that you play 1 copy of. I think 2 copies actually make the other copy worse. Yeah, Sail is also only Inkables. So I'm not. This is not actually like a list at the moment. Like this, like Cheater, Bell, Fishbone. Like you definitely play Fishbone or Bell. Bell does feel nice for the curve, but I can see a world that you actually want to play Cheater onto and not the T-Po stuff. And I mean, there's also a question if you're playing Cheater and you're playing flipping Clarabelle, do you even need Flaversham at that point? Yeah, Mother Knows Best is a very good card as well. My concern about Mother Knows Best is what the hell do you sing? Like, what do you actually sing it with? Well, I was getting overrun. I didn't have enough white control. So you definitely play Heffalumps and Woozles, by the way. This card is like non-negotiable in this deck, I think. So good. Heffalumps and Woozles. I don't even know the song. But it sounds cool, and I think it goes like this. How did I do? You definitely play all of these songs. The 1 jump, I think, is not a definite, but I think it's the way. I was thinking about it quite a lot. I think the 1 jump is the way. You can't play mana, mate. You actually can't. The big problem with this deck, right? the play pattern of this deck is, the reality is, if you get to the late game, you are winning. This deck is actually the greediest deck in the whole damn game, which sounds weird. But like even a late game against flipping Ruby Sapphire, you are actually greedier than them. Like you are genuinely more greedy than Ruby Sapphire. I don't run one jump in my list. Yeah, one jump is not a definite, but I think this deck, your objective is to turbo ramp as quickly as possible, stick a Clarabelle, and then sing like you're welcome, and flip in, play Bend to My Will. I think that's the play pattern. Did I say something about Kick Cloud Kicker? I used to have a bit of a rude nickname for him, but I don't say that anymore. I'm worried. I'm worried that I accidentally said it. Did it slip out? I used to have a rude nickname for him, but I don't say it anymore. Yeah, Let It Go could be good. You need Scrooge. The Genie. What Genie? I mean, for me, the turn 4 plays are the Muses, the Flaversham, or the Bell. A well-timed Pete. Yes, very true. I had the same issue, mate. I had the same issue. Pete kind of cooked me yesterday. Iago's cool. This is a card that is interesting. The thing is with Iago, like, so Iago is cool. Iago, guys. It's Iago. I told you guys that already. The thing that's cool about Iago in this deck, I'm still keeping an eye, by the way. The stream's still down. The thing that's interesting about Iago is you can quest and then bend to my will. The thing is, you kind of want a Clarabelle first, but maybe you don't. Like, maybe that's not even true. Maybe you're trying to build around Clarabelle too much. Maybe Iago is actually the card. You go Iago into Bend to My Will, and then you deal with what's on the board with like a flipping Under the Sea, right? Like, maybe that's the play pattern of the deck. This card is actually cooking, mate. Like, this deck is just weird. This is a serious consideration. The question is, right, like, what is the actual play pattern of the deck? Is 5-in Goofy too greedy? Yeah, probably. I mean, I also, like, I don't hate Beasts, by the way. Like, genuinely, some Rush. This is the only Rush card in the ink color combination. Yeah, you could play Bruno. You could play Let It Go. The problem is, if you're playing Bruno and you're playing Let It Go, what are you actually singing with? You know, what cards are you actually singing them with? Right? That's the concern about Let It Go Bruno. It's also my concern about Mother Knows Best, which, by the way, Mother Knows Best is probably in the deck. It was one of the last cards I cut, and I kind of regret it. But there's so much good stuff to play, man. It's really, really fascinating deck to build. And maybe one of the big questions you have to ask is, are you actually playing Flaversham? Are you playing... Like, the Cheetah just seems like she could be popping off, but you kind of don't need the card draw for Cheetah when you have... Okay, it's back. When you have Clarabelle. Really, really weird deck, man. I like weird decks.
Hi, everybody. My mute button is now off. I'm Liam. This is Tan, and welcome back.
I've done that so many times.
Championship. Tannen.
I'm the king of
I love you.
being muted.
Once today, better in round 3 than day 2. But
It's like in the finals we're up here just talking.
I'm gonna message him and say, mate, I've done that so many times.
it's funny what happens when we're off camera, but when we're on camera, it's super obvious.
Multiple times, by the way.
Yeah. But no, welcome back, everybody.
I'm gonna message him and say I did it in Gwen thingy. I think my first ever Gwent Masters, I was muted.
To get to watch another one of these fantastic matches with some great players. This round, we're actually going to get to see another former DLC champion, champion from Seattle, Luke Goodwin, take on Daniel Holt, who finished 9th place in Vegas. So some players that we've seen before getting to go head-to-head here. Both of them at the time are 14 points, 2-0, so a lot on the line here in round 3.
Yeah, and I think it's Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire as the matchups are correct. And I'm really excited to see Ruby Sapphire first time for us here today, because that is the most played deck in the tournament. And there's a lot of ways that you could take the deck. We've seen some changes going on here. We're seeing the Tamatoas.
Yeah, Basil's interesting. Like, the one drop Basil's kind of interesting as well.
You've got Maui Half Shark coming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's weird. You probably do need Under the Sea. The thing is, it is actually, that Pete's honestly a really good point. Like, Pete kind of wrecks you. What you kind of need to do is you kind of need to bend to my will before the peak can come through. But then you kind of need to be like actually able to control the board a bit. What Alice are we talking about? What Alice are we talking about? This one? Not for this deck, man. This card's great, but the player, but like this color combination is so good because you can mega ramp with this. This is the broken card in this color combination, right? This is the card you build the deck around. If like maybe you could build like a lower to the ground Alice deck, but I think there's probably better ink colors for that. Yeah, but you go Porp, Tipo, Alice. That's not ramping. Like Alice is, you got 4 ink and you're playing Alice. What I think you really want to do with this deck is you go Porp, Tipo, flip in some sort of other ramp, maybe like Bell, right? Basically Fishbone. And then you sing How Far I'll Go with her next time. And then before you know it, you can play, you got 0 cards, the last card Clarabelle. You draw like 4 cards of Clarabelle. You draw into Bend to My Will, you discard the whole hand. You sing like You're Welcome and Bend to My Will. It's something like that. 1-drop Clarabelle I think is bad. I don't think you can play her. She isn't contesting the board enough. Oh, it's VV Wonderland! Also known as Wonderland. Oh, it's Daniel! Oh, friend of the channel, guys. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Oh, yeah. This is a sick match. Daniel is a... he works for Wizards of the Coast. So Daniel is a Magic the Gathering game developer. And, of course, Luke here is Seattle champ. This is a sick matchup. Let's go. Yeah, Daniel's a Magic the Gathering dev. He's a friend of the channel. I got to hang out with him in Seattle. Super lovely guy. He watches a lot of the streams and stuff. Yeah, fair play to Luke, mate. Let me do this thing, man. I got well sick after Paris.
And this is a way for you to kind of claw your way back in late in the game. You know, if you can just kind of sing that song off one of your characters, it's generally better than doing anything else in the matchup. So it can kind of
okay, listen, I really like Wonderland, but I'm going to have to root for Daniel on this one, mate. I thought I was going to be rooting for Luke, and then I see Daniel's on the other side of the table, and I'm rooting for Daniel. Daniel's so like I don't know Luke super duper well. Like I know him through streaming and I got to like get a picture with him in Seattle, but like Daniel I also don't know Daniel super well, but like I got to hang out with Daniel for like a good 30 minutes at one point in Seattle. I think it was like Luke was still playing his games and Daniel was like watching the games and I was watching the games, so we were just hanging out watching some of the games together. He's just a really lovely guy. I think it's also just really cool to see that you've got game developers from other games playing Disney Lorcana. That's really damn cool, man. Look at that shuffle! Oh, look at that shuffle. Oh, baby. Okay, so, okay. He's like, yeah, look at the camera like, yeah, that's right. I can shuffle like this. And what? Oh, my goodness. Stop that. Oh, there it is again. Oh, my goodness, guys. I think I need to stand up again. This is getting all a bit too much for me. Oh, no. Okay, hello. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I do love a good shuffle, mate. I really do. Luke's channel is V Wonderland on Twitch. Can anyone get us a link in the chat, please? We'll send a link in. But yeah, Luke won a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle, the one I went to. The one I was actually sat watching with Daniel. He played Emerald Steel. I would predict he's probably playing Emerald Steel. I think I can see that he's playing Emerald Steel. Lol. The question is for Luke then, how many docs is Luke playing? Thanks, Tekka. Yeah, it's V Wonderland on Twitch. Sometimes there's issues posting URLs onto YouTube. I think I fiddled and fixed the setting, but it might have been on the other channel that I did that. There it is. I just posted it. Go give him a follow. Yo, Master, let's go with the 2 months. I'll train again. I think we might be primed out. Thank you so much, my friend.
knows what matchup.
I'm down.
It knows that the string
Thank you, mate.
card probably is not going to be a card that he wants very early.
So if you guys want to go follow,
And that's a
did that work?
big feather in his cap in this matchup.
It didn't, did it?
Right away.
V
Helped him out with,
Wonderland.
shape of his hand early in the game.
Oh, I did shout. Shout out.
One jump on turn 2 into a
It did work. It just delayed. Cool.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we also got the brawl, which will be a
Shout out to V Wonderland. If you want to go follow him, Luke to the left. He played Diablo 1, Ursa 2. No one jump though. Oh! Oh, but yeah, that's the thing, man. He actually is playing one jump. That's very, very fascinating, Daniel. I like it. I think one jump's really good. One jump just gives you that turbo ramp with Tipo. Tipo into one jump is like the quickest way to ramp in the game still, right? That's why I also slammed in the one jumps, because like Tipo into one jump, particularly with the muses in my blue-green deck, is well powerful.
We'll see it here in short order.
Well, no Diablo shift for Luke. What's nice about Emerald Steel is it's a much more interesting deck to watch when you're not watching it every game, right? When you're watching it every game, it gets pretty boring pretty quick. But on this occasion, it's kind of nice, mate. I must say. In case you guys are wondering, across the viewership between both channels, we are currently at 600 viewers across Twitch and YouTube. So thanks all for the support. I appreciate it very much. That's a lot of people. Am I crazy for not liking Sapphire? No. You are certainly not. Sail the Azure at Sea comes through. Oh, the little smirk. He sees the Tipo now. Mom, I'm growing. Something like that. That's what Tipo says. What does he say? Mom.
Yeah.
Mom, look at me. I'm growing. I'm still growing. Something like that. Flipping Tipo, mate.
Back over to Luke. You know, one of the ways that Luke can win this game.
That's the third Diablo that Luke's drawn, but not the right one, mate. He's inked 2 of them and he's played 1. Oh, Noi? I thought you said not liking Sapphire. No, Noi's one of the better 2-drops in Sapphire. It's just usually that Sapphire decks you ramp, and then so you don't want like 2-cost characters that quest. You want like big characters that quest, innit?
And then they'll play one of their big 5, 6, 7 drops, or those will be the only cards left over in their hand. So if Luke takes his time and then starts to make Daniel discard on turns 4, 5, and 6, he'll be getting those higher impact cards, hopefully. Like you were saying, though, with Hiram Flaversome being around, there's a chance that Daniel's going to have a lot of cards left over here, and the discard might not be as impactful as you would have it here. But Luke with a really good setup here so far. He's got the Prince John set up.
He's just getting his pen and paper out to write down on. Because you have an iPad when you're there to like put scores in, but obviously it's a rule in tournaments that you also have to be recording it on pen and paper, so you still have to like write your own stuff down on pen and paper, innit?
Yeah, so we talked about the early game strategy, try to winnow down the resources, perhaps, and of course the discard's not as strong.
Emerald Steel, Ruby Sapphire, the most annoying. I put both of these decks in the B tier, didn't I? Controversially. So both of them so far won both their games 2-0, which I'm happy to see. Again, 2 friends of the channel. It's cool that now, even though like I'm watching American players, I'm watching 2 people I've met. That's really cool, man. I'm super glad I went to Seattle, mate. Super awesome. I got tangled up with Ducky as well. That was really nice. I very much enjoyed that.
But it's one of the things that this deck can do with Diablos, with Prince Johns, if it gets going. And so in the late game...
That wasn't in Seattle though, was it? That was in California. Jeez. I get about, don't I? Singing Sudden Chill, that is fine. But Daniel is not too sure. Like, the thing is, Daniel got the Flaversham down. That's really bad news for Luke. I don't like Luke's position here at all. I'm sure he doesn't either. You really need the Diablo shift to come through in this game as the Emerald Steel player, or you're pretty unfavored. And Daniel's got the Flaversham down stuck on the board. Like, how does Luke remove the Flaversham? How does Purple Steel beat Emerald Steel? Well, you need the fire the cannons on Diablo. A well-timed Pete helps. Pete bounce, Pete bounce, Pete bounce when they play Ursula Deceiver are always good. If you play Snake and Pete, which I currently do. Double PJ. I just muted my mic to take a fart. I thought you would want to know. While I'm here, any play groups near Salisbury? Not sure, mate. There is like a Disney Lorcana UK Discord that might help you out on that. And there's like a Disney Lorcana UK Facebook page, I believe. There's also the Disney Lorcana store locator, which you can use.
We've seen it around in most.
There's no Vitalosphere for Daniel, is there? Because Vitalosphere could have been pretty good at dealing with this PJ. That is an awkward hand this turn. But the little Sisu is surely the play here. It's going to be little Sisu, Inca Brawl. The key thing for Daniel that he has to do here is he has to not dump his hand too much. Now, Luke's win condition here is that the Luke has like double sudden chill in hand and another discard. Interesting to go for the Flavisham challenge. I mean, why not, I guess? There's an argument that you could have left it ready, perhaps. Like, how much does that one damage counter matter? But what's important for Daniel is he doesn't dump his hand too much, right? So what's the most that Luke could do in terms of discard here? Well, they could go double sing sudden chill. So for Daniel, the most important thing is that he has at least 4 cards in hand, because Luke could, in theory, go like hypnotize, double sudden chill, right? He's already seen 1 sudden chill, so it's unlikely. But yeah, also like the key thing is that he keeps cards in hand so that Daniel's able to hold on to his big powerful cards. For Luke, it's also really nice he's been able to answer the Sisu. Speaking of muting your mic to fart, oh god.
I do love the green steel decks.
Sometimes it's just nice playing them out, especially when
you use dock and a few of the other cards are doing, because I have seen some games to generate where when you have the muses.
Oh Jesus! I thought I muted my mic. That's a proper trumpet. That one, isn't it? That's a proper. That's a proper little trumpet. That's a classic.
Unfortunately, you know, a lot of items in this deck, we saw Vitalospheres, we saw Popsicles. Not being able to get that Flavisham engine going the last few turns is frustrating. Luke, of course,
Let's go, Taco.
Is Prince John here making it vulnerable to that Flavisham, but really valuing that lore. And I'll tell you what, if Flavisham it's not drawing you cards. Yeah.
No Ursula hit. No draw. This is kind of desperate play. Desperate times, desperate measures for Luke. He had to go for it. He needed to get some card draw. But if Daniel had B-Prep in hand, he could have been doomed there. Like, Daniel had no control, obviously, if B-Prep's in hand or not. Just didn't draw into it at the wrong moment. No shift either. Interesting. Like, these PJs are very scary. They're quest for 2. But look at Daniel's decision in the last turn to challenge with the Flavisham. Absolutely vindicated here. So, well played by Daniel. Completely vindicated. I was a little bit unsure if it was really worth taking the challenge and not just questing, but ultimately who cares about questing at this point? Vision comes through. Tipo, Sail, is it Medusa and Maui? There's definitely an argument for Daniel to just take Ink at this stage. You also are going to be thinking slightly about what cards go to the bottom in the order when you play this deck, because if you play a lot of Visions, you put a lot of cards to the bottom. I would imagine he takes an Inkable over the Medusa there. He actually just shuffles them. He just doesn't care. Like, it's just not getting to that stage of the game, which is probably reasonable. Popsicle taken. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
But Emerald gained a really important card this set, which you see.
It's just a card that draws. It's not even a card that draws. Moreover, it's just a card which gives you Flavisham and it replaces itself. It's inkable.
It's not questing instantly. So
I think you just run It Calls Me over the Broom if you all wanted to do that. Wanted to do what, sorry? What do you think of the Broom that shuffles from your opponent's discard? Yeah, It Calls Me. Yeah, we were talking about a similar card, but It Calls Me is like a better card, basically. It does something similar, but probably in a better way. Unfortunately, just playing a Broom for 2 costs that's just not got big stats and doesn't quest is probably not going to be worth it. Like, it's going to be the best it ever is just not even that good, right? And most of the time it's quite bad. But here, still not able to get the Sisu through. Like, Daniel is not in cruise control here because the fact that Luke was able to deny the Sisu shift was huge in this game. But Daniel's looking for B prep. Oh, doesn't find it. Does find Sisu though. That helps a bit.
Popsicle Sisu.
That does find it help a little bit.
Drop 1-1.
No sign of Pirate's Life either.
That can pick off.
This is where you see like the lack of Fishbone Quill being
You can keep inking
potential
up to
weakness, right?
8 drop for next turn. But Sisu's going to be really impactful. Was able to deploy a Smee that something does get around the Sisu, and he's already at 13 lore. This is starting to get a little hairy for Daniel here. Lore total is getting pretty high on Luke's side.
No, you need to sweep the board. You need to be prepared if you're running them. Some of the decks have started to work them out. Be prepared would have been nice.
Has he got Merfolk in hand, Luke?
Vitalosphere or another item.
I mean, he had to play around it. Like, you never know. Vitalosphere is a really good find here because you can go Sisu. Can you go Sisu Vitalosphere and trigger it? I think he didn't ink yet, right? So I think he can. That is big.
A lot more options next turn. Oh, here we go. I was about to say he's gonna go ahead and give
That's really big. Luke, Daniel needed a turn like that to clear some more of these threats and keep Luke at bay.
These cards have text on them because they're just almost always
Flavisham food.
yeah, they're almost always food. Yeah.
So he has 3 discard piles because he has characters, actions, and items. And I would imagine it's so he can quickly glance at how many items he has with Tamatoa without making it obvious that's what he's trying to do. Like when I was playing Tamatoa yesterday, I found myself like looking through my discard pile, and it like kind of makes it obvious that I'm looking for items. I don't think that's why. I kind of like it.
So it can be sung. Fun note here. I'm still here. Giving resist 2 will prevent that 1 damage from being dealt to Smee at the end of the turn.
Yep. And that means that Smee
Oh, I'm still here. Got played on Smee, right? Yeah, that's a good point on the... I never noticed the thing in the wave, mate. There's a little character in the wave in that. Did you ever notice that before, guys? On I'm Still Here, there's a little boy in the wave. I never noticed that before.
Probably can't deploy another character here this turn because any of them would be eaten up.
He needs to run into Hiram. I don't know. I think you just got a quest, mate.
It does look like he's going to take those 4 points, go up to 17.
I can kind of see your logic, though, but... Like, if you don't quest here, and Sisu comes through and you're at 13... I mean, I guess Smee's still sticking around.
Yeah, I gotta believe he's thinking about inking the strength.
He's at 17. It just didn't get updated on the iPad.
Response after the sweep, if that happens.
You're gonna be able to play out your whole hand possibly next turn.
Not a super helpful card. We have another Flavisham here. We're going to eat the popsicle. Look for another 2 cards.
You're making me hungry. Haven't had lunch yet. Eat the popsicle, huh?
Another Flavisham and a Grandma.
Luke is at 17, right? It just didn't get updated.
Not what you want. So Daniel pointing out there, you should have taken 1 damage in Smee. Luke reminding him resist 1 or resist 2 means he does not take that damage.
He took negative damage, in fact.
And true.
It does look like we got the CC just going to come here. This does leave the Smee in play, though. So Luke got a virtual 15 here and has a decent reload. These 2 cards in his hand.
Is he not 17?
Is this a go? It is not. I was going to say that 2 damage on the Flavisham at this point becomes relevant. A Go-Go Tamago would give him 2 lore off the top deck. We do not get that. Instead, drawing into another Diablo Devoted Herald. Luke now questing for 2, going up to...
Gonna go up to 15 here. Let's see how does Luke want to thread this? He's gonna play 2 not. Yeah, I was gonna say I like not playing the curse.
It's like Luke's forgotten to update the iPad, mate. It's a bit... It's really difficult to watch Lorcana when you don't know exactly what the lore is.
So I see 2 grandmas.
It's really difficult to cast Lorcana when you don't know what the lore is as well.
Visions and then a half shark. So none of the sweeper effects from Daniel here.
I got it. Raw and a more remover here. We do have the dime, so we know Daniel Hull is running a version with the lucky dime. But
all blue cards here too. None of the red stuff that he might be looking for. At that time, the Smee does take damage. There we go. I didn't see what he grabbed here, but he had
Popsicle, probably right. I think it was the Popsicle.
Some more items. I think that might have been what he got. Yeah, it looks like it's another Popsicle. It's going to get a card deeper. Another Grandma Talia. Going to go ahead and draw 2 more cards here. Looking to find something to interact with this board.
It looks like the lore counter's just broken.
Be prepared.
And he can actually sing this off.
Oh, big!
This is huge.
Be prepared.
Be prepared. That wasn't as good. But there it is. Cleaning the board and allowing to start over here.
One day I will see.
That was pretty good.
That day.
Yeah. I wouldn't call what I just did at singing, so if it makes you feel better.
Maybe if I get to go to Worlds, I'll do it. So we'll see.
It's one of the things that makes Be Prepared so good is you can sing it, as you pointed out, and then respond immediately with a Maui Half Shark. Now, this is such a challenge because it shuts down the aggression from Luke.
Hidden Cove's not the card you want if you're Luke, but does Daniel actually have a way of dealing with that? Pirate's Life, hello!
Back from his discard to his hand, and now that Be Prepared is in the discard pile, that's an insurance policy.
That is poggers. That's a poggers draw right now, mate. So I think the law counter's broken. Luke is at 19. Wait, oh no, he can sing with the Half Shark, right? Phew. I was panicking, mate. I think the law counter's broken. Ho, 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 a pirate's life for me. Give me a career as a buccaneer. I don't actually know the words. I think yo, ho, ho, a pirate's life for me is a different thing.
Now it's firing all cylinders. You know,
Yeah, the law counter is definitely broken.
We've always talked about this deck, or I've always referred to it as an
Which is not ideal, mate. It's very difficult to watch Lorcana when you don't know what the law is. I'm not going to lie. What's the score on the door? I think Luke's on 17.
We got a second engine for this deck, and that's Maui Half Shark, which can pull item or actions back.
I think Luke's on 17.
One of the actions it loves to play out of the discard pile is this.
And Daniel's on nobody knows. But he has B prep in hand, so...
Swing that's coming back into Daniel's
Yo,
hand.
ho, ho, a pirate's life for me.
As well as having that
This is some B prep in it. You just got to quest B prep, bam.
Really seeing the strength of the blue-red deck and what makes it so good is if it gets to this point where it has 8, 9, 10 ink, 11 ink, he gets to start to exert.
He's on like 8 or something.
Its top decks are so much better.
Oh.
Late game than its opponents.
Oh.
A lot of its cards cost 8, 9, and 10.
Yay! Okay, it wasn't actually... The law counter wasn't actually broken. They just didn't add it and weren't told to adjust it.
In a lot of the spots.
So we did get updated lure totals here, which is super relevant. Luke Goodwin, of course, 17, forcing, because of those 2 cards on the board, forcing that Be Prepared, resetting the board once again. And now, honestly, Luke doesn't mind that, I think, quite so much as he did the previous one, because now Maui's off the board, and perhaps he can rebuild something here.
Keeper to the bottom, Flavish in hand.
4 ink after putting that Maui, it's going to let this Grandma get into play. So first, back onto the board here.
Ooh.
Sudden chill off the top. No
Uh-oh.
off this other than just getting the card.
Luke's running out of steam.
That Prince John was gone from last turn, though.
He almost got there. Imagine he shifted Diablo early, right? Last game. If he shifted Diablo early, what would I go for set champs? Just play what you're comfortable with, man. Personally, if I was going full tryhard mode, I would be playing... where are the Tamatoas at, by the way? What the heck? If I was going super tryhard mode, I'd play Amethyst Steel. But I like just playing something different at every set champs and just having fun with it, you know?
Something with Ward getting into play and sticking, but
It would. Not a terrible card to put down there. Hidden Cove, we're going to slide it over. That'll give it an additional willpower. But you know what doesn't care about your willpower?
Dragons.
Dragons and Dragonfire.
Yeah, this will protect it from Brawl, but not from...
Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me.
You see your opponent exerting a bunch of ink and counting it up. You know what's coming.
Oh, there it is.
All right, I'm just going to run for a quick wee. Daniel wins game 1. Unlucky, Luke. Very unlucky.
Play. Now we're left with nothing but a Hidden Cove. And another Pirate's Life here, using that sing together mechanic with both those characters working together, total of 6 cost, to sing that song, reducing Luke's lore by 2 and adding 2 to Daniel Holt's.
Yeah, 13 to 15 with the advantage being over to Luke, and that's going to be it for game 1 here. Daniel Holt up 1 in this matchup. Got to be feeling pretty good when you win the first game of these matchups here today. It takes a little pressure off you as well, and anytime you could beat one of the aggro decks of blue-red, you got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad game out of the Emerald Steel deck. It did a lot of things it wanted to do, got things going, pushed the lore pretty close to victory, and then just at the end, unable to overcome the power of the Ruby deck.
Yeah, we really saw the power of a Pirate's Life, a card that, I mean, the first time I saw it on a deck list, I had to read it. I was like, what is this card? I didn't even know what it did. And then I kind of didn't get it, and now as the games play out, I'm not only getting it, I'm a pretty big fan. You saw it have a huge impact on the game there. It was actually closer to the end of the game than we thought. We hadn't had the lore updated, and it actually kept the game winnable for Daniel for quite a while, and I think turned the game around and put the nail in the coffin for him.
It's true. It's such a powerful card that I think was overlooked for quite a while. If I remember right, it came out in set 4. It came out a long time ago, and it's been around, but not played heavily until now. When you watch these games, pay attention to the number of games where somebody top decks a goat at the exact right time to close out the game. We've seen it happen numerous times already. A Pirate's Life completely changes that math and puts games out of reach before you even realize it in the mid-game. So it's a great card.
Yeah, if VVVV Wonderland finds the Diablo shift, he wins.
A lot in the games, like a lot of our decks have gotten better.
Brrr, it's cold, man. It is very, 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 very cold.
The game isn't over, but The game's over.
Hope everyone's good, enjoying the stream. Thanks all for being here and choosing to watch it with me. This is an unofficial restream. You can watch the action over on twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana if you don't want my annoying voice in the background. If you're watching on YouTube, please consider giving the stream a like. If you're watching on Twitch, did you know? If you're subbed, you don't get ads. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch and get a free Prime sub. Speci, do you think Lorcana mechanics could be implemented in the... Yes. The game is designed, in my opinion, to be able to be very, very easily played in both paper and digital. We're getting a digital client. I'm posting my video about it next week, early next week. I basically recorded it on stream today. I actually wanted to post it a couple days ago. I've just been so busy, I didn't quite get round to it. I didn't quite get round to it. Honestly, mate, I've been very, very busy. I'm actually taking a day off on Monday, kind of. I'm probably going to have to do some admin because I've got a lot of other bits and bobs to catch up with. I'll do some taxes, mate.
And the majority of their cards, so you can alter your hand a lot more effectively.
Or literally any other Discovery 2 Prince Johns. Yeah, but he did play 2 Sudden Chills. And it's also like a question of how many discards is he actually playing, because that's something that happens with Emerald Steel, is you end up like cutting a lot of discard cards to fit the other stuff that you need, right? Like, if you look at Zan's list from last set, it was 4 Hypnotize. I bet Luke's not playing 4 Hypnotize. It was 4 Hypnotize and like 2 Ana and 4 Brunos. And I bet Luke's not playing 4 Hypnotize, 2 Ana. Right? Like for me, Emerald Steel, the biggest mistake you can make in the deck builder is cutting too much discard. Don't get me wrong, Luke is definitely a very, very good Emerald Steel player and knows more than I do. They have 8 cards. They don't, right?
I didn't want to say you have for sure. I know I have.
But yeah. I think I'm unconvinced by Pete in this deck. The thing with Pete that's good about it is good. But like you're investing so much into your Diablo shift that when you don't pull it off, it is painful, mate. Right? Like you play Diablo, you play Hidden Cove, you play Diablo shift. Like the real reason you play Pete in this deck is because you play it the turn off. After you shift Diablo, then you play Pete. And you're about to see Pete pop off in this particular matchup because there's no ice block for Daniel. So he's going to be hoping to... I guess Daniel's going to be fine. The Pete doesn't even save it from Brawl. Yeah, I don't know about Pete in this deck, really. I think Pete's a very overrated card. Oh, that's a hot take. Pete's a great card. I do think it's a bit overrated, though. I always have. Pete is insanely good, though.
He does have a Brawl sitting back behind his hand here, so he might not have, if he wouldn't have had the...
But yeah, the Pete doesn't save you here because they can just Brawl. So Pete only saves you from Brawl if you're going first. So is it really worth it? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. Like I say, like instead of Pete, you could play Honey Lemon. I think Honey Lemon is one of the most slept on cards in the game right now. I think that card's really good. The interesting thing about Honey Lemon and also the Lucifer in these decks, and I would imagine it might be Lucifer that Luke's playing to kind of like make up for his lack of discard in the slots like Pete and Calhoun and stuff, is that you can use the Muses to put the Honey Lemon or moreover the Lucifer back in hand and then replay them to trigger their abilities again for more discard. Both saves from Brawl. Sure, but like why are you playing Pete? The reason Pete is in the deck is to slow down a B prep for only a turn because you can't bounce the Pete. And it's to protect your Diablo for a turn. Yeah, it can save you from B prep as well, of course. But only for a turn.
You see him shaking here like, thanks, deck. The action off the... I love the flair from the players here. Because then you're not using Haversam that turn if he were to use Brawl. That makes...
They're using, huh? Havisham?
Luke would have been okay with that.
Did I hear that right? Havisham? Quite a good nickname. I call him the Flavisham man.
Last meta, all of a sudden realize, hey, this is good. Not only is the great characters a little stick to the board a little extra with that extra willpower, but it puts them out of cards that care about strength, like Brawl. And you're going to see it used to great effect here.
Yeah, have you ever put Calhoun on a location that buffs either its willpower or strength for?
I have not personally, but it
is a nightmare to deal with.
Mr. Smee drawn by Luke, so I can't shift the second Diablo yet. But if you played set 2 bounce, you can bounce Pete. Yeah. Pete's a great card. I just wonder if it's really worth it in this Emerald Steel deck. Like, I don't know. Probably is, but I've always felt Pete's a bit overrated. I've never been a massive fan of Pete. But I've definitely come round to Pete. I just think it's like very good in certain decks, and it's very average in other decks. And I look at it in this Emerald Steel deck, and I think it's a little bit average. It's the same reason, like for me, like as soon as I'm playing in Amethyst Steel without Snake, I think Pete is quite bad. Because I play Pete on 4, and then if I want to play Pete again on 5, I would have to have another Pete, for example. Whereas with a Snake, I can play Pete on 4, pick it up, and replay it. That's really good. Obviously, you can't pick Pete up in this deck. So it's only stalling out for a turn. Pete is amazing against very specific matchups. Yeah, and it is an inkable card. Yeah, to be fair, Pete's very good against Amber Steel. So I can see it for Amber Steel matchup. Is it that amazing though? Yeah, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Yeah, but also the Deceiver though. Like I don't know if you necessarily need Pete for that matchup. I mean, it's like Pete's never going to be bad. The thing is like this Emerald Steel deck is so tight, and realistically, like instead of playing 4 Petes, I would personally probably look at building Emerald Steel to lean more towards the discard stuff. Like I think that Emerald Steel's moved too far away from what makes it good, which is discard, and focuses a bit too much on Diablo. Because I feel like the biggest reason for Pete to actually be played in this deck is to try and get your Diablo to stick for an extra turn, right? That only works when you go first. You go Diablo on 1, shift, Pete. I guess if you shift on 3, you could Pete the same turn that you shift. That is a big deal, right? Like, basically Pete gets you 1 card in hand extra, guaranteed. Which is no joke. He kind of replaces himself, right? If you play him the same turn, you shift to Diablo. Yeah, like it's definitely very good in the deck. I just wonder if it's that good. There's always a card when I've looked at the Emerald Steel decks that I'm like, like the card's got to be really, really good to actually make it in a deck at this stage in the game, right? I'm sure the Pete's good enough. It's the card that, to me, I look at and I'm like, I would not ever really play that card unless I realize from other people that I kind of have to. Does that make sense? Like, if I was prepping with someone, they'd have to convince me that I have to play Pete if I was to play Pete. And they probably would be able to. Yeah, Iago's, I don't think, good in Emerald Blue. It's interesting, though. It's very interesting, but I think it's not quite good enough. Because you want to get the Clarabelle down and then use Bend to My Will, right? In that order. Whereas Iago just helps you get Bend to My Will a turn sooner, but you actually need the Clarabelle first, I think, probably. Maybe that's not true though. Maybe you could go Bend to My Will. Bam. Because you can Bend to My Will on turn 4, I think, with Iago, which is no joke. But yeah, it does get brawled, so it's probably bad. I agree. I still think Bell's very interesting in those decks as well, blue-green, because it's basically like a fishbone on a body. Like if you go Tipo or Bell, Tipo or Thingamajigger. But with fishbone, you can go fishbone on 3 and like a 1-jump or a sail or a Tipo, right? So how much better is Bell than a fishbone? Because you can go Bell and you can't play the other ramper. It's just Bell. Whereas if you go Fishbone, like if you go Tipo on 2, Fishbone on 3, you could also play like another Tipo or another Sail or another 1-jump. You can also sing 1-jump with Tipo, right? I don't know, it's interesting. Blue Green's a really cool deck to build, man. I love trying to build bad decks. Kind of what I like about Set Champ season. Actual opportunity to play some off-meta things. Yeah, I don't. You could play 1-drop Clarabelle. It might be worth it. It very much might be worth it. Yeah, it could be worth it.
There are still removal answers available. Daniel will be able to deal with 1 or 2 of these characters. But
I used to play the one drop Clara. I just decided for this meta I didn't know if I really fancied it, but it might well be worth it. I think I can absolutely see it. Yeah, it's probably worth it. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I think I'm liking the one drop Clarabelle again. Because you kind of like your kind of game plan is get Clarabelle down, and you basically what the one drop Clarabelle says is you get Clarabelle down a turn earlier, and if you're shifting onto it, it's replacing itself anyway. So I think it probably is worth it. Seeing you play that Bruno deck was gold. Let's go. I'm gonna do a deck card on it still. I got a lot of content, man. I just need to stream a bit less and get a bit more editing done. But I've got a new editor that's starting again. I just need to get him some stuff. I got too much content, not enough time. That's a good problem to have though. Too much content. That's the right kind of problem, innit? Last month I had not enough content, but this month I've got too much. No actions, mate. Red card.
Like you said, the whistle has been blown. It's really funny. Whenever they get this late in the game and someone peats, they're always like, oh yeah, I can't be prepared. And then they'll try to play one of the other actions because their brain just hasn't, connected with it. But it does look like the Madam's going to go ahead and take care of that Diablo. Now he's going to make it into the ink here. We're going to be passing back over to Luke.
Calhoun's not looking too hot, mate. I think Calhoun's overrated. Oh, I really do. Very good card.
He wants to play it on his terms.
But it's slow, mate. Look at it. So slow.
Use a card to take care of the Madam here. You streak the Raging Fire because he wants the be prepared to happen. If he doesn't do that, Daniel might have a turn where, oh, okay, my Madam gets.
And this is kind of what I mean about Pete, right?
Or I play something else, and it's still
it's like,
Luke, and then the Madam is still
okay, you play Pete, you slow down B prep by a turn, but does that actually make a difference in this matchup? How often is that Pete that's slowing down the B prep by a turn actually making a difference? Because it doesn't, like, you don't have the follow up. That's why I like the Snake plus Pete, because then you go Pete and then you go Snake Pete. Bam.
Unfortunately, we know, and Luke also knows that Sisu
Looks like it's Daniel's game 2-0.
Able to remove it and sweep it from the board. So
Luke was very close in game 1. I think if they had the shift Diablo game 1, it was their game, but they shifted Diablo this game and Daniel took it. I think Emerald Seal has not got enough discard in it. Like, your path to victory in this matchup is to discard their hand. The big problem that you have in this matchup now is that previously Ruby Sapphire would play Fishbone, right? Which is emptying their hand for extra ramp. So then what you do is you have an opportunity as the Emerald Steel player to punish that extra ramp because they're lowering their hand size to nuke their entire hand and they run out of resources. That's very difficult to do now that they play like Sail the Azurite Sea instead of something like yeah. Also, like, you knew they were on 1 jumper heads before, so if you were going first, you could Ursula on 2 and you would probably find it. But now that's just probably something you wouldn't even go for. I think Luke did go for it in the previous game, but Daniel still had the Azurite Sea in hand, so it didn't make a huge impact.
And then just a full retail Pirates life here to get 2 more lore points for Daniel, so 5 for the turn for him, and then 2 taken away from Luke here. We'll get an update on that lore for you if we can. Back over to Luke here.
I'm enjoying the tournament though.
Yeah, Prince John. I was gonna say, Muse is left over.
I'm really glad that the players are facing each other now, because that was causing me quite a lot of pain.
Well, it's just unfortunate. Deceiver Raw is not a terrible card that for Luke to want to stick here. Able to draw a card next turn, get some really good value.
Yeah, my concern about Emerald Seal is it doesn't have enough discard.
There's multiple targeted removal
I don't know.
that he can use
Maybe that's just the way it is.
With 2 Maleficent's hand and a brawl.
I want to also check out Ruby Emerald again. The problem with Ruby Emerald is Elsa. Elsa is so annoyingly good against Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Right? Like, if you're going second, you go Robin Hood on 4, and it's uninkable, so you kind of have to. Right? And they Elsa, and you flip in, just get cooked.
Draw an ice block off the top. Allow him to brawl the Ursula down. Doesn't deploy the dragons just yet. It's got 2 left over. Can't really target this Prince John. Can't target the Muse that's in Luke's hand as well. That's at least something going for Luke here. He's got 2 characters.
Yeah, I think it's the players on the iPad.
Here we have I'm Still Here off the top deck. That 3 cost.
They're in control of the lore, but yeah.
Resist 2, but crucially at this point able to draw.
A handshake. It's about to be a handshake. It's about to be a handshake.
Out here.
Looks like he's going to use ink to do this as well to draw a card.
Ooh.
Don't really want to sing it at this point.
It's going to be a handshake.
Top looks like
It's a go Tamago.
interesting.
Challenge the Sisu. Challenge the Sisu. Brother, challenge the Sisu. It's the only line.
Looks like
He's thinking about challenging the Sisu, mate. Come on. You have to challenge Sisu, mate. The player's clear.
that does look like
Wow.
pass back over to Daniel.
Ooh.
We do have a Sisu daring visitor off the top deck here. No good targets for it because, of course, Prince John has ward.
I'm booing because he didn't give up yet. I'm only kidding. Of course, you're not actually challenging the Sisu. I just thought he was about to extend the handshake, and I wanted him to go out and star with a Prince John. Sacrificing itself to the Sisu, mate.
Another Sisu in play.
Prince John's Mirror is a cool card. I thought about Prince John's Mirror's last set in green blue because it's a Flavisham fuel card, but it's basically Bent on My Will but worse. I think actually, who was it that said the one drop Clarabelle? I think you're right that one drop Clarabelle has to go in the deck. I think you're right. I played it in the previous meta, in the previous set. You kind of have to have it, mate. I also had Morph. Morph's kind of good. The thing with Morph is you want to ramp on 2 in it. But I think you're right that you probably play one drop Clara.
A lot of good targets for it, but definitely want to get some lore on
One
the
drop
board.
Clara because then you can shift in.
And then here comes
Ouch.
the Sisu off the top.
Miss the opportunity to challenge Sisu with Prince John, mate.
Oh dear. And then leaving 7 lore on the board. Sisu, such an impactful card upon entering play, but then you're left with a 3 lore character able to close things out pretty quickly.
Another Pete off the top for Luke here. It's a little too little, a little too late. He's going to extend.
Unlucky to Luke. Congratulations to Daniel.
match, and that
Like I say, 2 people I've met and hung out with. Both nice fellas.
today, and I
And
haven't done
happy to see them both doing well. Really happy to see Daniel, though. 3 wins, 0 losses. That's awesome. That guy is really wholesome. Very nice fella.
day 2 already.
Like I say, Magic the Gathering game developer who we just saw winning. What does the one drop Clara add to the deck? What it allows you to do it allows you to play Clarabelle significantly sooner, which is a really big deal. Clarabelle earlier is such a big deal, right? So if you look at like Clarabelle, right, most of the times when you shift a card, let me open the other stream on my other tab so you're not missing anything, guys. As soon as anything switches, I'll go to it. But usually when you shift a card, a problem is that you're basically 2 for 1ing, right? Like you're playing 2 cards to get 1 card on the board. But with Clarabelle, it's actually a good thing to shift. And the reason is because the less cards you have in hand, the more you draw. So in theory, a 1-drop Clarabelle that you're shifting a big Clarabelle onto is actually thinning your deck by 1. It's like a Chernobog's Followers or something, kind of. Oh. And when I think of it like that, it's pretty good. So, right, let's delete the deck and start again. Classic. So we're playing Clarabelle and we're playing Clarabelle. Honestly, this Clarabelle, I remember there was like this one Disney Lorcana content creator who revealed this card. And all I can remember about them is just how good looking they were. Oh, it was me. Yeah, you're supposed to play Clarabelle, right? You definitely are. So a play pattern that I got stuck in a bit yesterday was that I kind of like had to take a couple of extra turns to get the Clarabelle in. Like Morph is also, I played Morph in the last set as well. I played Morph. Because what's interesting, and I don't think you do play Morph anymore. But what's interesting about Morph is I also played the big Cheshire Cat from the Shadows because it could sing under the sea on its own. No. So the play pattern that you're actually looking to do with this deck is you want to ramp as much as possible, right? Like Tipo Sail and then some sort of other ramp, right? Whatever it might be. You're looking to ramp as quickly as you possibly can. You're then looking to play Clarabelle as quickly as you possibly can, because the quicker you play Clarabelle, the faster you can make a play where you go, for example, like, let me show you actually. I can show you the kind of play you're looking to make. You guys want to see some of my set champs footage of this deck popping off?
We should switch this to red.
Nope, not that one.
It's real today.
Not that one. The heck are they? I just want to make sure I don't... Still being processed.
Press record.
That one is kind of the boring game.
I can roll it again.
Damn it. None of the ones I wanted to show you are processed. Damn. It's like the 2 games I wanted to show you are the ones that aren't processed. Maybe this one's good.
It's real today. It's my 3rd time. I am not a big fan of static stuff. Those are some nice stats. I need to.
All right, so this is the best game of the whole tournament. This game's so good. You'll actually see the play pattern of the deck better in this game than any other. This is probably the best game from the whole tournament that was played. We're gonna go kind of go fast mode on it. All right, so he plays Chernobyls on 1. Why is the quality so bad, bruv?
I think once I get going, I'm good. But the first.
Oh man, it's on 360p. Let me check my laptop. I was uploading stuff from my laptop. Live. I think it's because my laptop turned off. So it's in 360p, so we're not going to watch the whole thing. But I'll show you the general play pattern of the deck, right? I ramp, I play Fishbone. Don't worry about what my opponent's doing. If you want to see the full video, it's going to be on my YouTube. I turbo ramp, right? And then I get Clarabelle down as quickly as possible. I draw some cards, right? And then after you draw off Clarabelle, you draw into the big fat card. Like, look at how this is going to be the play pattern. I'm sorry about how bad the quality is. I don't know why it's in 360p for now. It won't be in the video. I got 4, I think 8 ink or something. Wait for it, guys. I absolutely pop off in a minute. This is just too slow in it. I go Flavisham, I go Muses. I sing you welcome.
Sing you welcome. On to
the goat.
The goat.
In the world, it was Calhoun, but I was worried about the goat more because I can't get it with Muses.
Drawing 2 for you.
Right, so he draws. I bounce Genie back with Muses. All right, so I've kind of stabilized a bit. But if I got this Clarabelle down a turn sooner, because I shifted it, I would have been able to do all of this a lot quicker, right? And she would have drawn me more cards because he couldn't dump his hand as quickly. Like, I need this big unit on the board, this 5/6, that can also... You don't have... Oh, it's so the 1-drop Clarabelle, isn't it? You don't have Rush in this deck. So the 1/2 Clarabelle doesn't contest the board. But guess what? If you're shifting in, you basically have a 5/6 Rush. It's Maui. Oh my god. It's the 1-drop Clarabelle, isn't it? 100%. Alright, so now my Clarabelle's been dealt with by his Calhoun. Alright, but I've got a ton of cards in hand. Right now, he also has a ton of cards in hand.
First time I'm properly playing it, but I think it would have made a big difference in this.
Yeah, I made a bit of a misplay with my ink. I basically should have inked the... I inked an ice block with my Fishbone, and it was a mistake, because I would have drawn extra cards. But the Clarabelle 1-drop is the key, you're right.
Played it down, drawn an extra card, and I would have...
The 1-drop Clarabelle is basically a rush. By the way, the stream's not back on. I'm still watching it.
And then I would have replaced it. For sure. Seeing how far I'll go.
How far I'll go.
Look at the top 2.
Really good card in this deck with the Muses. I think you always play 4 of these. It ramps, which is what you're trying to do as well, right?
Genie back to hand.
But the Muses bounces Genie back. That's not bad, is it? Especially if you're about to discard the whole hand. Why is that not disappearing, mate? Disappear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
11 ink, mate. That's pretty absurd. That's what this deck's insane at, right? You ink so many cards with the Fishbone, and the Clarabelle just keeps replacing them. And maybe you play Bell still. Oh, this card's insane as well.
Smee is reckless.
It's not reckless. That's I misunderstood this card. All right, it's back. It's back. It's back. Daniel.
Against an Emerald Steel discard deck.
Daniel, my boy.
Top deck Sisu there at the end of game 2. Talk about that moment in particular.
Yeah, I was struggling to get rid of that Prince John, so it was always threatening to draw more cards. And I might have held on to the Maleficent Dragons too long in my hand, but I just didn't want him to set up any characters. So that was a really nice top deck to clear that out. Right after he shot called that, oh man, if you top deck your next Sisu, and it was immediately next card.
And there it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Emerald Steel is a deck that we've seen in the past, but it hasn't really been around much. Were you prepared to play against an Emerald Steel discard deck here today?
Absolutely not. I actually didn't test against it. I have the deck proxied at home, or sorry, built at home. But I didn't play test against it. I just didn't expect a lot of people to be on it. And it actually knocked me out of in Vegas. That's how I did not get
You're
into
allowed
the
to
top 8 as
proxy.
I lost my final round to
You're allowed to
Emerald
proxy.
Steel,
It's not
where
against the rules.
It really showcased in Vegas.
Absolutely, it did, and it is showing up here today. But you have the keys to unlocking that discard deck matchup. So congrats on your 2-0 win. I know that you're a big Disney fan.
I am.
And you were telling me that you're actually Magic key holders here at Disneyland. So I have to know, what are some of your favorite things to do in the park here?
Oh my gosh. So I worked at Disney World before. So here it's so different, it's so chill. Everyone's like, it is the happiest place on earth, truly. You just feel like you're home here. My fiance's out there watching. Me and him are going to go out in the parks later.
Go on, Daniel.
Roller coaster is my favorite ride here. It's just so fun. I love the Guardians of the Galaxy overlay too.
Favorite snack?
Favorite snack, the classic Mickey ice cream shaped bar.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's Mickey shaped.
Everything's better Mickey shaped.
Everything's better that way. Well, thanks for
There's
talking
Mickey
to us,
shaped
Daniel,
biscuits
and
at
best of
the
luck to
hotel
you the
in
rest of the
Paris.
Thank you so
weekend.
much.
Go on, Daniel.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the North.
All right, I just want to finish this bit we're watching. All right, so Heffalumps and Woozles. I actually misunderstood this card. I thought it was reckless. It says they must challenge. It says they must challenge. Oh, no, they can't. What is it? It's like they have to challenge. Bam! Bam! Look at his face. I am Lorcana villain now, mate.
Bend to my will.
That's insane, mate. So that I've got loads of cards in hand because I got the Garabelle down first. She's done her job, innit? You get the Clarabelle, you ramp, you dump your hand, you Clarabelle, then you bend to my will. Like you sing your welcome with Clarabelle and bend to my will, or something like that.
I think you're supposed to go.
That's the play pattern, right? But the 1-drop Clarabelle lets me get the Clarabelle down a turn or two sooner, and it lets my Clarabelle essentially have rush.
Card.
It's just a no-brainer, isn't it?
One jump ahead. That might be a mistake, but
Yeah,
I've
I think
done
it
it.
was.
I kind of regret it already.
Like if I had an
Bend to my
ice
will,
block
your
here, the
own
game's
hand.
so different. Because the Smee could go, Heat comes through, and I think I'm just getting back into it. I dealt with the Smee. Like, I'm in such a winning position. He's got no cards in hand, and guess what he finds off the top next?
Holy crap.
I think I missed. This is a bad quest. So the goat wasn't there that quickly. He found Elsa, which kind of punished me. I'm still cruising.
Oh my god.
Like I'm chilling. His life flashing before his eyes. The next game started.
Okay, no more.
We're starting. Oh, it's Zan Syed. And he draws a go and wins. Like, he's got no cards in hand. Go. But with a better built deck, I would have won. And with slightly better play, I would have won, but more of a better built deck.
Took first in Vegas and then 30th in Seattle.
Come on, Zan. I'm rooting for Zan.
Seattle. He was playing Emerald
I don't know
Steel
what
for
Zan's
both of
playing.
those, the
I
two
reckon he
most
might
recent
be on,
ELCs, so I'm eager to see if that's
Amethyst
what he's
Steel.
on today.
I don't know what he's on, though.
And then, of course, we have Kurt.
Conquest,
Kurt
yeah.
took 4th in Chicago, so two very talented players here today. I mean, all the players here are talented. They're in the national, the NA championship, so they have to be. But Zan I feel like has been workshopping this Emerald Steel deck for a couple months now.
Is he still on Emerald Steel?
Yeah, and you said Zan might be one of the best players. I would push back and say that he is, and I would say it's quantitative at this point. He has put up the results. The numbers are there. I was actually listening to Zan speak on his channel earlier about this tournament in particular. He talked about sort of the meta dynamics, his worry about Ruby Amethyst, and his conviction in Emerald Steel. Seems like might have been coming off of Emerald Steel a bit, but
Let's see.
has made way back
Ooh,
to that
still on
playing
it.
combination today.
Hypnotized still in
He's
there.
on a bit of a interesting
I think
list.
Emerald
From
Steel's a
what I
good
heard
pick
of
for
what
this
he said,
weekend.
you
I
know, he
think
said that
the less Emerald Steel's
they
played,
gotta
the better
shake
it
up a bit.
gets.
I mean, if we're looking at sort of
I
like
do
the
think it's a good
4th,
pick.
5th, even 6th most played
I
deck,
wonder if he's playing
they
the
brought it
Seven
for a reason.
Dwarfs
They got
Mines.
something up their sleeve that they've been saving for
I think
this
Seven
tournament.
Dwarfs Mine's quite an interesting card in this deck. I think Doc's really good. I would imagine he's playing quite a lot of Docs.
I'm still here.
Not as
which is
many
kind of an
Prince
interesting
Johns.
song in this list. It gives the character resist +2, lets you draw a card.
And
Muses has been a really powerful card in the list before.
Seven
I didn't
Dwarfs Mine
catch
and
if they were
Happy.
already in his opening hand or not, but I imagine
That I think is what he was playing most recently, but I think like the one drop Happy is quite good in this deck because it gives you something to contest board with when you miss Diablo. Big mulligan. Not surprised. I think it's a key of Emerald Steel is you mulligan very aggressively. I wonder what the card he kept was.
That is a new card on my radar for sure. Looks like Kurt.
Did anyone catch the card that was kept? It's the far left card.
Of Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel. Let's particularly look at the Amber Steel archetype in the form of the Dwarven Mine package.
Yeah, so the Dwarven Mine package is
Kurt has been on stream before, right?
From the song package that we've typically seen for the past mini sets leading back to set 1, and that you're just not relying on
it's always been more popular in North America
play
though.
out really aggressive
It might be the
turns,
exact same
cards like
list.
Daisy Duck.
Who
If
knows?
you can get like a triple 1-drop opening, a 1-drop on turn 1, 2
I still
1-drops on
think
turn 2,
Emerald
that can give
Amethyst
you a
Steel is
really,
cooking
really,
most of these decks I've seen,
far
bro. I'm
lead,
not
and then
gonna
of
lie.
course as you build your board wider and you start playing your 3
I think that and I get
cards,
cooked
you
myself.
can
Sir
start singing
Hiss.
cards like Strength of Raging Fire to sort
Is
of
that
push
Sir
you
Hiss? What
further
is that
into the
card?
game. Really,
Uses.
these decks sometimes only need
Oh,
about
Sir
6
Hiss.
turns to win the game. That fast as they go.
He kept
of course, you have the
Pete,
Dwarven Mine that's in there.
if I'm not
It can
mistaken.
damage something
Was
for
it really
2
Pete
if
he
it's a
kept?
night, 1 if it
That
isn't,
is not
if
a
you
good
move it
hand,
there for the
man.
turn. Of course, it has a lore. So utilize there. Of course, we see the Happy being played here by Kurt opening. As
Well,
a knight,
suddenly the hand got a lot
one of those
better.
cards that you might want to move to the mine.
Suddenly the hand got a
So my
whole lot
suspicion
better.
is likely that Amber Steel is probably favored into this matchup. It seems like it would, not only because you can kind of insulate
do I
against this
agree
card,
with
I guess
that?
you have Dock in your deck, but just having
I think
access
Hidden
to that
Cove's a
Dwarven
really
Mine
big
and sort of being
difference in
able
this
to
matchup.
create
I think
these
Hidden
fire
Cove is a
cannons
very, very
value
strong
throughout
card.
the game seems really strong. It's a deck that tends to kind of blow you out by playing this Diablo line.
Yeah, we see Zan playing the Diablo here, getting a good look at Kurt's hand just to see if there's anything he needs to watch or avoid. And again, something kind of interesting about the Amber Steel
No Hidden
matchup,
Cove for
in
Zan.
previous metas where we've seen Emerald Steel
I think Hidden
really
Cove probably
popular,
makes the difference in
you
this
kinda
particular
have to worry
matchup.
about like the turn 1 Cinderella.
Not just for protecting your
banishing
Diablo,
your
but
if you
because just
decide
the
to
raw
shift early
the
with a
raw
card like
stats
the
that you
Stormray
get in your
John, which
card.
we see
Like
in
Hidden
Kurt's
Cove's
hand, but
actually
because
absurd.
if
It's
Kurt's
so strong.
playing the Storm's Mine
Like the
deck,
one
it
extra
definitely
strength,
looks
one
that
extra
way with the
willpower
Docks
turns
and
your
Happies that
like
we
Pete
see
into a
right
4/4.
now.
Is
You know,
that
that's something you
Chempo?
kinda don't have to worry about as much if you're Zan with Diablo.
That's a spicy
He's probably
inclusion.
not gonna
I
be able to
kind of
use
rate
that with
it.
Stormray John until turn 3, and then even then you'd have to just
Oh
pay the
my
3
God,
to play
Zan!
it to get rid of the Diablo.
Zan
Diablo's
just
gonna
top decks the
counter off
exact
that as
2
well,
cards he
so-
needed
So
to make
does
his
Zan have
unplayable
the
hand
Ursula here
playable.
on turn 2 to snag that
Does he
Lucky
have?
Stormray John?
He does.
There's only
Oh
one
my
in hand,
god,
so
bro!
he-
What are
Light
these
and
top decks from
Ashful.
Zan? That is
I don't see it
so
currently in
absurd.
Zan's hand.
He drew
Zan
the
does go
exact
ahead
2
and go on
cards he
those
wanted in
Hidden
the
Coves.
exact
All
order.
the power of that in the
Oh my
previous game.
days, that's so
And
busted.
Zan, I think, was
I
one
will
of the
say
first players to
Happy
sort of showcase
is
the power of Hidden Cove and actually put that in the Emerald
pretty
Steel
damn
list.
good in this spot, huh?
I mean, Disney Lorcana, the numbers are so tight when it comes to a lot of these trades, right?
So Zan's got
willpower
3 wins and a
versus
draw
4
so
willpower can
far,
really
and
make the
Kurt's got
difference. And in this
3
case,
wins.
the Diablo moving from 2 willpower to 3 can stop a card like Let the Storm Rage On from getting a lot of value. And of course, here we see Zan play that Hidden Cove, move the Diablo, shift it as well into a Diablo devoted Herald.
Zan had
We're gonna
the
go ahead and
worst
quest
hand
this
you've ever
Diablo
seen, and
here.
then finds the
Giving
Diablo
Zan
1 in the Hidden
first
Cove.
lore of the game, and also
But
turn that
Kurt's kind of
Diablo on
chilling
so that
with
now
the Happy.
Kurt
The
draws
Happy's
any
a
card on his turn, Zan gets to draw a card as well.
That's
I have
almost
seen
so
Zan
good.
do this exact thing so many times at this point.
But it's not
He
quite that
has
good
he
because it
definitely
costs
has a
2
way
to
with the
move there,
cards When it
right?
comes to Emerald Steel, we have our Shift Diablo line on the Hidden
So
Cove.
here, the thing that Kurt does is he
Breaking the
just
left
hard
Stormray John
casts
on the other side of
Storm,
Kurt.
takes
Now, what
up
can Kurt do to
out with
answer
Happy.
this?
Gonna draw
I
either
don't think
way,
he can do
whichever
very
way
much
you
with the hand
sequence
he
that.
has right now. We did see him draw a Dwarven Mine there, as we were talking about earlier.
The Hidden
Dwarven
Cove
Mine,
is
you can play
basically
it
trading for a
2, but it
whole
costs
Storm
2
Rage
to
on,
move a
plus giving
character
Zan an
there,
extra
so
card for it.
Theoretically, it would be a decent
And sticking
play
around on
against
the board.
Diablo, but of course
Like, that's
the
how
Hidden
good this
messes
Cove
those
was.
numbers up, like we were talking about, giving that Diablo an extra willpower and extra strength, so the 2
2 wins and a draw?
by
Yeah, that's
itself
what I
is not
meant.
going to banish the Diablo. It does look like Kurt is deciding to just play the Let the Storm Rage On straight onto the Diablo.
Yeah, so
drawing
in
Kurt's
case you
card
guys are
and
wondering,
Zan
why would
card in
Zan
the
not go
process.
for the Happy
Yeah, and that Happy.
and then finish the Diablo off with Storm Rage on? The reason is, if you, I mean, you could, but if you go for that, you still draw off Storm. The reason is, let's say you challenged, Happy challenged the Diablo, there's 2 damage counters on the Diablo, and then you use Storm Rage on. The Storm Rage on actually has to resolve, so technically the way way it would work is you're supposed to put like the 2 damage counters from Storm Rage onto Diablo. So essentially, you would have 4 damage counters on it, and then let the Storm Rage needs to resolve, where you do the damage, then you draw a card, and then once the Storm Rage has been resolved, it's only then when the Diablo's removed from the board. So the Diablo does technically, even though it's got 4 damage counters on, it does actually see the card drawn, which is quite unintuitive. So the reason that Kurt goes for then the Storm Rage on first is because it doesn't matter either way which way you do it. So he may as well take the card draw before he makes the decision with the happy, in case there's something he draws into which might change his mind on what the correct play is. Kurt also took the challenge on Smee into Hidden Cove, which I think is a really, really good decision. And it also just shows you the power of Hidden Cove. This, and again, like I've made the mistake against Dale in the NA versus EU tournament where I just didn't respect his Cove that much. And like I say to you, it is so good for just raw stats. So this Hidden Cove denied 4 lore from Mr. Smee. It ate a Let the Storm Rage on and drew Xana card. Wow. That is so good. This Hidden Cove played for 4 lore, 1 card in hand, and 1 card, and like tanked an extra Storm Rage on damage, essentially. Holy moly, that is good.
For Zan,
For 2 ink.
if Zan wants to sing or
2 ink.
quest with any of his cards on board, because Calhoun can gain the lore there, but also the Dwarven Mind Stack utilizes cards like Doc, so it's kind of advantageous.
You know what I mean about Pete?
If you can hold on to
It's a bit
Doc, so
mid,
you
isn't
don't
it?
have to
Like,
discard any
I
cards,
don't know,
you
man.
draw
I'm
2
unconvinced
cards
by
and sort of
Pete
keep
in
that
this
cycle
deck.
going.
Yeah, I almost feel like
I
discard
would
in
not
and of
really want to
itself
play
wouldn't be
Pete in
enough.
this
It's
deck.
most likely discard in combination
I'm
with those ward
unconvinced. I'm
characters
sure
that
it
are
has to
going
be there.
Press that advantage even more in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at that Muses in Zan's hand, and that's
I don't
probably the
know, man.
scariest
I'm
card
pretty
in
unconvinced
this
by it.
matchup, to be honest with you, because
It's always the card I
all of
looked
those
at when
more
I was like
aggressive cards in
Moyen
Kurt's
was
deck
thinking
are
about
gonna
playing
have lower willpower,
Emerald
and if
Steel for
Zan is able
December.
to
He
keep
ended
some
up not.
actions in hand that he can use
Like
with the
when I was looking at
Muses,
this, I was
Muses
like,
has
right,
ward,
well,
so
if you
Kurt's
have to
not
play
gonna be able to
Pete,
interact with
he's
it at
pretty
all
adamant you
unless Zan
do.
exerts the Muses.
Then this
Of
is my
course,
list.
Zan's not gonna
But
do
if
that
I
unless
was
he
looking
absolutely
to do
has
anything,
to.
I
It
would
can make
really
it very
want to try and cut the
difficult for
Pete.
Kurt to
I
create
just
a
think Pete's
lead
not
and
that
then
good
keep
when
the
you
lead
can't
long
bounce
enough
it.
to finish out the game.
Looks like on the following turn, we'll likely see that dock line from Kurt, able to
I don't
probably ink
know.
a card in hand and then play 2 cards.
Pete's very good.
Second of which being that dock, drawing up.
I don't know, though. I think it's overrated.
We are going to see the Muses being
I
played
really
by Zan
do.
here. I think we had a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, if I remember correctly. So we do have.
It's like I wouldn't play Pete in the Amethyst Steel deck without
Well, there's no
the
characters to
snake.
bounce on board actually.
It just stalls for a turn. It's like good off the whole new world.
So there's going to be
And like I
2
say, the
strength
deck
or
list is just so
less,
tight in these
or
lists.
trigger that music.
Go, Doc.
Back over to Kurt. We'll see who comes off the top.
I
See if
don't
we
know,
see that
man.
dock
I mean,
play.
it's got good stats. 3-3.
Ooh, there's
and
going to be a
sing.
Rapunzel with 2 damage counters sitting on the Smee here.
This
Oh,
is a pretty
Rapunzel,
juicy
Rapunzel.
Kind of exactly where you want Smee to be if you have one.
So Rapunzel draws 2 here off the Smee.
Rapunzel's a very
It's gonna
good
be
card,
4
isn't
cards
she?
in hand
Wow.
here for Kurt. Does find the Piglet plus the Pete. Pete seems like it could be pretty impactful against a board like this. Now sitting with the Muses as the most threatening part of Zan's board.
Yeah, we don't have
Where's
enough
my
ink to
camera?
play
Is
the
it in the
Pete
right
this
spot?
turn, but I definitely agree.
If you're able to keep it in hand, seems like
Yeah.
it could be something that
Yeah,
could
that's
really
fine.
turn sort of turn the tides here.
And I'm not entirely sure.
Do you know
if
how
Zan
many people
wants to
didn't-
bounce
not
a card
sure.
like Rapunzel back to Kurt's hand either.
I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
know
especially
that
with
one of
that
the
Smee being
commentators here,
able to sort
Brandon,
of
had
potentially
issues
recur,
with their flight, but was able to get
those
there.
counters.
We still need
But I guess if
Brendan
you
and
exert the
Brandon
Smee, you do
casting
offer up a trade
Brennan.
here to Zan.
That is now my
Looks
biggest
like
wish
that's
for
what
the
Kurt is gonna
weekend. I
do
want
here.
Brendan
Quest for
versus.
2 with the
I want
Smee.
Brendan
It'll take
and
a
Brandon
damage as the
casting
turn
Brennan
passes
versus
back over to
Brennan's
Zan.
deck or something. I don't know. I promise I'm not flying. That's the chair.
Zan's turn. He's gonna
You hear
draw
it?
for turn. I think that was
Hear
a
that?
Prince John that he just drew.
Where's
Part
him?
of that discard package in this deck, another character with
Didn't work
ward,
that time.
very difficult
Wait,
to
here you go.
interact with. Kind of turns off what the Seven Dwarves Mind, really allows you to do in this deck, which is sort of ping those characters and banish them, finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is the Candio
I mean, we
popping
talked
off?
about that advantage potentially that
I'd like to see
Steel
Brennan win the
has over
tournament.
Emerald Steel.
He hasn't done that well
I
at
think that
challenge
extends
events
to
yet.
Most of the deck.
He's obviously not
except the
done
board
badly to be
characters
here,
in
but
particular.
he's definitely performed better on other events than the Lorcana challenges, isn't it?
Looks like Kurt only has 2 cards in hand. I
Rapunzel
think.
probably the best amber card, yeah.
Wonder if Zan
Hard
has
to
enough
maybe.
discard
I'd probably give it to
available
Cindy 1-drop,
to empty his
probably give it
hand
to
if we can
Cindy.
get rid of that Pete.
and then I put
Might
Rapunzel
be
number
pretty
2.
good for Zan with the Muses on board. Something else that I find interesting is this Calhoun. You know, it's a new card from Azurite C. Gains 2 lore when you can when you challenge and banish something with it. Has
Yeah,
resist
Brendan
2,
and
so
Brandon
it can
casting
be a little bit
Brendan
difficult
versus
to get rid
Brian.
of unless
True.
you have a character with 3 strength you're willing to sort of sacrifice.
We're probably
by
getting
exerting.
new set
You don't wanna
release
give your
stuff,
opponent
by
that
the way,
extra
on
lore,
after round
but as long
6.
as it sits there, it's going to cause problems.
I'd be very
We do
surprised if
see
we don't.
Dan is going to sing.
I think
Strength
after round
Raging
6 is
Fire
when we
after
had it.
playing
So
the
Calhoun
John.
taken out
So
by
targets the Calhoun, bounces their Rapunzel back.
Strength, and Smee. Rapunzel
Then we're
bounce
gonna
back. That's
use
a good
the Muses
turn
to
by
finish
Zan.
off the Smee there, taking
I mean,
3
Emerald
damage
Steel
for
is
the
very
Muses.
good in it. Let's be
And
honest.
just like that, we can see sort of the tide of the game change, and we have 2 ward characters sitting on board for Zan as well.
That's
But
very
Dwarven
good,
Mind's not
mate.
going to have too much of an impact.
Do we know? We only know the names,
Really doing right now
and
is
we only
getting
know the
lore every
names.
turn. And
That is
again,
literally
Emerald
we've seen the
Steel
accessories and the
typically
names, which were revealed
struggles when it
during
comes to dealing
Paris.
with high willpower
And I name
cards or
I
characters
got to
just
announce
because
the name of the new
their
set and I
characters can't
mispronounced
challenge
it.
for very much.
Oh.
So you'd have to challenge with everything on board right now if you were Zan, if you wanted to straight up get rid of the mines right now.
Oh god!
But I don't think that's super scary for Zan right now. Kurt has
Can't
a pretty
believe
full
it,
hand of
mate.
cards
I flipping
going into a discard
mispronounced it.
deck. We are going to play the Pete.
So
so that
lore
Zan
gains.
can't play any more songs,
Beat
get
the
any
Candio
value out of the Muses on
2-0.
board.
I think Lore Gains is who I played
Followed that up with a
against in
Calhoun.
Seattle and went 1-1 with in round 2.
How are you feeling if you're in Kurt's position right now, facing down the Muses and the Prince John?
I think it well. The Princes and
How did I
John,
pronounce
don't
it?
feel good.
Like
I think Ward and pretty much every
Arxia?
Amber Steel matchup.
I said like
regardless of
Arxia,
deck,
but it's
historically been
Arcasias.
difficult for those
I said like
players.
Arxias. Here's the thing. I won't go into too much detail,
Amber Steel is
but
just not one
basically
of
I had a
those
very
decks, especially if
specific
you're not
script
playing-
I was
you're not
supposed to
playing the sing
read.
package,
And
where
I
you can
literally
sing
said
Whole
about
World, refill
5
your hand very
times
quickly, but then you can
before
get
the
your
announcement. I was
hand
like, how do I
down
pronounce it? How do I pronounce it? How do I
to
pronounce it? Because I
zero,
really
then
wanted
it
to
can
get
be
it
pretty
clear.
scary. Even if you
The
do have
script
the
read
dock in
something
hand,
like,
your dock might
we've been
refill
given like
1 or 2
Ravensburger,
cards, but
and I had a
there's so
countdown
many
in my
cards
ear
in
when I was
Zan's
supposed to
deck
start
that's gonna
saying the
allow him to
script.
discard
But then when the
things
countdown
still, and eventually
finished,
get to a point where
Arcasia's
you draw
Island
cards in
reveal was
hand
on
and he's able to
screen, but
bounce
I had
cards
like
back to your
2
hand with
paragraphs of
Muses
script
and
to
then
read,
force you to
which
discard
were
them.
like,
You know, you're essentially banishing those cards.
oh, we've got really special excited. I was like, oh, there you can see.
Also,
So then I didn't have time to
Dwarven Mind
pause
decks
to
rarely
think,
play board wipes,
how the
like
heck do I
grab
say
yourself
it? Because I was
either,
really
and
stressed about saying it
so
wrong
long
because
as these
it's
characters
a
stay
weird
ready,
word.
especially
said,
with the
like,
board wipes not being
Arxias.
able to be interacted with. Zan's
No one
gonna build
corrected me
up
at the
quite a
time
wide
either, so
board, I
whatever.
would
It's not my
imagine.
fault. I mean, it kind of is my fault.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think.
Not
Kurt,
great.
I'm assuming is
I'm
hoping that Zan just
honestly,
does not draw cards to trigger Muses and Prince John.
I'm still
and in
very
the
guarded about
meantime
it.
is able
I'm not
to,
that guarded anymore. It is what it is.
Ink a
man.
card, play
But
2 cards, one of those being dock, refuel, move
It's
to the
not great,
mines,
is
deal
it? I
damage
had a
to
chance
characters
to
that don't have
announce a
ward, and
flipping
sort of
new
pull
set
away
name
in that
in
sense,
Disney Lorcana,
all the while
and I mispronounce it.
the game plan being Zan, don't draw something that can trigger
Flip's
both Prince
sake.
John and the Muses.
Honestly, I was really upset about it afterwards. I was really gutted when I found out.
Zan only
When you look at
has the
Arcasia's
Pete
Island
exerted
page on the
from
website, it
last
says
turn,
learn new
which
tricks, hint
makes
at a
his
new
Rapunzel
mechanic.
hand a little
Probably.
awkward because there's nothing we can use
Let's see
to
today.
get value out of the Rapunzel. We do have a Strength of Raging Fire, but again, with the ward characters,
Let's
those are
see.
really the characters
I imagine
we're
we'll
scared
find
about.
out
I think
soon
the
enough.
Calhoun is doing a lot.
I have
This
some
position
predictions.
as well for both players, just because of that resist. You don't want to give your opponent any lore through challenging.
But let's see.
So we can get another character on board. We can potentially banish the Calhoun.
What
if
do
we
you
wanted
guys
to.
think? What deck is All Games playing?
With strength.
Probably Amber Emerald. That's what he played in Seattle. As long as I think it's who I'm thinking of.
It looks like we're gonna play out the Rapunzel here.
I think Lore Gains is who I'm thinking of.
Like we're thinking about singing. Yep, we're gonna sing strength with Pete here, taking out the Calhoun, so that Zan can't challenge back with it on the next turn.
The longer
go
the
ahead
game
and
goes
get
on, the
another
more you
mines,
think it's going
and
to
then
swing
play
in
that dock,
Zan's
discarding
favor.
our
Have we seen
hand,
any
which is
docs from
0,
Zan yet?
Drawing 2 more cards.
Lore Gains is that Amber. Is he playing Amber Steel Mufasa at this event? Jeez, he's Purple Steel. Okay, cool. Purple Steel is
We go
pretty
around,
good.
trigger Calhoun on Kurt's side.
Did he play Amber Emerald in Seattle?
Gonna gain
Or have I
2
got him
lore from
confused with somebody
banishing
else?
that Pete with the Calhoun. Of course, the Calhoun will be banished. It has resist, but 3 damage from the Pete is going to be enough to banish it.
He made a vid about his prep with Purple Steel. Ooh.
Very interested to
Ooh,
see what
I want to
Zan
watch
has
that.
found off
That
the
sounds
top
like-
deck here.
Could you link me, please? Maybe we could watch that during the next break. That actually sounds like something I'm very interested in. There's not that much Lorcana content I get that excited
which was
about, but I'm excited about
Hypnotize. That
that.
was the last card in hand. Part of the
Hypnotize
top
is
deck.
so good, man. Just
Get rid
draw
of that
2
reload.
casually.
Love this Lilo for that reason.
Hypnotize is so
Lilo,
broken.
When it's in the discard, at the
Reminder,
start of your turn,
you know
can
where
choose to
Zan's
bring it back.
Emerald
You pay
Steel
for
deck
it, exert it.
began?
So
It began
having
as
to
my
discard a
Ruby Emerald
Lilo,
deck. He
it's a
tested
card
my
out of
Ruby
your
Emerald
hand,
deck and
but
realized that Hypnotize
you
is
can bring-
popping
you
off.
can play the card whenever you want to.
His words, not
basically, after
mine.
This. It's not much of a discard.
His words, not mine, chat. All right?
Calhoun here for Zan.
Calhoun's probably good in this deck because like you don't want to go double one drop on turn 2. Was a live stream? Yeah, no worries. Is he playing Maleficent?
Lord Vermine
Oh wait,
looks
and
pretty threatening
oh
on
wait, and
this
there's a
board.
VOD of it. Oh, that's great. It doesn't matter. That's as long as there's a VOD of it on
I
YouTube.
mean,
That's so
you
good.
have to be careful of these locations, especially the ones with lore.
Look at the list.
If you let them go on for too long, they just
Seven Dwarfs mine.
tick up and up and up.
Yeah,
worried about
I don't
moving
really
the
like
dock
Seven
over
Dwarfs
there.
mine in this deck. This looks pretty reasonable though. I don't hate it. It just looks like
Move
this.
the dock, we can deal 2 damage, the
This is just
Ursula
getting
with the
cooked
Calhoun,
by
and the Calhoun would
Ruby
only take
Sapphire, so I kind of
1
hate
damage,
it.
I believe.
I don't like it. I don't hate it though. I just
This is an awkward position
Yeah.
for Zan as well.
yeah,
If you-
Seven Dwarfs mine's
he
not good
finds
enough.
A song that he can
In
use to
Emerald
bounce.
in
like,
Amethyst
I don't
Steel
think
as a
you want to
bait.
bounce the Rapunzel
I don't
or
like
the
it.
Doc.
I
Give
tested
Kurt
it a lot
options
last
to draw
set, and I
more
cut it
cards.
at the last.
Do you see a Daisy
The problem
that's
is
in
like you
hand
just don't want to play happy in
for
this
Kurt? I
deck.
think
Like you
Lawrence is
really,
the other
really, really,
card.
really, really don't want to play happy in this deck. When you could play, he's not playing Magic Brooms. Oh,
I think we're considering moving the Doc here to the Dwarven Mine.
yeah.
That
Okay, I
2
really
week
hate
exerted is how much
it.
it costs to move
If
a
I see
character
there's
to the
no,
Dwarven Mine.
if I see no Magic Brooms, don't want to mute it all, Joe. I know
We
it's
have
his
a
stream,
trigger
but I
here.
can't find a stream without added commentary.
Doc
Too many
is at
people.
night.
Sure, I can mute them a bit. I can turn them down a bit.
Do 2 damage onto that Ursula.
It's on the Disney Lorcana Twitch channel. You can find it there if you just want to watch the normal thing.
Kurt's going to go ahead and quest with the Rapunzel and Pete here, gaining.
I'll turn them down a bit though. You're right. I should turn them down a bit. Sorry.
And then we're going to play a Daisy.
I'm not doing very well on the sound. The thing is
Daisy, one of
I'm
the
listening to it from my speakers
one-drop cards in the
or from my
game.
TV.
1/4, 2 lore. When it
So it's
quests,
kind of
then
background
it
noise
takes
to
a look at
me,
the top
if that
card
makes
of the
sense.
deck,
But
then
for
you
you
put it in
guys,
your
it's more
hand.
like
It's a
I'm
character
blended in
card.
with it.
If not,
So
it goes to the bottom.
I'm sorry about that. Thanks for the
And
feedback.
Lawrence being a 4/4 with 2 lore, unless it has damage on it, in which case it becomes a 0/4. Kurt starting
You
to
don't need a
see
Twitch account, Rooster,
decent
honestly,
lore
to
here
watch.
with
I don't think you need a
1/4.
Twitch account to watch the stream.
3 characters with 2 lore on them, the location that needs to be answered because it's gaining lore every turn. Kurt's already
Nah, it's fair, 'cause he's just saying he just wants the actual commentary, right? It makes sense. Like me talking and them talking can be a lot.
Kurt is asking the question. All information is available. Kurt, no cards in hand. Zan, just 2.
Bro, how's Dan getting cooked so much? I looked away at chat, and suddenly Dan's getting cooked.
Seeing sort of the age-old power level of locations against Emerald Steel.
This judge was my judge when I played on the stream game. No, of course, Rue. Yeah, makes sense, mate. What do you think, man?
And trying to find a line that keeps him in this game.
Yeah, of
gets
course.
rid of
No worries,
enough
man.
characters
Do your
to
thing.
progress it for another turn.
Okay, we do see Diablo and Pete there for Zan, so does not have an action. Diablo and Pete probably not too effective against this this board state here from Kurt.
I don't think so, especially when Zan is in the position where he needs to answer Kurt's board. I don't think you're too worried of songs.
Does he not have any
being played.
songs?
And we've highlighted how strong Ward can be, especially for against Amber Steel and their songs, since they can't be chosen. You know, I don't think there's anything Kurt would be able to play.
Eat in hand.
action-wise
Oof.
that would, like,
I mean, that's just another, like,
or anything,
comes back to
so-
my point. I need to mute them more. It comes back to my point on the Pete. Like, imagine simple strike a good match here. I haven't built my green blue deck yet. I'm going to be posting a video on it of the one I played, but I'm going to probably I'm going to build a better version and try and play it at my set champs this weekend, I think.
Deal with it.
Like,
Of course, it's
imagine a
little bit
simple
different
song
with
here.
Calhoun in play. If Calhoun's in play, then you can challenge the Lilo without taking any damage, and Zan would just gain 2 lore.
My point on the Pete in this deck is there's so many cards you want to play. You want to play discard cards. You're playing the muses, so every song you play is really good. Like even a simple strike a good match with the muses is no joke. I played strike a good match in my blue green. I'm not sure it was correct, but like I valued strike a good match over vision because it's muses synergy. But Pete here, so mediocre. It's so bad actually here.
What does Zan have to find to be able to come back from?
It's actually
if Kurt
really
just comes
bad.
out and then plays whatever's in his hand here.
I mean, right now, Zan has both Pete and Calhoun, which are pretty good attackers. The issue is we have really weird stat lines, like this Daisy having 4 willpower is going to make it really tough for Zan.
Okay, maybe it's good that he's not playing songs and he's got Pete.
Top, so it's going to go into Zan's hand. And then the Lawrence as well, being a 4/4. You know, like none of the characters on Zan's side of the board cleanly banish.
With how hard removal in red is to deal with Steel Emerald. Sure, but Pete only keeps you in it for a turn. Pete only slows down the B prep for a turn. It only stops the brawl for a turn, and it only stops the brawl on your Diablo when you go first. I'm unconvinced. I really am.
When your characters resist,
But I could be very wrong.
Character, it lets you draw another card, hopefully draw into another song that you can use again to bounce.
Everyone plays it.
So I do believe Kurt is up.
Also, Emerald Steel's not doing very well, so. Oh my god, Rapunzel's Tower, that is a cook.
Rapunzel's Tower. Characters get +3 willpower while here.
That is a cook.
It's a location we really don't see played at all in the meta so far, but gives all characters +3 willpower. Is going to make
It's
it
Jova, mate.
exceedingly difficult for Zan in this position to banish some of these characters. Kurt's going to move the Lawrence over there.
You're up first.
4/7, and the Lilo as well.
Yeah, and without the muses, what can Zan do about this? I mean, even with the muses, it would have been a tall order, but it feels like almost nothing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt has more characters on board than Zan does, so he
That's all you needed.
could challenge and banish everything we can.
Yeah, and I can aggro a deck, right?
After Zan scoops.
I feel like the main reason you play Pete in this deck is because you play the Pete the turn you shift Diablo, or you play the Pete the turn after you shift Diablo to protect yourself from brawl and stuff. And then there's that's the main reason you play it, and then the bonus reason you play it is because it's like it delays a B prep. Got decent stats. Interesting interaction with Lilo plus Rapunzel's Tower. True. True. Yeah. I don't know, man. I wouldn't play Pete personally. I would at least very much try not to play Pete. But Pete's the kind of card I would need to have I think what would be an interesting chat is, for example, if I had a little chat with Zan. Maybe I should do this after the tournament. Have a chat with Zan about the list. And I will really get to the bottom of, okay, is Pete good? Because he'll be pretty convinced it is. And I'm open to being convinced. But I have to be convinced because I'm unconvinced right now. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be clear. Like Zan is doing well right now. He's got 2 wins and a draw, and if he takes this 2 wins, 2 draws, ain't bad. We're only seeing a small sample of their games they're playing.
I mean, would have been interesting to see if Zan had the Ursula on tune 2 to snag that song. But yeah, I do think that Amber Steel looks like it's in a pretty good position against Emerald Steel, so maybe Zan showing up to this tournament was planning for more Ruby Amethyst.
Zan shifted the Diablo Cove and lost.
As well, because I know that they felt pretty favored into that.
That's crazy. Happy popped off in a big way there, man. That's crazy, bro.
A game coming up for this next game.
That makes me happy.
Game 2.
That makes me joyo. I have a French happy that's called joyo.
All right, so I believe Kurt went first last game.
All right, so Zan's hand sucks. So what Zan's going to do is he's going to mulligan 7 cards. All right, let's look at the other hand. Zan mulligans 7 cards every time here. Guaranteed.
I don't really know. I mean, it's tough. There's so many answers. Or it feels like the meta has shifted in a way that...
There's no way he keeps any of that. Yep.
Difficult for the Diablo line to really be as good as it was before. I mean, we even saw just a turn 1 Happy was pretty good. We see this turn 1 Cinderella sitting in Kurt's hand. You know, so without something like that turn 2 Ursula, it's difficult to do.
Zan just sent back 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so very important to note there.
Yep, his hand was really bad.
Looks like Kurt is sending back 4 here.
We haven't seen any
So Zan very
like
unhappy with the opening
happy Seven Dwarfs Mine from
hand.
Zan.
In the past that he is
Calhoun seems like the new addition to the deck compared to previous sets. I'm enjoying like seeing some of the cards flash up there.
No, definitely not. It means that Zan didn't have anything in his hand that he felt like was going to help him.
I'm Still Here is a new addition.
Lorcana is an interesting game where you have to play a bit differently on the play versus the draw. And if Zan being on the
This mulligan of 7 isn't because he's like,
an explosive opening or
I mean, his hand was just unplayable, right? There was nothing that cost 2 or less.
what deck that Curtis played.
There's not like you're going to hold on to a song at that point, right? If you're mulliganing 7 cards, you're going to draw into more songs.
Early game, you may need to answer, so potentially
Ultimately, he's looking for 1-drop Diablo
I
Shift.
did see that Kurt had access to
Like,
that
that's what his
Cinderella
deck is looking to do.
you
Like,
mentioned
there's
as
probably
well.
no other deck in the game where you're going to mulligan 7 cards as often as Emerald Steel.
finishing up these altars here, players cutting each other's decks.
Is it actually called an altar and not a mulligan?
It's like
I always call it a
Cinderella
mulligan,
as
mate,
well.
but I don't know.
And Ursula.
I have a feeling I might be calling it the wrong
hand for
thing.
Zan.
Trying to see if Zan has a 1-drop. We're going to ink with Smee. We do see the Diablo coming down on 1, so it's gonna get
I honestly like watching Hyper Aggro. It's just the games are quick.
The Shift Diablo as
We had like last week in Sweden there was a kids tournament and the final was a Hyper Aggro deck versus Ruby Amethyst.
getting a good look
It
here.
was so much
There's
fun.
two
It was
of
so
those
so
drop
so cool.
They're just looking to get rid of
I was
one of them,
like,
but not the other.
Daisy on
You
1,
have the
2 more
Cinderella
daisies on
followed
2,
up with.
then 3 Piglet Daisy.
Zan has
It
a
wasn't
code
quite, but
here.
they did have like 3 daisies on the board.
And you mentioned that 1-drop into 1-drop, which is actually an option here for Kurt. Dwarven Mine will be the ink. We do see Cinderella. 2 Daisy Ducks in hand.
2 daisies, also another Cinderella.
Does Zan have the Hidden Cove?
2 daisies are so tough to deal with early in
This
the
is
game.
such a bad matchup for Zan, honestly. Like the Cindy and the Happy are such insane 1-drops into Diablo. Yeah, the meta is really nice. I think the one thing I don't like about the meta is how the Amethyst decks are also samey.
Could gain a very big lead.
But I think that's just a
Grab one of those. Let the Storm Rage on.
think that's just the nature of how broken some of the Amethyst cards are. Like I think there's just a few. I think the balance in Lorcana has been great overall. I think my biggest thing I don't like is the Amethyst cards are a bit too good on average.
So we draw for turn.
I'm looking at you trying to box follow as Magic Brooms, Diablo. I think those cards are a bit over the top. I think those cards are the reason that Amethyst is so good. I think Fox is the other big example. Probably Fox. Bigger example. I think Fox is way too good. I feel like Fox was probably a mistake. Right, if you remember set 1, Rafiki, Uninkable 3/3 Rush was in every deck ×4. And then Fox came out. Oh my god. He does have a shift. He decided not to take it. I believe.
Looks like it's going to be the Cinderella.
Because he knows that there's an answer in
I
hand.
believe it's going to be the double Daisy Duck here.
But it's
on
possible that
the
Zan has like another Ursula 2-drop, for example, and is going to shift it then. He's basically saying, I could shift it now, or I could shift it next turn, and it doesn't really make a difference, I think.
If Kurt does it. Thinking about singing, let the Storm Rage on potentially here, drawing a card before we commit to anything.
He takes
We're
the
gonna see Kurt
takes
do
that one,
this.
but now
Deal 2 damage to the
but
Diablo.
now
We
like
should
Zan
see
could
card
play
another Mr. Smee.
the 3 Diablo normally. I don't know his exact hand, but I think he had the option of shifting but declined to take it. So if he took the shift, he would have drawn 1 card from it.
Definitely an
But he would have
option
also
for Kurt
discarded a
to
card to
advance.
do it. So it would have been net 0. Whereas here, he can just play it normally. Did he have a song in hand, guys?
Got extra damage on Smee for Rapunzel.
Yeah, he did. He declined not to take it, which is really, really fascinating.
Diablo
And I think his plan was with the Pete. You know, I've talked about the Pete and why does he play Pete? Well, I think that's an example. He was planning on shifting it in.
There we go. There's the Diablo.
If like Kurt didn't take the, that's such a cool play from Zan. That is so cool. So Zan doesn't shift intentionally on 2. Because if Kurt takes the Storm, he can play Diablo on 3. And if Kurt doesn't take the Storm, he can shift Diablo while playing Pete in the same turn. That's why he's playing Pete. He literally didn't shift for a turn to take the Pete. Very, very cool. Well, the thing is like, you don't want to give Zan cards in hand at this moment in time, so I think that's why he declined the Daisy. Onto, just go for the Smee. But like here, he's going to go Smee Daisy. One drop Daisies, you can usually like just sneak down when you've got a spare ink. But like the last thing you want to do at this moment in time is give Zan extra characters in hand and extra ink to work with. I love the way Zan's played this so far though. That no shift on 2 is so cool, and oh my god, that's a good top deck. Zan's played this game so insanely well, actually. Wow. I'm very impressed. This is the best play of the day for me from Zan. Not shifting on 2
What are you looking for?
is my favorite play of the day.
Do you have to answer these threats immediately?
I feel like I'm looking for Muses. Like, Muses is just so powerful in this matchup. We have the Diablo that we can use to sing songs, and if we had a Muses that we could play and start bouncing characters, we can start removing Kurt's board pretty efficiently, pretty quickly.
Or ink. There's Ursula in hand. I don't know what else.
We didn't have an inkable card for it, but I think we definitely have inkable cards. We at least had a Pete in there, I remember. Instead, we're going to play Let the Storm Rage on first by singing it with Diablo, banishing that Mr. Smee.
Pretty good.
It was in hand, so no actions for Kurt on the next turn.
You know, like Kurt doesn't actually have the storm or the strength, but if he did, this is where Pete's popping off, right? And the no shift line from Zan on 2, and that kind of the threat, the reason Kurt had to answer the 1 Diablo is because of the threat of Pete. So the fact that Zan does play Pete in his deck has had a huge impact in this game, even though Pete hasn't actually done anything itself. Right? Like, okay, it could have done something big this turn if Kurt had the right hand, but it actually did do a lot because it opened up a different line for Zan, and Kurt respected the potential Pete play, right? Even though the play didn't matter directly, like we didn't see the Pete on 3, that's because Kurt respected the Pete play on 3 and therefore took the Storm on the 1 Diablo and not the 3. So I've been obviously talking a lot about, and literally just before this game, I need to be convinced on if Pete's worth it. Well, maybe. And maybe I'm starting to be a bit convinced. Because this was very, very good.
Board on the other side, you don't having access to the Pete.
It's interesting that Pete could get you value without even necessarily playing it, right? But the threat of Pete is something that I'm sure Zan could use to his advantage.
Ursula on the next turn.
Yeah, I think we'd almost certainly see that happen as well. Then probably watch the Pete go ahead and trade into the Smee after that.
It's like Smee is going to quest for 2.
Yep, for sure. Love it. I love it. Love it.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I almost feel like Kurt needs to find something off the top of the deck to deal with this Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, like
that's pretty good.
Great right now. If you can find
Second time Daisy's given Zan a Daisy, right?
We are going to put the Rapunzel into the Inkwell, and we're going to play out the Lawrence and the Daisy here.
He's worried about discard here as well, though. Flopping. The odds that Zan has like some kind of discard card in hand, I think, is pretty high. And he's wanting to not give Zan discard value. Particularly if Zan was to play like a Prince John or something.
Also gets around any of the discard shenanigans Zan might try to play. You know, if we decide to keep the Rapunzel in hand, might make it really easy for Zan to just force us to discard that card, and then the Rapunzel didn't do anything, versus at least putting it into the Inkwell now means that we can use it for ink. All we need is 1 dock, you know, to find and play, and we can start refilling our hand a little bit.
Absolutely. Kurt does unfortunately have 1 absolute brick in the deck, though, in the form of Chen Po, if we assume he has more.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already seen 1 that's in the Inkwell, so I can't imagine you're playing...
Yeah, Daisy in this instance is bad when it hits Pete, but still questing for 2. If it didn't hit Pete, it would be insane, right?
So songs would not be great on the next turn either.
So funny that whenever, and look, good decision taking Rapunzel. It's so funny that whenever someone has no cards in hand, everyone always does the same thing. Every time, mate. It doesn't matter the country, the culture, where they're from.
And now we're
Cards in
a
hand?
position where even if we find the mine, we don't have a knight to move to it to be able to
Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, what are Kurt's outs? Because I think I'm comfortable enough saying that Kurt is in a tough position here.
It definitely is looking worse for Kurt here. He can't play any actions, so like I'm not sure that there's a way you can get rid of the Diablo this turn at all. With the amount of ink that we have and what we drew, we have a Rapunzel here, so could play the Rapunzel, drawing one card off of Smee.
Rapunzel was off the top here. I missed that. I mean, it's not that good when there's a flipping Diablo exerted, is it?
Potentially a mine and a happy or something, but
One Mulan, legendary never get played. It's more about the shift targets for it, Playboy. It's because you have to shift it, and the shift targets are not particularly good.
I think we're looking to challenge the Pete.
He's playing Amber Ruby because the Amber Mulan, like Mulan, is quite good in the Amber Ruby decks because of Rapunzel.
Drawing 3 cards.
But Amber Ruby's just not very good. If Amber Ruby was better, I think it would see competitive play though. It's not actually the Milan that's the problem, it's the rest of the deck. It's like the deck that the Milan's good in is just not very
I
good.
don't think so, because Dot costs 2.
Maybe there's a world you could play Morph Milan down the line if you get like a green Milan at some point. It's definitely a card to keep an eye on. Like I think the card is good in a vacuum, it's just the shift targets are bad. And it's you have to shift Milan to be good.
Means we can't play the happy.
Excuse me.
We're only inkable in our hand. But not anything terrible to follow the next turn up with, honestly. The Calhoun being in play, of course, can make things a little weird for Zan. If there's no other Pete that Zan has to play, we can finally let Stormreach on this Diablo, so long as the Hidden Cove isn't found.
Yeah, Kurt just could keep asking the question and make Zan have it in terms of being able to answer. Not really represented on stream right now because Zan's hand is a bit held back, but Zan has a ton of cards in it.
He's gonna find a Hypnotize from the draw for turn. I think I saw Prince John in there too.
So nice to be sitting down on stream, mate. I've been stood up on stream the last 2 weeks, which I love, but it's nice to just have the option of chilling. Appreciate you guys hanging out, man. Getting quite late over here, but I'm going to be up until the early hours, baby.
After all these Diablo draws. One thing that this Emerald Steel deck does well, once it sort of assembles these card draw engines, draws so many cards.
Yeah, Pete, yeah. Red card.
You know, Kurt found 2 Rapunzels so far, gotten full value out of one of them, refill the hand. I don't think we found any docks yet either, so there's still plenty of ways for him to draw cards and keep up, but so long as that Diablo's on board, it's not really going to be much of an advantage for Kurt, I don't think.
8-2.
Sitting at 8 lore.
Genie on the Job's very good, mate. Wait, which one's Genie on the Job? Yeah. Genie on the Job's not Wish Fulfilled, is it? Which one's Genie on the Job?
For Kurt.
Which one is that? 17. Oh, it's the green one. It's good. It's just uninkable. I played it a lot in my deck class set in Emerald Sapphire because I played Hidden Inkcaster, which turns your uninkables inkable. It's a really good card. It's an example of a card which if it was inkable, it would see a ton of play. I really like the card. I actually really like the card. I think it's underrated, but it's just very difficult to justify playing an uninkable that costs 6 that isn't having a slightly higher impact overall. I like the card a lot.
In Kurt's hand right now on getting rid of this Diablo.
This is where Pete's are good, right? This is what my kind of point earlier, where if you play like Pete, you play 4, in my opinion. It's 4 Pete's or no Pete's.
Oh, and there's the cove you talked about.
Because each Pete makes the next Pete better. I don't know what like the exact maths is though, in terms of like, if you're playing 4 Pete's, the odds of you having like 2, for example, back to back. No, but this is it, right? But how often does this happen? That's actually my question. Like when this happens, it's great. And this comes back to my point about I like Pete when you can bounce it. How often do you actually have this many Pete's back to back to back? I suppose when you've got a Diablo drawing you a bunch of cards, it helps to increase that happening. Right? That is a very good point. Also, the Daisy Duck in this instance drew one of the Pete's, right?
Oh, we found a John Silver.
Green Hay is a cool card. I've played Green Hay quite a bit in Ruby Emeralds. I like the card.
When you play him, you can choose an opposing character and they can't.
I do like the card actually a lot. I think Green Hay is really cool. I think it's a really good Ruby Emerald card in particular.
Amber Steel bind decks that play characters with such high willpower.
You're obsolete. Thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate it. Cheers.
Those big numbers.
It is interesting that I was talking like about needing to be convinced on Pete, and this game was the absolute Pete show, wasn't it?
Maybe think about putting the Happy to
This game was the Pete show.
put an evasive threat on board with this Diablo in play. Calhoun for a similar reason, just something that can challenge your characters when they exert.
Strategically, what do you think is Kurt's path to victory here?
I think you got to regain control of the board in some way. You know, Zan did a great job of cleaning up last turn. Also has a very powerful draw engine in play, plenty cards in hand. So removing this Diablo seems pretty important, but 3 Petes in a row makes that pretty difficult to do. I feel like the longer this Diablo gets value, the better it is for Zan.
So John Silver's going to target that Pete.
Also going to play the Happy, so now we do have an evasive character that can challenge and banish the Diablo, and Smee's not going to take any damage this turn because John Silver is a captain. So Smee's just going to sit at 2 damage there.
All right, so Zan, 5 cards in hand. Look like he has 5 or 6 ink available. Hard to tell from here.
What are the chances Zan has another Pete?
Highly unlikely.
Maybe Kurt can eventually play this Storm that he's been holding on to.
The 4th Pete. The 4 Pete. He's done the 3 Pete. Can he do the 4 Pete? But when you have a Diablo triggering along, it's possible, isn't it?
I want to say I saw a doc in Zan's hand.
This John Silver card's popping up quite a bit. I'm unconvinced.
You have a bunch of cards in hand.
It's a good problem to have for Zan.
Yeah, epic. It's Harlan also played it in the content creator set champs yesterday. And I messaged him this morning looking at his list and I was like, alright, the John Silver's the only card I don't really believe in that much. When you play this character, chosen character can't challenge you in the next turn. Let me tell you what Harlan told me about it.
So that we can't challenge the Diablo with it on the next turn.
Yep, I see a Prince John.
He said,
in Zan's hand as well. It's another ward character that Kurt's not really going to.
it's really good in the right spots. Like for Half Shark, he gives you another turn of questing.
Do you find another Rapunzel though?
And you can stall with another.
Yeah.
We can storm
Best line is 1-drop, 2-drop, John Silver, Sing Strength.
Then play the Rapunzel and killing the Smee, drawing a couple cards. I think the issue is the majority of your turn is spent playing that Rapunzel, and you're just not putting a ton on board. Like when I look at Zan's
Interesting.
board with Muses, Calhoun, and Pete, along with
Makes sense that it's good against Half Shark, right? It stops the Half Shark being able to. Is it can't challenge?
really great.
I mean, I think it's good actually. I think it's really
Kind of
good.
interesting. It's good on the Half Shark, basically, right? That's the. That seems to be the meta call for it, which I would never have known because I also was critical of it. But
Kurt has some lore to play with, right?
bro, Zan is struggling still. How?
To rebuild.
This matchup is so bad for him. Oh my goodness. The Candio cooked with this one. Fair play. Brennan Candio come a long way since his very questionable Amber Steel deck list from like set 3 that I roasted. I'm trying to think what it was that I roasted so much about it. It was like it was 67 cards. Oh, it was so bad. It was the worst deck list I've ever seen. He got kind of good at deck building, huh? Maybe it was the constructive criticism I provided. He cooked to this one, man. Yeah, 66. That's right. 66 cards. Give over. And I feel like it also had like 3 copies of some cards, which I feel like he had to play 4 copies of. I hated it.
Forcing Kurt to discard a card. Zan's gonna get a card draw off of that from Prince John.
Ooh, discard Lilo's cute. It looks like Zan's gonna be alright. He's got so many cards in hand.
Oh my goodness.
No trigger on the dock.
One drop off the back of that.
I imagine Zan's playing quite a lot of docks. I think docks really, really good in this deck. The reason you play a lot of docks, it's clunky with John Silver,
It just is the engine, right? So it feels
but
like, Kurt could
Doc is like
value as
helping you. In some spots you just need a song, and Doc is helping you cycle your deck for more songs.
with this Muses plus Prince John engine that exists on the side of the board of Zan.
And Curtis just
That's been a good game, hasn't it?
Pete past the turn, so no actions for
I think Zan's
Kurt
gonna run away with it here.
a way to respond with challenging with the Calhoun, but Zan has just built up too much of a board.
Good thing there was no grab your swords coming, I think, for Zan.
Not quite updated yet. Does look like Zan busted with everything. We'll get that quite soon here. How much is he threatening?
What is going on with the law counter, mate?
9 or 10 somewhere around there.
What is happening?
And then
Gets 10
threatening
lore
10.
on board, yeah.
Yeah, so a threatening game here.
And he's on to 12, but it's behind.
You have a strength in Kurt's hand. Two characters that
Oh dear.
probably
Not
some of the
ideal, is
better
it?
characters in Kurt's deck to challenge an opposing board.
I actually think that Zan might be a 12 lore.
Honestly, Zan's deserved this one. Like this turn 2 play,
See that?
filthy. Best player of the tournament. So far, for me. Turn 2 intentionally not shifting Diablo.
Mises having 4 willpower here makes it
That's
just so
crazy, bro.
difficult.
That's crazy. That's some big brain stuff right
One
there from a big brain
willpower
player.
difference. Kurt would have to challenge with both characters to banish it. Don't really have any other way in hand to deal that extra damage we would need, and it's a card that's kind of crippling for Kurt here.
I'm actually going to message him to say that's my favorite player of the tournament so
It feels like
far.
you'd have to answer it with a single card because you have to stop the cost value of the other cards as well that are on the board right now. Can't just run both characters into the Muses. Does have access to Strength of Raging Fire in hand.
Can get rid of one Prince John. The other 2 Lord Quests are exerted as the Curse Merfolk.
I messaged him telling him I loved it.
We have to discard a card, which really don't want to do when there's 2 Prince John in play.
It was so good. I better tell him that I was telling chat I'm unconvinced by Pete.
I think Kurt just trying to figure out the most optimal line here. Very, very difficult board state. Trying to find how he can get back into this game. We're going to start by playing a Lawrence here after inking a Rapunzel. Card that could challenge and banish the Muses in one go if we find the Muses exerted. Also puts another character on board so that we can sing Strength for 3 damage.
Strength of the Raging Fire here.
Yeah, this turn 2 no shift because it's like, okay, if you storm, you either have to storm my 1-drop and I can play the normal Diablo, or if you don't,
3 willpower, but with an
I'm hitting
resistance
Pete. It was so good. He forked him, right? The Pete created a fork.
Use Calhoun to banish
Fork is like a
Prince
chess
John,
turn where you do
giving
2
2
like
lore.
you do 2 things at once. It's like you do die if you don't do don't if you don't. It's like, okay, Kurt, you can if you storm my Diablo 1-drop, I play the 3-drop Diablo. If you don't storm, I'm gonna shift and play Pete. So he ended up getting rid of the Storm Rage on onto the 1-drop Diablo because he plays Pete. So cool. I mean, it's not over just yet though, is it? I keep getting a bit ahead of myself. Look at this Calhoun in Cove though. I did say earlier, like, the Coves are insane, even in the late game. You think it's just a Diablo card? I feel like Cove is very underrated in other decks, man.
So if you
Big
advance out of the
stats.
board here, is there any way that you lose this game? What do you have to think about here in order to not let this one slip away?
Chef in hand.
We're gonna see an Ursula being played. It's gonna see
2,
that.
4, 5.
The only thing I can
7.
think about honestly is if you make your board characters vulnerable, and then Kurt's able to find enough songs to banish the rest of the board.
GG.
But even then, all you need is another ward.
But he knew about the removal, so I don't understand why the
That
big
would
play
be-
not shifting.
And seeing
Okay, so he knew about the
Lorcana
removal,
and that card being a dock,
but that doesn't actually change it.
would be. I think it's gonna be difficult for Kurt to make
Because-
anything happen.
Maybe you're right. It's not as big brain as I'm making it out. I still think it was my favorite play.
Core up to 14.
Maybe I'm overestimating how good it was.
He does have the high ground.
Okay, I'm so shot. It's more so that Pete enabled this play. It's more so that I was literally just talking. I need to be convinced on Pete. But if he didn't play Pete, this wouldn't be a play that he could make, right? By not shifting and having the threat of Pete, Kurt was forced to take the Storm on the 1-drop Diablo and enable him to play. It's only because of the threat of Pete that Kurt was forced to take the Storm removal on the 1-drop Diablo, which therefore meant that the 3-drop Diablo was safe
I think so.
without actually playing the Pete. So Pete got value there because without Zan having to play the Pete, right? Because the threat of Pete gave Pete value, which then meant he didn't have to Pete early, but he still got value from Pete, and he got value from Pete on turn 3 without playing it, and then he got value from Pete on like 4, 5, and 6 when he did play it, something like this. Does that make sense? Like if Zan doesn't have Pete in his deck, he just has to shift there,
Yeah, so 1-1. I mean, that
and it
was
gets
nice.
removed.
Back
Or if he
end.
doesn't
First
shift,
half looked really powerful.
the 1-drop Diablo just doesn't get
Solid,
touched, right? Because who cares?
Just the level of impact those ward characters can have on a deck that's sort of based around removal.
Yeah, the ward characters as well is seeing what happens when the Diablo actually survives, right? If we take a look at game 1 versus game 2,
Brendan and Brandon.
Kurt was able to banish the Diablo pretty quickly. And so being able to get rid of that Diablo, keep the Diablo from gaining any value throughout the game, I think really made the difference because, I mean, for that entire game, Zan just had a grip of cards, right? He was able to answer pretty much everything that Kurt kept throwing at him.
Yeah, that was a long time
Could have
ago,
Cove.
but if I could point back to one, or not one moment, but
Yeah.
3 moments.
Kinda.
That sort of
Not quite
was
the same.
story of that match.
But yeah,
It
you're
was
right.
Pete into Pete into Pete. That was particularly rough as that Diablo was able to survive and just accrue Zan so much value.
Pete and repeat, as some might say. But yeah, so we see Zan, you know, playing the deck that he's been playing the past 2 DLCs. See that he's altered it a little bit from the previous set. So obviously made some changes for predictions in this meta. Did pretty good into this mindset, which we also expect.
Brendan's not having it, is he?
This weekend. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I'd be pretty happy to split 1-1. I know Zan is looking for the 2-0s, but I think in regards to the metagame that showed up, you know, maybe preying on Ruby Amethyst with that list and feeling comfortable into the Ruby Sapphires, maybe because the addition of the Cursed Merfolk, which we saw Zan play. I
Ooh.
assumed that
Yeah.
maybe that
First
deck
Merfolk,
is
man. What a
not
card.
as comfortable into Amber Steel, so coming into the later rounds, being able to go 1-1, not ideal, but also not a disaster scenario, I think, for Zan.
Yeah. With that being said, we do have another round coming up, so make sure to not go anywhere. And
All right, should we get back to building our deck? What are the best pirate colors? Probably Ruby Emerald. I might build a pirate deck. I don't know. I kind of need to win a set champs with whatever deck I cook up, and I don't know if pirates could do it. Where did my Dreamborn go, bruv? Damn it. I'll start again. It's probably saved actually. So we're trying to build. I've got the stream open. Don't worry, you're not going to miss it. It's just a BR back stream. All right, so we're trying to build Emerald Sapphire, and what we've come to the conclusion on is that we have to play flipping 1-drop Clarabelle. The mistake I made in the deck builder, the biggest mistake, is not playing the 1-drop Clarabelle. We're also sold on the following. We're sold on Sale, Depot. I think 1 jump's good as well, but we're not completely sure. We're also sold on Muses and You're Welcome and How Far I'll Go. I think all of this is non-negotiable. You're surely playing Flavisham. And you're surely playing Porpsicle. And some amount of Ice Blocks. Ice Block, Muses, very strong. Right, you're surely just playing a whole bunch. of all of these. It's not like you can rely on Clarabelle early every game. You're also playing some amount of Bend to My Will. I think 3 is the right amount, because you really want it when you want it. Mother Knows Best. I mean, Mother Knows Best might be, but it's not. I think Mother Knows Best is going to be one of the last cards I would put in, believe it or not. There's not necessarily the last cards, but there's just cards which are more important for me. One of those being Heffalumps and Woozles, because it Treasure Mariner can't question the next turn, draw a card. It draws a card and it's ink. You're probably playing the crab. Robs. You're playing at least 1 dime, if not 2. Right? Probably. I think you want 1 jumps. Like, it fills up so quickly, man. Crazy. And like, you have very little removal here still. Really difficult to build, man. Sheriff of Nottingham doesn't sound terrible with this many items either. That's kind of good. Hades, Genie on the Job. Honestly, the Tremaine I kind of don't hate either. Basil's almost good. I honestly don't hate the Tremaine. The John Silvers aren't bad either, right? The Reckless. This card ain't bad, mate. Whenever you play this character and whenever he quests stuff gains Reckless, you honestly, John Silver might be good enough. There's Beast. I doubt you play Beast because it's uninkable. Yeah, this card's also kind of interesting because you can like Donald into Clarabelle, but I don't think it's quite worth it. Bell's kind of good. We don't even have Fishbone at the moment. Like, surely you're playing Fishbone or Bell or both. You're always playing Fishbone, right? Robs. I mean, there is a world it's Bell, right? Because you go... The thing is if you don't find Clara 1, we don't have Vision, we don't have Develop Your Brain. Like, it's actually so difficult to build this deck. No, you don't play Kit. Kit's too cheap. Kit's too cheap, right? We need expensive cards. Under the Sea, I mean, maybe. My gut feeling is that with Under the Sea, you kind of need, like, Muses and Under the Sea are kind of doing the same thing. I'm kind of more inclined to just invest quite heavily into the Muses. Maybe you play 1 Under the Sea, sure. I don't know. I feel like you're better off just giving stuff Reckless and trying to control that way, right? John Silver isn't... This deck's so hard to build. Like, honestly, my like kind of deck building brain tells me that you should probably be playing 4 of these. Where are they? How the heck are they? Like, my deck building brain tells me I want 4 of these and 4 of these. These cards are so broken. We don't even have the how far. Okay, we do have how far ago. I would say it's probably something close to this is what you're supposed to play. You don't even have the Fishbone right now. You have to play Fishbone or Bell. Maybe Bell is better in this deck than Fishbone, honestly. I could see it. do kind of think Bell might be better than Fishbone. Bell is Fishbone in the stack, basically, right? So can sing a How Far I'll Go as well. And in the late game, quest for 5. Very quickly. We're at 67 cards, bruv. It's not easy, is it? No, it's 1-1. Yeah, I don't think Bellwether's good enough. She's too slow. But like John Silver, I'm interested in. Because this deck at the moment just gets like beaten too easily 2-0. Like, I don't even know if you can play Tamatoa. I feel like Tamatoa is kind of the bait. But the thing is then you got the Tamatoa Flavisham. And then the question is Flavisham even worth it, mate? Like, what about Cheacher? What if your card draw is just Cheacher and Clarabelle? But the thing is, you don't want to Cheacher on 2, do you, really? But what you could do is you could go Tipo on 2 into Cheacher. No, you can't go Cheacher Fishbone on 3. That's weird, man. You definitely play Clarabelle. You definitely play Tipo. And you definitely play a lot of songs. That much I think is definite. Here's the thing. The cards that you could cut are Develop Your Brain and Vision, but are you actually supposed to cut them? I mean, I'm sure you cut some amount of them. But they're broken. Yeah, Diablo's bad on its own. It's not a dumb question, mate. The thing that's good about Diablo Shift is that you get it through on turn 2, and you kind of like overload your opponent's removal.
With our first match of round 4, an interesting match between
round 3 took ages, didn't it? Flipping heck. That was a long rule. Okay, that was round 4.
Another match to get to
wow.
Round 4. We are going to skip the first game. We are going to go into the second game, and we'll catch you up once we get inside.
All right, so looks
Daniel
like
again.
Awesome. So Scott and Daniel sitting on 21 points, which is a great place to be. We did see Daniel in a previous round, so Ruby Sapphire player.
Yeah, notably, those 21 points show us that both players are 3-0-0 going into.
This is the same round that we just saw, which is nice thing about the NA is we sometimes get to watch 2 games at once. They're making off my decks. Yeah, I'm just trying to build Ruby Emerald. I played Ruby Emerald at, Emerald Sapphire at Content Creator Set Champs yesterday. And now I actually have some reps in with the deck. I want to try and optimize it. The biggest thing that I got wrong was not the one drop, was not having one drop Clarabelle. I'm pretty convinced.
I do catch a lucky dime for Daniel as well.
You came back is also you came back as an interesting card. I don't think it's worth it though. I feel like the crab, man, is kind of a bait. And is Flavisham really worth it?
I think most Ruby Sapphire players knew that that was a very, very bad card and it was a bad win condition. It was just almost a necessity in the deck, right? So Lucky Dime was, in my opinion, a bad card that existed in a fantastic shell, right? So it was surrounded by the best cards in the game. It just happened like 7 cost uninkable item. Like, why would you ever play that?
I don't think I agree with that.
I'm not gonna lie.
It wins you the game.
Lucky Dime's a great card.
Slam the Lucky Dime and gain 7 lore off of a Tamatoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of 9 ink win the game cards. They're usually unplayable, but it turns out when you ramp throughout the entire game and you have the best control deck in the game, you can play cards like that. I think that the newer edition in set 6 of the new win condition is much, much better. That being said, you can play both, right? You just don't play 2 dimes anymore. We saw like the issues of 2 dimes. People were playing cards that would put those dimes into your inkwell and sort of take away your win condition, and they were definitely being targeted.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting thing.
It's sped up as well, so it's going to be quick.
Particularly in a mirror match, in a Ruby Sapphire mirror match, a Lucky Dime can sort of be a make or break, and so we see Scott here being on Ruby Sapphire as well, meaning that, seeing that Daniel has a Lucky Dime, I'm not sure if Scott will or not.
Oh yeah, I'm down for the sped up extra. This is much better than a welcome DRBX screen, isn't it?
Could be impactful in the mirror match for sure.
Sped up gameplay, heck yeah, sign me up.
I don't think Scott did. We only see the popsicle and the ice block here, but Daniel on his turn 3.
The commentary for me is very low energy at this point. It's my bedtime, but I'm riding through. I've got to stay up for the reveals, mate, and make a video in it.
Daniel's hand is actually really, really rough in the forms of Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. So we have an interesting dynamic here. We have one player hitting the turn 2 ramp, but having no item that draws a card and no hero. while the other player has 2 popsicles on board, doesn't have the Hiram, but is going to have the sort of resources to get a lot more card advantage through things like How Far I'll Go and Grand Matala, and ultimately probably will find the Hiram. This is not a bad one to find, though. Sail into the Azurite Sea.
One of the better Sapphire cards out of Azurite Sea. See how the Azurite Sea lets you draw a card, and then you get to put another card in.
Sisu's so good, man. I love this 3 Sisu in this deck. It's Inkable, Shift Target, hard to deny from something like Storm. Like the Sisu is actually better against the steel decks than the little Sisu, because it's so much more difficult to remove. Even if you don't get that instant impact, you get to shift a turn later. Let's go, Nick. I appreciate it, mate. Good thing it's sped up in it.
Finds the Hiram off the top as well. So Scott's gonna have.
I think for ramping into Clara, T-Pop plus Fishbone, 1-drop Clara.
To slam down the dime, which can be a very impactful card to get down early in the Ruby Sapphire mirror.
But you could also Bell instead of Fishbone, right?
Too many cards.
And surely Bell is just better. Bell is actually way better than Fishbone in this deck on board, because it could sing You're Welcome, for example, or sing How Far I'll Go. Right? I think Bell is better than Fishbone in this deck. I think Bell is the card and not Fishbone. I think Fishbone might be a bait. I really like Bell in the deck. I really do.
So I don't think it's going to be there for long.
I really like Bell.
How far I'll go, though, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck, putting one in hand.
Would you say the strongest Ruby card is? Maybe Brawl at the moment. In a vacuum. But a vacuum in the meta context.
Oh, it would. I mean,
it would be detrimental.
I feel like Scott would be so far ahead if this turn is Lucky Dime.
There it is. Oh my gosh, we see the Lucky Dime.
So I would say previously the best Ruby card was probably Maui, but I think now that Elsa exists, it's not quite as good.
You're going to be playing the Ruby Sapphire Mirror in your...
Because it's a similar... Elsa's a similar card to Maui, right?
This is something
it serves a different purpose, but it's very similar.
The smallest decisions can be the biggest game changers.
Lucky Dime popping off. I think it's Bell, right? Not Fishbone. I think Bell is actually the key. I think it's 4 bells. I always felt like this deck should play 4 bells. Let's go, Silex. I'm going to take that, mate. I was really happy with my production in Sweden. I've got it to a really good point, so thank you for that. I'm really happy with the level I'm at. We actually did have less glare, but I was blessed to have a good room. The glare here is super sweet, there's no issues.
To find a way back into this game, potentially.
Yeah, and something Daniel needed to find as well. We talked about how Scott is the one that has the bigger hand this game.
Yeah, I think we cut Fishbone and we just play 4 bells. But then if we're not playing Fishbone,
the Sisu come down, banishing both the Grand Matala and the Hiram because of that ice block, giving Grand Matala 1 less strength. Scott just finding answers for everything at this point in the game. I think he's in such a good position right now.
I wonder, since we didn't get to see Game 1, if Scott had potentially seen the Lucky Dime in Game 1, so knew to keep the Hideaway off the How Far I'll Go.
Definitely possible. Looks like we're just checking ink totals.
Looks like it's going to be a judge call.
Could be a judge call. Might have added some extra ink in the inkwell accidentally. I'm sure the judges are going to figure that out as we talk about this. But I wanted to.
Anyone catch anything?
Play of just like playing the How Far I'll Go, seeing the Hideaway. Maybe we saw the Lucky Dime in Game 1. That was probably what ended up happening, knowing to take it that quickly. But it's the decisions like that in this game that I love. I feel like games can be won and lost off of micro decisions like that with Lorcana based on what you ink or just like which cards you take and put on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my shock and my surprise when we played that How Far I'll Go and we see probably what was a one-of in terms of item destruction. And then also, yeah, the decision to keep it was very heads up.
Bell Dime's definitely a good combo, yeah, hell yeah.
Daniel even has a Tamatoa in hand. We also have the Sail the
I think Dime's really good in the deck because you kind of discard their hand and then you just don't have much. You only play like 1 character a turn. You struggle for lore gain, but like you just dump a Dime and you've got Bell and bam. I think the Bell is really good, right? Because she suddenly turns into a Wincon. She can sing songs with muses. You can play her on 3 with Tipo Azaretsi and ink immediately and dump your hand. I think it's Bell, man. I think Bell and 1-drop Clarabelle are the keys. I actually only own 2 Bells, so I need to get some more. I'd love to get flipping Enchanted Bell, actually.
Banishing the Shiny Crab. to the discard. And
Looks like it's
just gonna
Scott's
quest
game,
with
doesn't it?
Sisu and pass the turn.
Nailed to the Azurite Sea here.
That hideaway.
Finding a Visions of the Future. I think we're going to play that. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Try to find something to help us, but the rest on the bottom.
Gotta be the
Do
be
find
prepared.
the Be Prepared. Yeah, I feel like that's the take here.
I mean, to be fair, the hideaway
You
at
just
least
have to take it.
2 giant dragons on the other side of the board between Sisu and Maleficent. Are going to play the Seal the Azurite Sea to get another
the
card.
hideaway
draw.
does give Daniel more ink, but I doubt
We
that
can ink
is
up to
very
3 cards
relevant.
this turn if we wanted to, but I don't think we'll be seeing that.
It's like just the
Daniel.
card
Yeah,
advantage
Silas
that
not
Scott has,
getting-
right?
You know,
No
unfortunately, Scott is
Flaversham
gonna
though.
gain
Like if he
5
doesn't ever
more
find
here.
Flaversham,
Mm.
Scott might just
Outside
pass
of
without
that, I
playing
guess it looks a
anything.
little bit manageable off the back of the Be Prepared because I don't see any
Like, you
sort
probably
of
just play the
big food
hideaway,
cards
sure.
in Scott's hand.
And the item, but
And luckily, Scott doesn't have any.
You're not gonna
dwarves,
play a
so he's
character
just
here,
gonna
are
jump
you?
up to 5. Which seems like a long way from 20,
Oh.
but I feel like in these Ruby Sapphire
Can't see the
games,
facial
there isn't that much.
expression.
We do
Rip.
see the hideaway being played, getting rid of this Lucky Dime. So no Tamatoa shenanigans.
I wanted to see
Lucky
Daniel's
Dime
face when the
shenanigans for
hideaway
Daniel.
comes through,
Lucky
man.
Dime's gonna go straight into the Inkwell.
That's a good draw.
Just find his own 8-cost Sisu, but have to be the Be Prepared, the 2 for 1. And now we're into a little bit of a grind. I mean, Scott is much better set up to get out of this grind because he's going to eventually probably draw the Hiram, and then he's going to be on a roll. Scott has no items deployed.
Yeah, I mean Daniel is in a tough position.
He's thinking about playing the
Now he's
Sisu,
calling
but
Sisu.
not
None
gonna
of
end
these
well
are
'cause he's
really doing anything for
dragging
him
on the
right
other
now.
side.
Just gonna play the Sisu for no value.
Off truck is a good draw.
There's a Maleficent Dragon in Scott's hand as well to follow that up if we want to. We also have 2 ice blocks. I mean, if we can, don't have a Meta Medusa in hand. Also, Maui Shark, interesting inclusion. Recurring some of those actions back from the discard if you can challenge and banish a character. Also evasive. We've seen the power of Maui Half Shark today already. Previous matches.
It's actually an interesting line here from Scott. Are you just playing at the Maui Shark here, or are you playing the Monstrous Dragon?
It's interesting, especially having the Be Prepared in hand. I don't want to commit too much to the board personally if I feel like I need to rely on the Be Prepared to banish anything, but knowing that Daniel is low on cards, I mean, you know, he's going to be searching for, he needs to find something like a Hiram and a draw engine. I wouldn't be too upset with the Maleficent Dragon, to be honest.
So, like, can Daniel even quest here? I would argue no.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You're right, because you have the Ice Blocks and the Maui Shark could just challenge it.
Even without the ice blocks, just recurring the how far I'll go here, it just seems too good, right?
We do find a Grimmatal off the top and a Pirate's Life and a Meta Medusa. Both pretty good cards. Opts to take the Pirate's Life, putting the Medusa on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so can play the, has the 3-cost Sisu with the ice blocks available. I don't feel like Daniel can really quest here because that Maui Shark is threatening so much value.
Yeah, Maui Shark having that evasive keyword makes it so difficult to deal with unless you have cards like Meta Medusa. If you can push the strength down, basically Ruby cards that can outright banish it, like Maleficent Dragon. Of course, Daniel does not have any of those in hand. God finds another. Is that another Maleficent Dragon?
It is.
I look knackered. As you feel.
Maleficent
Rip.
Dragon ×2.
Get
Be
some rest, mate.
Prepared,
I'm going to be up for a
3-cost
while.
Sisu in hand for
This is
Scott.
going on for ages. We're barely halfway through.
Both of these ice blocks activated.
Man, I got 3 rounds left. We're more than halfway through by a distance.
Yeah, the exact reason you mentioned earlier, Brendan, why we maybe didn't want to quest with that Sisu. Maui Shark's going to challenge and banish the Sisu after reducing the strength with the ice blocks. We're gonna grab
Bro,
that
still
Helpful
no
Algo back from
Flaversham.
The discard.
Where's the Hiram?
Sisu 3-4.
There it is. Right on cue. GG.
Scott is going to find the Hiram.
This game's
here,
pretty over.
Playing it out, drawing 2 cards.
I wanna play flipping Emerald Sapphire, mate. I think Bell is absolutely popping off in that deck. I got a real good feeling about it. Yeah, this one's sped up, thank God.
Feels like Scott is firmly ahead, but Popsicle is going to be.
This one's sped up.
It is going to be that Popsicle draw.
Get a
engine here.
coffee.
Oh,
Oh,
and
that's a
find
bad
Carol's
idea.
Top set of the Vitalosphere.
That's a bad idea, mate. I'm just usually Getting ready for bed by
Ball and
now.
power him away so that Scott can't continue to use
Most
it.
represented is
Draw
Ruby
extra
Sapphire.
cards.
There's a meta breakdown that they
There's so
posted.
much
You might find the
heat
meta
on the
report,
table right now.
meta breakdown, Zydron on
Enthusiasm
Reddit.
Etsy and
Ruby Sapphire
Maybe.
most, Amber Steel the second.
Let's find a Pirate's Life here for Scott.
Lots of Amethyst decks.
Using those ice blocks, you
Surprising
can drop
amount,
the CC
largely
finishing
amount of
character with one
of
strength or less,
Sapphire
so you can
Amethyst.
drop that Grammatala down to 1 strength and play out the Sisu.
Went to
Another
time.
basic character we can use to
The
quest
thing is
for.
in the NA they record 2 games at once.
Gonna play Pirate's Life, a big card.
So rather than just show a B right back screen, they're just showing this, and then it's not always authentically live. But basically, by doing this sort of thing, it helps them eliminate the amount of breaks.
But I don't think it's going to be enough. In
Like the next round's probably already started, but there's just like we're just a bit behind live. Like the casters aren't actually casting live; they're basically casting a VOD. That makes sense.
Refill his hand over and over, finding those popsicles and Hirams when he needs to. You're gonna see another Grammatala,
Maui Shark.
another Maui Shark, and a Sisu. You already have a Maui Shark.
Interesting
in
point,
hand.
Ducky. Yeah.
We have
We saw
plenty of
Emerald
removal
Amethyst
in
once
hand.
early. We saw Amethyst
Not
Steel
sure we
once
even need
early, and it got
Sisu, but with
cooked.
the ice blocks,
I think you grab the Sisu. I mean,
We've
Crochet
mainly
Flash
we've
Blocks,
followed
scrap
mainly
quest value.
named players. To be fair, right?
Here. Daniel finds another
We've seen
Grammatala,
Zansayed. We've
top
seen
two.
a
We
couple
have
challenge
Queen of
winners.
Hearts
Looks like an
and
ice
an
block.
ice block. Neither of those are going to be very helpful for us.
Yeah, Daniel's deck is very interesting in regards to like the way that Ruby Sapphire is
Yeah, we do it
traditionally
differently in
built.
Europe, but we are
Metals
just
Spheres,
casting
Queen of
live.
Hearts, like,
But
those are not cards
we have,
usually see in this deck list. I mean, they are tech cards that we have seen in the list in the past. But
I guess we have the same amount of casters as them
if
now. We
look
have
at
4
the
of us this
Ruby
time.
Sapphire list in the room, that they would look a bit different.
Yeah, it's interesting with the inclusions of Maui Half
Yeah,
Shark.
no,
We've
they have
seen
5.
cards
We had
like
4.
Vitalisphere,
They have
Shield
5. We have
Virtue
4.
see more play in these Ruby Sapphire decks for the ability to just give something rush. Or
It's just
reroute
usually in
something
Europe.
when
Like
something
we
weak,
had
usually Maui Half
in Europe
Shark,
we
so you
started
can
with
recur actions more than once in a turn.
we
or
started with
do
2,
Maui
then
Shark
3,
rush
then
turn that you
4.
play 'em so that
We
you
had
can
4 for
challenge
Birmingham
that
and
action back.
Paris, right?
This team
But
with
the
top four
others
is
it
the
was
nail in the
2
coffin.
and 3. We had
Think
2 in
so.
Lille and then 3 in the
Daniel
other
can't
2.
find a way to deal with this board. Kamato's gonna have 5 lore on it currently, 6 lore now with the popsicle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just from from a content point of view, it makes sense to follow name players. Like you're trying to create storylines and have people that like players that people are familiar
On
with.
the next turn,
This one's been chosen
Can't give
because they're
anything.
like top table,
Daniel's
right?
still in top deck mode. It's gonna be
the
a Tipo.
Tipo's not gonna do it. Scott is gonna take game 2 in round 4, taking the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting.
Sad. I wanted
love
Daniel
see
to
the
win.
Ruby Sapphire mirrors. I know I'm not in the majority on that one, but I'm interested on the diversity of win conditions that they're running. If a lot of them are running the single dime, if they're still running 2 dimes, or if a lot of them have rotated off of dimes completely.
I've seen a lot of variance between the two. As you mentioned earlier, I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players understood that Dime is a bit of it. It's not a great card. It's an expensive, unequal card that kind of does nothing until it does a lot of something. And so I think a lot of players have cut back. I've seen players typically play 1, and then if they're not doing that, then they're going all in on the Maui Half Shark Pirates Live package that we saw Scott use there. So I think it's sort of a toss-up right now, especially if players are concerned about the mirror match. A lot of players want to play the Lucky Dime sort of for the mirror, but I mean, in that, we saw Daniel had the Lucky Dime and Scott
I think the
didn't.
problem there,
Mentioned
Daniel just had
cards
no
like
card
Fat
draw,
Willie
did he?
Cusco from last set
He just didn't get a
that were
Flaversham
actually
going.
more difficult and weird to navigate because
He's had no
you
cards
can't
in
just
hand for
play
so
Lucky
long.
Dime and it's there for the rest of the game. You have to
No
start
items.
playing
I think he had
the
like
turn
no
and using
items
it.
on board
Yeah,
either.
that hideaway was probably a one of. Happens that the Lucky Dime was also probably a one of. So yeah, great answer there. And I mean, we see on display that the Ruby Sapphire is going to be the most played deck in the room by a significant margin, but there is going to be a lot of differences in the list that we'll see. So I'm interested to see what kind of percolates to the top as we head into day 2 tomorrow.
I agree. And we're getting
Bro,
closer and closer
I'd
to
have
day
cooked
2
in
as
matters
the
like
day
this,
goes
man.
on. So with
Everyone,
that being said,
like
we're gonna
imagine
be back up
you
with
go
round
to a
5 shortly.
World,
Don't go anywhere.
European Championships, North American Championships. If you're flipping Maleficent biding her time, and over a third of the room is playing Ruby Sapphire, like, okay, hello. It's like, yeah, alright. Don't mind if I do. So we're gonna play Bell. We're not gonna play Fishbone. We have 7 cards we've got to trim away, bruv. And we have the crab in there at the moment. How good is the crab? You do need some top end. So what else could we actually... I mean, the obvious thing you could trim away is the flipping... Boop. And... Boop. But I think that's going to be a mistake. Maybe the 1 jumps could go. The thing is, if you cut Tamatoa, like, where's your top end? Yeah, but Emerald Amber doesn't have ramp. Like, we ramp so much, it's obscene. Like, you kind of want the crab. And we play a bunch of ice blocks. You need ice blocks or muses. Like, you really, really do. You kind of have to play ice box. I think you kind of just have to play the crab. You kind of have to play the ice box. You kind of have to play warp scores. Kind of have to play the crab. Like, I have developed your brains. They can go, sure. They can go. I just think that often you're like, yeah, I can cut develop your brain, but should you really? I'm unsure that you should. I mean, what's also interesting is if you ever play the Clarabelle 3. Oops, not. You could. I don't think so. I think you're supposed to play 3 because you really need them when you need them. I mean, what's also interesting is if we play Bell, what I will say is if you play Bell instead of Fishbone, you don't have a good way of inking uninkables. What's the win con? The win con is you ramp very hard, you shift Clarabelle, and you like sing the pin like, you're welcome, draw a bunch of cards, and then you bend my will the whole hand away. That's the win con. And you just have so much ink. Like, this deck is quicker at getting ink than any other deck in the game. I think one jump is probably the most likely. It's probably not a 4 of, right? I think you have to play this card. I regretted not playing it. I honestly really think you're supposed to play Develop Your Brain as well. I really think you're not supposed to cut these cards. They're just the cards that get cut, but
Our mirror match.
kind of like cutting
How are you
Chernobyls or
feeling right now with
brooms.
that?
I'm feeling great. Top of the world, top of the standings.
How did you feel about the mirror match? You know, I don't know if you
Fair
faced
play.
mirrors yet today. This is round 4. Was that your first one today?
I did. I played the mirror round 2, and I'm really, really comfortable in the mirror. So it's probably my second best matchup, I think.
Okay.
So feed me the mirrors as long as the clock isn't an issue.
Okay. And is Ruby Sapphire something that you've been playing for quite a while, or is that something that you picked up new coming into this weekend?
Picked it up for this.
Okay.
This is the first tournament I've ever played Ruby in. I finally dipped my toes into it. I was against it the whole time. I bite the bullet. I'm playing the good red cards.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So
I
you
wore this badge.
qualified in
He's got some
Vegas.
kind of
What
logo
deck were you
on.
playing there?
I played green purple.
Green purple.
Green purple bounce deck.
And how has that transition been to the Ruby Sapphire deck for you? Because those are quite vastly different.
Right, and that one was kind of more of a choice of, I felt like it was a good call for that tournament specifically. I'm a blue steel kind of guy at heart, really
okay.
at the end of it. I think it's just a peg below where it needs to be right now. The Ruby Sapphire is superior blue deck, I think.
Yeah. How do you feel going in the rest of the day?
Good. From what I saw from the tables around me, a lot of Ruby Sapphire mirrors, a lot of Amber Steel decks floating around, so we'll just kind of take the punches and
Yokkai's an interesting
come
card,
out on top.
but it's just hard to
Well, I
fit
hope you
everything,
do.
right? You've already got
Good luck with the rest of
Flaversham,
your
it kind of
games,
does the
and
same
thanks so
thing,
much
right?
for chatting with me.
Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to
Hey.
here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. I'm Liam, this is Tannen. We are through round 4, going into round 5. There's a lot of energy out there, but this is more than halfway through this long day. Tannen, I wanted to ask you, you have a lot of experience playing in these high-level TCG tournaments. What are the players starting to feel now, having gone through the first 4 rounds and getting into the back half?
So it's one way or the other. Either the butterflies are out and you're kind of comfortable and you're taking it one game at a time. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give you, is treat it like any other tournament that you've played, focus on what you're doing. Or when you're doing well in one of these things, or when you've got a bad start off, you can
With all the
kind of
ramp powers, a
focus
consideration
on
for
that,
Flood
right? You
Bonk
get a
Hammer.
little too
There is,
nervous,
mate,
or you get a little too
but
down on yourself, and you just gotta approach
probably not.
everything. I know it's anecdotal.
Like,
You
it's
gotta
so
approach all
difficult
of
to
it
fit
as
cards in,
simple
even though you got
as
60
try to get it out of
cards.
your head.
Crazy,
Had
innit?
a bad match, vent about it for a second or two, get over it.
Really want to do
You
UK and back plus belt? Yeah,
I wish I
trust.
had known this myself when I was younger.
It's also
Maybe
cooking with
watching myself
Tamatoa.
helped out a lot, but it's a difficult day. Everyone you're playing against is some of the best players in the world, so you kind of just got to take it as it comes and do the best you can.
Remain focused, remain sharp.
I feel like with this kind of deck building, you need to look at math. Yeah. You always play 4 Tipo, 4 Azurite C, to be honest. The one jump is like the only thing that's...
I'm actually really excited about this next match.
And you don't necessarily need 4 bells either. I think bells is really good. Gaston's great too, yeah, hell yeah. I played Gaston in my Inkcaster deck.
Emerald Amethyst, yeah. This is going to be a sweet one. I'm very interested to see how this match is going to play out with the way that the Ruby Sapphire decks have kind of gone. You know, we've seen
The biggest problem with Bell and not having Fishbone is that you lose...
like a new card will come out, right? Like they get a new ramp spell, that's cool. But like,
I think it's Bell. I really think it's Bell.
To change finally.
Bell is like giving you extra ramp while giving you an extra body that can sing songs. That's a really big deal. Yeah, and one jump is nice with Muses. Going Tipo, Muses, sing one jump, put Tipo back into hand, for example, is no joke. And then you ink Tipo the next turn, for example. Not playing Aerial, no.
And I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players will tell you that they think on the play, when the Emerald Amethyst deck is on the play, it's very strong, especially if people are choosing to
Mufasa's no joke. I could definitely see it. Again, if we're not playing Fishbone, all these uninkables, I don't really like the crab that much, but I play Ice Blocks. We're playing Popsicle Flower Sham, so like, crab just gives you extra card draw, right? You can't rely on Clarabelle in the late game for card draw. She kind of draws you cards once or twice. 15. Which is quite a lot for someone that doesn't play Fishbone.
It's DKP or Dinkang Fam, the only player I think to qualify in both North
Dinkang
America
Fam.
and in Europe for the championships.
He was in the stream earlier.
A player who I believe only played in one challenge. He bought the tickets to Las Vegas last minute, thought he would go have some fun for his anniversary, ended up qualifying for this, and here he is. So it's a challenge
Anniversary
against somebody who only played in one.
Maybe his birthday.
And here they are. So it's
Oh, anniversary. I thought it was something like Dinkang Fam. Sorry. I don't think Dinkang Fam's married.
As we talk a little bit more as this goes. And yeah, I think the big burden is
Dinkang Fam's doing well. I wonder what deck he's playing.
If you get something like some of the questing,
So I'm obviously supporting Dinkang Fam because he's European. However, how could I root against a moustache like that?
The victory here for the Emerald Amethyst deck is to be fast. It has the ability to have a very effective one drop with a Cursed Merfolk. That's a card that Mo is going to want to see very early. He's going to want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of uninkables.
I think wide.
I mean, 3 of them are one drops.
It's to
Also,
go
Tipo
wide,
can get rid of
to
stuff.
get early. It's to go underneath this.
Muay
You want
Thai.
to get a lot of characters on the board very early. On the other side, I don't know who's on the player draw here yet, but let's say that Din is on the play. Card advantage is something that he's got to
French tickler.
So he's going to want to get to that Hiram as early as possible. Going to want to.
Dinkang Fam. That's such a good name, isn't it?
The ramp is so important in this.
That's such a good name, bruv.
Mo is going to hit, and ideally.
Mo Shamblin. Oh my god, that's actually an insane name as well.
As soon as possible. Ideally, a Maui Half Shark, which can shut down.
That is a pair of good names. The most ridiculous game I've ever cast of Lorcana was Queen Miyabobo. Oh, look at Dinkang Fam seeing the customer folk. He's not happy. Queen Miyabobo versus Wee Wee.
To develop your brain. I've seen it quite a while, but this we know from Thinking Fam.
That's a very good card, man. That Brain's a very good card. That is a broken card if ever I saw one.
But he does really well with them, so it's hard to argue with the results.
And this is the turn 1 Mo wants right off the bat. It's turn 1 Merfolk, turn 2 Quest with it. We'll get a couple other characters on the board here, I think.
Oh, spicy card. Oh, the Shinmiri line. The Shinmiri special. Pegasus is a great card, man. Underrated. I like Mo's deck already.
And going wide here with 2 characters on the board.
I played Strike a good match in
Magic Broom and Diablo
at the Content Creator Set Champs instead of Vision, and I regretted it.
Let's see. I see a Sail the Azure at Sea.
Does Shin play Lorcana? No, but he has a this line is named after him. Loads of people go to me, what is the Shan Mary line you always talk about? It's because he was just watching me play Lorcana, like early days. Super goof. And he saw me go, like, he was like, your most aggressive line is Lilo on turn 1, and then 2 more Lilos on turn 2. And then 4, it became the Shinmiri line. And I just kind of call it, now everyone just kind of refers to any one drop, like turn 2 triple 1 drop as the Shinmiri line. A lot of people don't even know who most of them don't know who Shinmiri is. But
Hard to see.
Looks like I get that extra ink from Din as well. Does have as far as does have a couple songs to sing as well in turn 4.
Yes, Nest. So you like here the Magic Broom's questing, and the Diablo's questing the Merfolk. So the Diablo and Merfolk have one lore, which you can see here. But the Curse Merfolk has 2. So Diablo quested for 1, Magic Broom for 1, but Curse Merfolk for 2.
We'll see. I do think
So in this game, Curse Merfolk on turn 1 quested for 2, which put them to 2. And then the Broom and the Diablo quested for 1 more, which put them to 4. And then the Curse Merfolk to 6. Yeah, Shin's aware of this. I actually messaged him about it again this morning. I like this deck so far from Mo Shamblin. The Prince Philip and the Pegasus. Like, here's what I'm saying, bruv. How can it be an A tier deck when it gets cooked like this? It's so easy to cook it.
Another ramp spell from Din here. Sail the Azure at Sea. Another card off the top. He has to put 2 cards into his Inkwell this turn if he wants.
We do see the Maui Half Shark there, which would be an impactful card in this matchup. We also have, importantly, the Rush Maui, friend to all, which can answer one of the threats on the board. But again, ramping into that Be Prepared, I think, is where Din wants to be.
You mean the points? Ah, Nest. Yes, of course. Yes. So in Disney Lorcana, we have like the 2-game format. So you get 3 points per game win, right? You get 3 points per game win. However, if you go 2-0, you get a bonus point. So you get a total of 7. So in other words, if you go 0-2, you lose both games, you get 0 points. Makes sense. If you go 1-1, you get 3 points. But if you go 2-0, you get 7 points. So you get basically a bonus point if you get a 2-0 victory for a total of 7.
Prince Philip and play Baby Pegasus is going to go ahead and make its way into the Inkwell. There we go. We're going to go ahead and quest up for 1 here, go up to 7. Got to believe maybe that Magic Broom is going to get turned into a card here. Let's see. Draw from the Rabbit. Consult the hand. See, do we need to draw another card here? We're going to be going into the 6 ink turn. So maybe you can get another quest out of this Magic Broom.
Yeah, of course,
Let's
Nest.
take a look at the hand here. We do have Ursula Deceiver here. One of the things we mentioned is...
I like Mo Shamblin's deck a lot. I think Pegasus, 1-drop, seriously underestimated card. And Pegasus Shift, I like Mo's deck a lot. No sideboards.
Fun note.
60 card deck, that's it. But in Disney Lorcana, you're like in Magic, you have like land cards, right? But in Disney Lorcana, like a lot of your character cards can be used for mana. So while you don't have a sideboard, you still have like tech cards that are inkable, for example. You just ink in some matchups, and in other matchups they're really good.
You gotta believe that Ursula's probably
Yeah, I don't like sideboards. I think that's dead.
Yeah, so one of the things one of the things that when playing Emerald Amethyst that I like.
It's a great game. Really worth checking out. Very, very fun. The deck building is incredibly cool.
Once you get into the late game, oftentimes those
Simple mechanics, but enough complexity.
By the way, speaking of Deceiver, there it comes down, taking out that board wipe I was just
Bro,
talking
Mo
about.
Shamblin's deck is poggers. I like it a lot so far. There's nothing I dislike about it so far. It's early days, yeah.
The rage that Mo is right now. Phase 2 kicks in where you're looking to get some of your reach cards.
Let's go, Echo.
White Roses,
I do my
or
best.
Go Tamago in this meta to close things out. So getting up into this range while not being able to close it out is not terrible because you do have those cards.
What's the rule on the resource? Can you look at them anytime? You're actually, once you ink a card, you're not allowed to look at them again. When you ink, you have to reveal it, but once it's like face down, you're not allowed to look at it. And there's some cards which like put a card, like for example, there's a card called One Jump Ahead, which puts the top card of your deck into your Inkwell, and you're never allowed to look at it. It goes in straight face down.
To put away for another card.
I just don't understand how people can play Ruby Sapphire and just get cooked like this and still play it, man. I would hate it. I find the irony of these Ruby Sapphire players, right, that they would never go near hyper aggro because it lacks agency. But look at this. He's getting absolutely cooked and there's nothing he can do about it. How's that any different from playing hyper aggro? It's so funny how like that works, man. Like, no, I don't want to play hyper aggro. I want to play like the control deck where I have more decisions. It's like, okay. But you can get cooked still. I mean, obviously it's different. I get it, but I find it interesting.
Is that 2? Yeah, there we go. Got it updated.
Art's life could save the day for Dan, but he's got no cards in hand, mate.
Another card that's going to get you one closer. Not a terrible top deck.
That's so over.
Single digits every single
It was over before it began. Dingham Fam queued the B tier deck, unfortunately for him. Like Dingham Fam is playing the B tier deck into an A tier deck. That's the difference.
That's going to be the game.
Wow. Quick game 1 over to Mode. I can see why you were saying that as the purple deck here. You actually kind of like this matchup sometimes in the blue-red.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's free. It's easy.
Mo did get a great opening. He wants
deck is so average.
Matchup, go wide as early as possible. He's doing the 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, putting him in a position to
the Shin Miri line.
To get around those single removals that
Heck yeah.
Sapphire is going to play, and then force that board.
I love the Pegasus, man. That's so cool. I love Pegasus. I want to play Ruby Emerald with my Pegasus. I love Pegasus, man. I think it's such a good card.
On the draw, it's a little more challenging, though.
That match was grim. That was... It just shows you that Ruby Sapphire is a mid deck.
You pointed out that the Ursula play of just being patient with it, waiting till the exact right moment.
Let's relax, because that was Dingo in second. But still...
It gives them the most possible time to draw the card as well. Because, like, what if he just doesn't have it on turn 3, and then they draw it the turn before they're going to play it, then you can snag it from them.
Well, that's true. The other thing that it does, though, is Din is going...
I like Mo's deck a lot more. So, Din's representing Europe, but that Emerald Amethyst deck is cooking. It's my favorite deck I've seen so far today. I really like the look of it. Like, I'm very critical of a lot of decks, but when there's a deck I say I like the look of, you know it's good. I'm hard to please. I'm hard to please. I like it. It's quick. You have to be quick in this meta. Actually, every single card I've seen from Mo so far, I like the look of a lot.
A lot sooner. That one card can make a big difference. The card that you get for being on the draw.
I kind of agree, Kevin. I think hyper aggros are a lot harder to play than people realize. You have less decisions throughout the course of the game, but each decision has higher impact. I think hyper aggro is way more difficult to play than people realize. Because if like subtle mistakes that are not even obvious mistakes are having a huge impact, right? Pegasus Shift and Red Green is so strong. Oh, it's so good. And also you can play the 2-drop Pegasus. Oh. Yeah, man. Pegasus Shift is very, very good. I like it a lot. I really, really do. Also like Evasive Merfolk, Evasive Prince John.
We don't see that run quite as much anymore.
I really should play more Emerald Amethyst. So I haven't played Emerald Amethyst in a couple sets. But
that's true. That's true.
If I did, I'd play it like Mo Shamblin's playing it. I don't know if I would play Rabbit still, but you probably should. But I would try and avoid the Rabbit. I guess you don't have Doc, so yeah, Rabbit's fine. You don't have Doc. You can play Genie and Doc. Why is there no online Lorcana? There will be. There was a job posting this week for it. There was a job posting. They're looking for it. If you think about it, it doesn't really make sense for a physical card game to have a digital client that comes out immediately. It actually makes a lot more sense to have the ecosystems in place of people going to locals, buying the physical cards, competing with the physical cards, where it becomes established as a physical card game that you then get an online client of. If you do it the other way around, you might not get the ecosystems in place that you're looking for the physical game, right? People would just play the digital and stay at home. So it actually makes a lot of sense to do it. Like release the digital client a short time after the physical game's out, probably like a couple years. And it seems like that's what's happening because there was a job posting for a lot of like Lorcana.
Yeah, fantastic start. We have the popsicle set up for Hiram there. We have that shark sitting waiting to come in on turn 6.
I love this Pegasus card, man. It's one of the best 1-drops around. Probably the best 1-drop outside of Amethyst, I would say.
Not the 1-drop that Moan wanted, but it is one of the 1-drops in the deck, so that's a good start.
No, okay, yeah, it's not Custom Motherfucker, that's fair.
2 more 1-drops again this turn as you going to go with a 2-drop.
Jim.
Multiple 1-drops here now. Merfolk into a turn box.
Did you just draw the curse,
We get top
Merfolk?
deck the Merfolk there, which is a great card to draw in this position. We know we're dropping 2/1 drops. We get that high lore character on.
Why even do digital at all? Because the digital game will bring, like, when Lorcana releases a digital game, it's going to be the biggest card game in the world. Yeah, you heard me. Digital is going to be bringing so many players. Think about it, Silex. You've not played Lorcana. If Disney Lorcana has a digital client that's free to play and available on mobile, are you telling me you're not going to play it? Exactly. There you just answered. I just answered your question. Because if you do a digital client, you get more people playing the physical game. You would play it? Well, there you go. And so would all your favorite streamers. And your favorite streamers' favorite streamers. You do digital events for real prizes? True. That's so true. Like, if you look at Gwent, like money or tournaments, right? The amount of prize money they gave away. Disney can just print cardboard. Just print cardboard, mate. It's so OP. Like, yeah. We'll just print this cardboard card and then give it to the player. It costs us 10p and they'll sell it for 10k. That's so broken. It'll take a lot to ever. No, mate, it's not going to be close. Trust me. It'll be third, and then it'll overtake them eventually. I think. Pokemon and Magic are a different beast, but Yu-Gi-Oh is on the decline. One Piece is still ahead of Lorcana at the moment, but Pixar and digital client, like, genuinely, it'll be the biggest game in the world, biggest card game in the world when the digital client comes out. Genuinely believe it. I've always said it. That's a big reason of why I got into Lorcana content as well. Because of a huge belief in the game, long term.
Is brutal and can make all the difference in these games.
Absolutely. So a little bit.
Yeah, even to the right, we've got a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Dinkang fam comes from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Of that curse Merfolk, leaving some ink unused this turn, but back over to Mo. Picked up an Olaf.
Okay, I changed my mind. I changed my mind about Mo's deck. I had so much respect, and then I see the Olaf.
2 lore out of the total here. It's going to be 7-0, but as we said, this is just the way this game plays out. He's going to get out to a big lead, and it's on Din to stem the bleeding. Oh, a beef repair picked up for Din here.
All right, I'm fully on Dinkang fam's team now. I'm the president of the Olaf anti-Olaf society. So, if any of you are watching Earl's stream tomorrow, you guys have got to tell him I was just talking about how much I love Mo Shamblin's deck until he inked the Olaf. Changed my tune.
Maui Half Shark is such a frustrating card to see on the opposite side of the board, 'cause not only does it give your opponent's lore,
Anyone costs a lot.
but it really makes you think
Pegasus,
twice about
Smurfo,
questing.
Room.
Mo is
We haven't seen
somebody who wants
Diablo
to
yet.
push lore a little bit higher every single game. You don't want to build a wide board because then you're playing into the board wipes, but having that Maui Half Shark
One
there
drops
is
are very
so
OP
threatening.
though. They're like,
Keeping your
the
opponent back in
one
action
drops are the best
is,
cards in the game.
It feels terrible.
Kinda.
Yeah, I can never feel it. So it looks like we're
The thing is with one drops is the more one drops you play, the better the other ones become.
into our deck. I wonder if Mo is.
And we don't even have Pixar yet.
A very, very
Pixar comes out next year. Think about that. Pixar comes out. Online client comes out. It's so over for the competition.
Yeah, and so Mo thinking about here, he's looking at the actions down there. Is like, how much do I?
Also, we already had, like, with Moana 2, you got like a promo card watching the film. That's just a sign of things to come, mate. Imagine the new Toy Story 4 comes out and you get a flipping Buzz Lightyear promo card. Just like jazzed up a bit more than the current promos. Like, come on, it's over. Where you get a pack. You go to the cinema to watch Toy Story 4 and you get a Pixar pack. Come on now.
We saw a popsicle start here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad play here to try to draw out that
Magic have them. Yeah, but okay, but who plays Magic? Old people. Old people.
So perhaps, you know, saying,
Who
hey,
plays?
you have the board wipe,
Who?
love it,
Like, what young people are playing Magic? Magic is a dying game. It's peaked. Maybe it has. Magic is huge.
That's not terrible.
No one I ever went to school with played Magic. That's the thing. No one plays Magic. No, I don't know. I never knew Magic growing up personally. Pokemon's still kicking. Young people play Pokemon. Young people don't play Magic, mate. And that means if you've got an aging player base,
So Popsicle into the discard file.
Lorcana. Who's got money, bro? Adults don't have money. They got bills to pay. It's the kids. The kids is where the money's at. I think Magic's also big in the EU, but maybe not so much in the UK. I don't know.
From Mo here.
Yeah, it's a
No, technically, no. One Piece is still ahead. In terms of TCG player sales, One Piece sold more than Lorcana last year. One Piece is really big. One Piece is also huge in Asia, right? Like huge. B-Prep or Brawl the options? Sorry, B-Prep or Pirates Life? Hey Emma, how you doing? What did I say? Uh-oh, am I in trouble? Hey Monty, what's up?
And the board wipe is not terrible.
You're actually kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're like, please play the Be Prepared. I think it's better for me than it is for you. These Mauis are representing so much lore gain. If you play one Pirate's Life, which they can sing.
I played One Piece for the first time last year and last week, and I wasn't that impressed.
Now, it's a card we can.
Oh, it's because I said Magic's for old people. Sorry.
That board wipe is something you're not unhappy to see. So, 2 more characters on the board. Here we're going wide.
Yeah, Sir Hiss and Diablo added for Mo here, almost daring.
Oh no, I've put my foot in it, guys.
This turn. And here's the thing, he did add 2 more characters to the board.
Try Flesh and Blood. One time, a long time ago. I want to play it. I'm planning on. I'm probably going to compete in a Flesh and Blood event this year. I don't know if I will. I'm gonna basically compete in some card game events, the TCGs, and document my progress. So I'm gonna do 10 days. I've decided 10 is a good number. 10 days to learn Pokemon and compete at a major event. That's my plan. And Flesh and Blood's on my radar because they have a big event in London. I just don't know if the views will be that good for Flesh and Blood. And 10 days, I would go ham. All 10 days. So, I don't know. I'm interested in it though. I've tried Altered. I don't really like Altered. There's a lot of things I don't like about Altered.
Also, this way, taking the Pirates.
I haven't played it that much. Quit MTG for Lorcana.
It puts Din in a spot where hey, you might not be able to use your ink next turn.
And that's true. You know that Be Prepared.
That's big,
is kind of a
Hayden.
brick in your hand. You can't ink it.
A super
unless you
goof
want to play
added
it.
here for Din.
Ding Kang fam.
One of my local players is absolutely in love with this card, by the way. Plays it in every deck that he possibly can.
Respect.
I love this card. And I love this enchanted card too. I think this might be Sam Nielsen's only credited card. At the very least, he's one of a few. A brilliant concept artist who does most of the concept work.
I'm not saying that it's better, but this is one of the few cards where I prefer the original art to the enchanted art. I love the original arts on this card. Like him flying around in what look like pajamas and stuff. I just absolutely adore this. This is the Goofy I remember as a child.
This board state is so fascinating. Fun. Din slowly pushing the lore higher. Every
There's the
action he
Diablo.
draws
So Hiss.
will get him 2 lore. Mo doesn't
Bro,
want
Mo
to present
Shamblin is
anything
cooking.
that'll allow him to pull back actions. 2 exerted characters represent 2 actions pulled back. I think the
How is
game
Ding
plan
Kang
is to
fam
just build up
got the
your
second
board
best
to
name
represent
in this
individually lethal,
tournament?
numbers
That's like one thing I
and
didn't expect to happen.
um,
Ding Kang fam has the
and
second
draw
best
forward,
name
close out the game, and then
in the
force
match.
that board wipe
That's
and
crazy.
then rebuild.
Ding Kang fam's got like the best name ever, but somehow it's worse than Mo Shamblin.
Put the super goof back into Din's hand. Now he's gonna do some.
When I played Altered, I just didn't find the gameplay that compelling or deep. I found it like fun the first couple times I played it, but I just really struggled to see the depth
The stock hasn't matured
personally.
fully yet, so we
And I
don't have Din
hate,
just yet.
absolutely hate the concept
this
of
is so good.
unique
So that's
cards.
7
That
more
is
on the board.
so
We know
cringe.
we have goats, we know we have bounces, we know we have white rose, we know we have go-go tamagos. So there's ways that Mo can close it out. with
Can he
cards
top
that are
deck
on
B
the
prep, or
board
is
without
he could
questioning.
top deck B prep still?
At some point,
I mean, Mo is just daring him, right? Like
Yeah.
he's just daring him to be prepared.
yep.
He's like, look, you're gonna have to be prepared at some point.
Star Wars I'm very interested in. Star Wars I want to try and play very soon. I think Star Wars is actually
We do have a
my
brawl
highest
kind of
priority.
works
I want to try and play Star Wars very, very
Mo can
soon.
still draw a few extra cards with this. I kinda like
I
doing
make a
it
video
personally as well,
trying it
so
out.
you don't
So
want
I
to
played
get
Sorcery as well.
out
Sorcery is a fun
of
game.
your hand, so
It's a
good
really cool
card
game.
by
I
Din there.
really enjoy playing Sorcery.
He's like, look, I mean,
I played it in Essen,
this is
and it was my favorite thing I did at Essen.
more lore
And I played it
than
again
Starries
last
into
week. I
7.
filmed a video. I filmed One Piece
That's
too.
true. One thing
One Piece
I
to me
wanna
just
point
feels a
out
bit
why
like
it's fun
Hearthstone,
here,
and that is not a
each
compliment.
Sir Hiss represents
I don't
one
know.
lore on the board.
It's early days for
With
me.
the Go-Go
One Piece.
Tamago, if the Sir Hiss challenges in
But I wasn't that impressed.
the Maui, putting 4 damage
Sorcery is a
on it,
very
that's
weird
4
game,
lore
but
swing
weird
with
is good.
Go-Go.
I like weird.
Without leaving something that can be challenged back as well. That's a really tight play.
Right, so that's a line that's available. A Go-Go is such a powerful card in this deck. I think it was in Game 3.
Gundam TCG, I'm interested. I'm very interested in League of Legends TCG. That's the one that's really got my attention.
And then 4 again. So
Kind of like a hybrid board game, yeah, kind of. Why is Mo is doing the whole like shaking his card? Dinkham fam's got a stiff neck, mate. You want to get that scene too, bruv.
Getting 8 in one turn of a Go-Go is kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen it get more than like 2.
It might have taken.
Yeah, but I think they've already.
You might be right. This might be the play. Sir Hiss just attacked into this Maui. There it is.
Oh.
The Go-Go Tamago is going to get 4 more lore added from more Chamberlain here. That's up to 14.
Oh.
I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He is threatening 20 next turn.
Yes.
Go.
Call.
Tamago. No, but the League of Legends BCG I've heard is really, really fun to play. The cards do look kind of whack, but I think that it's getting changed. Star Wars Unlimited I actually want to try because they have an esports scene. I'm interested in seeing if I can get in casting Star Wars. I would be quite down to cast a second card game, and Star Wars is like a newer one, so it makes sense. Universes? I don't know. Probably not. Never heard of it. I know have, but it rings a bell. It's just what's great about TCG Space? TCG Space is like the opposite of digital card games. Digital card games at the moment, not enough card games, and there's too much content. Physical card games is the opposite. There's too many games and not enough content. So it's a really nice spot to be in.
But I don't think you can do that without playing the Be
Pavel's working on a Pixel 1 sim of League of Legends TCG as well. So once that's public, I'm going to be streaming that and checking it out for sure.
The Emerald Amethyst player wins this game. Yeah, that's a really good call. I think you have the challenge with the Maui Half Shark that has no damage on it. So
Guys, we're probably getting new set details after round 7. I would guess. I would pray. I would hope. I'd be surprised if we don't.
Very deliberately, very quickly taking his time here, and you can't blame him.
League TCG will have crazy sports events, yeah. They also have like a big onus on multiplayer on the League TCG, which I think for content is really fascinating. You can have like 2v2 tournaments. That's so cool. New card games, Solitaire? Nope.
One back because this deck can close things really quickly.
He can't win here, can he? So if he sings Pirate's Life, that's 8.
I think Digimon came out just before the pandemic, right? I think the timing on Digimon was a bit unfortunate.
Does he have another action? Wait, so if you sing Pirate's Life, well, you can't get the second one and sing that one as well. I apologize, because then you could play Be Prepared and win here, but you can't do that because you have to challenge one of them to get the second Pirate's Life. Okay. I got ahead of myself there a little. I apologize.
I'm mathing as well. Yeah. Certainly you can get close. And of course, I forget what it is in its hand. I'm not going to lie, but super.
I want to try Star Wars. I want to try Star Wars with my wife before it's set. Yeah.
So you can get pretty close.
Yeah,
I
that.
think he's actually super close of just winning the game this turn, but he's going to be a little bit short, I think. And that's what's giving him pause, I believe.
What a game state.
All right, so many different lines that you could take here.
This Go-Go was absolutely popping off, mate.
Challenging. He's going to challenge on the
Draw.
outlaw. You can draw an extra card, Mo. He's going to get back a Pirate's Life. A card that it's not embarrassing to play over and over again as this
Not
game
the
goes on.
best.
So he's going to go ahead and sing this one. That's going to gain him 4, lose 2 for Mo. So Mo's going down to 17, up to 14 is Din. All right, he's going to quest a 15 here. Here comes the B prep, I believe. Yeah, Be prepared. It's going to gain 2 more lore and equal 17 for both of the players. Another card for Mo here as well, though, as the rabbit goes.
Fair play to Dinham fam. Pretty impressive. Wow. I mean, Mo hits the Merfolk on 1, and it was his game, innit?
18 here to make sure the Pirate's Life was good enough to win. Oh, is that
I really like Altered thing as a feature. The innovation of QR code and on-demand seems nice. Yeah, it's interesting. I hate the unique part. I absolutely despise it as a concept.
We're gonna take a look at the hand.
Don't get me wrong. Like, if you like it, do you think that is sick?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, Ursula, stop that. That is cold. That is cold, bro. Oh my God.
Din hasn't picked his cards up just yet.
There are plenty of outs.
Sail the Azure at Sea. Okay.
Visions of the future. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna dig. We're gonna find. We're gonna play our outs. There's brawls. There's plenty of things which can remove one of those characters.
Big Sisu, but I don't think we have enough ink. Your Hiram.
Bro, Din just got cooked by the Ursula. That was cold.
Yeah, I think we need something to interact with the board.
Low shambling.
A miss for Din.
Oh, man.
Yeah, card added to hand for Din here. Didn't seem excited about it.
Let's see. I mean, I think we got a Hiram maybe. We're going to dig a little bit more. We're going to eat that popsicle, draw 2 cards.
Oh man, mate, there's no ink left.
He drew a B prep. That's not good enough. Play the Tebow.
Whoa.
Oh man.
That was a cold win. We need to see the faces, man. Show me the face of the reaction.
Match from these two. We've seen some incredible Lorcana back and forth today, and that was really impressive. A deck that, look, I'm going to be completely honest.
I wanted to see his face when he won.
That I usually have a lower opinion on than most people. I'll say, you know that I say this a lot. Like, whenever I play the deck, it always feels underpowered to me. I don't win with it very much, so that's probably a user error with the deck as long. He looked really good in this match.
This deck is built to be fast. This deck is built with a lot more 1-drops than the average Amethyst Emerald deck, and it's made to go wide early, and it's actually teched very specifically for this matchup.
I wanted to see Mo's deck list until I saw there was an Olaf in there, and then I lost all respect.
Including the Hisser Hiss in to get that 4
I'm kidding, of
go-go
course.
that made all the difference. Top decking Deceiver at the right time to play that was huge. But then, as you pointed out, Din was 1 or 2 actions away from winning the game with the 2 Mauis on the board and those Pirates' lives. There were very close, numerous lines that he could have had to win that game in that position. So, what a fantastic game. 2 amazing players.
Well said,
that
Paul.
Was some incredible Arcana.
Yeah, one of my favorite matches of the day.
Mo Shamblin, what a name. That can't be his real name, can it? That's got to be a stage name. The guys commentating to the left is a Lorcana content creator on the Illumiteers. He does quite a lot of like Lorcana videos based on like the art and has a podcast. Hannon Grace on the right has a background in other card games. I'm not sure exactly which. And then the other two, you've got Brendan and Brandon. Brendan and Brandon hopefully get to cast Brennan next game. That's what we're looking for. Shall I knock and ask Disney Lorcana to let me in? Ask to join the stream at any time. Maybe that'll work. Tannen has had huge success in Magic. Right, yeah, that's right. Magic the Gathering. Tannen was he a player in Magic? Yeah, of course. Thanks, known. Yeah, budget-wise, that's just very expensive. Ooh, I got sent a Ruby Emerald deck. Spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. This looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. That looks pretty good, mate. I do want to play some Ruby Emerald, man. Ruby Emerald. Should I pull up this deck on stream? Emma, can I pull this deck up on stream? Or is it a secret? Is it a secret? Can you hear me, Emma? She says I can. All right, poggers. Look at this Robin Hood deck from my friend Emma. This is my apology to her because I may have accidentally called her old. I just said Magic players are old, to be fair. You're not missing anything, don't panic. Yeah, my list is very similar that I put together. Very similar. Very, very similar. I really like Honey Lemon, mate. I really like Honey Lemon. How many songs? Can you play Muses? Probs not. So, I think I have a list which is going to be similar. Christmas. Excuse me. I really like the Pegasus one. I probably would put Merfolk in as well. Ooh. There's actually decent one drops now.
We've got a game 2 that's in progress. We're going to go right in live to these players and see how they're going to finish up this round 5. So let's head on down to the feature match area.
But yeah, very similar.
We're going to be having a mirror match, but these decks are quite different from each other.
Right. You remember how at the beginning of the
What's interesting about Half Shark as well is like a random Dragonfire is quite interesting. Because you can pull it back with the Half Shark. I really do like the Pegasus in these decks, like the Pegasus 2 and the Pegasus 1. Moana I think is decent, but yeah, probably Cast Merfolk is just the way still.
lore totals, it's exactly what you'd expect in this matchup where David has managed to race ahead to 9 lore with this aggressive variant, and then Sean's over there lagging a little bit behind, but it looks like the
I did not actually, for the record, I did not actually call you old. I just said Magic is for old people. Which it is. What kid is going to the shop and going, Mommy, I want to buy Magic? That's just not happening. That was my point, alright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm in trouble, guys. I messed up.
Right. So back over to the traditional Steel Song build.
I've made mistakes.
Singer, we have Gaston, Baritone, Bully. These are traditional Steel Song cards. We have a whole new world in hand. One card we have there is Ariel's Sonic Warrior, is a fun card I see in Sean's hand. Not a card we see in all Steel Song decks, but sprinkled in here for a bit of control. And I want to point out another fun card on the other side in David's deck. These aggressive decks, there's some cards which filter.
All right, guys.
One card I haven't seen.
Let's have a vote. Press 1 if you want a surprise guest joining the stream. Press 2 if I should just stay and do it on my own.
Which will bring a 2-cost card from your discard pile back into play upon play.
Yeah, really good call with some of these docks that have been floating around, some of the other valuable 2-drops that have been in these decks. It's a real.
Should I tell you who the guest is? Because it's probably going to change your mind.
Before, and it looked really powerful late in the game, so we are getting a little.
Freddy, not Freddy.
Storm Rage on, deal 2 damage over here on this Daisy Duck. Doesn't want to use a whole new world just yet. Gonna get a little more value out of the hand. Sean is here. Looks like a Daisy Duck of their own. They're gonna go ahead and put that aerial that has been shifted into play and take this out back over to David with no board
Right.
presence.
Any guesses who it is? Is it Mr. Shinmiri himself?
Yeah, so we have
I
Monster
wish.
here, I think, in there, and then a whole new world. One of the things I'll talk about the whole new world for a
wish.
second, because one of the things that these Steel Songs decks thrive off of is building a big board state of singers and then using whole new world to refund their hand, and then using those singers to play multiple cards in a
Moyen?
turn.
No.
And
It's funny because
eliminating
Moyen and
the
Paya, I
character
say
from
the same
players.
person, but
One of
one's
the
German,
dangers,
one's
though, in
Polish.
this matchup is
You guys still hear
you're
it?
playing a deck with a lot of very low to the ground, high lore
Your mum?
characters who have
No.
2-drop
Oh my
speed,
god, I
who
can hear
have
myself
1-drop
now.
Daisy Ducks. And sometimes the last thing you want to do, especially when
Trippy.
David's sitting at 6 ink, is to refill his hand with 6 cards that are potentially 1 and 2 drops. It can go wide very quickly, so a whole new world is a risky card to play.
Yo.
Yo, what's up, big man? You good?
Really good target as well.
In chat here,
with
yeah.
the mother of Dalmatians.
Hold on, let me mute myself
And
on the
Calhoun is,
stream.
also a potentially impactful
Right, mate. Would you
card
like to
in this
introduce
game.
yourself to the
Calhoun,
people?
of course, gives you 2 levels of challenge, and when you're 9
Hello
levels
guys,
away
I
from
am
the game,
Reese
that 2
Benlair,
levels, can be
first
incredibly
seed,
impactful. So
EU
Sean wants to
Continentals,
get maximum
Jeez.
value
playing
from
Flint,
singers by
playing
staying
Flint
so
Sisu,
vulnerable to challenges,
Yep.
making them
In
vulnerable
Ruby
to
Sapphire.
in Ruby Sapphire, and lost in stream in top 16.
And you're also well known for losing to Frank Carsten in the finals of Paris.
Oh yeah, also that.
What
One
have
day
you
I
got
might get my One day I might get my revenge.
One day. You think have these decks on screen?
I am very upset with myself for saying that. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, Ding lost, man. I was so sad.
Yeah, you got cooked, mate.
Raging Fire put 3 damage over on Perdita, then
But that's because Ruby Sapphire is a pretty mediocre deck. So it's definite B tier deck.
No, it's not, man. It's really good.
To be fair, he almost pulled it off.
There's Ollie. How you doing, Ollie with the B?
Making use of that aerial that again we don't see in many of these.
So Reese, when are you gonna start making Lorcana content?
Soon.
Where should people follow you? Your
On
Lorcana
Twitter.
content. Right, we'll get a link. What's your Twitter? You need to get branded, mate. You need to have the same name everywhere.
Sean in a really good spot to even.
True.
Really getting maximum value out of the Sonic Warrior.
I don't even know what your Twitter is. Is it Kyoshi? Is it Reese? Is it El
It's
Kyoko?
No. Yeah, it's El Kyoko the Great.
Brother, you need to be called the same thing everywhere.
I'm seeing the writing
Because
on the wall
people,
here. I don't know if he's gonna get
bro, it was just like a meme before.
Guys, go follow Reese and bully him to make some Lorcana content. But Reese, you playing set champs next week?
Yep.
You're gonna get cooked by Emerald Sapphire on stream.
I don't even know if you can use the room, you know.
Yeah, maybe not. It's probably a good point.
The small shop's being refurbished.
Yeah.
So the manga room is just they have all their stock there.
Yeah. True. I hadn't thought that.
Do you see my spice I played today?
What'd you play?
I played red blue with Granatala Shift. Actually, kind of spicy, you know.
Yeah.
It's basically.
Hey, King, what's up?
It's basically another Maui shark. If you think about it.
That aerial is
Because all your cards. So if I play Sell as right, and I ink 2, gain 2 lore plus the lore for Maui shark.
Why'd you gain 2 lore plus shark?
Because you ink twice with. You ink twice, and every time you ink with. Yeah. So how far I go gives me 2 lore.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting, and it sings B-prep for you, so you clear the field for Murder Manor.
That's
true.
Spicy. It's a bit of a spot for David. Just so much removal available for Sean here.
King said any spicy decks. Probably my favorite deck of the day was this Emerald Amethyst deck we just saw. They played Pegasus 1-drop, Prince Philip with Ward. I really liked every card I saw, and then they played Olaf, and I changed my mind. What do you think about Olaf? Reese?
What Olaf?
The 1/3. One-drop.
Very good. It's because most cards have a 2 attack.
2 strength.
Yeah, 2 strength.
But Sean is up to this challenge. I think a lot of this board is not going to be left over. He might not.
But I mean, when you can play Amethyst 1-drops, I don't know about that, mate. I've decided I'm the president of the Olaf hater club.
I keep talking about her because it's so good. It's just really good in this matchup and in this particular situation. It allows you to get so much value out of your songs.
Some wide boards going on.
To play your songs, leaving all of that ink available for Ariel.
I mean, this one just the decks do.
Right, so we're gonna start
You think Ariel's just going to cook from here, isn't she?
That's gonna take out
Yeah.
The Ariel Sonic Singer is going to activate. That's going to take care of the
The Ariel Sonic Singer, I believe, was actually originally a set 1 card, but it got pushed back because it was a bit bad in the meta game for set 1. A bit too OP. I believe Ariel Sonic Warrior is the first ever Disney Lorcana card designed. Pretty sure that got said. I think it got said on
Jamal must be happy. Jamal must be happy right now.
He likes it, yeah. I believe Steve Warner said that on like the D23 panel. It was the first ever design card.
Generally, I got it right that time. By the way, I don't know if you noticed.
I'm kind of shocked. It's still song versus still song on stream.
Yeah, but there's 2 games per round.
Oh yeah.
This is like the bonus.
I'm sure.
Did you see the meta share?
We'll get that going for us.
Yeah.
With me around, it would get very high too.
My purple one drops
Amethyst.
are now followers, Broom, and 2-3 Diablos for Ruby Amethyst, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's exactly what I would play. Probably 3 I would try and play.
And we're going to pass back over to David. He played 5 characters last turn. He's got 1 left.
I would really want to try and play
This
12.
is a great, very impactful card in this particular matchup. A turn too late. Had you gotten that off the whole new world,
Yeah, this arrow's been a difference maker,
then,
but
man,
it looks like Sean was
You
going
invite him to the
first
party,
in
he
this
thought
one.
just a little bit too late. He likes to make an entrance, but we needed a better one this turn. In this game for David. If Pete were one of the characters last turn,
What do you think is the
he might
best
have
deck in the
a really
game?
good shot at winning this game.
that's true. Pete, an
Me.
impactful card in any time you're playing Steel Sonic.
Probably
That
Red
deck,
Blue.
Runs about 18,
No chance.
about an 18 average songs. Frank Carson has said
Red Blue's the
Charisma
most
is about
overrated deck in the
65,
game, so
is
yeah,
18
there you go.
songs. So
Nah.
Games referee shutting down a third of your opponent's deck for a turn is particularly impactful.
People are just bad at building decks, mate, so Red Blue just cooks all the bad deck builders.
Yeah, that's why I like playing it.
Carson and say about a number, you should probably try to be precise.
Very specific.
Yeah.
Listen, 18 exactly.
That man loves his math.
On the nose. So here you have Pete, games referee, coming down again. A turn kind
The
of.
thing is,
late,
most of
but
the time
right
in
again,
this
forcing Sean to have, some
this
answers.
mirror
But we are sitting at
is
11
whoever
more.
goes first
I will
wins.
say there are outs in this
Yeah.
deck.
Like you need to draw the worst hand possible not to win going first.
Because Doc is a card that allows you to discard your hand, draw 2 cards. You can string that together.
Do you think there's any kind of
Sometimes go
cards
very
that they
wide
could
out of
print which
nowhere.
would help going
So there
second?
are outs here.
What kind of card
Sean
design would
is
you
only
need?
sitting at 7 lore, but you're going to have to get lucky to hit
The
every
thing is,
It does look like a dock gets added here along with
Red
the Cinderella,
Purple is
along
not
with
even
that
in the
Pete.
top 3 purple decks, mate.
But the Storm Rage on the last card left over in Sean's hand.
Probably like the
David's
4th
hand
best
has to go
purple
back
deck, I
over to
think.
Sean. Let's see
the
The
thing
best
is,
is,
how
the
bad
best
this
is
turn is gonna be for
purple
David, because
steel,
don't
the
forget,
second
there's
best
a
is
Pete activation
purple
for him here.
green,
He might have a
then
chance
it's
from
blue
this.
purple, and then it's red
All right,
purple.
Smee added from Sean.
What about
Cards in his hand. They've been
No,
locked
no,
in.
no.
Two Zeus,
Yeah.
along came Zeus are no longer allowed to be
By
played
the
on
way,
this
yeah.
board, so
Mhm.
not only would they not be able to take care of Space characters,
Yellow still has really good
Aerial Sonic Singer is actually gonna be activated
combat
this turn,
tools,
and that is a
but in the mirror,
big win for
it's
David
impossible.
this turn.
What's that, sorry?
Sonic Warrior, I'm sorry.
And Yellow still have really good comeback tools.
Mhm.
Move
They have like Prince and Mean and stuff, which
that damage away
gets them
from
back
the
into the
Sonic
game.
Warrior,
But
drawing a
right
card
now,
for Sean here. Gonna allow him to play a queen.
in the mirror, they don't.
Yeah, the aerial's just putting in too much work as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess Pete.
But in Red Purple have like Maui and stuff, so.
We have 11 lore on the board on Sean's side. That is significant.
From what I gather, I need to get better at building decks.
From the days
No, it's
of
just
yore,
me being a
David
bit rude.
putting
It's just
the
like
song to the bottom of his
there's
deck
so many
was
decks which, with a few cards difference,
not
like you can just
been
beat
bad here.
Ruby Sapphire. But people just don't like playing like
Four lore
one drop
gonna be added to
Maleficence and
Sean
Amethyst
here. It's
Steel
gonna
for some
even the
reason. I
game
just
up
don't
at
get it.
11, I believe, between the two players, but David's gonna get to actually
Nah,
You can
to-
fire the cannons, that's why.
Yeah, to be fair, I would actually put
play
red
here.
purple
Been
above blue
a beat
purple.
off the
That
top.
was me memeing a bit. I would definitely put it as the 3rd best though.
Hi, Mr.
I would always
doing
play
math
emerald
on the outside
emerald
here.
purple or steel
But
purple
Sean, you know,
over
within
Ruby.
Robin Hood? It is Robin Hood, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna, Sean, within a turn of closing this out here, just not enough.
Did you?
David
Do you think we
control
see
role
deck
with
building
Sean
evolving to
running
going
the
first and
game,
going second
and
options?
That's gonna do it.
Well, that's the thing. There's no cards in the
this is a really
game.
fun matchup to
Like,
watch.
what
It
card
was the
design could you
two
even have
versions of Steel Song we see at this tournament
that
going
you
at
would
it. We
rather
saw a
play a
lot of
deck
the
going
things we
second? That's the
predicted. A whole
problem.
new world
The
going
only
into
card
the
in the
white
game
board,
right now
but
that's
the really
specifically
impactful
better
card
going
in that
second by a
matchup
mile
was
is Hey
Aerial
Hey
Sonic
Green Hey
Warrior,
Hey.
who I'd have to call Frank Carson to figure out the amount of damage that she
I mean,
did.
Red Blue doesn't mind going.
I think it must have been
If Red Blue plays against non-aggro,
but doing absolute work in that matchup.
then
Built for
it's
matchups
okay
like
going
this,
second as
and,
well, because the extra
great
card
take
always
call,
helps.
by
Sure.
Sean here.
But if it's versus an aggro, no
One
chance.
turn off of having Pete
Yeah.
correctly would have given David a better shot in that game. And you know, I've played a lot of the mirror when it comes to this deck, and generally it's not.
The other cards which are better going second technically is like
Usually
like the Jafar that has extra strength. No, that's yeah. When you it's extra one extra strength for every card you have in hand.
Honestly, me too. And in the biggest stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Big stakes.
Yeah,
Like I
we'll
said,
call
I
the.
think that's going to do it for round 5 here, but we're going to have the other guys come in. They're going to be doing round 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
There's a good chance after round 6 we might get some set 7 cards or something. Right, did you see my cook deck? I'm trying to cook my deck up on stream. Need your help.
No. Put it on stream so I can see it.
Hmm?
Put it on stream so I can see it.
I think it got deleted.
Oh my god.
That's it, I got it. Alright. We're at 63 cards right now.
Did you see Ad's version of Blue Green?
Nope. I'd like to see it. I'm interested.
Oh, I'll send it to
So. Oh, 4 bells, mate. What a legend. So if I was to like actually turn it into 60, what would I do? I'd cut a 1 jump.
Well, I think this is like the first iteration of it.
Maybe I don't think I want to cut an ice block. Maybe I'd only play 2 of those, but I think that's kind of trolling. I don't know, man. It's so hard to.
Alright, here we go. Look at the link I sent you.
Yeah, 1 minute. I have to finish my brew first, and then I can.
I would cut the bells of Bell.
No, this is Fishbone Bell.
Yeah.
She's not cuttable. It's either this or it's Fishbone Quill, and she's just better in this deck because you can sing with her.
What are you thinking?
You're welcome, and how far I'll go.
But you do that with muses.
Yeah, if you play muses, but if you want to go turbo ramp, you dump Bell, like a Fishbone, right? I think it's just better. Basically, if you cut Bell, you play Fishbone, and I decided I'd rather play Bell.
Do you pay for a sell?
Yeah.
You pay for 1 jump?
I was on 3 now.
You're not playing Turbo 1 drop?
Yeah, I am. I wasn't, but I am now.
Oh, yeah.
That was my mistake for the weekend's deck. I dropped her, but you need her.
I wouldn't play 4 of her though.
Yeah, maybe, but the more I think about it, the more I actually think she's mega important for the. I think you're supposed to play 4. I kind of decided that she's mega important. She basically turns your Clarabelle into a rush, and she basically thins your deck, right? Like if you shift Clarabelle, she thins.
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to play 4. I think she's really crucial. I can see a world you play 3 crabs, but that's kind of cringe, isn't it? It's like 3 bells.
Why are you playing Tamatoa? I don't get.
Yeah, I don't really want to play Tamatoa, but I feel like you need some top end, right? Like it gives you card draw with the Flavisham. You need ice blocks with the Flavisham. I would quite like to not play Tamatoa, but kind of need card draw, right? You have the card draw of Clarabelle initially, but that's going to stop once you use Bend to My Will. I kind of want 3 of these as well, but I'm only on 2 at the moment.
I see 4 in the deck, mate.
You think 4 Bend to My Will?
No, 4 Clarabelles.
Yeah, you're playing 4 Clarabelles, but like she's not going to draw you that cards for that long, is it?
Tell me a little bit
I got
about
an
what you were
interview in a sec.
thinking there when that Be Prepared came down.
You're telling me. To be honest with you, I was more scared of the Sharks than anything because
Have you seen this guy's name?
Just be able to combo me out of the game if they stayed on the board.
He's
so
called
I just had to
Mo
find a way to force the prep. And
Shamblin.
luckily, I had some help from my friend Gogo.
That's a good name.
Yes. Yeah, Gogo came down, you quested, and you were sitting at 19. And then that Pirate's Life of those Sharks are a menace for sure. But you pulled it out here. Now, Emerald Amethyst is a deck that you have played before. It took you to top 8 in Vegas. But you strayed a little bit from Emerald Amethyst, you were telling me.
It was hard to play it in the green steel meta. So for Seattle, I played green steel with Clarabelle over Prince John. So I was like, it's honest green steel. I'm not discarding anyone.
Yes.
But yeah, it didn't quite get me there, but that's okay.
But then your heart came back to Emerald Amethyst. And how do you feel that's been working for you today?
Have you read the card Gogo Tamago?
Yes.
I saw that and I'm like, this is the best card in the game. I might be
Oh
a little
shit! Someone
overhyped,
said.
but I'm like,
language.
I just
Please apologize.
reignited the fire.
Sorry.
That's all I've been playing all set. I'll practice other decks so I know how they function.
Oh,
but that's
some guy
all
actually
I've been
asked me why I'm bringing the set
Doing
champs.
really well
Yeah,
for
they
you
did.
today. 27
I don't know why I'm playing for set
It was
champs.
Keen.
To be honest.
And I know that you're also a huge Disney fan, and you were here with your family in the parks. And
Keen's the Irish guy that's always playing Ruby Amethyst.
Share about that.
So
in the top,
my baby
top
girl,
tables.
Phaedra, she turned 2 on
Have I
Thursday
met
this
him?
week.
Yeah.
And
I'm
she's
sure
been
you
a
have.
big Mickey fan.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Oddly
have.
enough,
He's always on the
her
top
aunt
tables
got
playing
her
with
into it when
Amethyst.
we were at DLC Vegas.
Wait,
because she's a
bro,
great Mickey
it's
fan.
so
I had
hard.
to get
I
her
need to
Mickey
see
for
the
her, so I'm like, you're
faces.
not gonna
Yeah,
play
I
this
hear
kid.
that.
But
I'm like when I
she
see
runs
their
the parks,
faces,
and
and
she
I'm like,
absolutely
yeah, I
loved
remember
us,
you, boss man.
and she gave him a hug, and there wasn't a single tear shed. I am just such a proud dad.
Oh
She's 2,
yeah, no,
and I'm
Keen.
I love it. I love
The
it.
guy with
I'm
the
so
he has
glad.
a
It's just
ponytail.
this
Mm-hmm.
game
He
and
does.
Disney
Yeah.
is wonderful. But I'm here
Now
for
I
the
remember.
championship.
Now I remember who
And
he is.
how are
He's
you
my
feeling
boy.
about the rest of the weekend?
He's your boy, but you didn't
Can't say I'm
remember.
not
him.
ready. The line, there's still plenty of rounds to be
Did I ever
played,
tell you
but
about the
this is a
story
great
now?
start. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm supposed to be here.
Randomly and little.
And I really just want to show
Me and
out.
Zoe
I'm
and
gonna show
Chris
up for the
were
deck.
chilling
I'm
in
gonna show
a random card shop,
Yeah.
playing, waiting for our train, and then Keen and his friend walks in, and then
Is this story friendly for stream?
huh?
Is this going to be a stream friendly story, or is this going to be?
Yeah. And then yeah, he was saying he didn't do so well, Lil, and then Zoe's like, we have Lil number 2 here, and then I met him. That was how I met him.
Okay.
And then I troll him every single time I meet him.
So one thing I'm looking for and hoping for in this this next game here, Reese.
Mm.
You see, we've got our commentators, Brandon and Brendan.
No.
So what happens if Brandon and Brandon cast Brennan? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for Brandon and Brendan casting Brennan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're after.
All right.
What do you think about my deck?
Bro, I gave you a deck list. You didn't even look at it.
I didn't look at it. Let me open it. Can I open it on stream?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Where's Ben to my will?
This is a different green blue deck.
I think you just have to play that card, no?
Bro, this is the OTK deck.
OTK.
Yeah.
Yeah, spicy. You came back as a card. As a card.
You basically do the same thing, and then you just under the sea, and then you just play aerial, and you like quest. You came back, quest. You came back, quest.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. Came back is no joke, man.
No.
But yeah, I think basically in this deck you're supposed to. There's no T-Po, is there? I think you're definitely supposed to play T-Po and Sail. And then you go Bell on 3, or like Muses on 3 Favershan, but like ideally Bell, like Turbo Ramp, Shift Clarabelle, dump your hand with Bell. Maybe sing You're Welcome with Bell that next turn. So you draw more of Clarabelle.
Or Mo knows that best. You just send the card back to their hands.
Yeah. And then like the next turn, after you've drawn once of Clarabelle, you draw into the hand discard. Right, we've got Anu versus Joseph.
Wait, is that CCU free drop in the red blue deck? Or am I just no, it's Grandma Tower. Sorry, I thought my eyes was deceiving me. I was like, holy hell, someone's actually playing my deck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think no one's gonna play it. To be honest, I'm not gonna. People in Brotherhood are playing it.
Playing what? Sorry.
Francisco.
Yeah.
It's not going well for them.
Why?
They don't see the lines.
Okay.
Like one of the guys went 0-4 today. Like,
I mean, it's also probably because it's not. There's so much red blue on stream, man.
Bro, I like seeing red blue. The thing is, with red blue, there's multiple choices. Like, there's a lot of plays now. Like, normally it's just, you ink, you do this, ink, fishbone quill, ink.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like more tactical. What you're gonna do?
There's been a lot of red blue on stream. I know it's the most represented deck, but been a bit too much red blue on stream for my.
Monty, yo, my boy Monty. Monty's on red blue as well.
Jeez, he's changed, mate. Bring back the Monty Mufasa. The best thing about Monty is the first time I met him, it was at Set Championships. He just started playing. He was like, oh yeah, I'm actually playing one of your decks. I was like, oh yeah, which one? He's like, oh, it's the Rockstar Stitch deck, where you play Pride Lands and your 1-drops cost 0. What a legend!
Oh, Blurple on stream, 24. This has 24 points.
Yeah, it's our second Blurple. There's a lot of Blurple in the tournament. There's like 10 people on Blurple or something.
Unfortunately, he just loses to Red Blue.
Probably, but maybe not on 24 points.
No. The thing is, he's gonna lose to because this guy's playing normal Red Blue in it.
Normal Red Blue as opposed to
the whatever I cook up.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like as soon as you don't have a 1-drop, which is question for 2, pretty tricky, innit? Did Tipo? Wait, what just happened?
Well, he played Tipo and then he triggered Brim first, and then he's gonna use Tipo's effect after.
Huh?
Yeah, you can do that.
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
No, you can. You can, bro. You can.
I don't think you can, mate. I'm not having that.
No. What did he ink? A genie or he inked one of the rabbits? I would have just inked the genie.
What? Can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
But surely Tipo's effect has to resolve, and then you can do the broom
No.
afterwards.
No, because you can choose the order you want to do it in.
What?
Yeah.
How did I not know that? Broom's broken, man. What a card.
Yeah, Brim's nice. Sorry, someone tried to call judge on me, and I was just like, wait, what? You know when someone calls... Bro, imagine someone calls judge on me about a rule, and I'm just like, wait, boss man, I've been on stream like 10,000 times.
Yeah, but I'm a challenge commentator, and I didn't even know you could do that.
Well, commentator and top players, different things, mate.
Wow. I have a good record against you. I beat you like once, mate.
Well, yeah, you beat me once, and I beat you like 50 times.
Honestly, probably the person I have the worst record against is you.
What?
In fairness,
what
most of
is
the times
this
I
guy
played
doing?
against you I was playing blue-green.
This guy misfired, by the way.
Yeah? Talk to me.
Right, so he just played Popsicle and brawled the genie because he's probably not. This guy's probably not playing Pirates left.
So
you know what I realized. All right.
So what play would you like to have made?
I would just played Grandma Tana.
Mm-hmm.
And the next turn he has the setup for half hour goal, so then he goes to 6 ink. But now he's only going to be on 5 ink.
But he has removed the genie.
Doesn't matter, man.
So you think it would have been better to just let the genie stick around for an extra turn?
Yeah, one turn. I mean, is one turn gonna mean a lot? I don't know.
I mean, Elsa could have come through. Elsa plus Tipo. Take out Tala.
Money Oz, have you ever beat Tang yet?
I beat him in one game in a best of 3. Does that count? He beat me 2-1. So
no. Last 2 times Tang came to Brotherhood, I just smoked them.
Tang is actually the person that's beating me more than anyone else. Like,
no, it's me, and then it's Tang, bro.
No, I've beaten you.
I played you. No.
I've never beaten him. Let me rephrase. I've never beaten Tang. He beats me every time. I played him like 3 times, and I've lost every time.
See, now he would have been at 16, and he would have banished the genie this time.
No, but also Elsa plus Tipo would have taken out the Tala, which stops him singing How Far I Go. So.
Oh no! What do you mean? No, he wouldn't. Bro, these guys are not that smart. No, I'm telling you, bro. If someone played Elsa and then swung Tala on that turn, I would scoop.
I know. So your play was bad, basically.
No, my play. What? It doesn't matter. The next turn, that it's not a bad play. You just ramp the next turn after.
So why would you scoop?
All right, now he's got to sing now. But why did he not Elsa this turn? Explain to me there, bushy brows.
Bushy brows.
Wait, where's that? Oh, remember.
Bushy brows.
Really? Yeah, bushy brows. Guess it ain't one of these, unfortunate. To be honest, I would just bring the popsicle here.
Felicia? Double Felicia? What's worse than one Felicia? Two Felicias.
Oh my god, yeah, true. Another one, man. Draw cards. Maui, shark. Maui, shark. Does he have a big CC in hand? No, he's got a little CC.
Well, Ruby Sapphire is the most popular deck, Bartek, with the top players.
Imagine I had if I played this guy with my deck, I would have won already.
There's a good chance after this round we're getting some new set spoilers. Very good chance.
Give it to me.
There's a lot of feedback on this microphone. What is going on?
I don't know. Huh? Oh my god. Jeez. There's gonna have a suicide tip hole probably.
There's a good chance I might call it after this round if we get the reveals. Because I kind of want to make a video on the reveals, post that, and then go to bed. What time is it? 1 AM.
It's past your bedtime, to be honest.
Way past my bedtime.
Are you gonna do any of the challenges in North America this year?
Maybe. Might go to Asia for one. Probably more likely I'd do Asia.
Yeah. The guy I spoke to Grandpa. He said he's gonna win a trip to Japan.
Hmm? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Cards.
Okay. I don't know who you were talking about then, but I think I worked it out.
Wait, Grandpa, man. There's only one Grandpa in the United Kingdom, bro. Oh wait, this guy misplayed.
'80s. Which one do you think misplayed?
To be honest, I think he should have sung with Merlin Goat, and I don't know. I can't see his hand because Crab maybe is better, but I don't know. I would have kept Hades if he had Crab, because then Crab. Oh man, it's fine.
To be honest, like one of the game devs actually plays Felicia quite a bit. And I was like, why are you playing that? Like, it's a good card. It's like, it's not though, is it? Like, yeah, it is. Not sure. It's clearly working quite well for you. How many wins have you got at this stage if you're on 24?
3 wins. Oh wait, 24. 3 wins and 1 draw, yeah.
1 loss. What do you think about the amount of rounds for this tournament? So there's even more players at this tournament than there was in EU, right? There's
Yeah, it's 120 something.
128 or something. 7 rounds of 2-game format. Is that
this
enough?
is a good 7 rounds. No, but it should be 8 rounds.
At least. Quite possibly significantly more with the 2-game format. It's like best of 3, 7 or 8 rounds. I think is fine, but I think for
Wait.
2-game format it should be more.
I wouldn't have done that. That plays.
What would you have gone for, Reese?
I would have. I don't know if he has enough. Bro, the sleeves is breaking my eyeballs. I can't really see. No, oh yeah, he had enough. Tamatoa and Tipo the little Sisu.
You don't seem very impressed by the gameplay so far, mate.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I just play because I don't play like the conventional.
You do play like a weirdo. I'm not gonna lie.
Mate, a lot of people watch me play and they're like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Yeah. I thought my Emerald Sapphire deck last season beat Red Blue. I had like 7-0 record against it, and I played against you and I lost 5 games in a row.
Yeah, but that was me playing standard Red Blue as well back in the day.
It was last set, yeah.
Oh, this guy's got finance keepers in his hand. Is a wrap.
Yeah,
But he might be faster here.
This card is good, I think, in this deck. I like it.
No, yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, another Hades. What is that? I'm a dark mana. Broski, just drop the mana, man. You've won the game. Ain't the ton of bugs. Drop the mana. Yep, he's dropping it.
I like the
Yeah,
Donald
boy.
Duck card. Card's good. Especially when you're playing Finders Keepers, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, he actually is playing. Whoa! See, then my play on before was just simply about. He's got Pirate's Life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this might be going to a game 2.
I like 2-game format. I just think 7 rounds ain't enough. I think like 2-game format's good, but a benefit of playing 2-game format is there should be more rounds throughout the day. You play more matchups, right? As well that way. I think 2-game format, 7 rounds in Euros or like Continentals. I know, like I spoke to Frank Carson about it in Euros, and he felt like there should be more like 12 rounds.
What? No, what in the Continentals of 90? No, definitely not. Huh?
Dime, Pirate's Life. Are you liking that decision?
Man. I mean, I understand it because he can then tap Tamatoa, and then if he doesn't win, he pops off. Well, it's funny because the Red Blue player can actually win now.
Takes out the Flaversham.
Why?
Yeah, I feel like you just got a quest at that point, no?
But he's got crab, so he quests for 1 extra. I don't, unless he's gonna Hades the Sisu, which is a mistake. Oh, he's gonna drop Genie. He's gonna bounce. Alright.
Honestly, killing the Flaversham seems...
No, but you would have just crabbed, killed, and then you would have bounced anyways.
Yeah.
He's gonna drop Genie now. Or no, he's gonna Hades, or he's gonna
Honestly,
Elsa.
this Finders Keepers has popped off. Like, the extra cards, the friends.
Oh my god, advert.
Oh, you should prime sub, bro. Me.
I'm your subbed.
Oh. Why have I not got... Oh, I know why I've not got any ads the whole time I'm watching.
Why?
Because I'm streaming.
Oh.
You don't get Twitch ads when you're streaming, basically, because they recognize that you're watching streams.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. Look, there's a button I can click up here where I can knock and ask to join the stream and like collaborate. Let me in. I haven't pressed it. I think that's probably wise. B-prep? No, GG. Game 2. Which means we're one game closer to the set 6 reveals, I hope. Maybe we'll get a World Championships date.
People were saying it's like July or something, June.
What?
Yeah.
Gotta be before the challenge
Oh wait, I
events.
got a question. If one of the top 8 people can't go, do you think they'll let someone else go?
I don't know. Not a clue. I mean, I guess someone has to fill the spot.
My days. That's good.
Hopefully, if they do that, what they do is they do an invite. They just invite someone, and they invite like Elmeister.
Huh? Or didn't even qualify.
Maybe Alphos.
He didn't qualify either.
So?
Bro, I meant qualified players.
Yeah, they could get invited.
No, they can't. They didn't qualify.
If it's an invite.
No. They didn't qualify.
Nor did you.
Yeah, I did qualify.
For Euros. This is Worlds, mate.
Bro, I was first seed. It's a bit different.
Yeah, but the people want Alphos and Elmeister.
Oh my god, he might. No, he loses.
GG. Blackpool could never beat Red Blue, mate. That's what a famous man once said. Think they'll do another LCQ? Probably, right? Probably. I don't know, though. Do you think they'll do LCQ at World Champs?
No.
Probably not.
No.
But it's like a weird number of people, isn't it? Because you've got the 8 from each region that qualify, so 16. And then you've got the champs winners, which is 4 from Europe, that's 20. 6 from America, 26. And you've got 2 from Australia, 28. It's a weird odd number, isn't it, for a tournament?
Yeah.
You'd think it'll be 32. Oh.
No, but what they should have did was they should have the person who won a challenge and the second place of each one should have went.
Why do you say that?
Because it's more logical than you're like, oh, sick. Top 2 all go of every region, and then you have a decent amount for the tournament. But you got 28 kebabs in one room.
So, what place did you finish in, Lille?
Second.
Okay.
So I should be there
Yeah.
to lax them.
Okay.
But no, I had to make some magical red blue deck, Flynn Sisu, not even play all the red blues, play the green purples somehow. Somehow Flynn Sisu popped off like crazy against one player, gained 9 lore.
Yeah, FPS Madness says if you're not second place, you're lost. If you're not first, you're lost. I agree.
Man, no.
I agree. Well said.
You don't understand the caliber of players you need to play. Like it's a long day. It's 9 rounds, and then you have to play the next day, and you have to keep winning. And
Yeah,
I bricked
that is a lot.
as well. Bro, I bricked in. Bro, I'm just destined to brick on stream.
You didn't draw very well in the Euros, did you?
Oh man, that was terrible. I missed game 1 like heavily. By the way, I rewatched game 1 like 3 to 4 times. I'm just like, damn.
Yeah. You didn't play too clean, did you?
No, didn't. Should have played one game before I went on stream, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. I agree. I think that's actually a real thing where like you're just not quite warmed up.
What?
What was the ink?
Flourishing.
Oof.
I wouldn't have inked that. To be honest, I would have inked that Barrett's left, but that was just me.
Interesting.
When I was in the Barrett's left. It makes sense. No. Bro, broski, I did this as a mistake. No.
Barrett's left now.
Oh no, Bruno.
You've disagreed with everything so far.
No, I don't. I mean, no, but the thing is, when you're going first, it's so different. You want to ramp like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I should have did. Like, because I inked cell the second cell after I played cell, and I was like, wait, that was a mistake. I should have just inked something else, and then next time played cell. Because the thing is now, if we had cell, well, this is the reason. You ink a card, you play cell, you ink another card, and then now you can brawl like extra cards. Unless you play cell and brawl, and then they'll turn after. You know what you have to do? You have to draw a Maui Shark. So you're already 2 ink ahead of your opponent, and you have Maui Shark on the board. You know what that means?
So this turn you want to go sail and brawl.
Yeah. And the next turn you have a thing.
Shark.
Maui Shark, yeah, Shark on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has no out to Shark. So I mean, and then this guy can't even turn cards sideways.
Yeah, makes sense.
Brosy's like, I'm cooked after a 7-round YCS best of 3. Oh, he has Hades. You keep forgetting that the first player is 2 ink ahead of the Joseph guy. Hades is 7. Maui Shark is 6. That means this guy has 2 turns with Maui Shark. Oh, he could have just had a Maui Shark on the board, just chillaxing.
Not mistaken, if Purple wins, he's top 16.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah?
Yeah, he is.
Recent is better than me.
Yeah, 31 points. He just IDs his next game.
And what seed would that be roughly?
34, he'll be roughly probably around 3rd to 10th seed.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's gonna play Maui Shark, and then it's gonna get Hades.
Part of a goat. They can't ID in this event. What do you mean?
I mean, you can ID in the event.
Yeah, it'll be the same. It's got to be the same rules as Europe, right? So
yeah, the same.
And you're
it's the
allowed to
same
ID.
rules.
You're allowed to ID in Europe, right? But I also heard something that maybe there was like a rule saying you can't ID at this event. I kind of heard something similar.
No, there's some players that are choosing not to ID.
What, like?
You mean?
What some players are saying I won't ID.
Yeah. Some players are saying they're not gonna ID. No.
The players were told they weren't allowed.
Bro, it's in the rule book.
Yeah. Interesting though.
Legitimately in the rule book. So they're going against their own rule book. Crazy. I mean, you can check. I can check now, by the way.
Yeah, please.
Let me just see, because you remember this is what past broadcast, right? I'm guessing is it live? It probably is live. Let me just see.
Somewhat. No, I'm not said they aren't allowing IDs. Interesting.
Oh, there's a guy that's 500.
Not allowed to discuss it. Can't look at leaderboard together. Have to take the first answer. Yeah, but you can still.
I mean, when you match your opponent, you just look. Oh, you're like, oh wait, I'm versing this guy. I'm gonna ID.
Yeah.
What round is this, by the way? 5, 6. What? Whoa, I can't. Oh yeah, 6. Yeah. So this Scott person is guaranteed. He can just lose his next 2 games.
How many points are they on? 27.
No, he's 500. So he's 35 points.
Wow.
So he's guaranteed.
Guess what deck he's playing?
I don't know.
He's playing Maleficent, 1 drop, Amethyst Steel.
Oh, is he?
No, he's playing Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, he would have got. But you know what? Normal builds.
It was on stream. I can't remember exactly.
Bro, ski double that mana here, bro. Just, bro, you win the game.
He's spent 4 ink already.
Bro, just mana 1. What are you doing? Why are you trading?
Well, it keeps his McDuck mana a bit safe, innit?
No, it doesn't. Bro, he's got the hideaway, bro.
Ooh.
We're playing the 1 hideaway. Ed might top as well. He's 3-1-1.
Nice. Go on, Ed.
Said is doing good as well. 3-0-2.
Have you got a link?
So this.
Have you got a link for that, please?
It's on. Oh my, I'm on my phone, but yeah, I will.
Someone in the chat could post the melee. I'm sure.
Oh no. I'll send it to you right now.
What's sad is what's going to be painful is if we don't get set like reveal stuff in a minute. I'm gonna have to stay up for the last game, aren't I? I'm kind of ready for bed. I'm flagging it. Before I've been live for 11 hours. Quite a long day. I was recording and editing before I went live as well.
My days.
1 a.m. is like very late for me.
I wish I saw what the cards were, man.
How far I'll go?
Oh yeah, just sing that bad boy.
Dan's 303. That's
Oh
actually
yeah.
not bad, is it? 30 points.
Yeah, he needs to win his next one though.
If he wins, he's probably like maybe top seed, isn't it? That's what happened with you, innit? You had to play your last game.
Yeah. I mean, no, I didn't need to. I would have. I had the tiebreakers were good enough. I would have made it with ID. Even the guy even played. We would have made it as well. I told him. I said, "Let's ID." He's like, "No, we'll play the game." I was like, "Okay." We played the game. I gave him the quick 2-0.
I watched that one and I do remember his face when you dropped Flynn Sisu on him when you were playing Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, bro, I told you. You know, they all hold their head. Every person I played Finn Sisu, they're holding their head. They're like, what the hell is going on here? This is European Continentals, and some guys have dropped Finn Sisu in blue red.
Wait, I'm confused.
Every opponent.
Yeah.
And he nearly cheated me with the bell as well. Oh, we're not talking about that. He's not a cheater. He might have forgot what he did.
I mean, it was you that flipping. You just. What was it? You like picked your SME up when it wasn't dead. You put it in.
No, tempo. Oh my god, this guy is just he's fighting for this win. He wants his 2-0. Did he just draw another villains?
Why would you ID? Because like if you're at a certain threshold, like a certain amount of points, let's say you know that 30, let's say you're at 30 points going into the last round, right? So say Joseph wins this, he goes to 31 points. If he loses, he stays at 31 points. If he wins, he goes to 38 points. If he draws, he goes to 34 points. You can look at the standings and do the maths and recognize 34 points is guaranteed to make top 16. And both you
And a high ranking as well.
yeah, so if both you and your opponent are guaranteed to make it into the next round with a draw, it makes sense often to do so.
Oh no.
It's like the prize cards that you get for like top 16 are worth quite a bit, right? How much have you sold any of your stuff for? How much are the prize cards worth?
I made 8.5
Pounds, euros?
pounds. Oh no, I mean more than that. I made 10.5.
Jeez. Very good. Damn, maybe I should be a player.
I mean, you have to find someone that buys your cards as well.
How many points would mean you're not guaranteed to make bubble? Well, it really depends because with the 2-game format, it just fell on the floor. Told you it would happen at some point in the stream. With the 2-game format, it's like quite fluid. Like there's not a guaranteed threshold of points. So you would have to like look at the standings, right? And you would just see how many people were within touching distance of you, basically.
Here's a goat. Was that Diablo?
You can just do the maths on it. You can just see who's playing who. It's like, okay, what would happen if all of these players also drew? Or like,
This guy needs a quest out. What is he doing? You just quest, and you have to make the red-blue player trades.
well,
The longer
he's taking his time. Taking his time in this position is the right thing to do. The last thing you want to do is make a mistake at this moment in time, right?
Oh no, there's no mistakes. Like the best thing you're gonna do is no, you just look, bro. You trade the snake into the Grammatala, and then you quest out with the crab. Oh yeah, but this is what I would have done. Is this guy not playing B prep? I haven't seen one.
Alicia's not what you're looking off the top.
That guy is just bro. If I drew this guy, that's ink straight away. Oh, Dragoon.
Dragoon's a Gwent card, mate. I heard you say that. I was like, huh? Crab trigger. Nice. We love to see a crab trigger when it's not needed. Oh, that's changing the game, that. Joseph is waking.
Oh, I would just quest and pass.
What?
Quest pass. He drew fox, bro.
Snake.
I mean snake. He drew snake.
Just play it.
No, you don't play it. No, please don't play him.
I think you play it.
No, because if he draws go, he wins.
Yeah, but he kind of wins if he draws go anyway. He gets to 19.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. 19 is not 20, boss man.
It is if he draws a go.
And remember, this guy also plays Pirate's Life, so.
Mhm.
But he's not drawing any Pirate's Life.
Nah, I'd play it there. Turn the burner on. You know your opponent's like lacking removal in hand, so you just got to turn the burner on now and just go for it, I think. I agree with this play. Snake on the board also can contest the Maleficent if you really, really have to, if they're threatening lethal.
Alright. Go. No broom.
Do you ever slam Diablo into something here?
Oh no, you quest. You just double quest because any goat top deck wins the game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I'll keep the card in his hands.
Probably Joseph's game still, but it's tight, innit?
You just quest.
He's taking his time. He's doing the right thing. This is the perfect moment to slow the game down.
5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, the guy loses anyways.
Who?
Wang wins. He wins.
Why?
He has ice blocking hands, and if he plays any item, he wins as well.
Wait, really?
Yeah. So he's got 4, 5. Oh wait, my bad. This Felicia card doesn't cost for nothing.
No.
Holy! Alright, my bad. He doesn't. That means,
And this is why you slow down at this point in the game.
to be honest,
I think it's Joseph's, isn't it? He needs to top deck some removal.
I would still play. I think I still play the broom. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a world you hold on to it, right? Because then you play broom and you play what you draw
Yeah.
off the top and you dig one deeper, but
Yeah.
I think you just go for it and quest out.
Well, he's shaking, man. Trust me. That's how I felt.
Big top deck, need some removal, right? Would an item also do it?
No.
The Flaversham.
Oh my days.
Don't forget to use the ice block.
Ice block the thingamajig. I mean, it doesn't really need the ice block anything, to be honest.
Bit of ice block is Tamatoa in it. Ice
Hey.
block Felicia. Oh. Maui and Vitalisphere.
Oh.
That doesn't seem that good.
No.
Tamatoa quest is that? I don't even think is there even a popsicle in
but-
there.
No, he'll bring back the ice block though.
A what?
Ice block.
GG. Whereas if Blurple takes it, Blurple into the top cut, then probs not guaranteed, but
No, he's guaranteed.
not if they were told they can't ID.
No, bro, there's no rule, bro. They can't say that it's their own rule.
I don't know.
Bro, I'll bring out, bro. I'll fight with head judge if I have to. How can you tell me in my rule book that in the tournament you can't ID? I'm joking. I'm actually a nice person. I don't argue with no one. I just want to play the game.
But we just saw the.
We might have set 6 reveals, mate. Do you want to be in my video for it, set 7?
Down a little bit. I think those McDuck made.
You want to be in my video?
Yeah.
He was able to.
If we have it. How do you think I'm looking? Do you like my hairdo?
You're looking good. But you look like some roadman. But not from London.
That's because I am.
No, from the lands of Stansted.
I'm hard, mate.
Bro, Blackpool wins the game and leaves guys out. Yo, I need to see the deck.
Match.
Huh?
Don't go anywhere.
Oh, set reveals.
Bro, I'm telling you, the guy misplayed. But, yo, FPS madness, bro. I'm telling you now. Look, if this guy had Maui Shark 2 turns before, it would have been a different game. I told you, he just misplayed. I told you. He would have had Maui Shark 2 turns before the Hades even flew to the field.
Bro, where is the set 7 reveal?
And he would have -1 law on board because he would have brought the Chonabok photos. But unfortunately, the guy can't see into the future.
Maybe he needs to develop his brain.
Bro, he wasn't even playing Develop Your Brain. You know how good Develop Your Brain is?
Very good, isn't it?
Such a good card. That card I should have been playing in my deck.
Have you seen No I'm Not Sweet?
Wait. Dragon John was DQ'd. How do you know that?
Who was DQ'd?
Yeah.
Not gone well for Kendall. Kendall's results: 0-2 to Blurple, 1-1 with Ruby Amethyst, 0-2 to Red Blue, 1-1 Red Blue, 1-1 Sapphire Steel, 1-1 Amber Emerald.
Oh yeah, so Dragon Dawn got disqualified. He said I lost a Maui shot, and he said that I lost it from 2 rounds ago, and no one told me anything. No one answered. No one came round. Look at sleeves. I got a game loss from that, and I didn't get mad or shout. I took my game loss. I won game 2 on the draw, then disqualification.
I've got an interview with Blurple Man.
Against a Ruby Sapphire deck, playing a Blurple deck, as the community loves to call it. Sapphire Amethyst, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling I'm feeling great, but like also just so exhausted.
Sure.
That was such a nail biter at the end, just praying that there was no answer, and I got there just barely.
You did. Yeah, I was watching the game back here, and your opponent had a full board, those Maleficents coming down, the big dragon, and you top decked a magic broom.
What you want to see at the end there.
Tell me how you were feeling in that moment.
I was kind of like a little bit, I guess, cheesed. It was like, you're looking for gas off the top, and the last 3 gods.
Bro, I played Shift Taller. People are gonna stop playing Shift Taller, bro. It's not funny.
But sometimes the little guys just cross
Bro,
along.
people are gonna think my locals is easy or something. I'm just playing Drama Taller and
At
Shift
the last chance
Taller.
qualifier yesterday,
But then they
you
realize
go 5-0.
I'm a top
how are
16
you
veteran
feeling
European
coming
continental
off of
player.
that day yesterday,
I
and
just
then
play
coming into the
Spice
championships
all the
today?
time.
I'm just shocked. I never imagined that.
Well,
I could
no,
make
the thing
this
is, I like it.
deep
People are testing out the build. Like,
I
people
playing
play
amongst the very best of the best,
They didn't see the
winning that
lines.
many
They're
in a
like,
row
well, I
in
don't know
such
what to
a
do.
talented
And I'm
field,
just like, well,
it's
to be honest, that deck is
it's
how
just
you
amazing.
mulligan
I'm
the red
just-
blue with.
I'm just living Disney magic.
You are. You really are. Disney Magic here at the Disneyland Resort. And you have one more round to play,
I'm
though.
praying
You're
that we
sitting
get
at,
some
I think
card
you said
reveals.
31 points.
I'm praying for
How do you
some
feel
card
going
reveals as well.
into
To be
round
honest,
7?
Nervous.
we're
I
in
can't help but
January
not
and we only
feel,
have 1 card.
nervous going into
That's
any
a set
round
8
of the
card as
tournament,
well.
but
That's like 7.
I guess
Yeah,
try
it's
to
set 7.
center
The
myself with the time
Jago,
I've got.
Juju.
Play
Is
my
that set 8?
artist
I'm
and
pretty sure that's
see what
set
happens.
7.
It's not.
Well, I hope
So,
that there's more Disney Magic ahead for you and that you do well in round 7. Thanks so much for
come on,
chatting
this
with
is
me,
the moment.
Joseph.
This could be
Thank you
card
so
reveals
much.
right now. Oh,
Welcome back, Illumineers, to
This is
the
it.
Disney Lorcana North American
Oh.
Championship. My name's Brandon. I'm here with Brendan, and we're
This is
still in
Brendan,
round
this is
6.
Brendan.
We have some interesting stuff
This
coming
is
up. We have another
Brendan,
match for you
Brandon.
guys. I want to remind you that there is a special announcement.
But how do you
coming
know
at
it's
the end
gonna
of
be
this
after
round.
set?
So one more reminder for that. Go tell all your friends and family
There's
to
a special
tune in
announcement
so
coming.
that you can see the exciting things we have coming. But with that, I'm excited for this next match, Brendan.
Well, let's head down to the feature match table. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus
We're
Emerald.
excited for the next. We have to watch one whole game.
Emerald.
oh
this,
yeah. Okay, this is spicy. This is a good match.
Yeah, an interesting matchup here between Mo and Hamza. We've seen Mo
Hamza's the guy
earlier
that plays
in the
like
day
63
playing,
cards or
Wait,
something.
wasn't this guy
Amethyst
already
as
on
well. It's
stream?
typically deck that
Yeah.
can play pretty quickly.
Mo
I know that
Chamberlain.
He was playing cards like Go-Go Tamago that
Hamza
ended up,
plays
I
like
think it was that
63,
match that did pretty
66
well.
cards
Ended
or
up
something.
gaining 4 lore off of a Maui half shark or something
Oh,
when it
no.
entered play. And so we see the same matchup
Bro,
here where Hamza
they might have to
playing Ruby
disqualify this
Sapphire.
guy.
We've
Oh,
seen
it's
plenty
not
of Ruby
actually- it's-
Sapphire this
okay, to be
weekend,
fair, it's
but
not the end of
in
round
case you've
6
missed
yet,
all of
is it?
that, a more
Oh, no,
control
it's not.
version of a deck.
I'll explain it.
Looking to
Why
ramp
is
on
he,
turn
bro? All his
2.
cards are, bro.
Playing
Bro,
towards
that's
the late
game
game,
loss right
but-
there.
Yeah, we see Mo's up a game. I think this is a matchup that can be traditionally pretty tough for Ruby Sapphire. I mean,
You're not
obviously
allowed to have
depends
your
how the
cards,
Emerald
like,
Amethyst deck is built, but
all
if it has
upside
a lot of those,
down,
Yeah.
cheap,
down
more
forward,
aggressive
and all
cards,
this
I mean, it is a hard
roundabout
matchup. Generally,
thingamajiggy.
Ruby Sapphire does struggle towards most hyper aggressive or more aggressively oriented
Why'd I get
decks.
coffee, bruv?
But
I'm ready for
things
bed.
like the Cursed Merfolk, they've been hard to deal with since
get
they
coffee, I
came
won't
out, and they
sleep.
still are today.
No problem. And
Yeah, all
guess
the
what? I
Cursed
need to sleep
Merfolk and
go
all,
again
even just
tomorrow.
the normal Amethyst 1-drops, anything that has 2 lore on it, essentially, that you can get away with questing for the first couple turns with Ruby Sapphire, because I mean,
72?
Ruby Sapphire typically
Absurd.
doesn't ever play a 1-cost character,
is
usually
just
looking for cards like Popsicle, and then on turn
absurd.
2, if you are playing a character, it's usually a card like Tipo that only has 1 straight,
Some
so
bro.
maybe
I'll
you
wait
can
for the
banish something
rewards,
like a
set 9
Diablo
and
or
10.
a Cursed Merfolk,
Here we go, though.
but If Mo's able to find something like a 1-drop on turn 1, double 1-drop on turn 2, even
no one
if
drop.
he's on the draw, can be too much
Maybe he
pressure
should
for
play
something like Ruby
60
Sapphire
cards,
to come
so
back
he's more
from.
likely to find
It
his
does look like Mo's
Portugal.
going to be on the play, so that means that
Oh, I
Hamza here.
think Hamza just missed a 1-drop.
Got it. I didn't see him put that card down. I thought he was still altering his hand. So that does, I mean, that
Right,
is
look.
in the favor of
All
Ruby
right, so
Sapphire,
round
who maybe
7
lost on the draw
started.
versus a more aggressive oriented deck, but now on the
Don't
play,
don't
I mean,
leak.
Ruby Sapphire is
things,
so much more powerful.
This game's
on the play
already
against these
happened.
more
Don't
aggressive
talk about
oriented
this
strategies,
result,
because I mean,
please.
you're getting to your answers
Really do.
like a whole turn earlier, and
Or
it's,
round-
it can be
oh, what, this
incredibly
one?
72 cards? Oh my god.
And we do see Hamza does find that turn 2 ramp. See how he has right C. Lets him ink an extra card for the turn. Now he's up at 3 ink.
The confirm one his
We come back
last
to Mo.
game.
We do
for
see
me.
he has multiple 1-drops in
Think
hand.
I found
I'm
one?
going to go ahead and ink the
Yeah,
Turnbox
it's
followers. We're
number
going to play
13
out that
so
Curse
far.
Merfolk
Draw
and a
for Broom.
Diablo.
Ooh, Queen
Choosing
Farts.
not to banish the Magic Broom here when we
Hamza-
play characters.
Hamza's access to the Queen of Hearts, which is surely a tech card, is definitely not made into every Ruby Sapphire list, but is probably going to be impactful in this matchup. Finds a brawl at the top as well.
I think it's especially important for matchups like this, where you need to get characters out onto the board, banishing your opponent's characters. Hamza has the opportunity to
It's
play
funny
it
'cause
here.
one
We
of
could
Podcon's
rush
casting as well.
into the Magic Broom,
He
banishing
always
it,
plays loads of
and then
cards
the
for
Queen
it.
of Hearts would still have, or would only take 1 damage,
Thinking
so
what
we
I
could use it to
but
challenge and
I would
banish
know
another
what I
card.
Yeah, so we could
No, the
prevent
Queen
the
of Hearts
draw
right here.
off the Broom,
Broad,
maybe brawl
Curse
the next
Merfolk.
turn, or maybe we can brawl this
Mm.
turn.
We don't have many inkable cards in
Would you
hand
ever just
either.
ink
The
the
only other
brawl
inkable
and
card
Curse
looks like it might be a
Merfolk,
Hiram.
and
It's
Queen
definitely
the
something you don't
Broom?
want to ink, so Hamza maybe
But
considering
then,
here, do
I
you
mean,
want to
Stats on
I
board.
mean,
miss an ink
I
on
mean, you
this
could do
turn
that as
and
well.
or ink
And
the
then
brawl, I guess,
on the
and play
next
the
turn,
Queen
you
of
just
Hearts,
discard
or use the brawl instead. It
the
looks like
dime.
we're going for the Queen of Heart play.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of happy to lose the Lucky Dime. To
But
Curse
now,
Merfolk
but
here.
this is the
If we
reason
do
why I
end up
don't like
drawing
this
it,
play is
which
because now if he
Hamza has in hand.
plays
Not happy,
Fox,
but I mean,
you
It's
lose
not
the
for
game.
work's sake. Like if there's
Yeah.
anything
So
you're
he's
gonna
got Fox
discard
in
in
hand,
your
he
deck, I think
loses.
Lucky Dime's
Right.
one of the things you're not too upset to discard.
You're
Just
gonna
'cause
ink a card,
you can get it back later with
bounce.
Tamatoa,
You're-
right?
you're probably
Merfolk
not
back to his
slamming that
hand.
as soon as
No,
he
it doesn't
hits
even
that
need to.
link.
He
Yeah.
bounced the Diablo, killed
It's
the
gonna be quite a
Diablo,
far
and then
ways off,
he's
but we are gonna go back
next
to Mo
turn he's
here,
done
choosing
free
to
extra
ink
draw.
a Diablo. We have a Madam and Fox we can
Not good, is
play.
it?
Picking
No,
up the
that's
Diablo.
why I
Bring
removed
it
Queen
back
of
to
Hearts.
hand. Fox is
This
going
not
to
a
go
good
ahead and
card.
banish this Queen
Yeah.
of Hearts, so the Queen of Hearts can't banish this Curse from Merfolk. Just going to be gaining 2 lore every turn that it stays in play, essentially.
Gonna go ahead and ink that Tamatoa, and assuming you're gonna see that how far I'll go come down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamza's only goal right now is
Told
to,
you.
as quickly as possible, get to 7 or 8 ink. We know he has the big Sisu in
Follow.
hand, can be used to get himself back into this game, but he needs to find a way to stabilize. That's going to be through something like a board wipe.
So next turn
Do
is
you do
gonna
like
be
these little
Huron
hand
plus the
shuffle
Queen of
things? You
Hearts,
don't, do you?
most likely.
What?
You're not a big hand shuffler.
I am. I'm always shuffling that. Do you
So
not
we're
see
gonna
me when I was
see Mo gain
zipping
a
my
decent amount
cards?
of
I
lore
can't
here.
remember.
I always do this.
Yeah, with nothing in play, Mo can pretty
Wait, did
safely
he just
quest
play
for 2
half
and
hour
quick draw
ago?
3, excuse me, with the Madam and
Yeah.
Fox.
Am I just saying,
Go
bro?
back to Mo, draw for
No,
turn,
Flavish
find a
Dam instead.
Pegasus, an evasive character we
Well,
can
yeah.
play. We also
Why would you
have
not just play
Goat in
Falchion?
hand if we wanted to ink.
Yep. Also, I do believe have the Merlin Rabbit as
Does he have
well.
Mary
Can
Shark
get
in
a little bit
hand?
more
Don't he
card
doesn't even
advantage.
have Mary
Get that
Shark?
Genie
Genie,
also, that would be pretty
Oh,
good.
yeah,
Forgot
bro.
about the new rabbit.
Yeah, something interesting too, you know, if you're playing against specifically a
One of these
Ruby,
days, I might. Somebody
Rubies
will play in
across the
America.
table, you know, do you play the Rabbit or the Genie expecting a brawl to come down? Would you rather the Rabbit be banished or the Genie?
Well, it's an interesting question. Yeah.
Roshamben's got my favourite deck of the tournament so far, apart from the
So
Olaf.
we're also going into, but like Madame Medusa already has a target, kind of. Course, Merfolk. I mean, it's honestly.
Oh,
a
Inga
good
cards?
question. So I think we're
Oh,
gonna
my
see- we're gonna
days.
Run into that.
Yeah!
That Merfolk here.
No.
We're gonna discard the Tipo.
Tipo.
What are you molding for so much?
Don't really need to be inking extra cards
Right.
from our hand
No,
anymore.
there's no way.
Already up to
There's
7
no
at the end of this
way.
turn for Hamza. So next turn,
What
if
did you like about
Mo
that?
overextends with characters less than 2 strength, we should have that
What?
Sisu that we can play.
No, man. No, man.
Down is gonna have to
I'm
lucky
so
down. I know
mad.
we were sort of talking
Why, what
that
would
card
you
down,
prefer
but if
to
it
do?
does hit the
I'm
field,
telling you,
then
the
Mo's
tip
got
out
it.
there.
How to do We gotta go
Oh
fast.
my God! You would have went. Oh.
Got to do something about it, but he can't.
Gonna have to
Oh
just
my
race
God.
hounds at that
Yeah.
point.
Which, I mean, that's congruent
I
with
thought it was
those
alright.
sort of fundamental.
No, it's
strategy
not
here
because
anyway.
next
Doesn't really
turn
change his
he's
game plan any,
guaranteed
honestly.
Sisu and then has
Are
ball
gonna see the good
control.
interplay Mo's going to gain a
And
lot
then
of
you
interest
trade
play. We'll
Tippo
find
into
that
the
Diablo being played
Fox.
as well. That was bounced back to the hand a little earlier.
Hey,
Mo just doing what
please.
Amethyst Emerald does, questing out, gaining extra lore.
Oh, you would have
won
wiped extra cards as well. Oh my god.
I think
I mean,
so.
might
I think
not
we're
got
expecting the
extra
Sisu to
cards,
come
right, 'cause he
down.
wouldn't have gone
Partially
wide
why we
if
probably played the
Sisu was the
Diablo.
threat.
You know, it's kind of a
No,
non-committal
bro.
thing. If
See,
it survives
no,
on the next turn,
then
you can
it
quest
doesn't
for a bit.
matter.
If it gets
Then the
banished, you
next
get to draw
turn
a
you
card.
just
You know,
you
just
have
replaces
ball control
itself.
forever.
Of course, the goat
You would have
won't
inked
be banished
one,
if we see the Sisu come
dragons,
down, which we do
whatever.
here.
Sisu anyway.
I mean, high level play, we watched Mo sort of perfectly hedge against a cost Sisu coming down on curve here.
Yeah, I mean, both characters are banished, and then he just draws 2 cards. They just immediately replace
Hey,
themselves.
wait.
So
Apologize to Hamza.
good for Hamza to at least get
No,
lore off
but
of the
then he
board,
had-
but
he would have 9.
Mo's going to have plenty of gas in hand to follow this up.
Oh, this is a big, he's a
You
big
see
difference.
Prince Philip being drawn as well, a card that you don't usually see in
Bro, I'm
Amethyst
telling
Emerald,
you,
some that I've seen a
it's
little.
in
I
mine.
love this
There's
card,
no
though.
way.
I think it's a 3-cost, 3/2 with Ward, though. Ward being the keyword there that is important, so it can't be targeted by anything.
That is exactly what it is. Yep.
See the crab come down,
Oh, my
boosting
head
the goat
hurts.
enough to challenge the Hiram, getting it off the board. Prince
Oh,
Philip
bro,
followed
you know
after
this
that.
Prince, Prince Philip broken card.
Yeah, that's very good.
Quite fine.
Oh my days, such a good card.
2 Sisus on board is
But
pretty
guess what?
amazing, both 5/4.
He would have Hiram still on the field.
But 2 items in the form of Popsicle and Ice Block. Not too exciting as you face down a lot of aggression here on the side of Mo.
No, Ice Block
I'm
can
sorry,
potentially
chat, for
help
shouting.
the Sisu in hand gets a little bit of value, but
Well, personally, I was a bit
Prince Philip
intrigued
can't
when
be
I
chosen with
played.
the Ice Block because of Ward. Mo's also playing around these.
Because
the
then you
Sisu,
wouldn't have
right, by
the
playing
thing is he
these
wouldn't
higher
need
ship
to have
characters like
traded
Crab, Goat,
the
and Prince Philip.
Hiram into the
Yeah, it's been really
the
holding back that
thingamajiggy.
genie.
I don't know why he Queen's a heart set, but you would have tippoed it anyways. And then yeah, he would have drew extra 2 cards.
So is Hamza just thinking, between, that makes sense, right? Like, okay, you're going to have quest for 6 or whatever if you leave it on, but you're not the beatdown here. You got to keep Mo.
It's
in
because
control.
the iPads they give you on stream just feels weird.
Yeah, the longer
And
that
then
Hamza can
sometimes
keep
it
Mo
just
from
turns
getting
off
within,
randomly.
I'd say roughly 5 lore of 20 up to 15. The better for you, especially if you can find something like a Pirate's Life, which is typically run in these Ruby Sapphire decks now. Sort of moving further away from 20, but we do find the snake here, so we can bounce back to hand and replay the Prince Philip, readying it so that it can't be banished in a challenge. Gonna make it difficult to get rid of since it also has Ward and can't be chosen.
Does find a brawl, has access to Ice Block. Fortunately, everything is 3 strength right now.
And even the stuff that's in play that you can brawl isn't great brawl targets. You know, there are only 1 lore characters.
That is some
And at
tash, innit?
14 lore, I
That
guess
is
that's a lot.
glorious. Do you reckon I should get a moustache like that?
Yeah, I mean, Hamza does look very, very far behind here. I mean, that being said, if he was able to get control of this board, he could pivot quite quickly, having access to the Sisu as well as the Lucky Dime in hand.
We are going to see the Sisu played using the Ice Block to reduce the snake strength, banishing it when Sisu's played. Using
That
the
versus Dan
Yes, we
Saeed.
love a
challenge
crab
and
trigger,
banish
but
the
it's not
crab,
necessary, but
just
still
getting as
made.
much lore off the board as possible, trying to extend the game.
Mo knows the secret. See him rub those cards as they come off the top. That actually
Think Camp Family was
strictly
on
makes it
table
better.
7. This is where I 2-0 the guy while I was on table
Ursula's going
7.
to let Mo get a good look at Humza's hand, so he now knows about the brawl and the lucky dime. Can play around both of those. We see a Sir Hiss in hand, an evasive character that can quest for 2, I think.
I mean, when do you just have to play out the genie and draw the card?
1 for the Sir Hiss. Questing for 2 with the Philip here.
Up to 16. Threatening up to 18 on the next turn.
What is that
At
card?
that point, all we need is a goat.
What?
Did he just draw a Goofy that rushes?
Yeah, his
Comes a
Russian
draw there.
evasive.
Oh, Goofy. We see an unequal 6-cost Goofy with Rush that has evasive. We're going to use that
Jeez.
to challenge and banish the Prince Philip here, getting it off the board.
And it's at no damage
having
back.
to use
That's
our
insane.
Yo! I
Super
forgot ice
impactful
blocking it.
when we
This
are
is
closing in on
Continentals,
goat
bro.
range. That being said, Hamza could pivot pretty quickly as access to Lucky Dime is questing for 4 at the very
But then he
least
might
of
have
the
thought
turn.
he's like, yo, so his
Feels
just
like it's
trades it
actually not
anyway.
gonna-
If it has
think
good
it's
damage.
Not enough on the side of
But I ain't no
Hamza.
point, boss man.
Fox isn't that
Oh
bad
no.
here.
Fox is pretty good.
Letting us bounce
Oh,
a card
Gino.
and replay it.
Absolutely, and make him have the board wipe.
Bro, just go for the 2-for-1 C for
Looks like
Reen.
Mo might be considering the Genie play. Yeah, we're going to play the Genie
This
draw
is cool,
card.
though.
Rubbing every single
Draw.
one of those things that come off the top of the deck.
I watched this
Got
previous
enough
match. He was doing the
his.
same thing. You got to save it for
Oh,
when
I
you
would.
need it.
Ooh.
Working
Oh, yeah,
out pretty well
wins.
for Mo here.
Up to 18, threatening game here.
Hamza needs
You know, ink and
a board wipe either through Sisu or Be Prepared at this point, I think.
Feels like it's gotta be.
Well, actually,
Oh, no, it doesn't want. It doesn't want.
oh yeah, we can only challenge 2 characters and we have to get rid of both Genie and Sisu. We have the Brawl, find an ice block. That's not
I
going
was
to
wondering if he ever
help
like
us.
bounces the
I
genie
mean,
back
we
with
could have
Fox
found like a
there.
pirate's life.
No,
or
no,
something,
I would have
Yeah.
done that.
You would have?
Yeah, 100%.
I was thinking maybe you like
I mean, I think we're
ink the hiss, bounce
Once
the genie,
again
replay the
seeing
genie. Because you know about the brawl, but you just replay the genie
some
for
of
the
the
card
weaknesses
draw,
of
right?
this Ruby Sapphire deck.
Right, so he has to CC his cards.
You have a fox on the board instead of a hiss, but you have a genie in hand.
Hamza playing out the turn, banishing the Sir Hiss with the Goofy, banishing the Ursula,
No, I mean, he wins
leaving
next
Mo with
turn,
1
so.
lore.
Gonna go up to 19 on
So
this
we'll
next
just quest
turn.
1,
Extending
bounce
the turn
it,
by 1.
draw.
Just give me the go.
I mean, not draw,
Oh, he
but
only
play.
finds the Pegasus, no goat here.
I mean, it's pretty good. Because now he's
Do you
gonna
even play the Pegasus?
still just basically have to find the board wipe. Gonna
Just play
bounce at
one,
his,
right? I
play it
think you play
again.
both.
We have an evasive character in play that we could have challenged Sir Hiss with. Can't do that anymore now. Hamza, I think, has one last turn to find an answer.
Time for Hamza to rub the card.
Yeah, Hamza
What did he
needs
draw,
a little
by the
bit
way?
of
I
luck.
didn't
He
see
needs
this
luck
one.
for a couple turns, to be fair.
Oh, one draw.
Even if
Oh,
we
just
even if we
play it.
finish this board, you're gonna have to essentially answer every single thing that comes into play for the next
What if
couple
you-
turns, unless we can
would you
find a
ever
couple
go in with
Pirates
the
life
Fox
to
onto
get
CC
this
and
board
play
count.
You have it. It's another lucky dime.
Another lucky dime.
Whoa,
It's not
whoa,
gonna do
2
it. Hamza
dimes!
gives
He
out
plays
the
like
handshake, and Mo
He plays like
takes round
70
6
cards or something.
2-0.
Yeah, looking very strong on the on the
Bro,
side of
he's
Amethyst
pulling the
over
El
there,
Kilko,
Ruby
bro.
Sapphire.
After you draw a
I'm
card, look at
really,
the
really
next 3
interested
cards
to
and
see
see
the
what it
Ruby
is.
Sapphire Day 2 top 16 conversion
Yeah.
rate because people chose to bring that deck. People, the people that showed up to this tournament made it the most popular deck. And
All right, mate,
I mean,
what do you
this deck
reckon?
showed up to the European
What we're gonna
Championships
see, what's
and
the
it got
reveals?
absolutely demolished.
Yeah, it didn't convert very well. I mean, we talked earlier in the stream about, how we would have predicted the meta coming into
Bro,
this. And
this
I said
stream
I
has
was
just
so
been
scared
Ruby Sapphire
of, as
getting
a Ruby Sapphire
absolutely
player
cooked
coming in and facing
left, right,
against more
and
aggressive
centre.
decks, and we see exactly the
Not
reason
won
why
many
something.
games.
And
Has there been a
granted,
single
Amethyst
Ruby
Emerald
Sapphire
is an
2-0?
extremely aggressive deck, can be very
Against
aggressive.
the Amethyst
but
steel
you
guy that
can't
didn't play
find
Maleficence.
You can't find a
I think
way to
that's the only time.
stabilize from being that far behind on lore. There's just
Sounds
not a lot
about
you
right.
can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bro, you know
Keen
all
to
the
see
red
day
blue
2
players
results,
is
but we've
getting
got one
cooked
more
on
round of
stream.
Swiss before that. And of course, our
Oh.
announcement.
We do
Maybe,
have a
maybe
very
they're
special
not.
announcement, so
Maybe
I
they're
hope you guys are
not
excited to
allowed
see
to.
what we have.
Right, I need
Don't
to
go
turn
anywhere.
you down.
Hey, Lumineers, it's Rebecca here, and we are taking a break from all the action.
Oh my God,
and I
it's
am
time.
joined here at the couches with our very own Brandon Belen, who's been in the booth. How is it going, Brandon?
It's going
Where did he
awesome.
come
I'm
from?
so excited to be here at the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. The venue's amazing. The people are amazing. It's a fun time. We're having a big
Oh
party.
my God, I'm
Mickey's here.
excited.
Mickey's here. I
Mickey's
got to
here.
meet Mickey.
Do the new
And
cards.
we have some other exciting things to talk about, Brandon.
Yes, we do.
One of the things that we want to remind everyone about is the new upcoming sets that were announced at the European Championships. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Don't mispronounce
Yes.
it.
Welcome to Arcasia's Island,
Okay, they
where
got it
friendly
right, unlike
pets
me.
abound. Beyond the cast of cuddly critters lies
Well,
an
we know it's
ancient
coming
secret just waiting
March
to be discovered.
2025.
We're excited to learn new tricks when Arcasia's Island
Probably in
releases
major
in
stores.
March
Probably
2025.
Feb.
Okay, Brandon, I think
Right
we
here.
need to get a little more specific, though, than just March. So let's let the Illumineers know that Arcasia's Island is coming to hobby stores, Disney parks, and stores on March 7th. And then the mass release is going to be on March 21st. And I
How
just
far away?
cannot wait for this
March
new
7th.
set.
I can't either. I'm so excited to see Bolt. Bolt
Yes.
is finally coming into the set.
Super fun. Can't wait to learn whatever new tricks that they
When's
have for
after March
us.
7th
And
for?
this art is just incredible.
It's phenomenal. Of course, the art was done by Nicholas Cole and John Lauren. You might recognize those two from previous Ursula cards, that Enchanted cards that have done really well. I know that that's a fan of a lot of Illumineers.
Yeah, anytime that those two artists get together, I know it's a card that I'm going to love.
Totally. And of course, Arcasia's Island wasn't all that was announced. We also saw a bit into the future as well.
Yes, it's his crown, his realm. Reign of Jafar releases the second quarter of 2025. And my goodness, Jafar looking as villainous as ever in this art.
Yes, I love this
I
art
found
for
nothing new,
Jafar.
apart
He's
from, like, a
sitting on the
date.
throne. He looks like an evil villain. He looks
He
like,
is.
and actually, I'm a little scared, honestly. He looks like he maybe have
Oh, you're
succeeded.
your
He's
biggest fan of
been
Lorcana
up to no good
villains in
for a long
the
time. I love all the
chat.
little clues in the
Oh, is he
story of
Yogurt or
Lorcana that
something?
we've seen over the last couple of sets, and we finally found out that yes, it is Jafar that is behind all this shenanigans.
Yeah, first it was
Hey,
Ursa
Baker, what's
looking
up?
for that crown, and now we're hearing a little bit about Jafar searching for the crown as well. You know, Urslamos did some
I'm ready
bad
for bed,
stuff. I
mate,
can't
but-
wait to see what happens if Jafar finds
That
it.
Hexwell crown, I'm telling you, there's something going on with that crown.
But that's not all that we have to announce
Good.
this weekend.
It's not, Brandon?
No, we have an announcement
Wait, so
of
we only
another
got the
franchise
day of the
that's
first
coming
one,
in
not one.
Arcasia's Island.
Yes, that's right, Brandon, because of course when we're talking about Disney pets,
Franchise.
Bolt is not the only friendly furry friend who's going to be joining us. We have, for the first time, glimmers from Lady and the Tramp making their
Oh,
first
sick.
appearance
That's
in
cool.
Disney Lorcana
Oh, yeah.
in Arcasia's Island.
Yes, I'm so excited for Lady.
Wait,
she looks
what?
so pretty and elegant.
Isn't
I'm
this
very
Lady and the
excited to
Tramp?
see all of these pets
Lady and the
featuring
Tramp.
Lorcana.
Lady
First we
and
have
the
Bolt,
Tramp.
now we have Lady
film.
here.
Lady,
Love
yeah,
all
yeah,
the
Lady
details
and
of this
Tramp.
art, Brandon. She looks so elegant. Her headband, the leash, the details that the artist put
I need
into
to watch
this
Lady
work
and the
is
Tramp
just
soon.
incredible. This lady
Been a while.
artwork was done by Jao Mora, and she is just
Jao
such
Mora.
a beautiful addition to this game.
And I'm very excited to also see Jacques and Trusty there in the background. I'm kind
Yes.
of interested to see what they're up to. There seems to be a very big pet theme here for Arcasia's Island. So if there's one thing that I know about the Disney Lorcana community,
I'm
it's
glad they're
that
pronouncing it
they
right,
love
unlike me.
puppies.
Oh,
We love
yeah.
puppies. Who doesn't love puppies, especially Disney puppies?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm very eager to see what happens there between Lady. Then we have Bolt. So who's to say what comes next?
Yes, well, I'm very excited about Arcasia's Island. What about you, Brandon?
I couldn't be more excited. So with that, we want to thank Ravensburger for allowing us to reveal Lady and Lady and the Tramp. We hope you're excited for the next set, and we're going to get back to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship here at Disneyland.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. Great announcement from those two. One, I absolutely love dogs. I'm a dog person, so I can't wait for that. Welcome back. Sorry about that. It looks like we were a little muted. That was my fault. I was going to say, great announcement. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. I can't wait for those sets. I absolutely love dogs. I am a dog person too. I love villains. I'm kind of a villain, and I can't wait for this.
I was
Jafar
hoping for
set.
some
One
cards,
of my
man. I'm not
favorite
gonna
movies,
lie.
Jafar. Maybe not one of my favorite characters, but love the villains
Reese?
nonetheless.
Right, great film, great franchise.
hoping
And
for
I'm
some
not gonna
cards,
lie, I
mate.
love that art for Lady. It's so
Cards.
wonderful to see a classic franchise, Lady and the Tramp, enter the game. And that art of Lady is just delightful, showing her in her playful.
I don't think
happy
I can
form.
make it through the last round.
I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I
think I'm
can't
ready
wait for?
bed, man.
What's that?
The last round of today. We've got round 7. All the pressure on the players to see if they can make it into that day 2, give themselves a
Who should I
chance at
raid
Worlds,
on
Golden
Twitch?
Mickeys, and more tomorrow. I don't think I want to do any more before this game. Let's go ahead on down to the feature match area. Let's get this started because we've got 2 full matches coming for you here in round 7.
And as you said, these players are playing not
Yeah, I'm
only
gonna have to go to
for,
bed,
you know,
guys,
entrance
but
into
go
day
watch the
2,
main
the
stream.
top
I'll link
cut,
you
but
all.
There's so seating is
Yeah.
very
Oh,
important to
catch you
play
there,
for
then.
in
Thanks
this
for hanging out,
particular
Reese.
format
Take
because
care,
you
man.
get the choice in day 2 based
I'll
on your
join you
seating of the
tomorrow.
player, the draw
Take care,
each
mate.
game, and
Bye-bye.
that can be the difference between winning and losing. So there is plenty to play for, even if you're pretty sure you're going to make the top cut at this point.
Love the camaraderie here. Love the sportsmanship. Nice little fist bump between the two.
Right, so we're going to see a
I guess I'll
really
just
interesting
raid
match here. We
the
have
main
another
channel, innit?
Steel Amber matchup here. Honestly, I thought this was going to be an aggressive Steel Amber Steel list, but I do see the whole new world there. So this looks perhaps more like a traditional Steel Song variant into a
Anyone else doing
Blurple deck
watch party?
or blue purple, which is
Yeah.
Sapphire Amethyst.
And this is one of the matchups where maybe you do want to be a little bit more on the diggy hole version because we've seen in the past generally.
Okay, guys, go watch the main
some of
stream. It's
the
here.
matchups that can be hard for this deck that has a whole new world in it can be the ramp
Or
decks.
to
You know,
call it
something like
slightly early. I'm
blue
just
red.
knackered,
Anything
mate. It's
that
very
gets to
late.
a
I'll stay up,
huge
obviously, the
advantage on you
full thing tomorrow.
can be
Appreciate
problematic.
you guys.
The fact
11
that
hour
if you let
stream,
them
not
draw
bad.
7 new cards and they have 2 or 3 more ink
9
than
hours
you,
on the
they're going to
YouTube.
start
I was
drawing
live
some
for
of
2
those
hours
7-8
before
drops
this one
and start
started,
playing
doing some
some
other
really
bits.
powerful stuff on
Thanks,
you really
guys. I
fast
appreciate you very much.
because you're refilling their hand that they've been putting into their inkwell.
You take care now.
Yeah, so in this deck, looking at the inevitability aspect of this deck, I do think inevitability